Jerome, 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 put on that Bobby Womack.
Nah, girl, I want to go way back. Oh, yeah, check this out.
Back in the days when I was young, I'm not a kid anymore. But some days I sit and wish I was a kid again. Back in the days when I was young, I'm not a kid anymore. But some days I sit and wish I was a kid again. Back in the days
when I was just a little Negro, I looked up to my bigger bro, begged if I could kick it. So when he went out with girls, I could go tagging along, nagging. If she had a sis, maybe could mack a baby hood rat. Y'all remember way back then when it was 1985, all the way live. I think I was about 10. One of those happy little niggas singing the blues that be always trying to bag with the shag and karate shit, saying yo mama black, his mama this, his mama that. Then he get mad and wanna scrap. We stay mad about 10 minutes, then it's like back on the bike to play hide and go get it with the younger hoes by the bungalows. Then switch to playing ding dong ditch when that gets old and too cold to hack it. Threw on a bomber jacket, you could tell the ballers cause they fell wearing gazelles. If they really had money raised, we sport knee cakes. And all the girls had they Turkish link. If it broke, then they made earrings to it, like they meant to do it. But sometimes I still sit and reminisce, then think about the years I was raised. Back in the day. Back in the days when I was young, I'm not a kid anymore. But some days I sit and wish I was a kid again. Back in the days when I was young, I'm not a kid anymore. But some days I sit and wish I was a kid. And everybody say,
I remember way back when.
And everybody say,
I remember way back when.
And everybody say,
I remember way back when.
What?
Back in the days I sit and wish I was a kid.
I'm still back in the days, but now the year is 87, 88. That's when my crew and I were in junior high in 7th grade. I hated school and shit had grown up. No doubt I couldn't wait to get out and be a grown up. But let me finish this, reminiscing and telling about when girls were spelling tight corduroys like for the boys, basket weaves, Nike Cortez and footsie socks, and eating pickles with Tootsie Pops, and it don't stop. I'm glad cause when JJ Fad did Supersonic, it was kinda like a sport to wear biker shorts or to wear jeans, and it seemed like the masses of hoochies had poison airbrushed on their asses. Dudes had on Nike suits and the Pumas with the fat laces, cause it was either that or K-Swiss. I missed those days, and so I pout like a grown jerk, wishing all I had to do now was finish homework. It's true, you don't realize really what you got till it's gone, and I'm not gonna sing another sad song, but sometimes I do sit and reminisce and think about the years I was raised. Back in the day.
Back in the days when I was young, I'm not a kid anymore. But some days I sit and wish I was a kid again. Back in the days when I was young, I'm not a kid anymore. But some days I sit and wish I was a kid.
And everybody say,
I remember way back when.
And everybody say,
I remember way back when.
And everybody say,
I remember way back when.
What?
Back in the days I sit and wish I was a kid.
And everybody say,
I remember way back when.
And everybody say,
I remember way back when.
And everybody say,
I remember way back when.
What?
Back in the days.
When?
Back in the day.
Well, it's the Negro. I figured that now I'm all grown up because I'm 18 years old, and guess you could say I'm holding down a steady job and through steady mobbing, you steady bobbing your head, and I paid, so I got it made, but didn't always have clout. Used to live in South Central LA, that's where I stayed and figured a way out. I gave it all I had, so for what it's worth, I went from rags to riches, which is a drag, but now I'm first. So
hard in the nose, this is on our way up.
Yeah, we said that we was gonna make it since a kid, and we finally did, but sometimes I still sit and reminisce, then think about the years I was raised. Back in the day.
Back in the days when I was young, I'm not a kid anymore. But some days I sit and wish I was a kid again. Back in the days when I was young, I'm not a kid anymore. But some days I sit and wish I was a kid.
And everybody say,
I remember way back when.
And everybody say,
I remember way back when.
And everybody say,
I remember way back when.
What?
Back in the days I sit and wish I was a kid.
And everybody say,
I remember way back when.
And everybody say,
I remember way back when.
And everybody say,
I remember way back when.
what?
Back in the days, I sit and wish I was a kid.
And everybody say,
I remember way back when.
and everybody say,
I remember way back when.
and everybody say,
I remember way back when.
what?
Back in the days, I sit and wish I was a kid.
Peace and love to all the Aboriginal, Indigenous, Indians. Hey y'all, peace and love to everybody. I got a fire show lined up. I'm not going to do too much today. It's been a lot going on in these YouTube streets, you know what I'm saying? And obviously it's been a lot going on in my personal life as well. Things that I've been trying to manage, get through, move on from, etc. But I'm happy to be back on my channel. Y'all see the title. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, family. Y'all see the title. Y'all know what's going on. Y'all know what's going on. We've often seen this image. Let me go right here real quick and share this image. We've seen this image a lot right here. This emblem of America. And we've seen what this image looks like. And I found a quick little short video on what this emblem means, what it means as it pertains to Americans. Hey, baby, shut the door, please. Ryan, can you shut the door, please?
Yes.
I know you heard me going live. You just gonna start singing and stuff. You so funny. So anyway, y'all, here we go. My bad. I got, every time I get on here, my baby one gets started, but peace and love to everybody. So yeah, y'all seen this image here. And I found a lovely video. It's short and sweet and it's right to the point. And as this video goes and explains things, I'm going to come behind it and explain things as well. I've heard a lot of different things, you know what I'm saying? A lot of people like to say that this is a Moor right here. Some people want to say that this picture is inaccurate, but I believe that this picture is an accurate description of what the American people look like. And I think that a lot of times, in this paradigm, I think we get it, not us necessarily, like the ones who know, but the ones who don't really know, and they having a hard time and they're struggling with the transatlantic slave trade. You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of y'all need to understand that the only reason why y'all think y'all African is because of this transatlantic slave trade and nothing else. They always say this African descent, but they can never truly pinpoint where this African descent comes from. And to even suggest that because your skin is of a certain complexion or color type, that it means that you're some type of African. I mean, we got a long way to go in the mental psychosis area when it comes to this, because people have really been brainwashed, warped, and tricked. And a lot of us, we've been there. We know what it's like. But it's a beautiful thing when you come into that light of the truth. So let's go here real quick, y'all. And peace and love. I'm gonna shut out the chat in a minute. Peace out to everybody that came in.
The Emblem of America. The Emblem of America is an allegorical figure from the British Museum and is noted to be an ethnic representation of the American peoples.
Allegorical representation of the American peoples.
So what exactly is an emblem? According to the 1828 Webster's Dictionary, an emblem is a picture representing one thing to the eye and another to the understanding, a painted enigma, or a figure representing some obvious history, instructing us in some moral truth.
Whoop, hold up. She got to pull that back up there. An emblem, a picture representing one thing to the eye and another to the understanding, a painted enigma, or a figure representing some obvious history, instructing us in some moral truth. Come on now. Come on now.
or a figure representing some obvious history, instructing us in some moral truth. Just as a balance is an emblem of justice. A crown is the emblem of royalty. A scepter is the emblem of power or sovereignty. An emblem of America represents the true American identity.
The emblem of America, this figure here, represents our true identity, the true identity. So with the powers that be, it's amazing how they're able to go in and whitewash, and not only whitewash, but completely erase and eradicate our history. As if this was some type of barren land, nobody was here, all of this nonsense that they like to portray. That's why I always like to let people know that history is written by the victors. So when people get in control of things, they spin narratives and they create stories, they create history that better benefits their parts or their story versus the true story. And it's sad that we had to find out this way.
The original Americans, who were here long before the settlers and are now facing erasure and misrepresentation. It's a symbol that calls us to recognize and reclaim the truth of America's real history. The emblem not only represents us, but also demands we act, holding forth moral and political instruction for the nation. The emblem is a beacon, urging us to restore the truth about the original Americans and their rightful place in history. Join us in setting the record straight. Visit the fair today.
Okay, so now let me go back to this emblem on it. Let me put this emblem back up here. So I've been looking all over the place for just basic research in history about this emblem. And all I know is that it's in the British Department of Prints and Drawings. And they don't have a lot of information on it outside of, an allegorical figure shown full length, standing to the left, head tilted to the right, wearing a leopard skin, fringed gown, plum headdress, quiver and beads, holding a bow in one hand, an arrow in another, landscape with firs, mountains, waterfall, and river in the background in an oval frame. So that is all the information that I was able to obtain about this photograph. But this photograph, this painting is a clear indication of what the people look like, who we were, and who we are now. And I think that it just really does get lost in translation so much. Like it's really sick to me. It's really sick to me. So now I wanted to show y'all something that I found very interesting. I know a lot of people these days, they like to reject Jack D. Forbes. And, and I can understand, fuck all that. I don't understand why they want to reject Forbes. But I think Forbes really did do a good job explaining how these terms came about, how all of this stuff came about, right? So I was going through a part of his particular art with his book, Africans and Native Americans, right? And I saw something very fucking interesting at the end of my reading. Now, y'all know I've shared this before with y'all. So let me see if I could pull it up some more. So here we go. I just want to read this last paragraph. I mean, I was going to go through the whole thing, but I still got to get into my Negroes, Terra video for you guys today that I'm very excited about showing. Shout out to The American on not on Facebook. Shout out to The American on YouTube. So as you all know, real quick before I go up, this particular chapter, Africans and Native Americans, was about this particular chapter, is about, let me just pull it up, is about the classification of Native Americans as mulattoes in Anglo-America. Now, I think the keyest part, the most key part in this whole article to me was right here. And then I'm going to go down and read the ending of that because we need to really dive into that and talk about that. So, as early as the late 19th century, the 19th annual report of the Bureau of American Ethnology noted that a considerable proportion of the blood of the Southern Negroes, how do I move this over? I'm gonna have to pull it down some. The blood of the Southern Negroes of the U.S. is unquestionably Indian. The 1937 doctoral dissertation of James Hugo Johnston, belatedly published many years later, went further. There developed in the colonial period much intermixture of the Indian and the Negro slave. The class commonly called the mulatto is the result in many instances of the union of the three racial elements. To the visitor in the South, the physical characteristics of many Negro slaves bore witness to their Indian origin. The mixed race in America today is the result of the union of the Indian, the Negro, and the white man. Now, that's what Johnston said. Johnston also noted that many Indians were enslaved along the eastern seaboard. The end of Indian slavery came with the final absorption of the blood of the Indian by the more numerous Negro slave. But the blood of the Indian did not become extinct in the slave states, for it continued to flow in the veins of the Negro. So now, right here, hold up. With anthropology, a few scholars such as Ashley Montagu have recognized the significance of Black American contacts themselves and with the Indians of the islands and of the mainland of Brazil. By the time most of them reached North America, the mingling of Negroes and Indians, of course, occurred first in the West Indies. It is significant that Montagu recognized that many of the slaves coming not directly from Africa, my bad, y'all. It is significant that the Montagu recognized that many of the slaves coming not directly from Africa, but from the Caribbean might have had American ancestry. Okay. Now look, they talk all of this stuff throughout this whole article about how the intermingling they claim happened, how all of these different people came here, how all of these different races or people it ended up within this one group of people, allegedly, right? So look at this. And I didn't even peep game, y'all. So let me go all the way back down to the end of this shit, because then I'm gonna move on to Negroes de Terra, which is what I really wanted to talk about. But look, y'all, we can't be getting upset because he made it clear that they don't even know. So here we go, right here, and let me make this a little bit bigger. Can y'all see it? Y'all can see this on the screen, right? All right. Peace and love, y'all. Peace and love to everybody. Give me 1 second. It says, it would seem clear that the entire conception of the origin of non-African ancestry within the United States Afro-American population requires rigorous re-examination. Do you hear that? The entire conception of the origin. Okay? In 1712, John Norris provided advice to prospective planters. He told them to buy 15 Negro men and 18 Indian women, or if they were starting out small, a good Negro man and a good Indian woman. The implications of such evidence must now at last be taken to heart. Finally, a new look needs to be taken at the many surviving Native American communities, primarily along the East Coast, who have been denied recognition because of being classified in the past as mulattoes or people of color. Needless to state, the presence of African ancestry should be no bar to state and federal recognition as Indians. But in addition, the use of the terms analyzed herein provides no evidence in and of itself of specific African descent. Needless to state, The presence of African ancestry should be no bar to state and federal recognition as Indians. But in addition, the use of the terms analyzed herein. So that means the terms that's been used to describe people since the beginning, the terms that's been used to describe who they claim we are in this book or wherever else, provides no evidence in and of itself of specific African descent. That racial mixture has occurred is obvious, but its significance for ethnic and cultural self-definition is a quite separate matter. So look, they kept telling these people they was all these, and we're talking about back then where there's no DNA test, there's none of this stuff. There's barely a lot of written historical information on the transatlantic slave trade during those times back then when they were classifying people and putting these people into these racial categories and things like that. They're making it clear. The evidence provides in and of itself of any specific African descent. The evidence is not there. So we got to understand. We got to understand what's happened here. They just saying shit. Saying shit. Period. Period. He's saying that if these people is mixed with African, it shouldn't stop them from being recognized. That's what he's saying. He said, but as in Indians, but in addition, the use of the terms analyzed, y'all got to listen. The use of the terms analyzed herein provides no evidence in and of itself of specific African descent. Do you understand that, Chief Cool Cow? He's saying that, yes, but there's no evidence of this in itself. There's no evidence of it in and of itself. It's just being said. It's just being said. All right. So I hope you understand me, Chief Cool Cow. He is saying all of that, but he's also saying that there is no evidence. The use of the terms analyzed herein provides no evidence. So when we're talking about the terms that are being analyzed, we're talking about mulattoes, Negroes, coloreds, African Americans or Afro Americans, because this was written in the 90s or some shit. So Afro Americans or whatever. This is what I'm saying. That's why I wanted to point out that specific comment right there. The fact that they were trying to claim that these people were our people are from Africa is already a problem. They're trying to say our people are from Africa. Then our people who were trying to get federal recognition or whatever was going on weren't allowed to get it because of this presence, this air quote presence of African ancestry, right? And then boom, now we have people in the state and on the federal level renaming people, issuing out terms to rename us, classify us as things. But he's saying that it has no evidence, provides no evidence in and of itself of specific African descent. They don't even have evidence of this African descent. That's the point I'm making here. Fools was back and forth all throughout this article. That was my biggest problem with it. Like on one end, he's acknowledging that, hey, some of these people or all of these people are Indians, that the blood has been absorbed through, or whatever they want to say, whatever reason they want to say to make it seem like our people weren't already here and just as much Indians as they want to claim any other group to be. And that's the issue with it. So let me move on to real quick. Let me move on to Negroes de Terra. Okay. Give me 1 second because I want to read what he said about the Negroes that taught her first, and then I want to play my video. But I hope y'all doing good in the chat. Let me shout y'all out real quick. But what I'm saying is that yeah, they're saying these people are mixed with Indian. I mean African, but they have no specific African. They just say African descent. They just saying it. And at this time, even when he wrote the book, there was no way that you could access African descent. Just based off the transatlantic slave trade narrative, which we know is bullshit now. So, and then now in the year 2000, when they come up with the DNA ancestry test, now it's solely dependent on this ancestry DNA test. So, but anyway, Red Hawkadohi 101, peace to you. Hey, Greedy, talk your talk. The Serpent God King Morpheus Original, peace to you. Hey, Ali Bamu. Enoch 0407, The American Indian. Hey, Sachi. Hey, Gigi, what's up, girl? How you been? Peace, sis. Hey, Renee Thomas, beautiful goddess queen. Peace to you. Okay. Charisma, have a great day. Hey, Live and Learn. Mike Dollar's the bad guy. Akamak. Peace, Akamak. You know what it is. Hey, Nate. All right. Did I get everybody? Chief Cool Cow, peace to you. Power Tom. Hey, Wild Savage. Hey, Dre Cobbs. All right, I'm just trying to make sure I salute everybody. Rain Alexander, peace to you. All right, I think I got everybody. All right. So yeah, although they're trying to make that's why I really don't like getting into Forbes, because he be on the fence hanging off that motherfucker. He don't know which side he want to go down. Rest in peace to his soul and everything. But I'm just saying that should be working my nerves. Okay. Give me 1 second. Let me go here. Is this it right here? All right. Hold up, y'all. 1 second. I should have had it already right there. Okay. Yeah, likely Caribbean, Spanish, Dutch, undoubtedly. Okay. What page is it on? Okay. Hold up. Share this tab. Okay. 1 second, y'all. Because there's a specific. Okay, here we go. So, boom. In the British slave colonies of North America along the Atlantic coast, many persons of American ancestry were at times classified as blacks, Negroes, mulattoes, or people of color. And these terms were, of course, used for people of African ancestry. The manner in which Americans and part Americans were sometimes classified as mulattoes and people of color from New England to South Carolina and in the Spanish Empire are explored elsewhere. The purpose here is to illustrate how the term Negro has been applied to all people of American descent. The possibility that Native Americans were quite commonly called Negroes is very much supported by Portuguese usage. During the colonial period, Brazilian Indians were repeatedly referred to as Negroes or Negros de Terra, Negroes of the land. A great many examples from the 16th and latter centuries are cited by George Federici in his analysis of Portuguese sources. These do not have to be repeated here. But let's be clear. The 1755 royal decree had to be issued in 1755. Now, this royal decree is very interesting to me. because just in one chapter, he's saying that they don't have any, they have no evidence of this African descent, but yet somehow it's still being played upon a people, and it's allowing them to not be recognized as who they are. And I think that's the problem today. And that's the problem with African American. And that's the problem with all of these terms they come up with now. That shit put us in that African American, that African period, put us in a state of non-existence, y'all. Now let's talk about Negroes de Terra.
A family from the Acadiana region whose bloodline is of Native American descent, but say they've been denied recognition and membership into the Chitimacha tribe in Sherrington because of the color of their skin. They're Black, African American. According to family members, anywhere from 300 to a couple thousand people across the nation have ties to the Chitimacha, but have been stripped of their heritage, largely due to a constitutional clause.
My family came up around Homer, Louisiana. They migrated during the time when, things was rough for the Indians, so they came to New Orleans. And they passed off as Black because they was dark-skinned, and they never even talked about it. They never mentioned it because, they were scared because they didn't want to get...
Now, who said that? Now, who lying here? So they going to say he lying? Yeah, the wig took me out. I ain't gonna lie. The wig took me out. The wig had me hollering. It did. I ain't gonna lie. The wig had me hollering.
Passed off as Black because they was dark-skinned, and they never even talked about it. They never mentioned it because, they were scared because they didn't want to get sent to the reservation.
All glory go to the Creator. It's an honor to be here today. But I love the theme, American healing. Well, first, let's think about something. Where did America come from? Have it always been America? Or was it just created to be America? Who are the real Americans? America keep changing and changing and changing. Let's go back in time when the American Indians looked like I look and roamed the southeast part of the United States freely. I love what the mayor said. We have to tell the truth. We cannot heal America till we fix the foundation. Can we start right there?
Imagine this. It is the year 1492. A lone ship cuts through the ocean waves, guided not just by the stars, by the ambitions of a man seeking wealth, redemption, and a legacy. A Sephardic Jew navigating under the Spanish crown sailed into the unknown world. He would later be known as Christopher Columbus in modern times. His dreams are vast and mysterious as the waters beneath him. What awaited him on the horizon would not only change his fate, but the fate of an entire continent. As these ships, the Nina, Pinta, and Santa Maria, finally reached the land, he encountered a people unlike any he had imagined. Their skins shimmered under the sun. Their culture was complex. Their ways of life harmonious with the land. He wrote of their beauty, their generosity, their innocence, and the rich land they inhabited. To Columbus, so-called, they were both a marvel and an opportunity. A people that could be converted and civilized to his way of life. But this initial awe gave way to centuries of exploitation and violence. This was their world long before it was anyone's else. They were not nameless or faceless. But what happened to them? How did they go from being a people of the land to an identity lost in the tides of time? This is their story. Let's start where this story begins. When Columbus first landed, he called them Negroes de Terra, Indios.
Now, it was one thing I wanted to say too. You know, it is sad too. I literally had to ask Chat GPT what exactly does African descent mean, y'all? And this is what the fuck Chat GPT said. Hey, Bad Saint. Hey, sis. Hey, Dosey. Hey to all the sisters. It's all good. Just sit back and enjoy your ride, Bad Saint, and listen, honey, and enjoy the live, sister girl. I know it's Saturday. I know how it is in these city streets. You gotta get around and get it done, and try to get back in the house early. So anyway, they say African descent refers to individuals or groups whose ancestry can be traced back to Africa. This term is often used to describe people who have roots in the continent, whether through historical migration, the transatlantic slave trade, or more recent immigration with the E. Let me read that again. This term is often used to describe people who have roots in the continent, whether through historical migration, the transatlantic slave trade, or more recent immigration. This is where they're getting this African descent from. And we've already pretty much debunked the transatlantic slave trade. There wasn't that many motherfucking Africans on this bitch. And the notion and the idea, excuse my language, and the notion and the idea that we descend from this strictly because of this transatlantic slave trade narrative with no way of being able to appropriately trace our ancestry back. And when I'm saying appropriately trace our ancestry back, that means being able to trace yourself back to an African cousin on the continent. These people's names, who these people are. Come on now. Like, I don't understand how they don't get this. And I've been seeing these little videos going through the YouTube and all that. And it's like people really only understand and comprehend what they want to comprehend. And that's what's so sad about it. You bringing up mulatto being used in 1705. We talking about when it was on the census, or any of these terms had got placed on the census. And at what period of time did they actually get placed on the census? See, a lot of us weren't born. A lot of us weren't born. We weren't born when they were going back and rewriting history and revising things and making things say what they wanted to say, so that our education can be distorted, so that our identity can be distorted, and so that ultimately it just strips us off this land completely. That's why being Black, white, Negro, colored, all of these things are extreme misnomers. They're also statuses. It's not a determination of who one is. And I think that we miss it along the way, and we don't really understand what's happening and how the shit been twisted up. You know, and like I say, they can smack it, flip it, rub it down however way they want. Until you can show me an authentic African person in your line with an African name and all that shit, don't talk to me. Don't keep coming at people, because it's weird ass work at this point. You can barely prove that your ancestors were enslaved. I've never heard any of these other folks talk about who the master was that enslaved their family. Most people will just continue to trace back, especially us that's from here. We're going to continue to trace back. All we're going to keep finding is people that's from America, people that's been here, our folks owning land, sharecroppers. That's what we find. Folks who were actual Indians on record. And you heard what the gentleman said at the beginning of the video. They were reclassified as Blacks because of their skin. So please understand, all of these terms were concocted because of skin color and nothing else. Later turned into a status. And that's what I keep saying, Dosey. They should be looking for the African they actually descend from. Now, when I had the conversation with Professor Eltis, you know, he wanted to bring up the fact that, and I'll show it on here so y'all can hear him say it yourself if you want me to, but I'll pull it up. He literally said that they now have names in the database of these people and all. Who are these people? Who are these people? Y'all just put a bunch of names so people can continue to believe this narrative? Or are these names connected to people that y'all said came here through this transatlantic slave trade? Because that's the hit. That's the hit. And I think they miss it all the time, man. And, you know, we always find ourselves in these disagreements. Man, Dulcie been dinking their ass with a frying pan every damn night on Smoke Side because it's just really ignorance at this point. It's ignorance. But now you ain't missed none of it, Dulcie. I'm really just beginning.
Before continuing, it is however crucial to establish what an Indian truly is and how that term relates to the concept of race, particularly in the context of Black identity. The connection is straightforward. The majority of indigenous peoples referred to as Indians were, by any reasonable historical assessment, what we would today classify as Black, or at least as possessing features commonly associated with Black populations. However, it is important to recognize that this modern racial terminology is rooted in a European colonial framework, one that did not exist in the same way during the time when these interactions between these groups occurred. The distinctions used to describe them historically were shaped by entirely different linguistic and cultural paradigms. While substantial evidence will be provided to substantiate their identity and origins, it is first essential to examine the broader historical forces that shape their societies before engaging in discussions of ethnicity. In 1492, the term Moor and Negro were widely used to describe dark-skinned people. The term Moor was used to describe dark-skinned individuals in general, regardless of whether they were Muslim, Christian, or Jewish. It is also important to note that despite their geographical location, as long as they were dark-skinned, they were mentioned as Moorish. In European discourse contemporaneously, Moor was a catch-all term for anyone who had dark skin. Similarly,
so y'all hear what he's saying about the term Moor. So now y'all hear what he's saying about the term Moor. It's a term to describe people of dark skin. It was not the. I'm not going to even start. I'm not going to even go there. But that's what it said, and that's what it was. I'm not going to go there today. I'm not, because I'm going to open up the panel, and we can go there.
The term Negro was also used interchangeably with Moor. It wasn't tied to ethnicity in the same way modern terms are, but rather to physical appearance. Many early European writers, constrained by their own cultural understandings of race, often resorted to comparisons with Africans when describing darker-skinned indigenous groups. This is evident in Spanish and Jesuit accounts. They refer to certain indigenous populations as Negroes, or blacks of the lands, Negroes de Terra. For example, Jesuit missionaries in Brazil from 1549 to 1565 frequently referred to Native Americans as Negroes, distinguishing them from Africans who were called Negroes do Guinea. Verrazano in 1524 described Native Americans along the Atlantic coast as being black in color, not unlike the Ethiopians. Hernando de Soto, chroniclers in 1540s, also described indigenous peoples along the Florida coast as very black, attributing it to the sun and their aquatic lifestyles. If these descriptions were made by direct observers, why are they often so dismissed as exaggerations or misinterpretations? Why do we not see these observations reflected in modern representations of pre-Columbian America? Jack B. Forbes's The Use of the Terms Negro and Black to include persons of Native American ancestry in Anglo North America. They argue strongly that By the later half of the 16th century, the English were referring to the peoples of Africa as Ethiopians, Blackamoors, Negroes, and Moors, somewhat used interchangeably. Negro gradually came to be the dominant term, especially after the exhaustive contact with the Spanish and the Portuguese. What is not clear is the extent to which the term Negro was consciously translated as black. The automatic association of Negro with black color cannot be assumed since many black Africans are actually of medium or dark brown color. Another concept we have to put into contemporary historical context is the term Indios itself. During the medieval period, the term India was indeed used to refer to a wide range of distant lands. European maps from the time marked locations as India when they were perceived as exotic, far-off regions. The medieval world recognized multiple Indias, as the term was applied to both the Indian subcontinent, Southeast Asia, and not widely known parts of East Africa and by extension the Arabian Peninsula, all of which were seen as a part of a broader, the Oriental East. After the voyages of Columbus, Indios became the term used to describe the indigenous peoples of the Americas, as part of the Americas were called India. In fact, the phrase East Indian comes from the differentiation from the West Indies coined by the British when they, through the East Indian Company, started trading in the region in the 17th century. So in essence, India originally meant far distant land, and Indios meant people of the far distant land. We can actually beg the question and simply wonder and speculate that maybe Columbus, through the experienced Moorish navigators, cartographers, had known exactly where he was going. But I digress. Maybe he was driven by a need we haven't recognized, as the fall of the last Moorish stronghold in Granada, specifically the Alhambra, marked the end of centuries of Moorish rule in the Iberian Peninsula. The Granada War culminated in 1492 when the Catholic monarchs Ferdinand II of Aragon and Isabella I of Castile succeeded in capturing the city, effectively uniting Spain under Christian rule. This event is often regarded as the final chapter of the Reconquista, a centuries-long campaign aimed at conquering territory from the Moors. The surrender of Granada was followed by the Treaty of Granada, which promised religious tolerance for the non-Christian population, though it was quickly overturned, leading to forced conversions and expulsions. The fall of Granada also coincided with the same year Columbus, a Sephardic Jew, sailed to the Americas, marking a significant turning point in world history. Columbus made his first contact with the Taino people on October 12, 1492. When he and his crew landed on Guanahana, which he later renamed to San Salvador in the Bahamas, the Taino were an Arawakan-speaking people native to the Caribbean, inhabiting parts of the Bahamas, Cuba, Hispaniola, Puerto Rico, and Jamaica. Columbus's journey and treats provide insight into his first observations of the Taino. Columbus noted that they swam out to the ships offering gifts such as parrots, cotton, food, without expecting anything in return. He wrote in his logbook, "They brought us parrots and balls of cotton and spears and many other things, which they exchanged for glass beads and hawk's bells. They willingly traded everything they owned. They do not bear arms, and they do not know them." He remarked on their physique, stating, "They are very gentle and without knowledge of what is evil, nor do they murder or steal." He also viewed them as easily exploitable, writing, "They should be good servants. I think they can very easily be made Christians where they seem to have no religion." Columbus quickly fixated on gold, noticing that some Taino wore small gold pieces of jewelry, leading him to Hispaniola, where he believed there were greater gold deposits. Columbus departed for Spain in January 1493, leaving behind 39 men in a settlement called La Navida in present-day Haiti. Upon his return on his second voyage, during the years of 1493 and 1496, he found the settlement had been destroyed and his men killed. reportedly due to conflicts with the Taino over their mistreatment of local women and demands for resources. Columbus and the Spanish initiated a brutal campaign against the Taino people, marked by enslavement, massacres, and forced labor. Columbus kidnapped and enslaved Taino people, forcing them to work in mines and plantations. In 1495, he sent 500 Taino captives to Spain, many of whom died in transit. He wrote to King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella, "Let us in the name of the Holy Trinity go on sending all the slaves that can be sold." He implemented the gold tribute system, requiring Taino over the age of 14 to collect a set quota of gold every 3 months. Those who failed were punished by amputation or death. Columbus' men engaged in mass executions of the Taino who resisted. Bartoloma de la Casa, a Spanish priest who later opposed the cruelty, wrote, "Such inhumanities and barbarisms were committed in my sight as no age can parallel. My eyes have seen these acts so foreign to human nature that I now tremble as I write." Spanish forces would cut off the ears and noses of those who disobeyed and burn them alive as a warning to others. Columbus' men took Taino women and girls as sex slaves. In one letter, he casually mentioned girls from 9 to 10 are now in demand. Spanish accounts indicate that some Taino women chose suicide over enslavement. The arrival of the Spanish introduced smallpox, measles, and influenza, devastating the Taino population. By 1514, fewer than 3,000 Taino remained in Hispaniola, down from an estimated 300,000 to 1 million in 1492. By 1550, the Taino people were nearly extinct due to war, enslavement, forced labor, and disease. Columbus' treatment of the Taino was so heinous that he was recalled back to Spain. In 1500, Christopher Columbus, who was recalled to Spain due to reports of mismanagement, brutality, and corruption in his governance of Hispaniola, Spanish settlers and officials accused him of harsh rule, excessive cruelty, and the failing to maintain order, which led to the crown to send Francisco de Bobadilla to investigate. Columbus was arrested and sent back to Spain in chains. But after appealing to King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella, he was pardoned and allowed a final voyage in 1502. Though he was stripped of his governance, he died in 1506. Columbus's treatment of the Taino people would serve as a precursor to the inhumane acts committed throughout the colonization of the Americas. Upon his arrival in 1492, Columbus initially described the Taino as gentle, generous, and peaceful. But this was only to dehumanize them as subjects to be enslaved and exploited under the Spanish crown. His policies of forced labor, brutal punishments, and violent suppression led to the genocide of the Taino population, and it foreshadowed the widespread devastation that awaited other American societies. This systematic destruction would soon extend beyond the Caribbean, with civilizations such as the Aztec, Inca, Taino being completely dismantled, while groups like the Cherokee, Powhatan, and Arawak faced similar fates of displacement, war, and disease. Early European explorers often recorded detailed observations, descriptions, and artistic depictions of the indigenous people they encountered, which now serves as historical records. These accounts range from admiration of their physical stature and governance to blatant justification for their conquest and enslavement. These accounts describe the physical characteristics, customs, and social structures of the people they met, often use a terminology and classifications rooted in European perspectives contemporaneously. Figures such as John Smith, Hernan Cortez, and Samuel de Champlain documented indigenous customs while also rationalizing their subjugation through European superiority narratives. As we examine the words, the artwork, and first-hand reports left by these explorers, we can gain insight into some of the ways in which indigenous people were framed, sometimes with awe, respect, other times with demonization and vilification, paving their way for their forced assimilation and subjugation. These accounts describe the physical characteristics, customs, and social structures of the people they met. These terms were often submerged in European perspectives. But one striking detail that emerges from these early descriptions is the repeated reference to indigenous peoples as being copper-colored, swarthy, or dark-skinned. Many explorers, settlers, and chroniclers described the native populations of the Caribbean and the Americas using terms that indicated a range of rich brown complexions, often comparing them to various shades of mahogany.
It's interesting that you said that, Enox, because he said that he needed to go back and revise some of the information in this video. So when I told him that he did a good job overall on this, he did highlight that he needed to go back and do some correcting on this video in particular, especially some of the Columbus particulars here. But I just like to eat the meat, spit the bones. Y'all know how that go. Hold on, who else that? What's up, Steve? Big Dog Philly OG, Epic Studies. Hey, Joe 47, peace to you. Hey, Juice. Smoke Signal. So, yeah, let's keep rolling because, I'm only letting go but so far. But it was, I thought, overall a really good presentation when we're talking about who the true people are, who the original people are, and not all this nonsense around these slave trades, this idea that they like to use to connect them to Africa or African descent. It's just cap, okay? And look at that penny. Look at those pennies, y'all. And the Mongols or the Mongoloids of today, they think they look like a penny. They think they copper colored. That's what they think. So real quick, let's go here. Oh, man. Why would it? Oop. Okay. Oh, shit. Hold up, y'all. Damn. Oh, damn it. Okay. So let me take it back a little bit. There we go. Okay. So I just had it all set up right, and now it want to come up here all weird. Okay. So boom. This is a history and new gazetteer or geographical dictionary of North America and the West Indies. It says the Indians are the aborigines of the country and generally savage. They are of a copper complexion, fierce aspect, tall. Oh shit, hold up, I gotta go down some. Tall, athletic, and capable of enduring great fatigue. They are hospitable, generous, faithful in their friendship, but implacable in their resentments. Why do it look like this? But y'all see it right there. The Indians are the aborigines of the country. They are of a copper complexion. Okay? Copper complexion. Copper complexion. So for them to act like that's not a clear and definite distinction is ridiculous.
Cinnamon, bronze, and brown red. Not only that, historical artistic depictions further reinforce these accounts. Paintings, engravings, and sculptures from the early colonial period often illustrate indigenous Americans with features and skin tones that contrast sharply with the fair European settlers. For example, the artwork showcasing the Taino people Columbus encountered in Hispaniola and the Bahamas depicts them as dark-skinned with strong features. Moreover, indigenous individuals taken back to Europe and presented to the royal courts were described in writings as exhibiting complexions that were distinct from Europeans and often compared to what we might today associate with African or South Pacific populations. Additionally, linguistic evidence from colonial dictionaries and documents also highlights how Europeans struggled to classify the indigenous populations that they had encountered. The term Indian Red, for instance, was historically associated with the reddish-brown pigment, and it was later changed due to controversies over its racial implications. The early anthropological descriptions of Native Americans often included words like Negroid, swarthy, and copper-colored, further illustrating the complexity of racial classifications in the colonial era. The Indian red became so controversial that, in the name of political correctness, they changed the color from Indian red to chestnut.
And now they always want to talk shit to OTK. They always want to talk shit to OTK. But clearly, when he say he's a chestnut color, that's exactly what he is. As if chestnut is not a color. And like I said, all of the things that I've researched on DNA testing when it comes down to this quote African American identity, it's all rooted in the transatlantic slave trade, y'all. And that's why they can't accurately put you in one place in Africa. You're put in many places in Africa. Why do you think that is? Now it's just the estimate. It's a guess. It's the DNA blah. It's the DNA's company's best guess. I don't know why we have to continue to fight. You know what I'm saying? We shouldn't have to continue to fight at this point. And you could say that it developed, but it's only been 20 years, because that's what Nat tried to say. 25 years. DNA testing came out, what, 2000, something like that. I'm talking about ancestry type testing. And he over there, basically, Sharice, that it could develop and things like that. But 20 years, but we talking about people who go as far back in this country as past the colonial period. We talking about before 1492. They don't have the capacity to do that.
Furthermore, skeletal studies and anthropological findings suggest that the earliest inhabitants of the Americas displayed morphological features that some scientists have linked more closely to populations from Africa, Australia, or the South Pacific, rather than Northeast Asians or modern Native Americans. These findings challenge simplistic narratives of a single homogeneous Native American ancestry and highlights the diversity of the indigenous populations encountered by the Europeans. While modern classifications have imposed rigid racial categories, historical records indicate that the native populations were understood in much more fluid and varied ways, often described in terms that emphasize their dark complexions and distinct features. Early European explorers meticulously documented their encounters with indigenous peoples, leaving behind these detailed descriptions. These accounts not only recorded physical attributes, but also reflected European attempts to categorize these populations within familiar racial paradigms. The observations of explorers, colonial officials, and scholars over the centuries provide crucial insights into how indigenous Americans were perceived and classified. The historical classification of indigenous American populations have long been subject to racial distortions imposed by the European colonial powers. The systematic erasure of indigenous groups with darker skin tones, combined with the racialization of slavery, contributed to a redefinition of who was considered Indian versus who was categorized as Negro or Black. This essay argues the indigenous American populations included Black people, not only due to early African indigenous interactions, but also because pre-colonial Native American societies already had dark-skinned peoples amongst them. One of the strongest pieces of evidence that indigenous populations included darker-skinned people comes from first-hand European accounts. For instance, in 1492, Christopher Columbus described the Caribbean natives as the color of the Canary Islanders, neither black nor white. However, Ferdinand Columbus recorded that his father saw Negroes north of Honduras. Giovanni de Verrazano in 1524 described Native Americans along the Carolina coast as black in color, not unlike the Ethiopians. Cabaza de Vaca in 1542 wrote that the indigenous peoples of the American Southeast had no other color than the Negroes of Guinea. In 1540, Francisco Vázquez de Coronado described southwestern indigenous peoples as a very dark complexion. The accounts force us to ask, were the dark-skinned indigenous people described by Europeans truly distinct from the African populations that were later brought due to enslavement? Were they absorbed into the racial category of Negro as colonial rule solidified? When we look at these old census records and they distinguish between race and color, were they included under different classifications other than Native American or Indian? Further accounts confirm the presence of indigenous groups that had black or near black skin, such as William Byrd II in 1728 noted that some Virginia Indians had a Negro complexion. John Lawson in 1709 described indigenous groups in the Carolinas as tawny, but some darker than others. Otto von Kotzebue in 1815 and 1818 described native California women as having much of the Negro in their countenance. Horatio Hall in 1838 and 1842 noted that some Californian tribes were nearly black. If these descriptions were common among European explorers and scholars, we must ask, why did later racial categorizations and categories erase these populations and fold them into the category of black? Was it due to their skin complexion? The European colonial framework imposed rigid racial categories that did not reflect the diversity of indigenous American populations. Over time, darker-skinned indigenous people were systematically reclassified as Negroes to fit the racial binary of black versus white. We can see in South Carolina in 1719, they legally ruled that any enslaved person who was not entirely Indian was to be classified as Negro. Virginia in 1682 passed laws that combined Indian and Africans into one categories, Negroes and other slaves. The 1890 U.S. Census used the term black for anyone with 3/4 or more black blood, effectively erasing many mixed indigenous African populations. The 1930 U.S. Census ruled that a
Let's
person
go
of
back.
mixed Indian populations or more black blood.
And that's from Vox. He got that from Vox. Okay. And even what he's explaining, and when we're talking about a quote slave history, it's very interesting because like I remember showing y'all an article a long time ago about where this African American comes up, and instead of separating Africans, they're being lumped in with the Negro population. They're being lumped in with Negro Indians. Quote, Negro Indians. Even though, in my opinion, an Indian is just an Indian. And it was these colonial powers that separated people by skin tone and complexion. And it's a real weird work. It's very diabolical. It really is.
Effectively erasing many mixed indigenous African populations. The 1930 U.S. Census ruled that a person of mixed Indian and Negro blood shall be returned as Negro unless the Indian blood predominates. James Hugo Johnston in 1937 noted that the blood of the southern U.S. population was unquestionably Indian, and that the Indian has not disappeared from the land but is now part of the Negro population. These policies led us to a crucial question. Did Indians disappear, or were they simply reclassified as black? When the enslaved Africans were brought here, who did they find on the plantations? Black indentured servants from Europe, or the enslaved Black Indian population? These are questions that we must wonder.
There we go.
The forced racial reclassification of Native Americans raises another question. If a Black person today has significant indigenous ancestry but no tribal recognition, does that make them any less Native? Beyond these racial reclassifications, historical and anthropological evidence suggests that some indigenous American groups were perceived as already dark-skinned long before European contact. C.S. Rafinesque in 1832 argued that there were men of all sizes, features, and complexions in this hemisphere before 1492, including black nations. A Spanish account described the inhabitants of various indigenous regions as dark brown. The Osages and Quas were recorded as being very dark-skinned. The Black Guanenes were black-skinned people who lived in Haiti long before Columbus had arrived. Not to mention, C.C. Marquez explains the strong probability that black people were the first people in America, out of which later came the red American race. To quote, "It is likely that it is likely that long ago the youthful America was also a Negro continent. Optimis of Mexico, the Caracola of Haiti, and the Matayas of Brazil, and the Albinos of Panama are the remains of the aboriginal Negro race out of which developed later what is known as the Red American race." Archaeological and Ethnographic Studies, Volume 1, Madrid in 1920. Professor Alexander von Wethenau, Unexpected Faces in Ancient America, adds how black people were present in America in the most ancient or pre-classical times. The startling fact is that in all parts of Mexico, archaeological pieces representing Negro or Negro people have been found, especially in archaic or pre-classical sites. In America before Columbus, Professor Leo Weiner states, the presence of Negroes with their trading masters is proved by the representation of Negroes in American sculptures and design, but more specifically by Columbus, emphatic reference to Negro traders from Guinea who trafficked in gold aloe guanin of precisely the same composition and bearing the same name is frequently referred to by early writers in Africa and the discovery of the Americas. In this regard, the testimony of Nicholas Leon proves instructive on how ancient the black presence was in America. In fact, he says that black people were the original peoples of Mexico. The almost extinction of the original Negroes during the time of the Spanish conquest and the memories of them in the most ancient traditions induce us to believe that the Negroes were the first inhabitants of Mexico. This was stated in Historia, General de Mexico. These reports demand that we ask, how did these groups disappear from modern racial narratives? Moreover, descriptions of indigenous peoples in California suggest that some tribes were already black-skinned way before African enslavement were introduced to the region. The Native American Negro.
And that's the problem. That's the problem. And that's why I keep highlighting that, family, how important it is to understand that how much this transatlantic slave trade narrative is playing a role in how we think about ourselves. And it's wrong. And I'll let y'all know who this video comes from in a moment. If you guys want to go over there, like, share, subscribe, and support the person who created this footage, because I would love for y'all to go over there and just, you know, show him some love and subscribe up to him, and, you know, get his numbers up a little bit. You know, we all working on getting our numbers up out here, but it ain't just about the numbers, it's about the truth. But I will tell you what numbers do matter is the numbers that was concocted by these people in academia. Those numbers matter because they sit over here and they changed it throughout centuries, throughout decades, time, what have you. And now we in this big ass world of shit surrounding our identity and who we are, thanks to the transatlantic slave trade, thanks to roots, thanks to fake ancestry DNA testing, etc. Right? So yeah, it's real crazy that the acknowledgement of so-called black people being already in the lands without any interference from Africa. And when I say interference from Africa, I'm talking about any stealing of slaves and bringing them here. I'm talking about no interference from them. That it was already people of this complexion, my complexion, y'all complexion in the chat, everybody listening, were already here. And that's the history they want to throw away. And that's the history that we're trying to bring back to the forefront. And it has to be brought back up because we're continuing to see a lot of people that they have a real mental illness, and I don't want to say it like that, but it is what it is. And when I say illness, I mean it's just like this weird attachment to a place that you haven't found a single authentic person from. I just want somebody to show me one of their African cousins for real, for real.
Of New California, San Diego, were described as complete Negroes in terms of physical features. Jesuit missionaries in Brazil referred to indigenous people as Negroes de Terra. If subgroups were documented before significant enslaved Africans were introduced to the population, then we must ask, did Black people exist in the Americas independently of African contact? Fluidity of racial classifications in colonial America meant that Indian and African populations were often treated as one group, especially in the Deep South. During the Seminole Wars, these groups were often called Indian Negroes. The Black Caribs of St. Denis were called Negroes despite their Indian customs, language, and names. It leaves one to question. Many slave advertisements listed runaway Negroes who were described as looking like Indians. A Massachusetts law in 1809 declared that all Indians and people of color heretofore known as and called Indians are hereby made and declared to be citizens. Colonial records consistently mix Black and Indigenous identities. We must ask, was there ever a firm racial boundary between these groups, or was this boundary imposed much later? The evidence that has been presented overwhelmingly supports the argument that indigenous American populations included Black people, whether through pre-colonial existence, colonial racial reclassification, or African indigenous intermarriages. The presence of dark-skinned Native Americans, Indians, Indios, Negroes has been deliberately erased. We must ask ourselves, why did colonial powers find it necessary to classify dark-skinned indigenous people as Negroes? How much of modern Black American ancestry is actually indigenous, hidden under racial classification systems? If historical sources confirm the existence of Black indigenous peoples, why does mainstream history continue to ignore them? Even so, why are there so many accounts by explorers dead set on calling the Indians Negroes or comparing them to what their contemporary understanding of a Negro was? We must only wonder. The tobacco Moors, also known as cigar store Indians or Moors tobacconists, were carved wooden figures commonly placed outside of European and American tobacco shops from the 17th to 19th centuries. These figures typically depicted dark-skinned, turbaned Moors or headdresses, often adorned with ornate clothing, gold jewelry, and holding tobacco leaves or cigars, symbolizing their early connection between Moorish traders and the tobacco trade. Their imagery was rooted in the historical role of Moors in Mediterranean and transatlantic commerce, reflecting the exoticization of non-European peoples and branding of luxury goods. Over time, these depictions became stylized representations of Moorish merchants, reinforcing their historical presence in global trade networks. History, as with all sciences, must evolve beyond mere repetition of established narratives. If we seek truth, we must question the accounts that has been passed down and reassess the evidence with unbiased eyes. Have we allowed the bias of early European chroniclers to shape our understandings of the diverse peoples who inhabited the Americas before 1492? Have we uncritically accepted classifications that fail to acknowledge the full spectrum of indigenous identities? And through paper genocide, have we completely forgotten an entire population that existed here long before they were called Negroes? European accounts, such as those that were mentioned earlier, presented compelling evidence that the indigenous populations of the Americas were not monolithic. Anthropographic records describe a vast range of physical features Various people of all sizes, features, and complexions existed in the Americas prior to European contact. Some groups, such as the Yusakas, Peruas, Paras, and Shons, were noted to be as white as Spaniards, while others, such as the Choco, Mandabis, and Urus, were described as black as Africans. If such diversity existed, why has history often reduced them to a singular red race? While historical sources indicate that indigenous groups vary not only in skin tone but also in other phenotypic traits, some have scanty beards like the Tartars and Chinese, while others have full bushy beards. The Tinguas or Patagons were recorded as towering between 7 and 8 feet tall, while the Guatemas stood only 4 or 5 feet height. Given the spectrum of variation, can we continue to uphold rigid racial classifications that simply do not reflect the reality documented by early explorers? Further challenging modern racial paradigms is the documentation of Black indigenous groups in the Americas. Many European explorers, again, in their research, detailed numerous tribes that bore distinctly African-like features, yet were native to the Americas long before the transatlantic slave trade. The Auroras or Coros of Cumana, described as black-skinned but with fine features and long hair, akin to the Jolos and Galas of Africa. The Esteros of New California, noted for their resemblance to Hattenots and other Negresian tribes. The American Negroes of Coraneque and Choca, recorded in 1506 as woolly hair and dark skin. The Black Caribs of the Caribbean, known as Guananinis, an indigenous group distinctly different from the stereotypical Carib people. If such groups were documented, why do mainstream historical narratives rarely acknowledge their existence? Could it be that racial constructs imposed by European colonists were designed to erase or absorb these populations into more convenient categories? One notable example is the famous Moor with Emerald Level sculpture in the Green Vault of Dresden, Germany. It has been identified not as African, but as indigenous Native American from Florida. His body tattoos, jewelry, and attire aligning with indigenous tradition in Florida. He's been identified not as African, but as
Let's read that. From Full Letters on American History, 1848, by Constantine Rafinesque, the Native American Negroes in New California, latitude 32, San Diego, called the Estlin or Esteros, are like the Hottentots, Namunquas, Tambucas, and other Negresian tribes, not black but dark brown, yet complete Negroes with large, thick lips, broad, flat noses, and very ugly. That's crazy. And very ugly with hair crisp or curly. The Negro features belong to the form of the head rather than the color. Since they are in Africa, Asia, and Polynesia, black, brown, yellow, olive, coppery, and even white Negroes.
indigenous Native American from Florida. His body tattoos, jewelry, and attire aligning with indigenous traditions despite his dark skin tone. If Europeans could recognize the distinction between Moors and indigenous peoples, why have modern history homogenized these identities and sometimes delineated what it means to be African, what it means to be American, and the historical allegory surrounding the Moors? If history is to progress, it must be freed from the oversimplified racial paradigms that has been imposed upon it. The indigenous peoples of the Americas are far more diverse than commonly portrayed, with a spectrum of physical features that defied the rigid classifications imposed by colonial rulers. We must ask ourselves, have we allowed historical narratives to erase the full complexity of indigenous identity? How many modern perceptions of race are shaped by colonial constructs rather than historical realities? If European
And that's, hold up. And whenever a Seminole appeared to be darker than his fellows, it was
race are shaped by
said that his Yamasee
constructs
ancestry
rather than
was showing. Now I know that, I mean, y'all can correct me if I'm wrong in the chat, that the Yamasee come from the Seminoles. Y'all can correct me if I'm wrong about that, but I know that there was a lot of drama or riffraff going on about who the Seminoles and the Yamasee really are. And they're Negroes, or still called Negroes. They are the Indians. They are the people who were here. Well, Yamasee, I'm sorry.
Historical realities. If European acknowledged dark-skinned indigenous groups, why is their existence still questioned today? What other truths remain buried beneath centuries of misclassifications? As Rafinesque urged, history must be improved like every other science, by seeking truth and telling it.
All right, y'all. So that is, he got a part 2, but I'm not. So here you go. The American right there. Y'all go ahead and like, share, subscribe over to his channel and show him some love. You know what I'm saying? I think these videos from 3 months ago that he did, but y'all, y'all go over there and show him some love. Now, real quick, let's go over to this. Now, I found this little particular article because, I mean, they got one from 2005, 2015, etc. Right? And every time I read this comes from the National Library of Medicine, National Center for Biotechnology Information, PubMed. Okay. And I feel like every time I see these articles, no matter what, there's no omission of the transatlantic slave trade bullshit. Like no admission. Listen to this. The number of people of recent African ancestry living in the Americas is comparable to that of Africa in itself, largely because of the forced mass migrations of the Atlantic slave trade during the 15th and 19th centuries. Historical documentation indicates that many Africans were taken from the West African coast, but a large proportion were also taken from the former Portuguese colonies of Angola and Mozambique. This is where they get this from. See, even initially, the perpetrators included the Portuguese, Spanish, and British, and it is estimated that they moved 12 million people, with 10.5 million surviving the voyages. And that came from Eltis back in 2005, but he wrote that in 1998. So look, y'all, let's go down to the end of this, because this whole article was based off of them using 23andMe technology, they say here we make use of an African database of 4,860 mtDNAs, which include 948 mtDNA sequences from West Africa and a further 154 from Southwest, and compare these for the first time with a publicly available database of 1,148 quote African Americans from the United States that contain 1,053 mtDNAs of sub-Saharan ancestry. Look at this. So now, let's go down. Because what's so interesting about this is that, like I said, all of this shit, I don't even understand how they could put people in Africa based off the transatlantic slave trade. That's what's blowing me away. That's what's blowing me away. But let's go down to the end of this article. And they swear, because we all know what mtDNA is. That's the DNA from our mothers, the mitochondrial DNA. And they swear all our mom's DNA match African DNA. Because look at this. Our analysis indicated as before that North Africa, East Africa, Southern Africa, and even Southeast Africa shows no significant contribution to the African American mtDNA pool in the United States. Y'all see that? Bro, it's so bad that they'll do anything. our analysis indicated as before that North Africa, East Africa, Southern Africa, and even Southeast Africa, Mozambique, because they saying some of our folks came from there too, shows no significant contribution to the African American mtDNA pool in the United States. Okay, so now let's just go down a little bit more. Okay, we conclude that mtDNA variation allows us to trace the maternal ancestry of African Americans to broad geographic regions of Africa, with results that are closely coordinate with historical studies that now encompass documentation between 2/3 and 3/4 of estimated total voyages made during the course of the transatlantic slave trade, y'all. We have previously raised the possibility of whether the larger data sets and extensive phylogeographic analysis, more specific reconstructions, will be possible. However, even with substantially augmented data set, we note that it is still not possible to go further at this stage. Even with greatly improved geographic coverage, it remains the case that many mtDNAs are widely distributed throughout the African continent, most likely as a result of largely of the Bantu dispersals, but no doubt also as a result of both earlier and more recent movements, including those that are due to the transatlantic slave trade itself. This problem will continue to hamper the allocation of African American mtDNAs to a narrower geographic locations in Africa, even if the resolution of molecular analysis is increased from the first hypervariable segment to complete mtDNA genomes. Considerable caution is therefore warranted when dealing with claims in the popular media, such as the acclaimed and prestigious BBC television documentary Motherland, A Genetic Journey, first shown in the United Kingdom in 2003, and those made by genetic ancestry testing companies about their ability to trace the ancestry of certain American, or for that matter, European mtDNAs to a particular locale or population within modern day Africa. Our analysis stands as a warning to unsuspecting members of the public who may be seduced by such promises. So come on now. Come on. But we got to keep listening to this. We got to we got to believe this. Come on now. We ain't got to believe this, y'all. This is cap. All right.
Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. Always keep it thousand, slow mo. Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. Always keep it thousand, slow mo.
All right, y'all. I dropped the link in the chat if anybody want to come up and discuss anything that I have presented today. I do have one more thing that I want to show or whatever. I mean, it's only been an hour and 35 minutes. It's a Saturday. Hell, we out here. But I just kind of wanted to show y'all these things because I think we forget oftentimes how all of this stuff kicked off and take place. And I think that, you know, we got a lot of people who circle around in this community trying to bring it down instead of realizing that, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're not of African descent, bro. They barely can pinpoint it. They barely can pinpoint it. Let's be for real here. I'm just trying to understand where we get this information from. You know what I'm saying? We believe anything that them fucking colonizers tell us, we believe. But then when we got colonizers who backing what we saying, then it's even more of a problem. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like the DNA test, and I've said it time and time again. It's strictly a tool used to play on your emotions. Strictly. Like in the midst of all of this, they're saying that they're getting our DNA, our whole history. They're basing that history and they're testing it in Africa solely based off the slave ship narrative. So let's talk about it real quick, because I kind of want to go here about this DNA a little bit more, because a lot of people don't even realize that DNA testing, especially from an ancestry DNA company, is not admissible in any court. They don't accept that. That's not accepted. Somehow y'all want to accept that. Not all of y'all, but you know who I'm talking about. I mean, because a part of me wanted to show some of that nonsense that I've been hearing around this around these YouTube streets, but I don't want to give nobody no type of shine. So don't be scared, y'all. Hit the link. Hit the link. If not, I'm gonna move on. If not, I'm gonna move right along. And try not to hold y'all for too long, to be honest with you. But put some sunflowers in the chat, y'all. Let me know y'all enjoying the build. Let me know, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, we could keep rolling. If not, you know what I'm saying? I get it if y'all don't want to come up on the panel. But, you know, I could keep on teaching. Not teaching, but just talking to y'all for real. Because, you know, this shit really been blowing me away. Just listening to this stuff. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of it is just bullshit. And it's fabricated. And it's revisionist history. And it's the lies. And we got to stop accepting what everybody say all the time about who we are. And be more concerned with how this displacement took place and how we're going to get it back. Because that's the shit that matters. Because I've been through a lot in this community. Y'all already know. A lot of the infighting, you know what I'm saying? A lot of things that took place, you know what I'm saying? But I try to understand that the greater purpose and the greater reality is us making sure that we understand that it's flaws in this shit that they teaching us or trying to tell us, especially through K through 12 academia. We learn this shit, we internalize it like it's truth, and then we don't ask for any proof. We don't ask for anything to substantiate it. And that's what I want to kind of go to my interview with David Eltis a little bit, because I feel like I was expressing that to him, that ultimately these numbers don't put me to people. Hey, Chiro, my girl. Hey. Thank you. And thank you to Renee, too. I'm glad you ladies made it in today. Smokey. So listen, I just want y'all to like, you know what I'm saying? I know it'd be tough when we out here in these streets fighting on these YouTube streets, and we fighting for who we are. We fighting for the true identity to be exposed and put to the light. You know what I'm saying? We got to remember that a lot of that stuff that those other folks that come against y'all and come against us try to do is just mere psychosis. It is. And I don't want to call them, you know, but I got to call it like I see it. It's psychosis at its finest. Like, real quick, let me just because I just want to go to a couple things. Let me hold up real quick, y'all. Give me 1 second because I got to pull it up real quick. But I just want y'all to understand, man, we always been here. There is no way that they could have even had the manpower, the technology. I was watching a video on how a ship was built, literally on an oak wooden ship. And you about to tell me you had a bunch of N-words at the bottom chained up for defecation and piss everywhere? And y'all mean to tell me from 15 such and such to 1808, by the time y'all abolished it, that y'all were successful at this? You a damn lie. A damn lie. And that's my problem with it. Like, we miss it. We miss it all the time. We miss it all the time. So look, real quick. Let's do this. Because all right, y'all. Ooh, I don't like the way my face look right there, chat. That actually segues right into my question. My next question is, in your work, you discuss the relatively low numbers of enslaved individuals who initially arrived on the North American mainland, compared to those in other regions. Do you think that it's plausible that many Black Americans today could trace their ancestry back to individuals who were already present in the Americas prior to the transatlantic slave trade?
Of course, it's difficult because one of the horrors of the slave trade was that people's identity was essentially seriously compromised, if not wiped out.
So how can he say that? See, he didn't properly answer my question either, because I said prior to the transatlantic slave trade, do you believe that Black Americans who were already here could trace their ancestry to people who were here before that? But that's not the question I was looking for that I asked him, that I kind of want to, let me find it. Long timeline shape your findings. Hold up, y'all.
Focal point, in my view, is erroneous.
Right. And hold up.
Expedition.
Plantation working. I mean, if that makes any sense, I'm trying coming into the Americas, especially for this small group of quote Africans that comes into the mainland, which you said could be anywhere from 300 to 400,000. Is that correct? All things,
yeah.
You know, whatever, right? And I do.
Focal point, in my view, is erroneous. We have the
commonly held belief that the first recorded landing of quote enslaved Africans in what is now the U.S. occurred in Jamestown in 1619. Can you elaborate on the significance of an earlier landing in Puerto Rico and its implications for our understanding of the transatlantic slave trade?
It's not just Puerto Rico. It's you have Africans arriving with the first Spanish expedition from Cuba to the mainland in the early 16th century. So the 1619 focal point, in my view, is erroneous. We have the first documented case of African arrivals more than a century before that point. The settlements, of course, in most cases didn't last, as indeed happened with the settlements of most peoples at that time. But it's just wrong to date the interaction of Africans with the North American mainland from 1619. It had been going on before that.
I think what I find the most interesting about the slave trade and what is commonly known, which is that, you know, Jamestown is the initial start of all things slavery, all things, you know, whatever, right? And I do find that very interesting. I think that oftentimes the idea. I mean, I don't want to call it an idea, but I mean, just based off my research, I just kind of feel as though, you know, because the numbers were so low coming into the Americas, especially for this small group of quote Africans that comes into the mainland, which you said could be anywhere from 300 to 400,000. Is that correct?
Yeah, we think just under 400,000 arrived on slave ships.
Okay.
Across the Atlantic, yeah.
So why do you think that there is a huge wedge between, well, I guess a ratio of slave boat to plantation? I think that there's such a there's not a lot of connections between actual slave boats and plantation working. I mean, if that makes any sense, I'm trying to question it. I mean, ask you in the correct way, that why is that ratio not equal? So what I was trying to ask him, and hey, Dulcie.
Hey.
And what I was trying to ask him here is that, y'all, a lot of times we have a bunch of bullshit going on where we got all these slave boats that they claim came into these Americas and did all this shit, but none of those slave boats is here. But we got all these plantations here. And who's to say that these plantations or whatever weren't already here, that these people weren't already, quote, working on these plantations way before any idea of this transatlantic slave trade narrative? And I think that's what I probably should have worked on that a little bit better, because I was trying to understand how the fuck we got all of these fucking plantations and no slave boats. Not one. Do you guys know that when I'm gonna remove this from the stage for a minute, and I want to dialogue with Dulcie, but do you guys know that when you go into the quote African American History Museum family, you guys, we go in there and it starts at the bottom. Like it starts like you're at the bottom of some shit. They said they want you to feel like you're on an actual slave boat and shit. All tight, cramped, and all this wild ass shit. You know, they'll do anything to make this true. It's like, it's really confusing to me. Hold on, because I want to pull it back up, because I asked him a question about us being connected to these Africans, and that's the question I'm trying to really find.
Right. And I just want to say, and with them trying to do this with these voyages, they're not separating. So when you have voyages for cargo, voyages for even these Europeans or these conquistadors that are coming over here, they just acting like it's just so easy to just stop on the west coast of Africa, pick up some people real quick, even though they're doing some products that they're bringing over. They're bringing over gold into Europe or anything like that. They acting like, oh yeah, while we on that trip, we can just stop by West Africa, pick up some African slaves, and then do whatever else we were doing. Like, it don't work like that. This ain't a road. This is currents in the Atlantic, which is like the most dangerous trip to sail. And there's no motor or anything y'all are comparing it to. You're just saying you have sails, linen and cotton sails on the Atlantic. It's just crazy.
It is. It's ridiculous, sis. And that's why I'm saying, like, I think, you know, and I respect you, Dulcie, because you've been up there smacking their head, and I love it, and I'm so here for it. I think that they miss the idea of how people write history, and how people write history according to their own narratives and their own accord, and for it to fit a certain European colonial narrative. And they miss it. And like this whole idea around the Stono Indians and all that other stuff, you know, they really don't understand that those people were Indians who were later on changed and reclassified to being Negroes in historical records and documentation.
Even with our names, it'll say Stono. Yeah, but that's not it. It'll say, oh, on the Nottaway plantation. Yeah, but those weren't Indians. What do you think they were? How are
Like,
they
who
not
do you think they
Nottaway
were?
Indians on the Nottaway plantation? Like, make it make sense.
I'm telling you, and it's sad to me, you know, that we have to continue to. I mean, I don't want to say fight the likes of certain non-believers. Like, you just not gonna believe it, you know. And like, YK really throws me off a lot too, because you know he shows this document on his community tab that one of his ancestors was born in Africa, but you're not showing the actual African ancestor. Where is the African that they saying is born in Africa? Because you have yet to show that. They're saying that the parents was born in Africa. Okay, so what's the parents' names? Who were they? What boat did they come here on? You know, these are the things that we want to know. Because it's so much deeper than just saying that because because they're saying it, that makes it true. No, that's not the truth always. But hold on, Dulcie, real quick.
Yeah.
I mean, you can rebut that if you I mean not rebut, but respond to that if you like. But I know that
I was
you
just gonna say half the times when they say that and stuff like that, they not going to the actual record in itself. They're using some excerpt, some online that says they're African, even though the record, if we're talking about 1870, we can see if they check foreign or if they check African, but they're not gonna check those things. They just want whatever that helps them with the narrative. I remember, I think it was one of them the other day talking about the militia, and the militia says of African descent. Where? What militia says of African descent? Stop it.
not one. Not one. The revised history says it. That's the thing. And I think they miss it. I'm trying to let me find his because that's the only question that I meant to ask Professor Eltis that I did not get a chance to ask him about. And I'm mad that I missed that opportunity. Hold up. I'm about to find, where is it? Because it's in there. Hold up, y'all. Give me 1 second. But yeah, he basically stated in one of his articles, but I want to pull it up so y'all can see it, that more Africans came to America in 1992 than the entire slave trade era combined. Okay. So even in that time of the 18, let's say wherever his census came from, I mean, even if the census, I can't recollect the year, but even if there was a census in 1870 stating that he might have birth parents that was born in Africa, it's very possible that they could have immigrated from Africa and not necessarily being brought here off a slave trade narrative. And I think that, you know what I'm saying? Like, people just say stuff, you know what I'm saying, without any clear understanding of what it is. Where is it? That's what I say. I feel like every day I lose that article. But I just want to show it real quick. Atlantic slave trade. Hold up, y'all. So in the meantime, let me just pull this up because I thought this was interesting. Okay, oh, that's the whole. I just want to show the short article because that goddamn thing is long. Where is it? But I think that that's where the confusion comes in at a lot of times. You know what I'm saying? Like, just people not really having an overall true understanding of what that fuck that shit means. But
Yeah, exactly. And the descendancy, they're not looking for it. So they're just like, oh, I got the shotgun or whatever. So NAC, he was like, oh yeah, I have an African cousin. But they don't even understand, okay, now you have to understand how you have that African cousin. Because that means y'all have a common ancestor. Who's the common ancestor?
Who is it?
Is the common ancestor African? Is the common ancestor European? Is the common ancestor when they started to bring Americans over? into Liberia? Those are questions. It's not just an end all be all because you have an African cousin. That proves everybody African. It could prove that, yeah, you are, but still that ain't got nothing to do with us.
Exactly. So, Dulcie, are you familiar with the Catoctin furnace and them finding about what they say, like I want to say like 40,000 people who was connected to these individuals that they found living in this Catoctin furnace in Maryland. Like they found these people, they were buried there, and then when they pulled up their bones and tested them, they connected back to like 40,000 distant relatives here in America. But somehow they're still trying to connect these people that they found at the Catoctin furnace to Africa. And I found that very, I have the actual document here, but it's 166 pages. But
Okay.
I'm trying to find the shorter version of it because that shit long as hell. And I just kind of
I
want
never heard about that, but that's the same Albert Perry play and all the plays. Sachi was saying it in the chat, like it's unknown. They'll say it's unknown, but somehow they know the origins are in Africa. But how they do it is just they tie in the Out of Africa series. Just like, oh, we're all out of Africa, so these people are out of Africa too. So we got to find this DNA in Africa somewhere, and then they just make it.
No, you're right. And then the idea that, they always use 23andMe. Now we know 23andMe is under fire right now, that they're being they're bankrupt, they're going through a lot of different things, and now a lot of the people's DNA that they have, they've sold the DNA that they've had. And 23andMe ultimately was supposed to be what, from my understanding, their website was basically supposed to be about them finding connections to help with better health outcomes. And I don't, it's weird to
And
me.
they even struggle with that. They're saying that they hit the mark on that, but when they've been trying to use the SNPs and the alleles to predict, so they can have like preventative measures between prediction of if someone's going to get a certain disease or certain sickness or ailments, and they can't do it. They're like, yeah, we still don't understand what's causing this in DNA for real, because really, like you said, it's only 20 years old. Like, it's not something that they've been studying for hundreds of years. We're just learning it. So we're going through the mishaps and everything. First, they were saying regulatory DNA is junk DNA. It doesn't matter. Only 2% of your DNA really matters overall in your traits and how things work. Then they were like, oh, we have to walk that back. This isn't junk DNA. This is important DNA. But they don't understand what it does. So there's so much of it that they don't understand, that people are trying to play as if they do, but we're still learning DNA. It's a new science. It's not saying that the science is completely wrong, but the agenda that they've attached to it and eugenics is wrong. We know that's a pseudoscience. So now we need to throw all the eugenics, all that away and start from fresh.
Exactly. So here goes one of the articles. It's not the particular one I was looking for, but it's showing like a proportion of the participants who shared DNA with the Catoctin individuals. So obviously, it always starts off with this. Between the 16th and 19th centuries, as many as 10 million enslaved Africans were forcibly brought to the Americas from Africa by colonizer nations during the transatlantic slave trade. And that was I was going back and forth with YK one day on his post. I said, listen, any type of DNA testing, when it comes down to the so-called Black Americans in this country, they're always going to go to the transatlantic slave trade. They're going to start there. They're going to start there when it comes down to testing us. and trying to understand our genetic study and who we are, because they believe that we came off of some boats with no proof. But they won't reveal what our DNA really says. So let's see. So now in a new study in Science, researchers show how a novel genomic approach combining hnDNA, aDNA with data from 23andMe genetic database can be used to provide insights into the lives and legacy of free and enslaved individuals who lived, worked, and died at the Catoctin Iron Furnace in Maryland between 1744 and 1850. It says not only do the studies findings shed light on their identities, but also bridge the gap between nearly 42,000 living, quote, African Americans and their enslaved ancestors and other relatives, familiar connections that would otherwise be lost to time. So it says in 1776, the Catoctin Iron Furnace, located in Frederick County, Maryland, began smelting pig iron tools. Began smelting pig iron tools, household items, and even munitions for the newly formed Continental Army in their fight against the British during the Revolutionary War. For many years, operations at the Catoctin Furnace relied on the labor of, quote, enslaved Africans and African Americans. And see, even that in itself is an issue. At least 271 enslaved and unknown number of free African Americans worked at Catoctin and its surrounding village, performing a host of highly skilled labor roles. However, in the late 1840s, the furnace's labor force switched primarily to wage labor performed by predominantly white workforce of European immigrants. Gradually, the contributions of African Americans at the Catoctin Furnace were largely forgotten. That was until the rediscovery and excavation in 1979 and 1980 of an African American cemetery located at the furnace, a finding that cast a spotlight on the critical role that enslaved and free African Americans played in the furnace's history and in the growth of industrial wealth and power in the nation's early history. Interred in the Catoctin Furnace African American cemetery were more than 100 free and enslaved individuals who labored at the furnace between 1774 and 1850. While recent osteological and genomic analysis of the remains of these individuals have shed light on the life and histories and ancestry of these individuals, many questions remain. One of the questions that was most important to stakeholders at the Catoctin Furnace Historical Society was what happened to the African Americans who were enslaved at the Catoctin Furnace and the descendants after the furnace stopped relying on enslaved labor. So it says, to address the question, Harney and a team of researchers from the Smithsonian National Museum of Natural History, Harvard University, the Catoctin Furnace Historical Society, and 23andMe analyzed a DNA from 27 colonial African Americans buried at the Catoctin Furnace. Excuse me, y'all. Ooh, I had to yawn. It was coming out fern. Sorry. African Americans buried at the Catoctin Furnace and compared the genome-wide aDNA to data for more than 9.2 million participants in the 23andMe genetic database. The novel approach allowed the authors to draw identical by descent IBD connections between present day and historical people. IBD is a term used in genetic genealogy to describe a matching genetic segment shared by two or more people that has been inherited from a common ancestor through a parent. In addition to revealing 5 biological family groups among the Catoctin individuals, the IBD-based analysis identified 41,799 genetic relatives living throughout the U.S. today, including as many as 2,975 possible direct descendants. What's more, according to the findings, one of the highest concentration of closely related possible descendants of the Catoctin workers remains in Maryland, suggesting that some stayed in the region following the furnace's transition away from enslaved labor. As a part of this study, we developed and fully described an approach for identifying IBD genetic connections between historical and living individuals in the hope that it could be used in future studies, including those led by other researchers. We hope that this study inspires others to use our approach to learn that to learn more about historical individuals, particularly those who have been excluded from the historical record. Excluded from the historical record. Now let's talk about this, because see, my thing is this: these people were buried there, and we're talking about working from 1774 up until what they say, 1850, right? So they've been working before the Declaration of Independence, before any of that shit. They were working there, and they were there. So this idea that this transatlantic slave trade thing brought them to Frederick, Maryland is crazy work. I think that they start their research off wrong to begin with, when they don't have definite factual proof that this transatlantic slave trade shit occurred. And it's leaving a wedge in between our history. Our people were buried in this soil, worked this soil, and I'm sure way before 1774. And it's really interesting to me that they were able to connect it to these people to living people right now in the database, right now. And it's just weird to me, like, that they would actually continue to base our history on this. Now, I think a lot of the problem comes into, y'all, is where a lot of us, you know, the ones they like to call African Americans, we have to do more research into our families. We have to do that. That shit is up to us. We can't depend on ancestry DNAs, 23s and me's, motherfucking African ancestry, or any of these motherfuckers to tell us who we are. They didn't connect none of these Catoctin furnace people to nobody in Africa. They connected them to 40-something thousand people living right now. It's diabolical. It's nasty work, and I'm sick of it. Hold up, y'all. I got some more shit too. Because a lot of this be going on, and we don't really take the time to do the real due diligence within our own family trees and lines. And then we find ourselves in a whirlwind of shit when it comes to this. We do. We do. And then we still have a lot of people who do this research and they say, oh, you know, everyone, you know, you guys descended from these Africans, and they began arriving in North America in 1619. And it's like, if that's the case, we still shouldn't be lacking ancestral information connecting us to that. There should be no lack of information that would connect us to this alleged event that took place. Because honestly, slavery, or this idea of slavery, was not that many generations ago. It was not. So why do we still continue to find ourselves in situations where we can't find who the fuck our people are? And that's why I want to go back to this part that I was talking to Eltis about. And let me pull it back up real quick, y'all. And that's why I kept trying to get him to touch on that, because that is what's important, is why can't we find these people? Why not? Hold up, y'all. I'm sorry. Give me. Here we go. Right here. So let me pull this up, because I finally found it. So I just want y'all to understand, man. They are full of shit, and it's really sad. It's really sad to me.
To extend, of course, to the United States. But in point of fact, the core of the slave trade was further south. And I don't think there's an awareness of that, even in the academic community. yet. And I hope the contribution of the book changes that perception.
For sure. I think that it does drive, like, I always like to go back to identity, because I do think that it's a very important thing, especially when we're told about our history and we're told who we are. And oftentimes it is always met with, views of scholars, oftentimes conflicting views of scholars and things like that, where, there's this idea that we have to stick to one story or one idea, where I always think that it's possible for two things or three things can be true at one time as well. And that's why I was asking you about your confidence that a lot of the so-called Black Americans could have already had very much a presence in America and been here already. So that was my reason for asking that, because when we talk about new developments and things that we find, and sometimes it not always adding up, or certain things not being put in our K through 12 academia or literature, even on a college level, I think that it is something to kind of look at and explore just a little bit deeply. And I just have to be go ahead, sir, if you want to respond to that.
Yeah, I should perhaps draw attention to the fact that we've got the background to this is that in the 19th century, the British actually captured a large number of slave ships and redirected them from the Americas to Sierra Leone and some other locations around the Atlantic. The fact that the Africans that were stepping down from these vessels did not have full freedom is a different issue. But the point I'd like to make is that we've now got ethno-linguistic identities for close to 100,000 Africans who are involved on the slave decks of the slave ship. And it's now possible to make transatlantic maps showing the origins, not just which part of Africa that a vessel or a period of years, but also the actual ethno-linguistic identity. So we know, for example, Yoruba and Igbo and Mende, and actually Islamic Africans as well. And we can trace across the Atlantic where they went, at least in the 19th century. It's pretty well difficult or impossible to do it before.
Look. He just said it. It's impossible to do it before the 19th century. Impossible.
And they don't have anyone speaking those languages here. So what do they
why
matter?
are you even bringing that up? Girl, come on.
I wanted to ask you, did you see the Pan-Africans that tried to bring them on afterwards?
Yes.
Okay, because he switched it up completely. Like, he was on that whole Black people were already here. Like, so you asked him that, and he ain't tell you that, but when he talked to him, he was like, yeah, they would have been here maybe 30,000, 40,000 years already.
Like him.
What?
Girl, I almost want to blame it on his old age, But he know what he's saying and who he's saying it to. Because, like, you can't say that shit to us. You can't say that to us because we already know what time it is over here. You're not going to be able to say that to us. And that's why I say he just made it clear that they cannot trace this ethno-linguistic Yoruba, etc. before the 19th century. So how the fuck are they able to trace it now? I just want to know that, because I think that this is really weird work. And that's why I was like, I don't know, because it was something about, we had a conversation when he was talking about, how do you actually, we were talking about how to find your actual ancestors, your actual people. That's the problem that I have with the whole thing. No one can find their actual people from Africa.
abolition in 1807. But for that 19th century period, in which over 2 million Africans were hauled off the continent, we can actually say something about not just where they got on the vessel, but where they started life in Africa. The sad point of view from your standpoint is that we can't really do that for people arriving in the US, because the US slave trade was largely over in 1807.
But they can't do it for the people in the US. They can't do it. So he's admitting that they can't truly trace our shit to Africa. But this notion around the transatlantic slave trade is the reason why all of this stuff is taking place in the first place. And this is what I was trying to highlight and get people to see. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got to beat them up on the American Indian information or none of that. I could beat him up, not really beat him up, but kind of talk to him about his information and the things that he's saying and how are you getting this and where is this coming from? Because I think that that's what we all forget to do when we're talking about talking to people about narratives and things that are put out there about our people and who we are. And that's where the real disconnect comes in at, especially for me. Dulcie, I don't know how you feel about that, but literally, this man is pretty much admitting that they can't trace that shit as far as the people that are in the US, because it was relatively small and that the slave trade ended in 1807.
Right, exactly.
And,
that's why he's walking it back. He's walking it back to be like, okay, yeah, there would have to be some people that were already here. There's no way. The numbers don't match up. So he admits that, okay, these are avenues I haven't really looked into before. I haven't really looked into any other Indian wars or anything like that. So I like him for that he admits different things like that. But like, yeah, it's just like, to me, all this information was based on certain things. You see that you have a faulty premise. So now, instead of being like, oh, we can expand and correct as we expand, I don't think so. I don't think you can do that. I think you have to start from the beginning. Once you mess up too bad, you got to start all over. You can't just expand.
And that's why he was saying that, boom, they could connect to people who were actually there, those people who were actually there and originated there. But these people that they are claiming that they rounded up and put at the bottom of the boat and took through the what's that shit called, Dulcie, that they're calling it? The shit. What do they call it when they were taking the slaves over? What is that shit called? The Middle Passage.
Yeah, the Middle Passage, yeah.
I couldn't get it out for some reason. So they're saying all of this is going on. They're doing all this, they're doing all that, but then they truly can't connect it back. They just can't connect it back. And that's the weirdness. Then okay. Now this is the NPR article is what I was looking for, because all of this information about the Catoctin furnace in Maryland came out in 2023. And they claim, like I said, that they analyzed all the DNA and they literally were connected back to 42,000 living relatives today, right now, modern day so-called African Americans. And, we found a lot of things that when I read these articles, and a lot of people who claim their indigenous ancestry, for some reason, they're not able to really truly connect back to their indigenous ancestry. And then they're being told that, oh, because there's some type of European mixture there, it's more palatable to accept in being a Native American or being American Indian or indigenous to the land. It's not about a palatable acceptance. It's about the truth. Because my 5th great grandfather is on record as Indian. My 3rd and 4th great grandmothers on my mother's side, all of these people on my mother's side, which I know because I've been hearing it since I was a child that we were Indians. I was hearing it. And I know my folks ain't gonna lie. It's no reason to. It's no reason to. And then they always limit us being able to trace our ancestry back due to the 1870 census. Because when the 1870 census kicked off, we know that that was the first census after people were freed, after emancipation, after all of that took place. So it's just like, you know, we have to do a better job of being able to discern what's correct, what's not, what actually applies to your family, people. Okay? Because your family is what counts. Nothing else. Nothing else. And you know, I just don't know how else to put it out there. You know, we don't have to argue with people about them saying African descent. I just showed the whole video about how they were lumping people in together. So now we're not going to say that they were lumping people in together.
And I think that's the real thing, as far as like that they just want to fight all this. We don't have to fight on our family. We just know it. We know who our family was, what they did, or anything like that. I think it's really disrespectful just how a lot of them talk or anything. It's just like, really, that you would be disrespectful like that? A lot of their mamas would smack them in the mouth if they heard how they were talking. But, you know, we can't report them to their mamas or anything like that. But we know we're honoring our ancestors, and that's what it's about.
Yep, that's right. And we have to keep doing that. You know what I'm saying? And like, we are doing the Lord's work here. Okay. This is the work of the ancestors speaking through us. You know what I'm saying? And we have to always remember that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Nack, you missed my whole DNA spill. Peace to you. You missed my whole DNA spill. Look at him pop up in the chat. That's convenient, Dulcie. But for real, it's crazy. You know what I'm saying? Because if they don't have the right proof to connect this back the right way, why do we have to depend on the false narrative behind DNA ancestry testing or any other thing other than our actual records, our family, and oral history? Because I feel like oral history and tradition is being pushed aside to accept colonial history. And that's a problem. Because I want to go back to that video real quick that I just showed. Real quick. Just at the beginning, real briefly. Because I think we miss it, yo.
A family from the Acadiana region whose bloodline is of Native American descent, but say they've been denied recognition and membership into the Chitimacha tribe in Sherrington because of the color of their skin. They're Black, African American. According to family members, anywhere from 300 to a couple thousand people across the nation have ties to the Chitimacha, but have been stripped of their heritage, largely due to a constitutional clause.
He thought that wig on.
When my family came up around Homer, Louisiana, they migrated during the time when, things was rough for the Indians, so they came to New Orleans. And they passed off as Black because they was dark-skinned, and they never even talked about it. They never mentioned it because, they were scared because they didn't want to get sent to the reservation.
Oh, glory.
They never talked about it. They were scared to talk about it because they didn't want to get sent to the reservation. Now, we've heard people speak on the people who went to the reservation and the people who didn't. Now, I want to show y'all. I want to let beautiful Chief Warhol speak too.
Go to the Creator. It's an honor to be here today. But I love the theme, American healing. Well, first, let's think about something. Where did America come from? Have it always been America? Or was it just created to be America? Who are the real Americans? America keep changing and changing and changing. Let's go back in time when the American Indians looked like I look. and roamed the southeast part of the United States freely.
Come on, freely. And I've shown you guys documentation where they said that we roamed the streets freely. And we did, family. That's why I be telling people, like, nah, I didn't find a history of slavery in my family. I didn't find that history. Any census that they are on free inhabitants census records. They're also on slave owning records. And this is what I want to keep people, when you look at your census records and you look at your documentation, look at it real carefully, family. Don't rush. Take your time and really process what you're looking at. It's people that I've seen certain census records where the parents got B's, right? But all the children are M's. What type of logical sense do that make? Because some might have been lighter, so they were being called a mulatto, but both of the parents is listed as black. Makes no
Or
logical
you have to understand too, in the sense of perpetual slavery, as far as what's happening, as far as people being denoted a perpetual slave for other people or servants, or the way that you're usurping people's land and stuff. So for protection ways, as far as it, because they have these certain statuses, Negro, mulatto is a certain status that they were using to be like, hey, we can say that this person is a slave, and then we can get their land, we can get their things, kind of like the Salem witch trials type of thing. Oh, an excuse to be like, we're going to take this from the people. Now, your dad, your grandpa, your grandma is like, hey, if you're this status under me, I can protect our land from this. I can protect us from this because of it. So just imagine how many people were just doing it on just the basis of protection from other people. People want to say the narrative that Africans somehow were able to galvanize money and pay freedom and all this other stuff, but no, indigenous people just were protecting their family. Plain and simple.
Exactly. Because even down to like conversations that I've had, like I don't know. I remember talking about this before. My first cousin twice removed, so she's my first cousin because my great grandfather and her father are brothers. She's 83 years old. And whoever said they had folks in Loudoun County, that's where all my folks come from. So I think that was you, Compliment Sparker. So shout out to you, sis. We might be cousins somewhere down the line. But most of my folks come from that Loudoun County, Virginia area. And she even said that, she gave me the names of my third and fourth grandmothers she used the term American Indian. She used it. And I know a lot of my relatives in Virginia now still own their lands. My grandmother and them moved up to DC in the 70s, maybe like late 70s, early 80s. They moved up to DC, but they still own that land in Loudoun County. Even right now, they still own it. So it's like that land went through generations and generations and generations of my family members. And they don't recollect a history of slavery in my family. They don't recollect that. And the records do not show it. It doesn't show it. It just shows my people going back to the colonial period and past that point as well. And like I tell people, you know what I'm saying? Like, I couldn't deny that some people in my family got with white people. My fifth great grandfather, who's an Indian, got with a white woman. That's just what it is. That's what it is. Do I like it? Hell no. But that's what it is. And I don't omit truths. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't walk around, y'all, and try to act like, I got a perfect family history and everything is peachy keen. It's not. And that was hard for me to deal with. But even with her, she's later classified as a mulatto. So was she really white? I don't know. And these are the things that, I continue to try to look and search and find out the truth and collect the documentation. And I have a trip planned to go out to Loudoun County very soon, because my aunts and them was telling me I could go to the church, because the church that they went to out there has a lot of their records. And they said that I can go there and figure it out. My aunt said that it was a lot of issues with it because of the Indian stuff. That was her words. Because of the Indian stuff. That's what she said. Because she know we got Indians in the family. She knows it. Great grandma Becca descends from Indians. So it's like, what do you do when you find all of this stuff out? Like I said, y'all, I always knew the truth. So when I heard this information, it just solidified it for me even more to continue to look, dig, and search into my particular family. Because when we're talking about DC, Maryland, and Virginia, we're talking about ancestral lands all the way around, all the way across the board. And that's what it is. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, exactly. Bass say, I am a first generation DC native. You're right. I am, because my mother and her cousins and all of them, they was born in Virginia, and they moved up here with my grandmother and her sisters. All of them so beautiful. Like my whole family, gorgeous, okay? And literally they all moved here, and then they had my generation of cousins who are all from DC. All of my second cousins and stuff who come from DC, but our parents and our great-grandparents and our grandmothers, they extend from Loudoun County, Virginia. That's just what it is. But I don't know, young. I just want
to Goochland, Virginia, and Albemarle, something like that.
Albemarle?
Yeah, that's where my people are coming from, and then they go to New Jersey. So
yeah, and then the branches, of course, they break off and they go other places. I had like my fifth grade grandfather, his sons, and some of them, they went over to Nebraska. I even on my great grandmother's side, who 101, a lot of them went up to Pittsburgh. And I got cousins who be in movies and things like that. I met them at the birthday celebration and everything. And even some of my cousins, I'm talking about these some light bright people now. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. And a lot of them live up there in Columbia Heights, DC, right now. I think you're my cousin and you've been in DC all this time. So it was really mind-blowing to me, because historical family business and lineage and everything, all of that shit is important to me. It's important to me, and I like to find out the truth. And even on my father's side, where that Barbados comes in, like that's what I wanted to talk to Dots about, because I have an ancestor who came into South Carolina by way of Barbados. And that's one of the starts. He's not the direct start, but like some of the information I was able to get as far back to in the 1700s, he came in from Barbados through South Carolina. And then there's my whole father's side of the tree. And a lot of them, they all are from South Carolina. They all ended up migrating and coming down to DC much later, where my great grandmother Ollie in the 1900s owned hella stocks, businesses, everything, you name it. She caught my father out there pissing on a tree and snatched him with a cane. Pissing on a dog and snatched him with a cane. I really come from some real serious roots. And it was a lot of things I could never explain. Hey Isness, hey sis, peace to you. Thanks for coming into the chat today. Good to see you. So I really come from a lot of these interesting roots on both sides of my line. And I think the further you dig and the further you figure it out, the more you'll be stunned and shocked by how many of your relatives was already here. Come on, copy Miss Parker. Yes, and you said you had folks from Loudoun County, right? Shoot, I don't know. We might be cousins, girl. You never know.
I think a lot of us are going to find out we are related. That's why we all gravitate to each other.
I'm telling you, you might be cousins because I, for a fact, my great grandmother, who's 101, y'all, that lady is still kicking, still thriving. You know what I'm saying? And every time I talk to her about a slave narrative in the family, she says, "No, there's no. We didn't have slaves in our family because that's not the history. That's not the history, young. Like our people own land for a long time. My people's own land for a long time and still own it. So it's like, yeah, it didn't come from no slave master. So it's really, I love it. I love it. It really takes me back somewhere, man, and it makes me feel like I know that I'm a part of the soil and I came from the soil and that my folks did too. And that's the beautiful thing about this. That's why I said, can nobody, no Pan-African, no nothing tell me who the fuck I am at all. Because I know what the truth is. I know what my family told me. I know what the records say. My mother's side definitely has a distinct, interesting history in itself. But when I hollered at cousin Jackie, she lives down there, y'all. She lives in Norfolk, Virginia now. And she has like a lot of recollection of my grandfather and his two brothers. She has a lot of memories that she can remember. Some things my father don't even remember, y'all. And she literally told me out of her own fucking mouth that she does not know anything about being from Africa. She said, they never taught us that. We never knew that. We never thought that. She said that the roots that our family got come from South Carolina. And that's on my father's side. So, it's like your history goes so deep, y'all. And it just takes a lot of time. And I've had to confirm who these people are. Even other people who I connected with on Ancestry who got the same people on their line, I've had to connect with them to confirm relatives and confirm history and confirm that these people are that we are the same people. And, it's really a lovely journey to be on, man, because that's what this shit is about. That's what this shit is about. And I have yet to come up on any African slave boat. Any African slave boat. I want them to show me a slave boat. That's it. So let me go here real quick, y'all. And shout out to everybody that's subscribing to the channel. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to everybody that come in and listen to the kid. I know I haven't been on in a while, y'all. I've been trying to get my my master's degree stuff together because the shit gonna cost some coins. I've been trying to, work through some things after being stabbed.
And congratulations again on that.
Yeah, girl, I'm so pressed. Like I got that letter back, girl. I was crying for days. Okay. I just want to continue to be in the realm of doing this work and fighting for our liberation. Because the only people I care about working with is our people. I don't want to work with nobody else. I care about our people and what has happened to us, our history. And I really wanted to chime in that day that Dots was talking about what she went through in college, because I went through something similar when I was trying to talk about a social problem. And my professor, she just wasn't getting it when I was telling her that, Black Americans have been reclassified 9 times in history. And this is a social problem when it comes to identity and being able to connect to who you are, connect to who we are. She just didn't get it. And they will make you rewrite your shit to their narrative to include everyone, etc. Dots was correct. I couldn't just talk about my people being reclassified in history, all the classifications we went through, all the displacement from our lands. They would not let me touch on that.
Right. They said that's not a legitimate social problem, huh?
Yeah, that's what she told me. And she's so interesting about her. She's a white lady, and and shout out to her because I ain't got no problem with her. She was cool. This is her first year at my university at this time, and she was cool. You know what I'm saying? She the one who told me about Jane Addams and Hull House. And I mean I knew about it a little bit, but she really was the one who told me about how the whole house is created for the European settlers who was coming in at the time. When we talk about those Germans, those Irish people, all of those people, they were poor and fucked up. So Jane Addams created Hull House for them to be able to come and live, learn how to be American, learn how to work, and do things for themselves. Y'all can go look that up, y'all, if y'all want to. And so, you know, there was a little bit of authenticity there, but when I started talking about that reclassification, no, she did not want me to talk about that. I spent a week or two debating with her about this shit, even down to the point where the Hispanic professor, you know, she understood exactly what the fuck I was saying. She said, yeah, I had to go to Professor such and I don't want to put her name out there, but you know, I had to go to Professor such and talk to her about it because Sharice, I just really didn't get it. You know, I didn't understand. I said, how you don't understand? How is this not a social issue when it comes to identity crisis and how so-called Black Americans view themselves? And how that plays a role in everything that we do, even down to how people look at us, view us, try to treat us. It plays a role. They could turn around and tell you to go back to Africa. Bullshit. You know, and I'm going to show y'all that paper one day. I'm going to pull it up for y'all and let y'all, you know, and read it to y'all. And, you know, I mean, I was going in. I'm talking about sources, citations, the whole nine. She was just like, you know, she didn't even give me a grade. I had to really go and rewrite it so I can get a grade. She wouldn't grade it. She wouldn't grade it.
So she made you write it all, write a different,
yes,
with a different thesis. What was your thesis when she did she approve?
I had to rewrite it to where it was basically inclusive of everyone. So not just Black Americans, but like the way that things could change for everyone on a whole collective scale. So I'm gonna show both papers. And like, girl, I gotta go and look into my archives. I got so many papers in there, but you know, she wasn't having it. She was not having it with me. And I literally was going back and forth with her for weeks about the reclassification and how it is a social issue in terms of how we are being treated today. And it plays a role in the way that we are treated by our DOJ, by the way we see the constant killings by police, by not being in the proper status of who we are and not being truly classified correctly. So it was crazy. Yes.
Yeah, and you know the response of just God saying that, right? And then other people want to take it, do videos on us and all this other stuff. But it's just like the anger that they have, the calling you out of your name. These is lying. She's a lying bee. I hate bees like this. Like there's so much anger just about history. So it shows indoctrination because history don't do that. If I want to believe that Christopher Columbus was anything, they would just be like, "Oh, this girl's dumb. She don't know," and move on to the next. The fact that it's like vitriol and anger shows that we passed this history. Now this is a religion that you guys have.
Yeah. And they want to say we are cultish. No, that whole transatlantic slave trade, Pan-Africanism, that's a cult. That's a cult.
Absolutely a cult. A cult.
Yeah, that's what that is. You know, I mean, girl, I'm gonna have to go back and look into them files, and I'll show y'all the dialogue that she and I was having as well about this. Because, like I said, she's not a bad lady, considering that she a white lady and all that. She wasn't a bad professor, whenever she wasn't a bad lady. I mean, I just think maybe she truly just didn't get it. I don't know, or maybe she did and didn't want me to talk about that because I really grapple with these things every day, y'all. I really do, because I love us, and finding out that we are indigenous to the land, it just made all the sense to me. Open up all of my senses, like, oh, that is the truth. That is the truth. Because, like I said, the transatlantic slave trade is inaccurate. Now, I just let y'all listen to what David Elton said because I wanted y'all to understand that as far as us in the U.S., they can't trace that shit. He said it. And I don't have to go in and do anything special. I don't got to bang all the American Indian. I don't got to bang that. I can talk about what he said, and we can talk about what you said, and let's clear that up, and let's figure out what's really going on here. And I really appreciate him for coming on the platform. It really means a lot to me because I'm trying to get more people like him. People who speak on these things. I would love to get some other folks. Alabama want me to get Miss Joy DeGrew. I don't really agree with her, but I still think that it would be a good thing to get her and have her come and talk about it, the post-traumatic slave syndrome, PTSS.
Right.
And I do think it's a real thing. And I do think it plays a role into why a lot of us have the victim mentality behind this slave trade narrative. Because anytime you say you ain't from Africa, they want to jump down your throat like you saying something wrong.
And what will be good of that is that she understands how science misinterprets things, how they use scientific racism and everything. But asking her, so why do you accept these parts? Like, this is all falling under scientific racism, not just the monkey part.
Right. All of it. How you doing, Alabama?
Baby girl, you done called me up from the grave. Daughters of the sea.
How are you?
Girl, do you know we're coming up on a year, Dots? I know I'm still in the honky hole or
Alabama,
I've been
Dulcie. Alabama, that's Dulcie.
Oh, that's Dulcie. Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me, Dulcie. So it doesn't go for either one.
It's all good. Peace, Alabama.
What's up, girl?
That old nigga shit get you
Yeah, that Pan African Slayer, goddamn it, into his house. Okay, it's coming up on a year on our discussion about the African state of mind. Did you remember that, Dulcie?
Yep.
Okay, you want to cook on that, sis? Because I think people purposely ignored or misinterpreted what I was attempting to communicate.
It is a state of mind.
Yeah, we can definitely, because that's exactly what we just been talking about all stream. Is this African psyop from these people that are not from here and that want to disconnect us from the land. So why would we listen to their excerpts or anything like that? And I think another thing is they like to throw, when they pick and choose their white people that they want to listen to, they'll pick and choose because it's on their narrative. But then when you have a white person that is like, yeah, this isn't true, they're like, oh, that person's white. Why are you listening to them? Well, why are you listening to the other white person? All these people are white. They had agendas. They're working. That's why will throw all this away to say what our family history is the full history. We don't care about these books. Y'all do.
Well, I've suggested until our story is fully told, history is unknown. History is his story. Our story is a mystery. The fact that we keep tolerating these people coming here amongst us, having to say anything about us, has to end now. You come. I go in your house and tell you your house is stinking. Leave. Right? Leave. You're a poor housekeeper. What does the commentary coming from me allow me to stay in your house under your boundaries, invading your space? That allows me to do that? This is what we seem to keep tolerating.
I agree. And like Dulcie said, just going back to that psyop piece, I mean, that's what it truly is, and I think that it intertwines with usurping us from our rightful birthright on this place, on this land that we call America, that's truly ours, that we toiled, worked, built, our ancestors built, and then we're being told we come from somewhere else.
First and foremost, the identity of the American is the only thing in dispute. It is not arguable. It's not arguable what the American is as defined. What is in dispute is the American. he or she is suffering a mental illness. My sis, you know I'm gonna keep sliding you in there, because your career of mental health is priority one. Identity crisis is a thing, and only our identity is in question.
Yep.
Tell me what other ethnic group, not race, because that's the other tripping niggas up, is it? There is no race. There is no category of race other than you subscribe to eugenics and Darwinism. There is no category of race. Now, what is ethnicity? Either of you sisters. What is ethnicity?
It's cultural.
Well, it could arguably be bloodline.
Right. It's the group
Ethnic
of
groups
people
are kind
culturally
after
that
kind.
you descend from.
It's still
Go ahead.
shared.
It's a tendency.
But niggas don't have ethnic groups either.
No, it's according to them.
But Alabama, I wanted to go back to the mental health thing because we were just talking about that, about it really being a cult and how they act. Like,
It is a
we know
cult,
that
and it
their
is
mom wouldn't allow them to talk like
OCCLUT.
this.
But it is a cult, and it is OCCULT. You know what a cult is, right? A cult is hidden knowledge, right? That's all a cult means. So what's the hidden knowledge? Who the American is.
Yeah, because
That's the occult. The hidden knowledge of the American.
I just
Now,
want to be clear about
all of these other groups, which you want to call a cult, are out to get the nigga. And that is their religious dogma. They believe that to the core of their being. And some of them look like you.
But see, ethnicity, I want to go back to that real quick because I want to be clear when I say cultural, because it's cultural, it's social, it's an experience, it's a national experience. And like usually it just encompasses common ancestry, language, tradition, and sometimes religion as well. All of these things are encompassed with ethnicity that is totally different from race and somebody identifying you as a color. That's totally different.
Or a category. So a box, a title, a box, a conscribed, because these are things that are actually being created as a construct. But now the point I was making about ethnicity is because you have how many different languages and cultures do you have within the boundaries of what is called a nation state? And particularly those 54 nations that they keep trying to attach us to over there on that continent.
And they all speak different languages. They all have different tribes. It's many colloquialisms, and we can say the same thing for this quote United States of America. It's the same thing. My accent from DC is not the same as an accent from New York or accent from Texas, or even it's not the same thing, but we're all in the same place.
Well, that's what my suggestion is. A truly defined American is exclusive in its definition, but is inclusive to all the degrees and shades and tongues and cultural expressions of those Americans, plural. However, even in Africa, they're not African. Remember when our conversation goes to there? We still haven't gotten to the bottom of, do Africans call themselves Africans or consider themselves African in Africa?
They don't, Ali. Hold on, Ali. Don't say I'm gonna let you get in there. But Alabama, you're right, because even in Eltis's book, that book I have, those people did not call themselves Africans, Igbos, or any of that shit. So how recent?
But we are respecting what they refer to themselves, right?
But how recent is this African term, right?
Well, we already know the term itself is about the colony of Africa, which became the country of Tunisia, Algiers, Morocco, Libya, Tunisia, etc. But that's not the point. The point is, but wait a minute though. The point is, even though they know they've been colonized, we respect them rejecting colonial interpretation, definition. Except who? Except when you get over here with niggas. Huh?
Come on.
That's so true. And like what you're saying, Sharif, exactly. They don't. They understand that this is a whole social construct of Africans now to be like the continent, but they don't identify as that. They'll identify as their country, and then most importantly, they identify as their tribe. So they're like, what? Yeah, all this is crazy. But back to the mental health, why I wanted to say the other cult, because based on the characteristics of a hate group, how are they different from a hate group?
Now, which group are we talking about? Now, we could pick any one, but what you know what my suggestion
I
is, whether
know.
people think I'm being petty, get the nigga is a global agenda. Okay? So tell me which group you want to pick that's an ethnic group, a tribal language, or a cultural expression. And show me how, and here's my point, why I keep stressing this. Show me how they're not trying to get the nigga. Who is in concert with trying to lift the American up, known as the Negro, to inform them that they get special treatment, that they're getting tax-free status, that they're getting low-interest loans while we're being blocked out of the same banks and the government agencies are treating us as welfare chiefs. When Elon Musk is an actual welfare chief.
That's
So I'm still waiting for the evidence, and that's why I'm saying this, and I will keep saying this, that in the Naturalization Act of 1790, to become a naturalized United States citizen, all aliens have to prove themselves to not be an alien enemy. But an alien enemy to who?
Come
an
on.
alien enemy to who, ladies?
They gotta relinquish that shit from their other country and be fully in-fledged within the United States or the American ideals, all of that. They have to relinquish that shit.
So hold on, sis. Now wait a minute. See, you dropping a bomb there, whether you realize it or not. Pledge allegiance to who, ladies?
Okay.
To the actual American?
Yep.
Okay, so then what should the United States citizens' relationship be in proximity to the American who they are tethered? Oh, excuse me, triggering word. You know, it's more hateful for them to be called tethered than for us to be called nigga. Have y'all noticed that? It is more offensive to their sensibilities, which actually is an accurate description, because a parasite is it not tethered to a host. So all United States, and I could be in error, and I will, I'm always leaving myself open to correction. But all United States citizens, by definition, are aliens. The American can never be. How are you going to be alien to your own land?
The white folks was the only folks being labeled as the aliens. They're the ones that needed these laws put in place. The Constitution, and they had to pretty much go to court and prove that they were
white persons, free white persons. Okay, I'm still waiting for. Well, I'm still waiting for the legal evidence of a white person. Where is that?
Hold on.
Dulcie, you got any ideas on that, Dulcie?
While you cooking, Alabama, I'm gonna pull up some of my birthright citizenship information.
Oh, you decided to reopen that?
And you can't start it, so.
So I'm just off the top of the dome. But what I'm saying is, do you get what I'm saying, Dulcie?
Yeah.
Where is a legally defined free white person?
Let me pull that shit up.
We going to the black laws?
Well, see, here's the thing. Remember when we first started trying to walk through this in the Constitution?
1870.
Well, okay, now we're gonna start from the beginning. We should start from the beginning. The rules outlined in the Constitution. Remember, Dulcie, you pulled that up in the Constitution. I believe it was Article 1, Section 8. Clause 4, I believe, something to that effect. Wherever it's stated in there, where the Constitution authorized the House to create the rules of naturalization, correct?
All right.
Yeah.
It never said citizen in the Constitution. It does not say citizen. So when the Naturalization Act, which is an act of Congress, is passed in 1790, they're establishing the rules on what is being created as a United States citizen. And they say that it is a free white person. Then further, once it's, because it doesn't say all this other stuff, but I'm going to go on and where it goes next. Male, over 21, free and land owning. Right? Is that not the category of citizen in colonial America, Dulce? And how is a white male land owning? Is it not through the owner of human labor, the ownership of supposed human labor? So when people thought that the Declaration of Independence said life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, it did not. Its original draft said life, liberty, and pursuit of property. It was edited and altered into stating pursuit of happiness. But I gather if you own property, you're pretty happy, huh?
Alabama, would you like for me to read this 1790 Naturalization Act briefly?
Sure. Or you want to crack the whip on that white AI. Let's go get Grok and beat that white South African.
So it says, being enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America and Congress assembled, that any alien being a free white person who shall have resided within the limits and under the jurisdiction of the United States for the term of 2 years may be admitted to become a citizen thereof on application to any common law court of record. And
Pause there, sis, because this is okay. You see how they are now creating citizen, and citizen is not in the Constitution, right? Or if you find the reference to citizen in the Constitution, you need to explain to me who is that population it's referencing.
Yep.
Because there are no white or black people in the Constitution. So I don't know. Could you do a word search on the Constitution for citizen, Dulcie? But stay with what you got on screen there, sis. Next, after becoming a citizen thereof on application where?
On application to any common law court.
Where is that? Where is that?
The Senate and the House of Representatives?
No, it says a common law court. You see what I'm saying, Dulcie? We keep getting stuck on certain points there. I'm waiting for the evidence. Where is the common law court for any of these applications for the original criminals? You feel me?
Oh, wait a minute.
Hey,
Cosmo Cal in his house.
Oh man, shout out my OG Alabama. Shout out both my beautiful sisters up here. I see y'all up here cooking early. You did what I'm saying. Just wanted to come through, show some love. Y'all cooking. You did what I'm talking about. Alabama, I think you hitting on a little something. I wanted you to kind of clarify it. You were saying, where is this court? Right?
I'm still waiting for it. I'm still waiting for it, brother, for people to show me where is that court and where are the applications.
Well, that's what we asking. You dig what I'm talking about? Where is the court? You dig what I'm saying? And would that court be an admiralty?
No, it says common law right there in the Act of Congress.
Mm-hmm. It doesn't act under. I'm saying the common law doesn't act up under admiralty law.
No, again, this is a common law court. By definition, common law is law of the nature, law of the land.
I thought it was law of the water and the land, but okay.
Okay, now we can quarrel necessarily back and forth because the presumption is people keep assuming. No, I'm just talking about those other folk, them folk. They keep presuming that common law is British law. You feel me? as opposed to it's God's law, it's nature's law. It's how you operate in a lawful fashion. You would not do harm to anything, right? You wouldn't harm the plant life, the animal life. You would be in harmony, right? Because to be in disharmony, I don't like to get caught up in good and evil, because that's how they trip people up.
You can
With
call it
distorting,
light and dark. Call it light and
whichever
dark.
works for you, brother. But we already know in the existence there is construction and destruction, right? It's life affirming or life taking, right? Now, what we're dealing with is a parasitic relationship. Would you agree?
Yeah.
Parasites don't ever give life. And they're not self-sustaining either, are they? Whether we call them viruses, bacteria, or actual species of entities, kind of like that movie Sinners.
Yeah.
And the vampiric lesson we should be learning. So these, what are they called again? Where you were from the law, my good baby girl? Right after they apply to the common law court of record in any one of the states wherein he shall have resided for the term of 1 year at least, and making proof to the satisfaction of such court. Please underscore that, Cosmon. That what?
I can't even see it.
That he is a person of good character.
See, every time I do it like that, it just look terrible, Chad. Let me see.
There are a couple of things that we need to break down in this, but there's also part of the Alien Enemies Act. This bullshit's being pulled with Trump right now, with the Aliens Enemy Act of 1798. But notice where it says, a person of good moral character and what?
And taking the oath or
Mm-hmm.
affirmation prescribed by law to support the Constitution of the United States, which oath or affirmation such court shall administer.
We're going to pause there for a second. Pause there, because see, I'd like to deal with what is being stated. You're only upholding the Constitution, correct?
Yep.
And this is where people, I think, fall short, Cosmo. And I'm going to keep banging this until it's comprehended by the short plus shorts. The only ethnic population in the Constitution is Indians, not taxed, and Indian tribal nations that are interacting in trade, tariff, and taxes. You feel me? Pull up that. Is Dulcie still with me? Or if you had another tab, because I want you to do this side by side, Sharice. If you do a search for Indian in the Constitution, I think those are basically the only two references. And then search for European, African, and Asian. You feel what I'm saying? So that you underscore the point that I'm making when I keep stressing the difference between ethnicity and race. You feel me, Cosmo?
Yeah, because they're not in there.
So is it safe? Is it safe to presume that could you come to the conclusion that anyone not Indian falls in the category of what this is saying here in the Naturalization Act? An alien resident, right?
Yeah.
How does an alien resident show that they are of good moral character and not an enemy of the people they're residing amongst? Now, when you asked earlier about the maritime stuff, you jump to the bottom there, we see, and the children of citizens of the United States, not America, citizens of the United States, and the children of the citizens of the United States that may be born beyond sea or out of the limits of the United States, what are they considered?
Natural born citizens.
But keep remembering This is an act of Congress. This is not the Constitution.
Mm-hmm. Hold on.
So, Cosmo, would you say that these motherfuckers making shit up as they go?
As fucking always.
Or did he drop? I gotta see. My screen keeps
Yeah, he
phasing
dropped.
out.
Probably come on back.
Dulce, you still with us?
Which article did you want me to pull up? I have Article 1.
Okay,
Which
in the Constitution, remember when we were looking first, the two clauses that reference Indian. We already know the exclusionary clause of Indians not taxed, but I believe it's somewhere around, I want to say, Section 8.
Who Mike Terrible Green Pill? Alabama, they said you got terrible Mike.
Oh, well, that's what happens when you're out in the boondocks around the hunky holes.
All right, go ahead.
Do you see where it says Indian tribal nations interacting in tariffs, trades, and taxes, Joseph? What clause is that?
All right, let her pull it up. And then I'll share it over.
And if you've got that capacity to search in the document, then I want to show this again for the pan goofies and the short bus shorties with mental illness, that there are no other ethnic populations identified in the Constitution. So my argument that I will continue to make, the only population referenced by the Constitution is the Indian. So everything that's in that document is making specific reference to that population. You feel me, sisters?
Mm-hmm. So do you think that this statement kind of alludes to your point or not really? This right here. The original United States Constitution did not explicitly identify individuals by race. Instead, it used terms like people, citizens, and person. It also used the phrase other persons as a euphemism for enslaved people and Indians not taxed.
Now you see that trick of nigganology shit right there. Did they see how they slipped that 3/5 bullshit right up under your nose?
Mm-hmm.
Now go to the 3/5 clause right there under that.
Okay.
Because the very next sentence says, while the Constitution didn't use racial categories directly. Go ahead.
It says this clause found in Article 1, Section 2 stated that for the purpose of determining representation in the House of Representatives and direct taxes, the government will only count 3/5 of the enslaved population.
Pause. That does not say enslaved population. See, this is why you have to have the Constitution up to do a side-by-side comparison. You got that, Dulcie? What's the actual clause in the Constitution? Says 3/5 all other persons. And if you notice, go back up to the beginning there in the AI response. Notice it said it up there. You see that? The phrase other persons, you see? But they take shit out of context. You see what I'm saying?
Always.
Then when they go back and specifically reference the 3/5 clause, they come mixing the dope, putting their thumb on the scale. The 3/5 clause does not mention enslaved populations. The mention is those bound to terms of service. When you're looking at the enumeration clause, it says the whole number of free persons, including those bound to terms of service of years. What does that mean? Employment?
Mm-hmm.
Now look at the next thing. Pause here. Pause, scroll back up. Look at the first reference they want to tell you to race and color. Right underneath those two clauses, because we're going to go back to the slave, not the slavery, but the very next. There you go. What does it say? The first explicit references to race and color in the Constitution.
It appears in the 15th Amendment, ratified in 1870, which guaranteed the right to vote regardless of race, color, or previous condition of servitude.
Now, isn't that 90 years? 80 years. From 1790 to 1870.
A long ass time.
So there was no reference to slavery? You see what I'm saying about reverse engineering? Because the AI statement is saying right there, the first explicit reference to race isn't until 1870. So what are the references? I see here she got that. Okay, section 8.3. Go up there, go right there with the jurisdiction part. Right there, the very first part. It says with that Article 1, Section 8, Clause 3.
Okay, let me see if I can make it bigger.
Cook on it, girl. Cook on it, girl. Now we finna slap the shit out this birthright citizenship. Go ahead, cook.
Jurisdiction over matters in Indian country is governed by a complex patchwork of federal, state, and tribal law. Since Worcester versus Virginia in 1832, the Supreme Court has recognized that Native American tribes are unique aggregations possessing attributes of sovereignty over both their members and their territories. They are no longer possessed of the full attributes of sovereignty. However, having relinquished some part of it, their incorporation within the territory of the United States and their acceptance of its protection. Accordingly, the sovereignty that the Indian tribes retain is of a unique and limited character. Excuse me. It exists only as a sufferance of Congress and is subject to complete deficence.
No, defeasance is what they're claiming. But see, these are explanations. Go back up to the clause itself, up there above it. Article 1, Section 8, Clause 3. What does it state? Now, there's some things missing with the, you see the ... That's some shit missing out, but I just want you to read it.
The Congress shall have power to regulate commerce with foreign nations and among the several states and with Indian tribes.
Now, is Dulcie still with us, or did you pull up the actual Constitution?
She put it. There she go. And here go Big Smoke.
I want you to pull up the actual Constitution so you can read that clause in full. So that's Section 1,
Article
1, Section 8, Clause 3. Because they're also going to mention.
Phone, so it kicked me out when I was like going.
Stay doing that, Dulcie. You need a girl. What you got, an Android?
Girl, I get so many phones because of JJ. But anyway. Like, hold on, let me get it.
All right, she's gonna pull it up. I'm gonna try to pull it up on my end too, but if she get it before me,
But you notice that what I thought was very intriguing. Do you see the reference to Worcester v. Georgia in 1832? What's important about that, and what does it follow in 1830?
Hold up, that's not the right one. Let me go back. Hold up. Yeah.
Because I just want to show you this is notice how they do what they do. They take portions out of context. They don't give you the entire section.
Hey, Excel Raging Bear, let me rent you up, boo. Fine ass. Sorry, Alabama. Sorry. Let me get him together. Anyway, real quick, Alabama, before we get into this, I see Smoke Signal join the panel, so I just want to welcome him and peace and love to my big bro, Smoke Signal. Hey, boo. Smokey.
Did you notice in their explanation they say the Constitution's so-called Indian Commerce Clause?
Hold on, Alabama. Let me acknowledge Smoke Signal real quick.
Salute,
hey, Smokey,
salute.
peace and love to you.
What's going on, Cerise, Dulcie, Alabama?
Power to the motherfucking people.
Hey, man, don't be trying to patronize me. I got a bone to pick with you, bro.
Uh-oh.
You can pick your nose and pick your friends, but I don't give a damn about you picking over here. But what cotton picking, nigga? What's up?
Shout out to the channel, to the panel, and to the chat. Power to the motherfucking people. Now, in my opinion, we got to be careful when we making certain assertions, right? Like, there is no racism. So when you say things like there is no racism, then you got to consider all the people who have allegedly been victimized due to this very peculiar social construct. You follow me, Alabama?
No, I know you're not suggesting I said that. So, because you're not going to come up here and put words.
Okay,
What is it that you're referencing?
Let me draw the connection. Earlier, you said that race is a fabrication. Without race, there could be no racism, brother. Right?
That's what you're saying. That's what you're saying. What I am saying to you, and it also said it right there where we had on screen.
I know it may be a little triggering, but you must remain cordial while I work my way through this, brother. Right? Let me work my way through. If you are under the impression that racism exists outside of race, then I would have to deem you inaccurate at that instance, brother. Right? Those things go hand in hand. You have to have race is the foundation that racism is built upon, brother. I relinquish the flow.
And I'm not going to accuse you of doing what others do, which is out of context. You didn't complete my statement. My statement was all racial categories are attached to pseudoscience, which is eugenics and Darwinism. So let's roll with the whole statement. And I never suggested whether racism exists or not. But back to what we were trying to cook on, bro, in this whole complex of what is quote unquote birthright citizenship. I know that's what she's working her way backwards into it. Did you pull up the actual Constitution so we have the entire clause, not this section they just want to strategically pull out because they're referencing commerce? I wanted to show again, no matter where, and I'd rather we had the Constitution up with the search parameters so that you can find out for yourself. You don't have to take my word for it. All you have to do is generate a word search for white, Black, European, Arab, Asian, and African. And you will see it does not show up in the Constitution whatsoever. Even the reference to citizen, you have to look at it in the context of what they consider a person to be. But there is no white person in the Constitution. Would you agree, Sharice? Now, I gather you've gotten a Constitution that goes with the Declaration of Independence all the way through to the Constitution, because you're starting with "We the People." That's the Declaration.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the
so
whole.
Is it,
from what they're saying.
yeah, with the Declaration and the Constitution, that's cool. But can you do the search parameters on the document and start with European? Just tell me how many times the word European comes up in any of the context of the document.
Well, no, go back to yours, Sharice, and do control find, because this is just the earliest where we can get the article. I think it's 8, section 3. But go back to yours, hit control F, and then try to type in, because it'll probably go through it for yours.
Okay, let's see. So are you asking, is there white being mentioned in the Constitution? No.
No, I'm saying do a control F like she said and just type European. Because again, remember, the narrative we're being told is the founding fathers authored this document, right, Dulcie? So if you author something, why wouldn't you reference yourself in the document that you create?
Right.
Section 8 clause. Hold up. Says, okay, this is the actual. I can't type it in right here. Hold on, y'all. I can't type it in right there. Maybe I can.
Now, were you going to? Oh, well, go ahead. You could have stayed on screen and go to that section, that Article 1, Section 8, Clause 3 that we were talking about, so we can just get it straight from the document, and then let's chop that up. But I'm saying eventually. But what I'm saying is that eventually people need to do that for themselves. Find a document that's searchable, and then do it yourself. Search the Constitution. Tell me what ethnic group in that document other than India. That's the homework assignment. Do your homework.
Hey man, are you attempting to debunk that whites are the
I'm not trying to debunk anything, Smoke. I'm just dealing with the document and the language.
Yeah, okay. So why are you looking for white? Why are you looking for white persons in there?
I'm not looking for something that isn't there. What I'm saying to you, all references to citizen is attached to the word person, not a color of person. And I'm saying, whether people get it or understand, the person that is referenced is the ethnic group in the document. Now, what did you just highlight there, sis?
It says no person except a natural born citizen or a citizen of the United States at the time of the adoption of this Constitution shall be eligible to the office of president, blah, blah, blah. But
So that's your first citizen reference then.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
Except
started with person, right? Doesn't say white person, correct?
Nope.
Now that's in Article 2, so that's I want to go to Article 1, Section 8. Oh, stop. You just scroll past it. Oh, go back up. Right. Section 8, Clause 3. What we were dealing with the Section 8, Clause 3.
All right, hold on.
There we go, Section 8.
Right here.
Yeah, okay, now.
Okay, let me see if I can pull it up.
Cook on that.
But make it bigger. So everybody in the audience can see it. So you want me to read that, Alabama?
Oh yeah, because I want you to see what that reference is to the Indian.
It says the Congress shall have power to lay and collect taxes, duties, imposts, and excises to pay the debts and provide for the common defense and general welfare of the United States. But all duties, imposts, and excises shall be performed throughout the uniformed throughout the United States. To borrow
now pause there. Pause there. Because see, now again, this is laying the rules, the boundaries of the Congress, right? What their power is, right? This is what's established. Now I want you to jump down to coin. Coin money. No, just stay with that section there with the money, because I want y'all to think on this when you go. Then we're gonna jump down to Clause 3, because we're still inside Clause 1 here.
To coin money, regulate the value thereof, and a foreign coin, and fix the standard of weights and measures.
That's a very powerful thing, by the way. People don't understand the importance of standards of weights and measures. Now go ahead about the punishment.
To provide for the punishment of counterfeiting the securities and current coin of the United States.
Stop right there. You do know the Federal Reserve is in violation of both of those clauses.
I was about to say that. I said, so
okay, now jump down. Jump down to 3. We can come back and do whatever you want to with it. Jump down to Clause 3. I think you have to scroll over to.
Oh, hold on.
Stop. Right before 9. Because I saw Section 9. So.
8. Okay, because that's only 7 and 8 right there, Alabama. On this
No, but go down to the next page, because just before Section 9, you see the rest of the clause for 8.
Oh, okay, there we go.
You see that now?
To exercise.
Whoa, stop. What's in parentheses? Stop in parentheses. What's in parentheses? Right there, what you say?
That's DC.
Huh?
That's DC.
Come on, man. You badgering the reader, man. You badgering the reader, my nigga.
That's DC. That's DC, sir.
Now, what is this saying that its authority is? Because I think we jumped over the Indian part, so you're gonna have to go back up and see what that is. But just read that part there.
The one I got highlighted.
This is about you, girl. This your neighborhood.
That's why I said that's DC right there. To exercise exclusive legislation in all cases whatsoever over such district not exceeding 10 square miles as may, by session of particular states and the acceptance of Congress, become the seat of the government of the United States, and to exercise like authority over all places purchased by the consent of the legislator of the state in which the same shall be, for the erection of forts, magazines, arsenals, dockyards, and other needful buildings.
Okay, stop right there. I want you to scroll back up and see what the other portion above that, because that's where the Indian in that clause that we were talking earlier. Yeah. Go.
Okay. Hold on, let's see what that is. I wish I could search through this and just pull that up, but it just has it in a PDF form. Okay, hold on, because I don't see it. Yeah, I don't see it right here. Maybe it's further.
Yeah, because remember we saw it in what you said, the other document.
Yeah.
The other piece that she pulled that they called the Indian Commerce Clause. So where was that, Dulcie, when you pulled that out of the document?
Let me get that. Let me get hers back up here real quick. Because I did.
But you notice why the 10 square miles now, huh?
Yeah, off the rip.
Yeah, zoom in on that.
Okay, hers is from.
Yeah, it is. So 8 and then 3 and then 9.1. So it should be on the 9th clause, I think.
Hold on. 8. Shit. Okay. 6, 7. I mean, that's section 6. Okay, that's what we just went through.
Hold on, stop right there. Stop right there. Oh, stop. It was at the bottom of that page. It was at the bottom of that page. You see there at the bottom?
There we go. Right here. To regulate commerce with foreign nations and among several states with the Indian tribes.
Now, what goes to the next page? What's at the top of the next page?
To establish uniform rule of naturalization and uniform laws on the subject of.
Stop. So you see where they're together? You see where they're together now. What does it say? Establish what?
A uniform rule of naturalization. And
now, what does that mean, Dulcie? What does that mean?
See?
What does that mean?
To establish a rule of what naturalization is and who that applies to, which is those aliens. Oh,
Go ahead, girl. Don't forget, you need to bookmark this for whatever you're going to put as your official birthright citizenship bill. So when you go back to the act of Congress, because again, the Constitution is giving power to the Congress. That's what this whole section is. Scroll back to the top of section 8.
Okay.
Where you are.
Now
just go back a page and go to the top. Go back to the page. Just go back a page and go to the top of it. Yeah. See where it says section 8, the very beginning of it. What does it say?
The Congress shall have power to lay and collect taxes, duties, imposts, and excises to pay the debts and provide for the common defense and general welfare of the United States. For all duties, imposts, and excises shall be uniform throughout the United States. To borrow money on the credit of the United States. To regulate commerce with foreign nations and among the several states and with the Indian tribes.
Now stop there. Stop there for a second. Go back to that and just above it, what? Borrow money on what?
On the credit of the United States.
What is that, Dulcie? What is the credit?
She gone. She'll probably be back.
Well, what do you say? And you, Smoke, what is the credit of the United States of America?
So wouldn't that mean the lands and all the benefits of the United States? Wouldn't that be like
is it now transferred to the people? Now you're going to see how we've gotten into this thing that is enslaving us. Now here's where enslavement comes. The national debt. What is the full faith and credit? Because if you've ever take out a dollar bill and read what's on that dollar bill, that Federal Reserve note, because that is not a Treasury note. That is not from the United States Treasury. That's from the Federal Reserve. What is the full faith and credit that promissory note is based on?
I guess you're supposed to honor it, whatever is backed with it. I'm guessing.
Okay, since I asked you to, I'm pulling out a dollar bill right now with this scandalous counterfeit Washita, George Washington. At the very top, it says Federal Reserve Note, the United States of America. Then, of course, there's a serial number with a letter and numbers. This note is legal tender for all debts, public and private. Then on the back, you know about all this special stuff here? The security thing, in God we trust. And sepsis, Novus Ordo Seclorum. You know what that translates into? That Latin word?
That's Latin shit. Look at
New World Order. Novus Ordo Seclorum.
I know. What else he has on the dollar bill? It has e pluribus unum, right?
Out of many,
Out of many one.
one. That is the banner in the beak of the eagle that has an olive branch with 13 leaves and 13 arrows clutched in its talons. Now that's just on the single note, the dollar bill. But again, when you go and Google it and ask yourself, what is this backed by? This fiat currency. It is backed by the full faith and credit. You have faith in the United States government? You obviously must.
So what's going on? Real quick, Alibaba, move one second because we cooking. And we cooking good. It smells like some good fried chicken up in this bitch. But no signal. What is the problem, Smokey?
Well, he was taking a bone with me about I'm saying racism doesn't exist, which is not the words that I stated. I said, if you were to suggest racism, the construct, does exist, you subscribe to eugenics. Because all race is based on Blumenbach, Linnaeus, Charles Darwin.
Mm-hmm.
And all of that is a theory, which by definition, and it was said so at the time, it was referred to as pseudo-science. The word contradicts itself. It is not scientific. It has no basis. A theory has no foundation. A theory must be proven. So I'm not suggesting the behavior that people describe as racism. And that's why Neely Fuller Jr. very explicitly says white supremacy, racism, altogether. There's only one form of racism, that is white supremacy. And the basis of white supremacy is Darwinism, survival of the fittest. The belief in a superior class, therefore, requires an inferior class of people, correct? And if there is to be a white people, it requires there to be a black people, right? None of which is in the Constitution. There are no black persons, there are no white persons. There are persons who then become citizens through what process? Okay, so then how can an American be naturalized?
No, only aliens are naturalized.
You can't. And if by definition all United States citizens are aliens, again, whether y'all like my colorful phrase or not, show me the evidence they're not out to get the nigga. The jury is out for me on their character. Now, how do you determine good moral character?
All right, I'm almost through with my snack pack. Carry on.
Your snack pack.
What you got, some Cheetos?
No, you on some Funyuns, ain't you? On some Funyuns today? No, but seriously though.
Funyuns and Ridge potato chip.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I want to know what your problem is, Smokey, real quick. You know, when you get finished.
But on the serious tip, no matter when we're discussing birthright citizenship and the way that Trump is triggering niggas in their ignorance, but is offending the foreigners because he suggested in his declaration about the content of the executive order that it was based on the descendants of slaves. Did he not? Did he not say that, Sharice? Okay, what is that basis? You're going to go back to the slave amendments, 13, 14 to 15?
Yeah, that's what he
and
said.
Who is being referenced as slave, enslaved, or indentured servant, whichever one works for your comprehension.
African descent, though, and we ain't African.
Where? Now, come on, drag Eltis out of the grave, because he got one foot on a banana peel. So, Where did we say, and where did he stand on the 1870 census? I gave him, conservatively, I gave him 1%, but he did say 1/10, did he not, of 1%? So of the alleged 4 million enslaved people, they claim through the census, which is enumeration, right? Who's not to be counted in this enumeration? The Indian? I'm not even going to get into the tax part. I'm saying, is there not Indian people falling out of the purview or the jurisdiction? And I would argue they're outside the Constitution, though the Constitution only references an Indian population. Right?
That's what the Constitution recognizes.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So in enumeration, when you go back to that part of the Constitution, the count is of whole number of free persons, including those bound to terms of service in years, excluding Indians not taxed, semicolon, 3/5 all other persons. So again, my dear, my argument is each of those category of people even being counted were Indians. You feel me, Dulcie?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Unless I missed something, tell me where they said they count.
This is in the 1900s, y'all, 1920. But I was trying to find the earliest. We'll probably have to go more so to the Federalist Papers or the Articles of Confederation. But the Library of Congress, this seems like the earliest one. So this still might not be the exact one you're looking for, Alabama.
But look, let's deal with, tell me where they counted Europeans or Africans.
They didn't.
Okay. So what are we talking about? Now they fabricated, because you see that right there, it says to establish a uniform rule of naturalization, right? So in the Naturalization Act of 1790, they then created a white person, correct? And then they said, well, the only category of citizen is a free white person.
Yeah.
But that's not in the Constitution. So who are these persons that are being created?
They ain't shit. That's what it is.
Well, I didn't mean it for that. I was trying to deal with it in a legal fashion. So the Indian that is in the Constitution is getting transitioned to what, Dulcie? So that now we see, or should at this point, see the active crime scene where identity theft is happening.
Peace to the panel, peace to the chat.
Oh, hey, Superman.
Who is writing this? One question.
The Constitution? You asking who wrote the Constitution?
Yeah, we can scroll down about this item.
So, somebody keeps saying they. Who is they?
You know who they is. Damn calling out of me.
I'm asking the person who keep referencing they.
James Madison, George Washington, Alexander Hamilton, Benjamin Franklin, John Jay.
Now, hold on. Now, you're rattling off what could be considered signatories, but I think the point that he's trying to get at, and you could go to the congressional record, Superman. In 1988, the Congress, again, the same House of Representatives that we're talking about, was a House resolution that acknowledged the Articles of Confederation and the quote-unquote organic Constitution, or the one of 1787, that got ratified by the colonies through 1789 to 1790, were based on the Iroquois Confederacy and the Great Law of Peace. Now, identifying who those specific authors that you're asking, which I'm presuming that's the question that you're asking, Superman. may need to elaborate on that.
You saying that it was just a signatures Alabama move, but I would argue that they definitely had played a role in writing some of this shit.
Well, no, people there. Okay, when you want to try to separate mythology from what actually happened, which of course we can't go into a wayback machine with Mr. Peabody and Sherman. We can't get into their wayback machine. But people want to suggest James Madison, which is also going to the Federalist Papers that Dulcinea was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So when you are granting to James Madison to be authorship, then again, I'm saying what the Congress states is he plagiarized. You follow me, sis? Now, what I'm saying? I'm going to use the word as it is, because if you don't give credit to the source material of what you're writing, that is a legal offense, right? You ask Alice Haley, oh shit, we can't dig him up, but he lost a plagiarism court case over Roots and Kunta Kinte, correct?
Yes, he did.
For not attributing to the white man Harold Corlander writing the novel The African. So I'm using that to set the stage. If James Madison is authoring something based on the great law of peace, should there have been a bibliography in the Constitution?
Maybe. Hell yeah. Because where are they getting this information from?
Well, they told you. Again, who's the ethnic population identified in the document?
It says Indian tribes. It says, hold up.
No European tribe? No African jigaboo spirit chucker? You don't say.
Okay, let me make that down. It says to regulate commerce with foreign nations and among the several states and with Indian tribes. So regulate commerce mean what, Alabama?
Well, you already know what that means. Get the bag.
You know what it means.
You know what it means, get in the bag, right? Get in the bag, right? But again,
regulate
why didn't they say European states? Sis? Baby girl? Why didn't they said Indian tribes?
Yeah.
Who are the several states, by the way, baby girl?
Maybe the colonies at the time.
Maybe against how we presume and stuff. How about maybe the governments of the Indian nations?
Okay.
Is it? If we're making presumptions, right? We're making presumptions, right? Because we weren't there. We can't go back in time to there. But why couldn't that be easily presumed, as we keep suggesting these foreign invading motherfuckers are the issue? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
My only point is, it's evident that this document does not reference European, Asians, Arabs, or Hispanics. Okay? We'll circle back to Native because we already know that is a political party that doesn't come until 1844. So these people are not native here. They've been here how long? At best, a century? If you believe in Mayflower, the Pilgrims, the Puritans, and all that type of shit. So 1620 to 1776, that's 150 years, right? Right?
You're right. They didn't get too much later.
150 years. Are you native now? You've been born here for 150 years?
Sure.
So who are these people? Like the famous letter from Benjamin Franklin in 1751. Who is these people he keep talking about? These swarthy, tawny, unacceptable motherfuckers. Don't be sending us no more of these dark niggas over here. Who is he talking about? Scandinavia? Russia? Germany? Other than white Anglo-Saxon Protestant, who is he talking about? Sound like you're talking about people of color, huh? In contemporary terms. He's talking about people of color, right? Melanated people, right?
That was
Except these white ruddy people, right? But we still don't have a white person yet until the Naturalization Act in 1790, which is almost 40 years later, right?
Yep.
Do you feel where I'm going with this? Cherise, do you feel where I'm going with this?
Right.
So this notion of a white person, let's blame Benjamin Franklin. Was he real? Or was it Benjamin Banneker? But anyway, I digress.
Banneker was real, baby. Okay.
Well, okay. So, okay,
Banneker
DC girl.
was real.
Okay, DC girl. So again, the facts of the matter is certain people claim the documentation ain't real, but we're going on a letter supposedly handwritten by Benjamin Franklin, which makes it a first-person record, right, Dulcinea?
Yep, that's what
He lamented how minority a number of these white ruddy motherfuckers in 1751.
The first white people in the United States was niggas.
Okay, but again, I'm referencing a document that these people claim is a first-person record from Benjamin Franklin, who would become the ambassador to France, representing this criminal enterprise as it's being acknowledged as an international civilization, right? He says, don't send these swarthy, the United Snakes of America. So when he wrote in his letter, don't send us no Scandinavians, no Germans, by the way, which is very interesting because he actually wanted the language of the criminal enterprise to be German, but he didn't want no dark-skinned Germans. He wanted the national bird to be the turkey, not the bald eagle. But anyway, be that as it may, he said the only white and ruddy people were the Anglo-Saxon. So who is this white person that he's formulating in his mind, Dulcinea?
Well, Alabama, hold up. I mean, I know you're trying to stay on the business, but Superman asking you a question.
Say what?
What is the crime that the United States committed that makes them a criminal enterprise?
All of the partners and characters involved in the colonies were actual convicts, released from debtor prisons from the monarchy, primarily in England, since we keep focusing exclusively on them, but we seem to ignore Spaniards, Portuguese, French, Dutch, and the Russians, I might add, who were all a part of the colonial war that we call the Revolutionary War.
What was the crime that they committed?
It's called transportation, bro. The mere fact they got here was under a criminal edict. The punishment was transportation. The crime was poverty and debtor prison. You had two options. You get transported out of here or you get the death penalty. That was the crime under the monarchy in Ireland, Scotland, Wales, and England. So, do your homework, bro.
Alabama, I want to show you something too.
Sure.
Let me see if I
that made sense.
got it already pulled up. Oh, look at that. That's good, Superman. I want to pull this up real quick. And this little girl on TikTok, she kind of shocked me with this, but I just want to show it and see what you think of it. And I need to pull up her little source too. Let me see if I could find what she was saying. In the meantime, you could hold up because I thought I had it already up here, but I don't. Hold up. My little girl from TikTok spitting that shit. And I thought it was very interesting too. Okay, let me see. I thought I already had it up here, but I didn't. All right, give me 1 second. Let me share the screen over here. And then, why can't I? Oh, there it goes, muted. That's why.
Enslaved Africans were sent to the Caribbean and South America. In my last two videos, I debunked that they were sent to the Caribbean. Let's keep reading. Only about 6% of African captives were sent directly to British North America. I told y'all that. I said that the United States is too young to have participated in the slave trade. They could have only inherited those slaves from Great Britain before the first 13 colonies was formed in 1776. That's why they have to admit that we were all born here before they got into power. Great Britain enslaved Africans. I told y'all that. And yet, let's keep reading. Yet by 1825, the U.S. population included 1/4 of people of African descent. I told y'all that. I said we're all probably a lot alike, just like me. I have one ancient Berber ancestor and 3 American Indian ancestors. Boom. Read it and weep. And there's the link. I know y'all don't read it, but there's the link. I'm not linking it. Don't ask me. I'm done. Drop the motherfucking mic, ho. It's my house, okay? Not this one, but this earth. I picked the mic back up just to tell you guys that's exactly why they could only legally give 1/4 of the people enslaved and freed in 1865 after the Civil War freedmen cards that said they have African descent, because we don't have, ain't nobody from Africa. We were 90,000 people were enslaved and brought to the United States by Great Britain, and those 90,000 people and their babies, along with American Indian women who were enslaved, were freed in 1865. Man, I'm done with y'all. Again.
Hold up. So let's hear her say this again.
I didn't even mean to find it, and I found it. Here's the link, so don't ask me. Let's read it. Well over 90% of enslaved Africans were sent to the Caribbean and South America. In my last 2 videos, I debunked that they were sent to the Caribbean. Let's keep reading. Only about 6% of African captives were sent directly to British North America. I told y'all that. I said that the United States is too young to have participated in the slave trade. They could have only inherited those slaves from Great Britain before the first 13 colonies was formed in 1776. That's why they have to admit that we were all born here before they got into power. Great Britain enslaved Africans. I told y'all that. And yet, let's keep reading. Yet by 1825, the U.S. population included 1/4 of people of African descent. I told y'all that. I said we're all probably a lot alike, just like me. I have one ancient Berber ancestor and 3 American Indian ancestors. Boom. Read it and weep. And there's the link. I know y'all don't read, but there's the link. I'm not linking it. Don't ask me. I'm done. Drop the motherfucking mic, ho. It's my house.
I get the young sis. She's using math, but she's using math in a different way, but it's still not accurate, because you know what Eltis has already shared with us.
Mm-hmm.
So even with her argument of 1 out of 4 of the ancestors, how far removed back is that? And we already know, first of all, the 6% that her head is covering right now, it said only 6% of the African captives made it to British North America.
Yeah.
Right? Go ahead. Cook on that.
I mean, that's why I was bringing that up, because British North America that's different. That's different. It's not the same.
And it's not the same slave trade of the Spaniards, the Portuguese, or the French. Where did they get their African jigaboos from?
That would be like Canada and all that shit. Big Cloud Kicker. Who is this Big Cloud Kicker? I don't know who you are. I don't have time. It's been a porn fest going on around.
That's Cosmo. That's Cosmo.
Yeah, it's me. Ain't nobody but me.
You know, we on defense. But what I was gonna say to Alabama, why I'm asking is because when we're looking at the Continental Congress, it would be the Articles of Confederation and only be for certain states. But that's gonna look totally different than the states being grafted in. So we have to understand that's the 2 differences of this is like when there's the United States with all the states grafted in, and before it was like New Hampshire, Maryland, Massachusetts, South Carolina, North Carolina, and whatever, like the other states of the Union.
But notice we overlook, now we already know specifically New York was New Amsterdam, especially for you Big Apple, rotten, corrupt people up there. But they ignore whatever French, Spanish, and Portuguese interactions, right? So we only focus on the 13 criminal colonies. From where? Maine down to Georgia? You just said it yourself. New England, New York, New Jersey, right?
Right.
What's Pennsylvania named after? William Penn? Was he a Quaker or just a Protestant?
Wasn't he a Quaker? William Penn?
I wish I could share this video of this interesting argument that's been raised by this supposed white scholar about the 4 type of actual confluences of cultures. What did you say, Cosmo?
The four different kind of like you were saying, the confluences of Protestantism.
Yeah, have you seen this particular? I wish I could think of this guy's name. Robert Militant.
Well, so is he like before the Quakers? Because it says he's an influential Quaker. So is he like who the Quakers are looking
No,
up to?
what I was going to point out, William Penn being a Quaker would be the type of element. Here's the thing. Let me remember right quickly what he said. So you got the New England version of what would be considered the Puritans. Okay, Pilgrims, Quakers, Puritan, Protestant, not Catholic. These are all would be in so-called Protestant faith. Then you have what is referred to as the Cavaliers. You hip to them? Cosmo, I think they still refer to the Cavaliers at one of the universities in Virginia.
Yeah.
So the Cavaliers would go under the category, let's say the Tories, the Loyalists, etc. Then you have them hillbilly motherfuckers, which is the Appalachian Strip. Okay? And I forgot what he categorized them by name, but he was basically saying that those are people who were not only opposed to those first two categories, the Protestants, the Puritans, etc., and the Cavaliers, they were also anti-education. Now that's interesting, right? With these buck-toothed inbred hillbillies along the Appalachian Trail. And then what we consider as the so-called Rust Belt, which would be Pennsylvania, Ohio, over towards Illinois and Indiana, actual Indian territory, because that's why Indiana is called that as a state. I forgot the specific name of the last two, but that was what he broke down as the four confluences of different types of parts of actual New England, which would be England, Ireland, Wales, and Scotland. You feel me, Cosmo?
Yeah, you got to always kind of take into what was going on in the culture over there. They was oppressing people. The Catholic Church was oppressing people, and the Protestant movement comes about because they're saying, well, y'all claiming Jesus and Christ and all this stuff, but that's not what's in this text. And the guy that you claiming is not what we claiming. So we got the real Christ. We got the true Christ. And from there, you get your Martinists, your Calvinists, your Protestants, your Puritan,
Sweet black
your
Jesus.
Jacobite stocks. You get your loyalists, your royalists. You get all these out of the divisions of the church. You dig what I'm saying? And everybody trying to come over here and play off the American. This is where it come from. When you ain't got shit, you try to go somewhere where people who got shit and tie in. That's exactly what happened. A lot of these people that just come from over there in Europe, as always, they lie about. Right? So they give you this idea that just because they're European, that they must, absolutely must. Just like they tell you because you African, you got brown skin, that you must come from Africa. It's the same lie, right? A lot of them people that did got off them boats, William Penn and all them, many of them so-called Quakers and all them Shakers. You dig what I'm saying? Puritan stocks and Lutheran, Calvinisms, all them niggas. You dig what I'm saying? Was just trying to come over here and get their little piece of the pie. You know? And they would.
So Dulcie, I think she said she stepped away for female break. Could you pull that up in the chat, Dulcie, on your side? I was just tracking it down, Cosmo, and I hope she can maybe share some of this video. But go ahead. The guy's name is Richard Militer, or whatever. But could you pull that down, Dulcie, on your side?
Yeah. Do you want me to go to a specific section or just play from the beginning?
It's probably going to be the first 10 minutes or so where he sets the stage in the context of these four specific type English individual influences, which I thought was very amusing. Y'all might get a kick out of this.
You said confluence.
Well, you see, look at how he lays it out, and then you chop it up. But at least the first 10 or 15 minutes, so he sets up how this came to be in his mind, and what is the civilization and culture over here.
Alabama, do you think that Christianity let me phrase the question this way. Do you think we had a religion over here before any foreigners came here?
I think it's inaccurate to use that term to describe our spiritual existence and our being in harmony with our environment. So my answer would be no in using the word religion. Now, as far as spirituality, that's what Cosmo was kind of diving into. But yeah, check this out, man, and y'all chop this up. See what your response is to this.
Started the English Civil War. Tell us about the Roundheads, the Cavaliers, and you also explained to us, why the Puritans remind us of some things that are happening today, etc. So break all of that down for us in more detail, please.
Sure. Well, it would take hours to give you an adequate history of the English Civil War, but short version is after Henry VIII, Britain becomes a Protestant country, but Henry, with the exception of his minister, Thomas Cromwell, who's ultimately executed, does not want it to become a very Protestant country. So a lot of Catholic traditions remain. And among the Puritan wing, they're very anxious to translate the Bible into English, which is how we get one of the great achievements in the English language, the King James Bible, which is still, you can find it in any bookstore in the United States to this day, right? Maybe not the original, but the new King James, which is functionally the same. And it's where we get the Book of Common Prayer, which is the second largest source of idioms in the English language, comes from that one book. The largest source of idioms, obviously, comes from the plays of Shakespeare, which is also around this time period, right? Which is why I asked you the other day, Francis, about what you thought of Shakespeare's politics, right? So the crown is the Puritans suspect the crown has Catholic leanings and wants to return England to Rome. And this creates a culture of suspicion and paranoia that ultimately leads to a battle between the Parliament, which is dominated by urban dwellers and Puritans, against the king, the royalists, otherwise known as the Cavaliers, who are rural, traditional, have a very traditional view of Christianity, right? They don't want big changes in their faith. And these two, the battle is essentially, yes, it's one elite broken into two pieces at the top, but the people who are doing the fighting and dying on the Roundhead side, so-called because of the hats the young clerks wore in London at the time.
Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? You really need to talk to Why Refi. Why Refi?
These are young men who are very ideological, very sure of their beliefs, very intolerant of dissent, who are willing to use political violence even before the war starts to advance their views. So the king at an early stage of the war was hanging on because votes in the House of Lords before the 1920s, the House of Lords was an important force in your country's politics. The House of Lords was fairly divided, but the bishops would vote uniformly for the king for various reasons. But they would come by boat, right? The Thames is a highway in this time period. So all long traffic or anything where you're carrying anything.
Man, this dude don't know who we talking about.
Right, which is why even to this day you'll see old docks in front of houses.
They go Smokey.
You're saying he don't know who he's talking about?
No, he think he's talking about white people. Go ahead.
Houses on the Thames where people, that's how you would get to work or get to market or whatever. So the bishops would come down in their long boats, and the
What's the
Roundheads are
point
waiting
that
for
we
them
listening for?
and try to sink their
What do we?
boats, throw rocks at them.
You
bring
gotta
other
watch it
boats,
till he
put
shows
them
the map of
overboard,
the areas over
so they would
here.
swim to
He's
shore and
breaking
not be
down
able to
to
show up
you
at the
those
House of Lords and vote
forces
him during
coming out
election.
of England
So the king
that
is
were the
just at that stage
colonizing
early in the war,
effect
hanging
of the
on by a thread.
colonies over here.
Ultimately, the king, now I'm going 20 years later, is executed, gives a famous speech, which is called the scaffold speech,
Y'all want to skip it up a little bit?
where he makes a plea for individual liberty.
You need to
Yeah,
see
this
the map where
motherfucker long
First
winded.
and only
you need to
assassinated
see
king in
the
U.S.
map
history,
where he breaks down where
assassinated by
these
the Parliament.
people settled. That was the point of my
But
giving
that
you the
speech was
context, and then
required
see
in
the map
American public schools in
amongst the
southern
colonies.
states until the 1960s in many places, right? So the cultural shadow of these events in America is
But
quite
it's
long.
That would show where
Although it's
William
forgotten in our
Penn
country,
went,
but it's
and
alive here,
so
or
if William
was
Penn
alive
went
a
to the
generation
area
ago,
we now call
right? So
Pennsylvania,
all
that
of our
back
founding institutions, when we talk about
yeah,
the
but
Atlantic
setting
Framework
up
Society, we're really
colonies
talking about the war
is
between the
different
Puritans,
than
Roundheads,
colonizing.
and the Cavaliers.
What'd you say?
And the Virginia's sports teams to this very day are known as the Cavaliers, right? And the Fighting Pilgrims, or whatever that
Sorry,
team is
maybe I'm
up
going
there,
too fast.
same
I
thing,
don't see him
right? So
showing
it's
a
these
map.
two
Is it,
cultures
totally at
you know
loggerheads.
where it is?
But in between are two
It's coming
other
up at this
English
point because he's describing the
so
groups.
culture of
That's
the
what I'm saying.
Appalachian
I think you
Mountains,
just
such as
passed it, Dulcie.
Hatfields and McCoys, the hillbillies,
Okay.
you know, the lore.
It's right in there.
These are people from the borderlands.
But wait a minute, you heard him just say Hatfields and McCoys, right? So he's just about finishing the four major groups.
Okay.
I think this is where it looked like it was a chart or
Is
something.
an historical question in most parts of Europe, but it is very much a live question here because, again, we're founded by coercive religious utopians, right? So, so what is America today? Yes, there have been other waves of immigrants that have come and changed things: the German immigration, the Irish immigration, the Asian immigration, the immigration from Mexico and South America. All are important, right? But essentially, it's a compromise between these four different cultures, which is why to a people that continue to evolve, we seem strange, because we are, in a cultural sense, I mean, obviously our technology is cutting edge, but in a cultural sense, we are your past.
And that is incredibly interesting.
What did he say?
Just
Cultural
the way
with what?
Pick that apart was beautiful.
That's what Super.
How
You
does
have to
that
listen to him
impact
describe the
America
I
four
was
different groups.
listening. I just didn't hear what he said.
Why is Trump popular?
We are your past.
For me, it's because he's pushing
He's
back.
hold on. Pause it again. Pause it again,
the
Dulcie.
excesses of.
And I think the map is coming up, right? I think you just flashed the map because I saw some red that was on the screen there. He is saying that we currently are the past of Britain's history, broken down in these four groups. Now, show
bullshit.
the map. No, but I didn't say to agree with it, bro. You have to understand the mindset of your enemy. Okay? This is what they think. They keep saying this is a white nation. You don't hear these fools saying this shit? Right now, they're being gassed up by Trump and Musk.
Yeah, but the first white people over here was niggas.
Right. Okay. Do you see the map that you just scrolled by, Dulcie? Because I saw some red flap on the pop on the screen when this guy was talking. Because they're getting ready to show the map, and so the territories of those four groups that this guy is suggesting is what the culture is based on.
Y'all let them flip the script.
Y'all.
Yeah, because it seems there's a thing being pushed that white folks did this and white folks did that. We was the white folks.
Let me ask you a question. Is there a thing being pushed that white folks did this and white folks did that?
Yes. That's what I just said.
You answered your own question.
I didn't even have a question.
Well, you answered your statement with your own statement.
Statements don't need answers.
They do. They need conclusions. And that when you were saying that there seems to be a narrative being pushed, there is. It's not even a question. The thing is, we're not pushing it.
Yeah, that's clear as mud. But carry on.
So, Dulcie, did you see the map? It's coming up, I
That's
think,
an
for just ask this
oxymoron.
next question. When he asked that,
Hyperliberal
you saw
progressivism.
where you just flashed on the screen? You were
That's
showing the
definitely
maps in
a
that
layer
part
of it.
there.
That's what people say. But let's look at the cultures, right? So let's go back to those four cultures. People win the presidency by getting their own culture and one or two of the other subcultures to go along with them, right? And that's how Jimmy Carter got elected. It's on Ronald Reagan, Bill Clinton, so on, right? The Democrats have been very successful in the last 40 years when they have a Southerner on the ticket or someone who seems congenial to Southerners, because that is a culture outside of their
think
home
we
base.
saw it
Right? It's
yet.
the Cavalier
Will it come after
culture,
this?
right? I don't mean to be reductionist. Not everyone is. We're not all marionettes of our great grandparents, right? That's ridiculous. But it plays a role, right? It plays a role in norms and mores and so on. So
right there. You didn't see that? Because there's also, they're behind him in the background. If you notice, they got all those charts and stuff that are in the background on the floor.
Man, you pulling our leg. Ain't no map.
There is a map where he showed amongst the colonies where these four culturally distinct groups settled in the colonial America. That's the only point that I was raising.
That go to prove your point, Smoke, that it was different people. You did what I'm talking about, and some of them seem, and most of them, to me, seem to be niggas.
No, I'm saying, but the settlement, the four groups he talking about, they all lived in the same place. They were in Philadelphia first.
Well, they said they was in Virginia first.
Yeah, and that Pennsylvania thing being named after William Penn, that's cap. I just looked into that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he ain't named nothing.
Why they call it Pennsylvania?
He founded it. So there's a possibility. Right, there's a possibility that it was already called Pennsylvania. Because they didn't give no alternate name concerning the people who were there first. The Lenape.
I think I finally found it.
And what about the other two? The other two cultures.
So
where you say the first two go?
Into what we call the Rust
The
Belt.
first two are the Pilgrims
Industrial
and the
area, formerly
Cavaliers.
industrial
Here
area
we
of
go.
Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Michigan, around the Great Lakes. That still determines close elections. Of course, that's where four of the swing states are. But those are turning more and more to the right. Ohio was a swing state until a few elections ago. Pennsylvania it's on the bubble. It could go either way, but it may be heading red. Michigan, it's a jump ball. It's gone back and forth. But that region is now seemed to have hit the bottom.
Who is this guy?
There's
and how is he able to
They're
break
losing fewer people.
down
right? When you look at cultural power,
America?
Who rents a U-Haul van to go somewhere else? That's a pretty good indication. But also how these regions are portrayed in popular culture, right? There's not a constant cultural criticism of that region. 30 or 40 years ago, people had great admiration for, say, Pennsylvania and its industrial capacity and its ability to create middle-class life. And there's a great longing there to return to those days. So when you say maybe...
Yeah, I'm calling cap on this guy.
Go just a little further.
If it's his whole thing is
I
that
want him to show that ridge of the Appalachians and the hillbillies that he was talking, because you heard him mention the Hatfields and McCoys.
Yeah, if he's trying to say that Europe came over here
and the Puritans
and fixed up the way we do business over here, yeah, this is full of shit. How we govern ourselves and all that, and we're under a foreign system. Yeah, that's bullshit.
And the states I was talking about in the articles in Confederation, they're not really those states. I mean, they do have Pennsylvania, New York, New Jersey, but it would be like New Hampshire, Massachusetts Bay, New York, New Jersey, Virginia, Connecticut, Delaware, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia.
What time is this, Dulcie?
This is 17, or it's just it's the early works to the 1800s. So they say it's between 1732 and 1797.
Well, the deed already been done by the mid 1600s. William Penn supposedly came over here in the 1640s, 1639 or some shit like that, 1650. Supposedly he came over here. So whatever they were saying was done was already did by then. So, but that's a great question.
Well, we're talking about the Constitution. This is like the Articles of Confederation that led to that Constitution we were reading.
Oh, okay. My bad. I thought y'all was talking about the name. My bad, because I think that's a great question. Obviously, it had a name before they applied William Penn name to the area. What was it called? That's dope. I'm gonna look into that too.
And the others are kind of the swing in the middle. Is that
for now? Yes,
at the moment.
But a few decades from now, it might look very, very different.
And there's also a part of when we talk about Christianity, which is the side of Christianity that J.D. Vance represents, which is this resurgence of Catholicism, which I find fascinating because you don't really see it in Europe, but you come here and the Catholic Church has real power to it.
You see it increasingly in France, especially in rural France. But yeah, I take your point, Francis. But I think this is a COVID effect. I think
that was a killer point he made. If religion is so tough over here, in Europe, they barely even practice this shit.
I don't think that's quite what he was saying.
Yeah, I'm about to say, hello, Super.
Yeah, that's not what he was saying. That's what you got from that?
No, rewind it about 10 seconds and listen.
Dulcie, can you rewind it a little bit, sis? I think it kind of froze. She might be frozen. Let me see if I can pull it. She did. Somebody did put the link in the back to it. All right. How far were we in that conversation?
Religion ain't a big thing over there today.
Well, I don't. Since she dropped, I don't know if you heard what I said, Sharice. The point of my bringing this up, there are 4 categories of supposed religious zealots, colonists, or whatever that broke down along certain lines and demarcations within the colonies. So, for example, New England would be considered the Puritans. Down southern portions in Virginia, the Carolinas, Georgia, they were considered like the monarchy royalists. They were referred to as the Cavaliers. Then you've got this other group, I forgot whether they're called the Roundheads or whatever, that will go towards the Rust Belt, that heads towards Pennsylvania, Ohio Valley. Yeah, and then you got that thin strip on the Appalachian Range that we know of as inbred buck-tooth hillbillies like the Hatfields and McCoys. He showed what sections in England they came from. That was the map I was trying to get her to pull up, Cosmo.
Yeah, but like you go to the Middle East, you got Muslim countries, right? Their whole government is set up under a religion. In England, they got Parliament and the House of Lords and shit. In France, they're not religious first. They have a government. They're not practicing it the way that he's trying to make it out to be.
Well,
in Europe, they don't have religious states in Europe. They have governments.
Yeah, but they do have a religious state. It's called Rome. You know what I mean? The Vatican.
No, I'm saying all the countries. Each country, France,
It
Europe,
don't need
Britain,
one. It don't need
they're
one.
not religious states, brother.
Yeah,
They have
well,
governments.
well, right. And under one government at one time, it was called the Holy Roman Empire. And guess what? All of them was beholden to a religious ideology. Many of them got the rights to go where they went to conquer, right? Dumb Diverses, Doctrines of Discovery, Nova Terra. They get those from the idea that the church in its papal bull gives utter autonomy to do whatever the fuck they want to do. So there had been religious ideologies being pushed, Catholicism, and out of those ideologies and those oppressions that Catholicism and Christianity was putting on the people, come your Protestant Reformation. Out of that Protestant Reformation come different people with different ideologies, like Martin Luther, like Calvin, like different people, William Penn. You dig what I'm saying? So, and each one, what they're saying is, when they was oppressing them people over there and they sent them over here, they sent them to certain places. I think that's all what Alabama was trying to show.
Okay. So what? I have a question. What was the role of the king?
The king is a monarch. He, in the end of the day, he make the whole shit go. You dig what I'm talking about? And that's
okay, cool. You said he make the whole shit go. Cool. That means he's ruler.
That's what a monarchy is. That's what a monarchy is. But even way back in 1066, with pressure from the people and the church, right? They forced them into what is it called? Where they made them land barons, and he had a council that the monarch deals with. It's called the come on, man. It's one of the most famous signed documents ever. Anyways, where they was taking a little bit of that autonomy from the monarchy, right? To where he just couldn't do whatever he wanted to do all the time. But he still had the
So I have another question. Did some of these kings switch religions?
Yes.
Oh, okay, cool.
That's the point.
And so for William Penn, I did look it up, and it even says, as far as the collections that they have on William Penn, this is Ancestry. This is their collection as far as the family of William Penn. It says the facts concerning the family of William Penn are not, to my knowledge, connected in any one work. Some of them are not to be found in satisfactory form at all. Most of them must be laboriously sought and scattered and not easily consulted volumes. It has appeared to me that the whole subject deserved a fresh, orderly, and comprehensive restatement. I have availed myself for this essay of all the authoritative printed matter concerning the founder and his family, with which I am acquainted, accessible in Philadelphia, and I have consulted some unprinted manuscripts, and I think the result will be regarded as a reasonably satisfactory in the point of accuracy. If errors appear, it may be hoped that those better informed will supply the needed corrections so that we may thus have a record both complete and correct. Perhaps I should add that in order to give unity to the narrative and to make it clear to the reader, I have included in it many well-known facts concerning the founder and his father, the admirable as well as those gleaned from obscure sources and therefore not generally familiar. So it sounds like even if it's like based on William Penn, there's going to be some questions about who William Penn really is.
Mm-hmm. As soon as we start to see them little dark pits, I start to looking for niggas. As soon as we don't, we got everybody else around him, but we ain't got him. We got all these other insignificant people. You dig what I'm saying? But a guy like William Penn, we can't find him. I'm starting to call cap. I think they be hiding these people on purpose. Because I think they are pushing the narrative, Super, that these people is white when really they niggas. And under the guise of religious oppression, they really racially oppressing niggas. I like to hear what he say though. What he gonna say?
All right. I mean, if y'all want to play the rest of it, okay. I know Yost got a link in the back he wants to share.
I was trying to fast forward to the map over there. It says the state of the 4 utopias is at the 33-minute mark. But I'm trying to, while y'all go through that, I'm trying to find the actual map that I want you to see where he claimed from England they originated. So it starts at the 33-minute mark. He talks about the 4 utopias, but I want to try to find the actual map while you're pulling.
You haven't pulled up, Sharice? It shut me down, but I can pull it up again in the video.
4 utopias.
Yeah, I got it up. What you said the 30? Like, look at me. I got it up. You said 33-minute mark. I'm sorry. I was over there.
Nigga, pass that shit, man.
Yeah, he refers to it as the state of the 4 utopias. Again, remember, this is not subscribing to what they think. You need to know the mindset of these foreign invaders. They think this is a white nation. They think it's a primarily English nation, not an American English construct. And so I just wanted you to have the facts for yourself. Now, at the very beginning, about 3:55 in the introduction, do you see that original map? The very beginning. It's about 3 minutes and 55 seconds.
So I gotta go back, Ali Bamboo.
Yes, and you'll see the first map overlay at 3 minutes and 55 seconds at the very beginning. You have to understand he's giving the breakdown. So as a matter of fact, start at 2 minutes and 5 seconds. So you'll see the colonies he's referring to as New England. You see that?
Alabama,
2 minutes and 5
are you in
seconds.
agreement with his
I
sentiments?
didn't say that, Super. Do you actually use your
No.
Just blurting out.
Listen
He
to the
said
question.
He said
You see the map?
Okay.
Do you
I didn't
see the
hear.
map
I
there?
didn't hear him. I didn't hear him say he
Do you
disagrees.
see
My
the
bad,
map,
bro.
Sharice? You see the map?
Yeah, I see it good.
That's okay. Could you blow that up just a little bit for some of those in the short bus shorties, so that you understand what he's referencing? Then when you fast forward to 3 minutes and 5 seconds, you'll see the English reference to what he's suggesting. Now you could let it play, but I'm saying the next map overlay is going to show over in you see that? You saw that red thing that just popped up on the screen for you? Right there. You see that?
Oh, why I didn't go to it? Okay.
You see that? So stop right there. You see that Appalachian strip? Now, what's the minute mark on this?
That's 4 minutes.
You see that strip that's the Appalachian Mountain? I want you to back it up about a minute, maybe a minute and a half, and let it play, and then see what he says about the populations that are inhabiting these portions of the colonies.
the shores of Maryland, not the big city of Baltimore. The North and South Carolina, parts of Georgia, Kentucky, are settled by people from the southwest of England. They were on ultimately the losing side of the English Civil War. They favored the crown. They believed in hierarchy. They believed in farms and incredibly indentured servitude, which is how slavery becomes. It begins in Britain with servitude of Welsh and Irish people, and in America, since there's a shortage at the time of Welsh and Irish people in the 1600s, they turn to African sources out of the Caribbean. And people can romanticize this culture. It has some very interesting elements, but it has some profoundly evil elements as well. But each of the four subcultures that make America have both good and bad, light and dark in them. The Puritans in New England are legalistic, arrogant, right? I'm talking about this time period. I'm not making a statement about today, although you can draw your conclusions. The people of what are called the middle states, New York, Pennsylvania is essentially a middle state, the Delaware Valley, the state of Delaware, New Jersey, they are settled from the West Midlands of England. So these people and then the borderlands near the Scottish border in Northumbria, in that area, those people settle the Appalachian Mountains, which are a rocky spine that runs from the state of Maine all the way down to Georgia. And you probably heard of the Appalachian Trail. People will do that tremendous hike. It usually takes about a year. It's quite a walk. But anyway, on both sides of those mountains, settle the people from the English side of the Scottish border. And so each of them have different ideas about what freedom is.
Did he mention
Okay, pause it. Hold on, Super. Pause it right there. What's the time stamp that you are at now?
4:25.
So if you back it up and just let it play for 5 minutes, then you'll get my context. But go ahead, Super.
Did he mention the charter that was granted to the crown? Are these the people that came under the charter?
I think that's what he's talking about, the people that would have been under the charter.
Carry on.
He started with King Henry. I don't know if you mentioned King George yet, but he started with King Henry and the Puritans and the Protestants.
Mm-hmm.
When you start 1 minute in on this particular video, it says the English Civil War. Then he goes into breaking down these 4 categories of cultural influences. You get me now? You know what I'm saying? So if you just go back to the 1 minute mark or so, let it play for about 5 minutes and then get the whole context so that you can comment on what it is he is sharing. I'm not asking you to agree with it. I'm saying you need to know how people think.
But aren't we getting to the map? We're about to get to the map.
We were showing it. Finally, we revealed it. I was showing her the areas, but I'm saying let it play for 5 minutes uninterrupted so you'll see what he's setting up as the context. That's my whole point.
They have different religious ideas, and because they have different religious ideas, they have different political ideas. Right.
Well, let's talk about that. So first of all, we started the English Civil War. Tell us about the Roundheads, the Cavaliers, and you also explained to us, why the Puritans remind us of some things that are happening today, etc. So break all of that down for us in more detail, please.
Sure. Well, it would take hours to give you an adequate history of the English Civil War, but short version is after Henry VIII, Britain becomes a Protestant country, but Henry, with the exception of his minister, Thomas Cromwell, who's ultimately executed, does not want it to become a very Protestant country. So a lot of Catholic traditions remain. And among the Puritan wing, they're very anxious to translate the Bible into English, which is how we get one of the great achievements in the English language, the King James Bible, which is still, you can find it in any bookstore in the United States to this day, right? maybe not the original, but the new King James, which is functionally the same. And it's where we get the Book of Common Prayer, which is the second largest source of idioms in the English language, comes from that one book. The largest source of idioms, obviously, comes from the plays of Shakespeare, which is also around this time period, right? Which is why I asked you the other day, Francis, about what you thought of Shakespeare's politics, right? So the crown is the Puritans suspect the crown has Catholic leanings and wants to return England to Rome. And this creates a culture of suspicion and paranoia that ultimately leads to a battle between the Parliament, which is dominated by urban dwellers and Puritans, against the king, the royalists, otherwise known as the Cavaliers, who are rural, traditional, have a very traditional view of Christianity, right? They don't want big changes in their faith. And these two, the battle is essentially, yes, it's one elite broken into two pieces at the top, but the people who are doing the fighting and dying on the Roundhead side, so-called because of the hats the young clerks wore in London at the time, these are young men who are very ideological, very sure of their beliefs, very intolerant of dissent, who are willing to use political violence even before the war starts to advance their views. So the king at an early stage of the war was hanging on because votes in the House of Lords before the 1920s, the House of Lords was an important force in your country's politics. The House of Lords was fairly divided, but the bishops would vote uniformly for the king for various reasons. But they would come by boat, right? The Thames is a highway in this time period. So all long traffic or anything where you're carrying anything heavy would move up and down the Thames, right? Which is why even to this day, you'll see old docks in front of houses on the Thames where people, that's how you would get to work or get to market or whatever. So the bishops would come down in their long boats, and the Roundheads would be waiting for them and try to sink their boats, throw rocks at them, bring in other boats, throw them overboard. So they would swim to shore and not be able to show up at the House of Lords to vote in favor of the king. So the king is at that stage early in the war, hanging on by a thread. Ultimately, the king, now I'm going 20 years later, is executed, gives a famous speech, which is called the scaffold speech, where he makes a plea for individual liberty. Ironic in that he's about to be the first and only assassinated king in English history, assassinated by the Parliament. But that speech was required in American public schools in southern states until the 1960s in many places, right? So the cultural shadow of these events in America is quite long. It's all but forgotten in your country, but it's alive here, or it was alive a generation ago, right? So all of our founding institutions, when we talk about the war between North and South, we're really talking about the war between the Puritans, the Roundheads, and the Cavaliers. And the University of Virginia's sports teams to this very day are known as the Cavaliers, right? And the Fighting Pilgrims, or whatever that team is up there, same thing, right? So it's these two cultures totally at loggerheads. But in between are two other English cultures, right? So the culture of the Appalachian Mountains, which is the Hatfields and McCoys, the hillbillies, the lore. These are people from the borderlands. Their idea of freedom is not the freedom to impose virtue, which is the Puritan idea, or the freedom to maintain a social hierarchy, which is the Cavalier Royalist idea. Their idea is the freedom to be left alone. But before your libertarian heart fills with joy and say, these were my people, they're also deeply opposed to education, especially.
Did you get that last little slip up there? Deeply opposed. These backwoods hillbillies are deeply opposed to what?
Education.
Do you see that red circle? I don't know if y'all noticed that in the screen there. You know what that says? Say that.
Trigonometry.
Okay, go ahead then.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely said a mouthful for sure. Ooh.
But I wanted you to see that last part where he shows the maps in England, Ireland, Wales, and Scotland, where these people originate from.
I thought we already showed those. We didn't show those.
There was one more section. Just let it play from there. Just let it play from there.
It's taking a long time, Alabama. I'm trying to,
Yeah.
It was like up at the 4 minute, between the 4 and 5 minute mark, but that's right there where he's talking.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I thought we already showed those.
No, just let it play. Just let it play for a couple more minutes.
Alabama.
I just wanted y'all to see where he's saying these 4 categories of conflicting cultures come from the English Isles.
But let's not go back. Where is it?
Yeah, but you don't agree with it.
No, I said right there where he's talking right there. This is like what, the 3 to 4 minute mark right now.
It's 10 minutes. All right.
10 minutes.
Yeah, just keep playing it from there. Don't.
Okay.
Yeah, don't.
I'm gonna say,
don't go
go back now. This is. I don't mean to be funny. It's the second time.
Actually, of women. So it's a very mixed bag. This is not a story with good guys on one side and bad guys on the other. People have elements of both. And then what we now call the Middle States, which is from the West Midlands of your country. This is yet another perspective. And they want the freedom to make money. And they want to be left alone to make money. But they do want law and order to punish corruption because they think in commercial markets and financial markets, people will steal. And then Cromwell dies and the Puritan, you could say, dictatorship ends. We're now in the 1660, 1661, and it is set for the Glorious Restoration. You probably remember this from your history books.
Mm-hmm.
But in that time period and immediately thereafter, all the institutions that you recognize as English today, the Bank of England, the beginning of certain sports, such as the origins of cricket, right? All these things come from this time period. But at this point, America has been settled for 80 years, right? So they are still living in different pasts. The Puritans who came here in the 1620s, when they fled, the royalists were in the ascendancy, so they fled to go practice their religion here. Their view is still that they're a desperate religious minority fighting oppression. Meanwhile, they're also carrying out witch hunts and literal hunting for witches. There are something on the order of 350 people accused of witchcraft in the colonies, almost all, with a few exceptions, all in New England, right? And including people being executed for being witches. The only
You can pause it there,
trials.
Sharif. So you got the gist of the cultural breakdown of the 4 different areas. If you saw the map, like I just showed you, the Rust Belt states, the Appalachian Strip, we know what the New England colonies are, and we know what the colonies starting from Virginia down to Georgia. Now, you can call it cap all you want to, Superman. I'm just saying, this is what they think. And I yield.
Let's look at this real quick.
By them thinking that, what does that mean?
When you get a chance, Sharice.
Like, just because they think that, a lot of people think Jesus walked on water, they don't change the fact.
He's just showing you how to get post-millennium, how to show you how to prove who you is by not showing who they are. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, you got to have genealogy going along with history. That's what.
Wait a minute. You said what? How to prove who I am? What?
Yeah.
Well, so make that statement again.
Yeah, he was just showing you how to show who you are in history.
What? Huh?
Yeah. By knowing your enemy. You ever played chess before?
Yeah,
right.
that don't make no
By the
sense.
way certain people move, right? By the way they move, you can kind of tell the way they think, right? So you kind of know where they're coming from and how they're moving, and you dig what I'm talking about. This is why he was explaining that the people over in England was like, man, we good, while these niggas that was over here had been there 80, 100 years still. Oh, we're oppressed, and you see what I'm saying? Two things can be true at the same time. He was just letting you know how to show who.
He's showing you how to know who you are
and where they at.
By knowing your enemy. That he's showing you how to know who you are by knowing your enemy. That's what you said?
Yeah, but by knowing who you aren't, you can know who you are.
By knowing your enemy, though.
Yeah.
Okay. That's interesting.
It's called strategy. It's just war strategy.
Yeah, that don't make sense.
Well, y'all, let me show you this. So this is the article of Confederation I was talking about, the perpetual union, and it shows you the states. So I just wanted to show like some of the differences between the Constitution. So all right, so we're in Article 1. The steel of this confederacy shall be the United States of America. Each state retains its sovereignty, freedom, and independence, and every power, jurisdiction, and right which is not by this confederation expressly delegated to the United States Congress assembled. The said states hereby severally enter into a firm league of friendship with each other and a common defense. So I wanted to go down to this part because he was saying the free white persons. So Article 4, to better secure and perpetuate mutual friendship and the intercourse amongst the people of different states in the unions, the free inhabitants of each of these states, paupers, vagabonds, and fugitives from justice excepted, shall be entitled to all privileges and immunities of free citizens of several states. And the people of each state have free ingrals and regrals to and from any other state, and shall enjoy therein all privileges of trade and commerce, subject to the same duties, impositions, and restrictions as the inhabitants thereof respectively, provided that such restriction shall not extend so far as to prevent the removal of property imported into any state to any other state of which the owner is an inhabitant. Provided also that no, I think it's partition, duties or restrictions shall be laid by any state on the property of the United States or either of them.
Now go back to that importing property. You know what they're saying about that importing property. Underscore that again, sis. A lot of these people, they think those are F's. Those are S's.
S's.
They're not F's. Go back to the importing property clause that you just read, Dulcie. Talking about importing from state to state, because you know what the importing property is. It's not rum. It's not livestock. Go ahead.
So it says, respectfully, okay. It says that restrictions as the inhabitants thereof respectfully, provided that such restriction shall not extend so far as to prevent the removal of property imported into any state to any other state of which the owner is an inhabitant.
Right. That's crossing state lines, international commerce, correct? Because these states are actual nations. So we're calling them colonies. But go ahead, cook. Goddamn.
No, also that deals with descentability, the ability to move wares and product from state to state. So that goes up under the title of white, free white, right? Because it ain't saying nothing about skin color yet.
Yeah, let me read that again. I'll read it. Just is that the same page?
Excuse me.
I noticed they referenced it as perpetual union at the top of the page there, where they were describing this article of confederations for perpetual union
between the states. Yeah.
Now, don't forget, what a lot of people don't know about the Iroquois Confederacy interacting with these colonies, they were getting sick and tired of conducting business in 13 different ways. Plus, they were reneging and lying and not keeping the agreed upon, prices, etc. You know what I'm saying, Colin? Because we walked on this before when we were trying to, I'm going to hit them with the post-millennium, but not now. You cook on it, Super.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see the part? I can't highlight it.
No. Yeah, I can see it.
What was supposed to begin?
It starts with the better to secure.
Hey.
Okay, I got to zoom in on this. Are you going to do it, Super, or I'll read it till like the ingress and the regress, which is basically talking about going across border. The better to secure and perpetuate mutual friendship and intercourse among the people of the different states in this union. The free inhabitants of each of these states, paupers, vagabonds, and fugitives. First of all, that language in and of itself, who are they talking about? The street urchins?
Europeans.
Yeah. Okay. Fugitives from justice accepted shall be entitled to all privileges and immunities of free citizens in the several states, and the people of each state shall have free ingress and regress. Now, does that mean interstate or intrastate? Same as colonies, we're saying.
It's saying both.
To and from any other state, and shall enjoy therein all the privileges of trade and commerce, subject to the same duties, impositions, and restrictions as the inhabitants thereof, respectively, provided that such restriction shall not extend so far as to prevent the removal of property. Now, what property would they be most concerned with, brother?
Chattel.
Of property imported into any state, to any other state of which the owner is an inhabitant, provided also that no imposition, duties, or restrictions shall be laid by any state on the property of the United States. Now, what will be the property of the United States, my good brother?
Yeah, y'all not understanding what y'all reading.
Uh-oh.
Well, what do you say it's saying?
Yeah, you saying it's saying something other than what it's saying?
Yeah, it's saying that you can do trade from state to state, but if somebody brings something over as private property, they're not in commerce or trade, then it can't be taxed or taken away from them. It's just their possession.
That's what the paper says.
Damn.
Yeah, that's exactly what it says.
So, you agreeing with him?
I'm agreeing that that's what it says on the paper.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, it sounds like Super saying that's what the paper is saying. That's what I'm trying to make sure.
Yeah, I'm trying to make sure he's saying, well, listen, nobody is denying what he's saying. What he said is what the paper just said it said. We not.
I know, but y'all add extras and over it only talk about slaves and all this other
But
shit.
I think that the chattel part is why they're saying, like, the chattel part is what he's questioning in property. So do you want to go into
chattel is any property that can be moved.
Thank you. That's all it is. It's anything. It could
Right.
be a
That's all
wagon.
it's saying. But it don't
Right.
say nothing about no slave. I didn't say nothing
I
about
know it. So how did y'all
So
come up
how
with
don't
that?
we understand? So you made a statement that we don't understand what we read, and then you double down on exactly what it says, and that's exactly what we think it says. So how we wrong?
Because y'all start adding slaves and all this other shit in there.
There's nobody say slave but you.
What? All right, y'all got it.
We coming up here starting stuff super.
No, that trolling shit don't get nowhere when it come to logic. He said that. Nobody even brought up slave. We said chattel.
What? Hold on. You saying that I was the first one to say something about slaves?
I didn't say nothing about no slave.
Oh, okay. You wasn't in the amen section?
No, nigga. I don't believe
Okay, cool. All right. Well, then, shit, I'm going to believe you instead of my lying ears.
Okay. Motherfucker, stop lying, because I ain't say nothing about it. I said chattel.
Well, who you heard say slaves? Then let's start there.
Yeah.
My ears were lying to me, so I don't know.
All right, that's what I thought. All
right. Man, let's get back on subject, man. While we on subject.
Real quick, I just want to take a quick little musicality break, if you will. We're going on 5 hours, and then I pull Dosie's screen right back up. You know, the talented Southern University band. Hold on. I'll pull it right back up. We just need a quick little intermission. Thank you. Shout out to all the HBCUs out there.
Let's go.
Is that a real woman from Alicia Keys, baby
It
girl?
is a woman's worth. Yes, it is. A woman's worth. Shout out to them, Southern University and the Dancing Dolls.
I ain't gonna
Shout
lie
out to
to
the
you.
dancing dogs. So
That
all
remind
you
me of
pistol packing gangster drug dealers, stay away from the HBCU. We
that
like our
remind me of
babies.
Stay
that.
away from our babies.
That's right.
Hey,
Stay away
Sharice,
from the girls.
that remind me of that workout video you just did, or you just.
Yeah, that's
I can't wait to see your rendition of that, Sharice. When will you be dropping that?
I don't know, man. I don't know, man. The first one had everybody all up in a frenzy around this mofo. You know, the haters
Ain't
was
nothing
coming.
wrong with being in a frenzy. It's healthy.
Yeah, that's just what I love. I love watching it. Shoot, I love doing it. You know, it's our culture. You know, it's what we know to be true and what we do. It was just beautiful. You know, I love
We see
those
that
girls.
everywhere too. We see
Yeah.
that big man culture everywhere.
They all look like they were related too. Like every last one.
Yeah, they go
Where that
for a
was that?
certain.
Was that what college was that?
That's Southern
That was a
University.
uniform, brother.
The jukebox, the human
That's that
jukebox.
Louisiana.
Yeah,
That's that
that human, yeah, they call themselves the human jukebox. I feel like Jackson State kind of be getting them a little bit, but they like that too.
Come on, man. Y'all know who the baddest band in the land is? The Marching Storm. Come on with the Marching Storm, man. We know what it is.
Listen. Everybody
Now
knows.
you know you need to say the Ocean of Soul, but the Rattlers from FAMU go tear for head.
Oh yeah, man.
Aggie
Oh, damn you, woo.
Everybody know.
Come on, man. You know about the Black Foxes, man. Come on.
Pumping big dogs stomping around here.
Who you rooting for? PVU.
I love
Who
me
you
some
rooting
Jackson
for?
State, baby. They played that in those jeans. I said, ah, oh my God. Man,
Who was the
that's
first
how
to give you that sardines and pork and beans on the East Coast outside of DC? Wasn't Hampton, wasn't Norfolk State, no North Carolina A&T. Aggie Pride.
Oh, you saw the A&T. Yes, I love them too. We got a lot of our girls that came from my high school. They went up there to dance, went down there to dance, rather. You know, the girls, they be scared to go further down south. We just had a couple girls who went to Alabama State to dance.
Get tremendous.
Yeah,
They
it's
turn tremendous. Right
in the
around North
South.
Carolina, Virginia border, they start to turn into something else. They just different.
Yeah, that bad life ain't no joke, man. But it's beautiful. I love it, man. It's our culture for real. You know, I hate what happened to that young man down there at Southern too. Like, you know, pledging that Greek fraternity and everything, and ended up losing his life because of it. You know,
What?
I mean, I don't. Yeah, you ain't hear about that?
No.
He played in the Southern University jukebox band. His name was Cameron. I forgot his last name. But apparently, he was pledging Omega Psi Phi, and he got punched in the chest and lost consciousness and died. And while he was online to become an Omega, yeah. So we just gotta be careful. I don't believe that Greek fraternity shit is our culture. You know what I'm saying?
No.
But that marching band life, that's for sure our culture. But I know a lot of times, a lot of the activities and things like the cheerleaders and the bands, sometimes they mimic that Greek life in terms of hazing and things like that. And that's the type of shit that I do want to stop. But outside of that, man, it is something beautiful to be a part of for sure. You know, it's a lot of hard work, a lot of dedication. And I know those kids work really hard to play that music. I mean, just even listening to Southern, listening to them play that I can't think of the name of what that really is right now, but just even going into that in the beginning and then touching into Alicia Keys, man, just beautiful. But yeah, we just gotta be careful. Look out for our babies, man.
Yeah, that band life ain't no joke. Like at a college level, because I seen them running. They practice like a football
I
team.
ain't gonna lie, it's bad in high school, man.
It is.
Hey, one time in band camp.
Yes, it is. High school was something, young. You be like, damn. You be everybody be in on it too. You like, hold up.
Hey, it's a cold click. It's a click.
Everybody in on it. It's legacy.
Yeah, I didn't pay attention to the band. I was playing football and basketball in high school.
Of course.
Carry on.
Oh, that's crazy. I did both till high school. Played in the band. I used to be on. Yeah. Listen, I was in the game, playing in the game at halftime. I would be in my football uniform, put the drums on, play during halftime, go back in, and then come out and finish the game.
Well, they used to let you do that shit. They wouldn't dare allow it at my school. You doing one or the other, damn it.
It depends on how good you is. If Cos was that good.
What did you ask me, Sharice?
I said, did your football team suck?
In high school?
Yeah.
Oh no, we was pretty good.
Y'all was pretty good.
Yeah.
See, my high school team just started getting good. But I know all
we down here in Texas. We play ball. But our football team sucked at PV because everybody went D1 instead of HBCU.
And how do you feel about that though? Because I have these conversations with men all the time who talk about football. You know, they always have a different perspective about it when Black students choose D1 schools. But I always felt like if so-called Black students chose their schools, HBCUs, to build up, then they'd be the competition, and all the money and sponsorships and everything will go to the HBCUs versus going to these D1s, Colorados, and Roll Tide, and all these people. So, like, do you think that it would be a difference in like monetary value, scholarships, and shit if all of the talented players actually went to their Black schools?
Oh, for sure, because
I get the point of your question, Sharice, but we're watching this in real time. Michael Vick is coming out of goddamn purgatory because he saw what Neon Dion did.
Yeah, he's gonna be the coach at Norfolk State and Deshaun Jackson.
Yeah, but how did Jackson State treat Deion Sanders though?
I was gonna say the same thing. It's the corruption. It's the corruption that even Deion Sanders was calling out. You know, even if they were to get the money and different things and funding, then how are the people that are delegated the money deal with it as far as it? So he said he had to just deal with a lot of BS going to an HBCU, and I think they're not properly funding the money where it should go. They're not properly doing things for them. I think people are profiting the money if they're anything like the Democrats, and I just think they don't even put the effort that they need to.
Let's be real about it. Is they even really Black? Right? Because what's them Clark and Spelman?
Nope.
Right?
You hit it right on the head, Cosmo.
Yeah, we just talked about that.
Yeah, listen, because Spelman is named after Rockefeller's wife.
That's right.
So really, is they even ours, or did they hijack?
Oh, I thought you were going somewhere else. You wrong as hell.
No, that's not wrong. They hijacked. Them schools named after white folks. You dig what I'm talking about? And these was just
again, the first white folks in America was niggas.
Okay, I'm not denying that, but it was some pale niggas that came with them too, and they was both on the same shit. Either way, they didn't have our best interests at heart. I'm saying many of these universities, yeah, they started as ours, right? But they owned by different companies and different NGOs and all that stuff today. That's what I'm saying. This is how you could do Deion Bowl at a quote unquote all Black college.
So
this is how you could steal from that man. They literally stole from him.
Yeah, and that's what
maybe they have the same attitude as you, and that's why they mistreated him.
Well, Colorado schools managed money better over.
If he'd have had the same idea as me, he would have known that they was already going to try.
Exactly, that's what I'm talking about. And he did get
planned up.
He did get robbed, but if y'all hear what
he thought them was his people, like you think. He was goofy enough to think them people was his people, just like you think. Right?
Well,
and
if you hear,
over the fucking head.
Yeah, but those were his people, but they had your attitude that he wasn't
No,
one of them.
no. He wasn't one of them. That's what you're missing. He was the good guy in the shit. They did him wrong. Right?
Because of the attitude that you display right now, that is some white folks doing some shit.
The proof in the pudding is all 8 of those receivers from Colorado got picked in the NFL while they were jacking his son around.
Facts.
So the proof is in the product, not in some nigga shit.
That's in Colorado State. We're talking about Jackson. But was that a quote, Therese, that you were reading from Deion Sanders and about Jackson? Oh, okay.
No, not at all. No, not at all. I was just asking, just in general, like, is that the whole idea around what's going on and why Deion Sanders decided to leave Jackson State in the first place? Was the mismanagement of money and funds?
He said he got his cars broken into. There was other things that he said that happened, and then there was
around the neighborhood of Jackson.
It could have been around the neighborhood.
But not only that, he fed his team and the people in Jackson that was in bad water. He was giving them water. Let me not get triggered here, because I mean this is not even something that should be up for debate. The behavior.
We're not debating it. We're trying to.
No, I know you're not. Super thinks he's slick. He's trying to be slick. Dissing. These corrupt ass niggas and nigga shit is what needs to be under scrutiny.
Yeah.
Period.
They did that, man.
Okay, so wait. Since I'm trying to be slick, let me just come on out and say it. Is there a division between niggas?
Yes.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
What? Okay, then. Why? All right. Cool. Now, why is that? Well, now, why is there a division between that?
As Dots would say, she's not on the panel, but shout out to my sis. She's been saying this from day one on Unscrambled Minds, because all skin folk ain't kinfolk, and that's all. I mean, that's something.
No. We talking about kinfolk. I'm talking about kinfolk, because if I tell a person that I got a master's degree, I'm attacked by my own people, right or wrong.
Oh,
we got personal. Okay.
What do you mean by
no? This is across the board. This ain't just me. I'm talking about anybody who went to college. They're attacked because they got the white man's education. Yay, nay.
It's true.
Oh, okay, cool. Now let's talk about it.
Why?
Because y'all saying that this man was mistreated by his own people, and I'm pointing out the problem.
Who got mistreated by his own people?
Nobody. Let's go. Let's move on.
Oh, you talking about?
They don't really want to touch it. They don't want to touch this nasty shit.
No. And that's what I guess. And see, that's the misunderstanding right there. I'm saying they wasn't his people, but he thought they was. He thought that they was his people, just like you think. Right? You think that's his people, and they wasn't. They got down on him. That's all I'm saying.
And I was gonna say, what makes people your kinfolk as well, right, to Cosmin part, because I'm sorry, like, I don't care how many people come and say, oh, niggas like Shaw's son, those are your people. Those aren't my people. They not my people. They not kinfolk.
They not my heritage. They not my culture. You did what I'm talking about. They not my ethnicity.
Damn.
We don't move the same. We don't act the same. How we react in our environment is different.
You probably gotta teach him how to play spades. He gonna renege.
You gotta get that. You gotta teach that nigga a hairline. That's what you gotta do.
Damn, Dulcie, you went to reneging and the nigga shit. He go renege up from the flow to the. Now you know what? Okay, if we're gonna actually seriously discuss this, when we're talking about higher education, the actual history of these supposed HBCUs or Indian boarding schools. Now, Carter G. Woodson, and the book is entitled The Miseducation of the Negro. How does the Negro get miseducated?
Peon bullshit going on.
It's some BS. I'm calling Cap, Sister Cherie. Call it Cap.
Bullshit. I'm telling
Major
you.
Cap.
Yeah. So the niggas at the HBCU, that wasn't his peoples? That's what y'all saying?
Yeah, many of them, the niggas who had pulled wasn't his people. Nah.
The way they was
The
acting.
niggas who actually run the school, nah. The face of the other coaches, the players on the team, yeah, they look like him. They was his folks. But the niggas who was handling the bread and made everything move, nah, them wasn't his people.
Well, Democrats ain't our
So
people.
you saying the people that was handling the business was breaking in his cars and shit?
Now, wait a minute. Hold up, Super. I know you purposely trying to be ignorant on what you're asking. The man made a very simple pledge. And the question is, I would compare it.
This shit too nasty. We ain't gonna touch on it. Y'all gonna end around. It's cool.
Hold up. Wait a minute. I'm just dealing with the man first.
Bro.
The individual. I would put him in the same boat with LeBron, who told Akron, Ohio, his hometown, after I come back to Cleveland and bring them a championship. That's a man of his word, right, Cosmo?
Yes.
Did he do what he said he would do?
He did it.
Did he come back to his hometown and that school is still operating? I'm sorry, Umar motherfucking Tunde? He didn't do that, did he? He did not do. Is that your kinfolk, bro? Cosmo, is that your kinfolk?
I don't know, cuz.
So the motherfucker ain't built a school in 15 years.
Hey, go ahead, Ali Bamu.
In addition, when Dion came there, did he not turn the whole program around?
Yes.
Yes.
Did the same program follow him to Colorado State? So it's not Colorado State. It's not Jackson State.
It's Colorado. Right. He took the best of the best. They left with him.
Okay.
Right. And I think Superman, hold on, no, Superman. I think where you're getting lost is them bringing up other people that are not the same people and all that. But I'm saying whether they're the same people or not. Like everybody ain't your family, everybody ain't your kin, everybody doesn't have your best interests at heart.
Don't see you on point on that, but let me again stay with the context of historical black college and university. What is that? Just the title itself. Historically black, is that not miseducation? God damn. This ain't fucking rocket science.
We were talking about that the other night with the source that was dropped about the Stono Rebellion and the minister that was in the Stono Rebellion. Well, we're going through it, and he's talking about, oh, look at these Negroes. It would be nice to start up a school for them. So it's like the narrative says that Africans aren't taught to read and write or anything, but here you have this colonizer, per se, coming in, and he's like, oh, we need to have a school for the Negroes. Take with that what you will.
Okay, well then, I presume that everybody would like their children to go to an institution of higher learning. Where would you send your children?
When? Today? I'm not sure that 300, 400 years ago that was even a thought for the American Indian in that way that we commonly.
Boy, this shit I be talking, don't nobody want to touch this shit.
For me personally, I'd be like where they choose or anything. There's aspects of it with higher learning today as far as, but I would definitely be letting my kids know as far as, especially if we're going through the system, that just like my parents let me know that, okay, you're going to learn some of this stuff in school. I'll make sure you're learning this stuff out of school and you know this stuff. Do what you have to do to pass, to get the degrees, to get where you want to be. But at the end of the day, like what they're saying is not the full truth.
Right.
Chelsea, do you know what a PWI is? Hold on, Cosmo. Do you know what a PWI is?
Isn't it like a privately
predominantly white institution? Why has that phrase all of a sudden come into being? What's a predominant? So is Colorado State a predominantly
the
white
same reason why HBCUs came into existence? They weren't always called HBCU. When they were started, that was not part of their name or the organization that they were a part of.
So what are you saying? It was created as a counteraction?
Because most HBCUs were gifted land grants and things like that, so they could build the institutions on them, and were specified and put for Black folks. So,
and my question is this, Sharice: were there already institutions there?
Certainly.
Well, the question is, who granted them the land?
Most
we
of
know
them
the land comes from the charter.
Yeah. Or some type of government land grant. I know my HBCU that's the basis of its founding and funding in 1851, that they were granted land from government in the DC area to.
I was gonna ask that. What's the earliest one? What's the first one?
1584.
They say the first
came over.
HBCU is either Lincoln or Cheney. There's always dispute between which one was first.
Right. I got some
my professor said it's Cheney.
Niggas was the primary landowners all the way up until
it says Cheney 1837.
Yeah,
so we're talking about the 1800s.
Right. Well, they were saying I was looking at some stuff that during the end of the Elizabethan era, 1584, the first time they touching over here, they did deals with Wampanoag, Narragansett type Indians over here, and they would have been the first to give the okay that they could build little huts and whatever little civilization.
Now, Cosmo, since you said that, explain to me how Harvard had its 374th commencement. Explain that to me, bro. Explain that to me.
I don't
374 years?
Most of the HBCUs are A&T and A&M, agriculture and mechanics and agriculture and technology. Who brought technology and agriculture over here? Okay, I know. Yeah, I know. Don't nobody want to touch this shit.
No.
Nobody want to touch this shit.
Dog, I agree with you about half of them HBCUs, but half of them HBCUs are also church HBCUs.
Yeah.
Religious churches.
A lot of churches set up some A&Ms, A&Ts. You dig what I'm talking about? So it all plays its part. You dig what I'm talking about? I think the idea is to never pigeonhole yourself to one idea, because on the other side, you see, it's also true from looking at it the other way. So I think we got to be more comprehensive in our thoughts and the way we look at historical events in the narrative period.
Come on home, Cosmo.
What you mean? I already built you a mansion, a robe, and a crown. You come on.
Hey man, peace to the panel. Man. Peace and love to all y'all, man. Hope y'all wild ass Indian, Aboriginal, whatever you want to claim. Long as y'all saying we American, we been here, we ain't going nowhere. Ain't nobody bring us here. Shout out to all y'all out there, man. Peace and love.
OTK, what it do?
South Kakalaki, where the damn Goose Creek man at, man? You ran them motherfuckers off?
You already know. Me and Darvis ran the motherfuckers out of here.
Yeah.
Hey, Darvis.
Darvis ain't ran no
Darvis
ain't ran no damn where. He got a pistol.
But to what Alabama was playing earlier, Harvard is going to be a Puritan. But whenever we get a chance, I just want to do a couple of the paragraphs. It's just the paragraphs that's interesting, and us to look at Section 8 of this document in comparison to Section 8 of the Constitution.
Ooh, come
on. So
This any
Puritans
person
are
guilty,
pilgrims too. They're pilgrims
right?
now. Puritans are pilgrims. Yes, they all up underneath Martin Luther and the dude who came before Martin Luther. They was all Protestants who was protesting against the church, saying y'all motherfuckers ain't keeping up the laws. Everybody in the Bible is created equal, for the Bible say, and they're the ones who came with the Geneva Bible. They translated their own Bible and they came with it. Those are the Puritans. Go ahead.
Yep, that's a fact, and that's why Harvard is where in Cambridge, Massachusetts, 1636, and yep, all there in Pilgrim land.
But ain't Trump suing Harvard?
He might be.
Yeah,
What
he
is
don't want
For letting foreigners in, coming in, pushing a foreign agenda.
Yeah, he ain't having that shit.
Yeah.
I haven't even heard of that. But let me
Yeah,
read. Okay, so this is if any person guilty or charged with treason, felony, or other high misdemeanor in any state shall flee from justice and be found in any of the United States, he shall, upon demand of the governor or executive power of the state from which he fled, be declared up and removed to the state having jurisdiction of his offense.
Yeah. That's your what you call that when you corpus it's the fact that they can take your body from one place to another. It's called
not the corpus habeas,
not corpus delictus, habeas corpus.
Habeas
corpus, yeah. Habeas corpus.
Go with some corpus
You got
delictus.
it, God.
It's delicious.
Yeah. Habeas, I couldn't put it together. I knew, but this is the idea of building up to your habeas corpus.
But again, remember the whole basis of habeas corpus is for your sovereignty and your rights not being infringed upon.
Correct.
See, our problem is we keep letting them infringe on us.
Well,
that's what y'all got out of that.
Well,
I think about the migration patterns from out of that. Like we're talking about 1732 through 1797. It says as far as the writers and who contributed, and as far as the Articles of Confederation. So I'm thinking, when we're looking into the states that are in this Continental Congress, and then we see these migrations to states outside of this Continental Congress, we can look into that.
That's just the uniformity of the law. You can't commit a crime in one state and go to the other state. You got to be pardoned by the governor. The governor got to clear your name, and then you won't be a criminal in your current state.
We're showing where that whole idea comes from.
The
whole idea comes from.
And it definitely started over there. Is this what we reading, sis? I can't even see it. Are we reading that this started over there and brought over here?
Yeah, because this looked like something that's being applied to a people that wasn't already made somewhere.
No, hold on, OTK. Hold on.
It's an agreement. It's an agreement between states.
Wait. She was referencing Articles of Confederation, right, Dulcinea?
Oh, okay. I can't see it. That's why I'm asking. I'm on my phone, y'all.
This is the Articles of Confederation. It's between Massachusetts. Yeah, I just pulled it back up. I just had to get it.
They're just making the laws uniform across the states. That's all it is. It's the Articles of Confederation.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is uniform across the states of the Continental Congress. That's why
Continental Congress would only mean the 11 states at this time. It would only be 11 states when you're dealing with the Continental Congress.
Yeah, by the time they get with the Articles of Confederation, all 13 already been part of it.
Because if they go to Indian country,
yeah, but it wasn't ratified. But it's all the states wasn't ratified.
See what I'm saying?
It's ratified.
Go ahead,
in 81,
ratified by 1797 in the end of this writing.
Yeah, but 97 we had the other constitution came out by then.
Yeah, that's
other
what I'm saying.
Came out in 1789, I think it was.
The original
Right.
Constitution had already been ratified in 1789.
Somebody said it
Yeah, the
wasn't
Articles
no.
of Confederation was the original Constitution.
Somebody
It was the first
said
Constitution.
it wasn't no.
Yeah,
I don't think
yeah. The Articles of Confederation. But it was
the
though.
Articles of Confederation was only an
Come before
article
the
for the
Constitution.
11th Continental Congress. It wasn't for all the
It was
13
the
states yet.
Constitution that united them. That's why they came up with a president under it.
No, the Constitution came out after the 13 colonies, correct?
I understand that, yeah, but there was a president before that Constitution. Both of them
All right.
Constitution.
So
I know, but
you
both
got
of
to
them are
understand
Constitutions
now,
though.
South Carolina during this time was in and out. They were separating themselves, going back in with them, separating themselves from them, and then going back into them. We can
Yeah, but
see
it was
that,
still
Hey
the top
they was
end
part
was
of the
going
Continental
in and
Congress.
out.
No, they
Hey
were still
man,
part of it.
when
They were still with the Articles of
hey,
Confederation. Back
Okay,
then,
all
matter of
right.
fact, when we left during the Civil War, we
Go
adopted
ahead,
we
Y'all
adopted
can
our
have
original
this fight at
Constitution.
grandma's house. Y'all
Yeah, but
live
the
right next
Articles
door
of
to each other.
Confederation is another constitution. It's the first
when did this?
constitution.
When was this federation article? When
Articles
was
of
this?
Confederation, I think it was 77, but it wasn't used until 81.
Okay, who's this confederation between again?
The 13 colonies. By then, it was 13 of them by then.
Okay, the 13 colonies.
No,
They were.
hold on, Smoke. She gave the timeline. What was it, Dulcie, again? It was back in 1730s, I think, up to 1797. But say that again, Dulcie, when you pull that up.
Yeah, that's why I pulled it up in the name. So you can see this is the Articles of Confederation and Perpetual Union between the states New Hampshire, Massachusetts Bay, Round Island and Province Plantations, Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia. And it has the names as far as this will be John Gill.
Come on, man. Who got that crazy? Who got that crazy talking in the back?
Yeah, who is that in the background? What, he was the printer of these articles from what was that range of years, Dulcie?
Who?
I think 1732. Starting in 1732.
No, it came out in 77.
Hold on, man. I know y'all trying to bring this document to life, but I want to know who's resurrecting or who's bringing this document to life. Who are these people? Who are the people that's deciding to have a confederation? Don't give me no bland answer like Massachusetts and Virginia. I'm talking about who are these people that's making these agreements? Who's speaking of Massachusetts? Is it
That's
the people?
a good damn question, Smoke.
I got you.
That's a good damn question.
Earlier, I heard somebody say. I heard somebody say Indians ain't got no motherfucking laws at this time. So I'm trying to figure out if these some people coming over here trying to show Indians how to have laws and shit. Like, what's going on?
Who said that Indians ain't had no laws?
And who the fuck said that? Whoever said that is an ignorant motherfucker.
I don't know about that, but while the Articles of Confederation go though, it was an
You
article
know
that
how
was
they
in
do it,
77.
Smoke. It was they.
But it was enacted in 81, if I'm not mistaken. And that's when all these colonies, the heads of these colonies, what they call governors, came and they had a Congress. They called a Continental Congress. They had a president that was over them. But there was a constitution that united all 13 of these colonies in law.
They had two presidents.
And it laid out. They had more than that, but I'm just saying.
More than that.
Yeah. They only had one at a time though.
Who had these presidents?
So these are your descendants. I'm gonna just sum it up. These are your descendants of the Pilgrims and your Puritans.
Okay, there we get somewhere.
Mixed in with these American Indians.
Man, you just stepped on a grenade, brother.
I'm sharing it again in the back. I just had to reset my computer.
Right.
Look, man, I don't think this story mind us scrutinizing it. Right? Y'all don't have to walk on those eggshells in regard to this story. I think they laid it out, with somebody in the future in mind that will probably be able to pick this motherfucker apart. I'm just volunteering to pick this bullshit apart. I think the story has a lot of holes in it. I think it's a lot of characters in it that want to go unnamed, and I want to point their motherfucking ass out. Y'all gonna help me do
No,
it?
these
Y'all
articles.
gonna help?
Hey,
Y'all
Smoke.
gonna help?
Hold on. One
Y'all
thing
gonna
we
help?
got to understand that these articles of
Hold on,
Confederation
bro.
and all of these shit. Hold on. All of these shit is not for us. They're writing because this is the time they're
They
separating
don't want to
from
do
their
the
indentured
investigation, bro.
servitude. Hold on, y'all. They're
My
separating
God.
themselves, Smoke, from indentured servitude. These pilgrims, when they came across there, they had an indentured servitude contract with King James. This is when you see them start breaking off. Around
Yeah,
this
but
time,
James,
they
They
was like,
already
man,
came to
fuck
their
this.
conclusion. They don't want to do an
No, can I
investigation. They
say
already
something?
came to a
Can I say
conclusion.
So this
something?
is
Wait,
not for
hold on.
us.
But hold on, before we say who this is for, who they are, and this is not for us, what I'm saying is that we should investigate. That's why I keep saying let's read it, because if we read the laws will tell us who it's for, and then we'll know maybe more answers to the questions. Don't y'all say?
girl, you
Bingo.
sound like you a Moor again, girl. I like that.
He want everybody to be a Moor. Nigga, stop it.
I was about to say, go ahead, dog.
I know we still got something in you.
So, Dulcie, again, this Articles of Confederation, as I tried to say earlier, which is already in the House resolution in 1988, this was negotiated interactions between the Iroquois Confederacy, the initial 5 nations, the Great Law of Peace, and the trading behaviors of these criminals. They were getting sick and tired of dealing with 13 different manners of criminal behavior. They advised them to confederate themselves so they would streamline conducting business and commerce. You can take it from there, sis.
Man, you made the most sense. That made the most sense.
That was a
That shit
conclusion.
ain't true though.
So that means that investigation is concluded.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, the only conclusion would be to see if the Iroquois or the United States Constitution borrows from the Iroquois Constitution. That would kill it.
That will kill it. That's something you should cross-reference that.
Mm-hmm.
Let's pull it up, get to the bottom of it there.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't got to guess.
The
I was
conclusion
on
already been
page.
entered.
Well, no, it hasn't for all of us. I was on page 4, Sharice. Were you able to pull it up?
Right on. Let's go.
Hold
Is
up.
it in the back, sis? Hold on, let me pull it up. Is it in the back?
Pull it up for me
I
because
can
I'm
pull it
about
up.
to.
Cause she might have
I
stepped
step away
away. Let me
for
see.
5 minutes, and I'll be right
I
back.
don't
I
see
got.
it though. See?
It should be in the.
Okay, let me put it again. It's going to
Yeah,
be
I don't
this
see it.
Library of Congress resource. So here we
Okay.
go.
Is it the actual law or is it a book about the law?
This is the actual Article of Confederation. It's saying from 1777.
All right, cool.
And it was
I
printed out in
still don't see it
Lancaster,
though. See?
Pennsylvania. You don't see it
Share
in the
your
private
screen.
chat? Okay.
No, oh, I thought you were sharing your screen. You're not sharing your screen, sis?
No, it's in the
I
back
can't
chat. OTK,
I
I
can't
thought we
pull it
should
up.
thought
I
you were
can't pull
pulling
it
it
up
up.
out the private chat right now,
I'm
though. I'm on my phone. I'm
I
not on
got
my
it up
computer.
now. Do you see it in the back? Okay.
Yes, I do. Got you. Oh, sis already got it? Okay. Yep.
Yeah, she's on it. Now, you saw where she zoomed in there at the top, OTK?
Yeah, we read about the crime. So it says full faith and credit shall be given in each of these states to records, acts, and judicial proceedings of the courts and magistrates of every other state. Article 5, for the more convenient management of the general interests of the United States, delegates shall be annually appointed in such a manner as the legislator of each state shall direct, to meet in Congress on the 5th Monday in November in every year, and with power reserved to each state to recall its delegates and any of them at any time within the year, and to send others in their stead for the remainder of the year. No state shall be represented in Congress by less than 2, nor by more than 7 members, and no person shall be capable of being a delegate for more than 3 years in any term of 6 years. Not shall any person being a delegate be capable of holding any office under the United States for which he or another for his benefit receives any salary, fees, or emolument of any kind. Each state shall maintain its own delegates in a meeting of the states, and while they act as members of the committee of the states. In determining questions in the United States and in Congress assembled, each state shall have 1 vote. Now, I thought this was interesting. Freedom of speech. Freedom of speech and debate in Congress shall not be impeached or questioned in any court or placed out of Congress, and the members of Congress shall be protected in their persons from arrest and imprisonments during the time of their going to and from and attendance on Congress, except for treason, felony, or breach of peace.
What we reading? What is this that's being read now? What's this
The
document?
Articles
of Confederation.
Confederation.
Wait a minute, hold on. This is what I'm trying to understand before we go any further. Who is responsible for this document?
The people.
What people?
The Constitution. The
So
people
what?
of those
You talking about,
colonies.
wait a
The people
minute.
of those
'Cause
13 colonies.
earlier I asked y'all that y'all was talking about indentured servants. Hold on.
No, I ain't
When
never said
asked
that.
y'all, hold on, brother. Let me finish, my nigga, so you can understand why I asked the question. Earlier, when I asked the question, I got indentured service and King James. Is we still on that level?
Man, we know
That's what I
King
got.
James was dead by
That's
this
what I
time,
got.
and Dick Server couldn't make no kind of votes. We understand that part.
To answer your question, Smoke, I'm in the Encyclopedia of American Indian Contributions to the World. It says the Iroquois Constitution provided much of the inspiration for the Articles of Confederation and later the U.S. Constitution, which was created after the 13 English colonies on the eastern seaboard won independence from Britain.
Now, with your
Well, can
reading
we
that
just say
Cosmos again,
So where are
the
these
House
foreign
resolution, the House
Wait a minute.
resolution
Hold
in
on.
1988 said the exact same thing Cosmos just read.
You forgot one major
But
thing.
can we answer the
Y'all
question
forgot.
though? Because the Articles
y'all-
of Confederation is from the Second Continental Congress. So this is the Second Continental Congress, and right now we don't know who they are. We're trying to figure out who they are. We can give you names. We can tell you it's the Second Continental Congress, but right now it's up for debate on who these people are.
Okay, well, hold on. According to what Cosmon just read from the encyclopedia, them Indian niggas, that this was largely plagiarized from the Iroquois. What Iroquois? What was it called again?
Constitution. Yeah,
The Iroquois.
Constitution.
The Iroquois. Okay, it was
The
largely
Great Law
plagiarized.
Piece. The Great Law
Right.
Piece.
Yeah, the Great Law Piece.
All right, that's
cool.
all right. That's cool. Right. So
Yeah,
whoever
that's
these
all
people, so hold on. So whoever these people turn out to be, it's already been confirmed that this document is largely plagiarized from the Iroquois.
No, you can't say that though.
What you
So we got
mean?
to compare it
Well,
to the,
let's question.
we got to
Let's
compare it to the
question
Constitution. You can't go by
freedom.
encyclopedia.
Yeah, let's question freedom of speech though, because from
Yeah.
my understanding of this Articles Confederation, they're giving freedom of speech to the Congress,
Yeah.
not to people. They're giving
Yeah.
it to the Congress. So do we think the Iroquois did the same? They only gave freedom of speech to a group of delegates that were coming together and meet.
And they only have
Well,
freedom of speech
okay,
while
now
they
hold
were
on.
while they were
Wait a
discussing.
minute. Let's see.
That's because
Yeah,
you said
you got to
as
keep
far
it
as
in
uproar.
context,
You
though,
can't lock a
Sinead.
person up.
What
You
are
What
can't
do you
these
lock a
mean?
person up
How
for
is
saying
that?
certain things.
How is that out of
How is
context?
it
It
out
just
of
said
context?
freedom
Hold
of
on. Wait a
speech and
minute.
debate is only for
Let me
Congress.
see. Let me see if I can reconcile. Let me see if I can reconcile it, right? Because what is Congress? Has a
Congress is a
definition
group of lawmakers.
making law for themselves, or are they making laws on the behalf of others?
Yeah,
They're
on the
making
half, on
laws
behalf
on
of the people.
behalf of the states, on behalf of these states that we mentioned. So keep in mind every time that this is not in Florida, this is not in Louisiana, this ain't in Alabama, this ain't in Texas. This is a part of the states that we said: New Hampshire, Rhode Island, Massachusetts Bay, North and South Carolina, Connecticut, Delaware, and New Jersey and New York. I may miss
Okay,
one,
The,
so
but okay.
wait a minute.
those
Virginia.
this, let me be quick, Smoke. Those what I'm saying, keep it in context. These are the rules for Congress. This is what's supposed to go on in Congress, right? So they saying
Right.
that you got freedom of speech when you talking on the floor. Nobody can do nothing to you unless you got a felony or some shit. This is just for how Congress is gonna operate.
Let you say something treasonous, you can get arrested for that. But you got the freedom and you got to speak. We represent the whole people, and they may be at odds with the current, law, whatever, or statute. They argue back and forth. They have debates all the time in Congress, and they
Well,
can't
you see
be
what I'm
found
saying, though?
breaking of the law. Yeah.
I see what you're saying, but my question is based on who. Okay, now we're still talking about the Articles of Confederation, leaving the Iroquois out of it. So far, who do we think is writing this?
These are the Continental Congress. That's what they came up with.
What?
Which are people that are the state,
The
and they
governors.
would be people that are at least agreed to be citizens of this United States, right?
Right.
No, these are the governors or the people that are inside the Continental Congress during that time. That's them coming up with these laws.
I get
Let
that,
me
but they're
ask
the
y'all something.
governors of citizens of these states, right?
Right.
That's what they're
Right.
governing.
Right,
But
right.
my question would be,
Yes, certain articles, but that particular article
right.
only applied to the rules of Congress.
Hold
Different
on, man.
articles apply to different things.
My question is, these governors and congressmen, have they been elected or did they put themselves in these positions?
They were elected, and they're
Okay, then.
turning and
So basically, we talking about the people. Then, all right, go ahead.
Right, right. But these, and just I was saying, the people that are going to agree to be in this United States Union. So this is not necessarily, we haven't seen anything of saying that the people that didn't agree with it, what's happening with them. But anyways, we'll just go on from here. Article, what is this? Amount 6. No state without the consent of the United States in Congress assembled shall send a embassy to or receive any embassy from or enter into any conference, agreement, alliance, or treaty with any king, prince, or state. Nor shall any person holding any office of profit or trust under the United States or any of them accept of any present, a moment, office, or title of any kind whatever from any king, prince, or foreign state. Nor shall the United States in Congress assembled or any of them grant any title of nobility. Okay, let me mute up because I know y'all about to fight.
No, that was self-explanatory to them. That was
yeah, we're going on the next
self-explanatory.
one.
Go ahead.
But let's what's
Okay.
the number of that article? What article was
Not to
that?
the Moors. It's saying
What you
something
saying,
different to
nigga?
the Moors. Come on, dog. It's
What,
telling.
baby? What article
What is
number was
it
that?
saying, Moor?
I'm trying to figure out what article was that. Like what number
This is
article it
Article
was.
6. This is
All right,
Article
cool.
6.
All right, cool.
No two or more states shall enter into any treaty, confederation, or alliance, whatever between them, without the consent of the United States in Congress assembled, specifying accurately the purpose for which the same is to be entered into and how long it shall continue.
So where did the crown come over here and do anything?
Man, them boy already knew they were dealing with the crown. The whole fucking purpose was set up by the crown, nigga. All that the crown
Wait
set
a
that up.
minute.
The property that they talking about
Wait.
is
You saying that
the
the crown
territories of the
set up
crown.
that they
Yes.
can't make an allowance with the
Yes.
alliance with the crown?
Yes,
Oh,
it's the
okay, cool.
Constitution came
That
up as
makes
a law.
sense.
Yeah, I got you. Let's go on. Let's go to 8 then. Or 7, my
Man, don't
bad.
let him think that made sense.
If you didn't understand that, then Bubba, you got a different problem.
All right, y'all. It's gonna get deeper. It's gonna get deeper. No
I don't
state.
argue people's beliefs, Smoke.
No state shall lay any imports or duties which may interfere with any stipulations and treaties entered into by the United States and Congress assembled with any king, prince, or state in pursuance of any treaties already proposed by Congress to the courts of France and Spain. No.
Pause right there. 'Cause I was waiting for you to get to that point. You notice everything is a presumption of English, as particularly with the written, and know those large S's that look like F's. So reiterate again, you shall not be impeded upon by interacting with Spain and France. Say that again.
No state shall lay any imports or duties which may interfere with any stipulations and treaties entered into by the United States and Congress assembled with any king, prince, or state in pursuance of any treaties already proposed by Congress to the courts of France and Spain.
Now they're specifically referencing the treaties to France and Spain, but I would like to see the precursor treaties with who you call them, Cosman, Algonquin, Iroquois. What's the 5 nations in the Iroquois? Onondaga, Oneida, Tuscarora, Mohawk, Seneca.
Yep.
Okay, where are those treaties?
Yeah.
It's irrelevant. We're talking about the 13 colonies and the Constitution.
It can't be irrelevant.
That Articles of Confederation is what she's reading, and they are operating under a treaty relationship under the Great Law of Peace with each of those nation members of the Confederacy. But Cosmo,
Hey, to answer your question, Alabama, they were entered in the courts of France and other countries.
Man, it's 1777. The French and the Spanish wars already been going on. The so-called crown already established their areas. They trying to make a law to unite everybody in those colonies that they control. The treaties that apply already apply. They still apply. The treaties were here before the constitutions. But no new treaty you can't go into a new treaty that's contrary to the treaty that already applied. So you can't make no new treaty. You can't deal with no foreign governments. You can't deal with no trade with no foreign government if it backdoors the United motherfucking 13 colonies.
So as the point he raised, that this is the time of war. So look, it has the laws of coming up for war next. No vessels of war shall be kept up in time of peace by any state, except such number only as shall be deemed necessary by the United States in Congress assembled for the defense of such state or its trade, nor shall any body of forces be kept up by in any state in time of peace, except for such number only as in judgment of the United States in Congress assembled shall be deemed requisite to garrison the forts necessary for the defense of such state. But every state shall always keep up well-regulated and disciplined militia, sufficiently armed and accoutred, and shall provide and constantly have ready for use in public stores a due number of field pieces and tents, and a proper quantity of arms, ammunition, and camp equipage.
Accoutred means fitted out with.
Oh, okay, because I thought it was going to be like accounted for or something, but okay.
So what are those called? What are those called today?
Battleships.
No, man. Each state got its own. Each state got its own army today.
Army, not people. Yeah, exactly. Like
but we talking about
the National Guard, right?
Yeah, the National Guard, militia groups, all
Right.
that stuff.
I got
about
a
this shit.
question.
Yeah.
My question.
But you got to keep a cap on the amount that you got.
My question is, when is this document supposed to have been written?
1777.
Let me ask y'all a question. In 1777, were documents being written in this type of font?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's not, no. It would be in cursive though.
Well,
You're right,
I
Smoke.
believe so.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm glad you caught that, Smoke. It would be in cursive. But
See,
I mean,
I'm starting to think that this is not an original document. I'm starting to think that this document carried no weight in 1777. I'm even of the opinion that this did not exist in 1777. I'm of the impression that the only thing that did exist at that time would have been the Great Law of Peace and the Iroquois Constitution. I'm saying this came around much later by somebody trying to put themselves into a historical time frame. I'm sticking to my story. That's just the way I see it. Y'all got it. Go ahead.
I would say there's a question that it comes in at 1777 for sure. But I think as far as by the 1800s, this would kind of be enabled in. I can kind of see things that was happening
fell
in
out
the
before the
state.
1800s.
I know, but I'm saying as far as what I can say, as far as things within my genealogy that is happening, as far as people being moved around as property, that is happening in mid 1800s, that this stuff would go. I would say this stuff is helping me understand that for days.
Dosey, have
Yeah.
you tried to find the original document? Like, we can find the Constitution that's handwritten. We find this document that's handwritten.
Yeah, they got them archived, but when you put it in a PDF form, they gonna make it translatable. When they print them out.
Yeah, that's why I haven't found the handwritten one of this as far as it, but I was looking in the Library of Congress. So this is like one of the ones that the Library of Congress itself has. And we're comparing it to the Constitution that we have.
Yeah, but it don't have to be handwritten. They did already have printers and all that stuff by that time. They had them for hundreds of years.
Yeah, this says it. This was
but the
printed
original
out in
one would be written.
Pennsylvania.
Yeah, the original one would be written
But I'm just
by
saying
hand.
it's possible that this
But it was
one's
mass copies of it.
not 1777 because it's giving us a list of people and it's giving us like
a timeline
from 1732 to 1797. So I can see a possibility that this isn't in there at 1777. That's for sure. It could be that.
Yeah, but it is.
This book and this record may not have been written in 1777, but are we trying to deny that the Articles of Confederation were written in 1777?
I agree with that too, cause
right, because this record could have been written 20 years later, but that don't mean that it wasn't written.
Yeah,
I'm just saying
but he's saying this might not be the original Articles of Confederation.
no, it's not the original. We know it's not the original. It's a copy of the original.
Exactly.
Yeah, but y'all look at how they're using those S's. This is how you know it's written by somebody else. It's written by somebody else. Look at them S's in this paragraph, y'all.
I know, but they're not trying. That's how they made the S's. Made it look like F's.
You're using F's as S's. This lets you know it's somebody foreign writing this shit from the jump.
No, these are the people that were over here.
It still can be a resemblance of the original document. Because look at the letters they're using. If it was complete English and they using S's,
it's a copy. It's not the document. I think that's the mistake. People thinking this is the exact document. No, it's a copy of the original document.
Say that one more time.
Well, we're trying to figure out. Well, hold on, because I think what Smoke is trying to figure out is who did this copy. I think that's where the investigation is who did this copy and who did this copy apply to? Is that
what I'm saying?
Who wrote the book?
This is it.
All you got to do is look at who wrote the book.
Exactly.
This is exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying this is the original Articles of Confederation, but it did not exist in 1777. right? It's only said to have existed in 1777 because the people who forged this document are trying to pre-impose themselves into a historical time frame where they wasn't having no significant delegation of authority.
Well,
but they did, man.
Well,
hold up, 1777.
Why would they pick 17? Okay, that begs to ask the question: if they didn't have a historical narrative to tie into, why would they choose 1777 to create this fictitious document?
Because there's a lot of other things going on in 1777 by which someone with a methodical plan could just slip themselves in through the back door and act like they was there the whole goddamn time.
Okay, that's
why
they would choose 1777. What else was going on in 1777? Because that's right after.
Yeah, that's what I would think. 1776.
So what else? What else? This is really them separating. They're separating themselves from England.
They're not. Yeah, right after the Revolutionary War.
They're trying to get together over here in the United States. And
Revolutionary War is still going on.
Right. They're writing this shit to each other, saying
it's war. No, it ended on 7. It didn't end 1776 or no?
Yeah.
No. Okay, it ended after. Oh, that's the start, and then it goes into 1778.
It started in 1776.
1783, I think. What? 17?
Yeah, 17. Go on for 7 years.
Yeah, that conclusion don't make sense. That conclusion don't make sense.
Yeah, I know, but what they did though, they was tired of dealing with England, so they was setting up their own shit. The war had already started a couple years before that.
They had to,
but they were setting up their own shit. They already agreed to go to war. We ain't fucking with them more.
They already tired of England. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, they were still at war.
Let me ask you a question.
That don't make sense.
Hold on, but let me ask you a question. Who was getting tired of England? Who?
The people.
And this is 1775 through 1773. So do we need to go into the war? We have the continental side, and then we have what's the other side? The loyalists, the continental and the loyalists.
Let me inject a little logic into this before we proceed. I just want to know. I just want to know who are y'all under the impression that was getting tired of England in 1777? Who?
It wasn't us, bro. It wasn't us.
I'm not asking you who it. I'm not asking you who it wasn't. I'm not asking you who it wasn't.
Okay, so
I'm asking you who it was.
The answer to your question is the content of the Declaration of Independence. It names all the offenses and the injuries visited upon the colonists from the crown. So whether you want to review the Declaration of Independence,
there you go again.
I'm answering your question, Smoke.
No, brother.
If you want to review the document,
brother,
again, if you want to review the Declaration of Independence,
don't answer my question, bro, because I'm asking for a who and not a what. I said who, and you gave me the name of another document. I'm saying who.
And in the document are the signatures to the Declaration outlining the injuries and usurpations from the crown.
There's no way you can give me an accurate. There's no way you can give me an accurate answer if you don't let me finish the question. You might be good, but you ain't that damn good, nigga. Now, my question is, who are the people responsible for this document? Don't tell me the document is responsible for the document. I want to know the name of the people. What people are we talking about? Indians?
When I'm reading this, I know I'm reading the Black Europeans. I'm reading the Black Europeans.
I'm reading
the Black Europeans.
Now we getting somewhere.
Black Europeans.
Let me ask you a question.
Black Europeans are Puritan Protestants and go on to be called the colonists,
Protestants. Right.
Right. Simple. All these niggas and white folks will either be broke down and primarily into two sections: Puritan and Protestant, and they would have been either one. All of them together, when they get together, they would have been called colonists. Them niggas is getting tired of the crown, so they go to war in 1776 to lock it in together with themselves. They create what is called the Articles of Confederation. It runs 7 years. Every 6 months, it switch heads. right? This is how you get 14 presidents of the Congressional Congress. That's what's going on.
All right, cool. Let's get back to the article. We ain't got but a few more.
A few more. Well, I was just gonna stop at 8. We have a lot more from 8 though. But no state shall engage in any war without the consent of the United States in Congress assembled, unless the such state be actually invaded by enemies, and shall have received certain advice of resolution being formed by some nations of Indians to invade such state. And the danger is so imminent as not to admit of a delay to the United States in Congress assembled can be consulted, nor shall any state grant commissions to any ships or vessels of war or letters of marque or reprisal accepted by after the declaration of war by the United States in Congress assembled, and then only against the kingdom or state and the subjects thereof, against which war has been so declared, and under such regulations as shall be established by the United States in Congress assembled, unless such state shall be infested by pirates, in which case vessels of war may be fitted out for that occasion and kept so long as the danger shall continue until the United States in Congress assembled shall determine otherwise. I think we should go back through that one. Y'all want to go over the Indians? What it said again?
Yeah, let's go. Come on.
We already understand what it means, though, right? I think everybody get it though.
No, go back over there. Go
read
back
it
over there.
again.
I just want to brush over there.
No state shall engage in any war without the consent of the United States in Congress assembled, unless such state be actually invaded by enemies, or shall have received certain advice of a resolution being formed by some nation of Indians to invade such state.
So the Indians was telling them where to invade. Dang it.
Wait a minute, hold on. Wait a minute.
Remember, this is again a reference that Washington would make a reference to this again. Remember, Washington would make a reference in this regard to who the Aborigines were on the territory's boundaries. Correct?
Correct. I go with
These,
that.
I would still argue, none of these colonies have boundaries. I still believe in the fashion, as we saw earlier, the 10 square miles. These are settlements. They're not what we keep envisioning as we see on a map today. Okay?
All right, cool. But see, once
what do you mean they didn't have boundaries?
Is Shaq in the back? Sorry,
He's
Shaq.
saying that the modern boundaries weren't real in those times.
I would like his answer.
I agree with that to a extent, but
what do you mean they didn't have boundaries?
The boundaries move back and forth.
Settlements are these 11 or 13, as were referred to by OTK. These are settlements that have not agreed upon areas. Anything in between these settlements is Indian territory by definition. The supposed hostilities
from the fact that the Black Europeans would have to consult with the Indians. These ain't no Indians. These are Black Europeans consulting with the Indian nation that's going to invade the such state.
Corporations setting up on these lands doing trade. We taking over. We taking over our own corporations. We come up with our own rules, dictating how we do trade ourselves now.
Well, see,
people that go in there, the Aboriginal, whatever you want to call them, they was already here. They're the ones who actually owning the lands. They're the ones who actually doing the actual fighting. When it comes down to these pirates or something, anybody invading such as another state or another country, you got the right to defend yourself once you already had continental what they say advice. You got to set up a Congress. They advise you what to do, and then you go do whatever you want to do, whatever you can do. But it's
besides the rules. Hold on. Besides the more, can we talk about what it's saying about these nations of Indians? What is it saying about this nation of Indians?
You should
It's
have
saying
seek counsel
about
from
the
the boy before you
Indians.
go do anything.
No, that's not what it's saying. It's
What you
saying
think that's what it says?
no,
Let
brother. It
Smoke
says
talk. Let Smoke say.
it says concerning the Indians. Concerning the Indians, if you feel
Yes.
like they are presenting you with some imminent danger, you can bypass this article and go on knuckle up. Right? That's basically what it's saying. Because if you find out that the Indians is plotting up against you, then your ass gonna be in some trouble. That's the only way you're gonna be able to bypass this motherfucking article right here. Because it's saying no state will engage in any war. If those Indians start, if it's saying these Indians start to plotting up against you, then we'll understand. All right, go ahead, y'all.
Wait, Smoke, but I think you're missing a key because you're correct on part of it because it says
No, that's
invaded
not,
by.
man.
Wait, hold on, Darvis. Let me finish. It says invaded by enemies, but also this is why I'm saying these are Black Europeans in my eyes because it's saying but or shall have received certain advice of resolution being formed by some nation of Indians. So what's happening? Well, I get it. We're not saying this is 1777, but if we were, and we were saying that this is throughout the Yamasee Wars and the Tuscarora Wars, so it's saying if one nation like the Catawba come in and say, oh, these enemies that you have in Catawba is selling the Black Europeans, this is what you should do about them, and we're going to go in against them, then you can then go and fight with the Catawba. Or you can go fight with the Cherokee. You can go fight with the.
It is what it's saying.
It
Well,
is
read
saying.
Read it again slowly, because I don't know how we misunderstand this shit. But
Right.
read it one
Yeah,
more
I
time
don't know how
slowly.
you misunderstood that
Yeah,
either.
cool. You're right. All right, let's read it one more time.
Listen, hold on. It says, no state shall engage in any war without the consent of the United States Congress assembled. Do we understand what that's saying?
Yes, that means you got to go sit in front of Congress before you can make any war. You
Now
can't go
the
fight
next
nobody
word,
until then.
the next word is unless. So that means all of that is thrown out the window if something else happened, right?
Let's read the whole thing.
Right.
Let's read the whole thing, man.
Unless this happens, unless such state be actually invaded by enemies. That means you don't got to ask nobody. You can just fight. We got that,
you can defend
right?
yourself. Yes, we got that.
Right. So you don't need and the next word it says is or. So that means also with or could accompany with it. This is another reason why you can bypass governmental Congress, right? This is another reason when to say or. Right? The next word or shall have received certain advice, right? So that means somebody gave you something.
Yeah,
right?
You got a counsel from the Indians, yes.
Who it come from, right? A certain advice of a resolution or some either to end the war, start the war, or how to finish it, right? Some sort of advice of resolution to bring an
But
end
instead of
to.
ad-libbing it, just read it.
Hold on. Being formed by some nation of Indians to invade such state, right? So we seeing that advice is coming from the Indians to the state about how to move. And because of and listen,
whoa.
Listen,
How did you
hold
conclude
on, listen.
that?
Wait a minute. Before you take it somewhere else that
I'm not taking it nowhere else. How did you come to that conclusion?
Just let me finish.
How did you come to that conclusion?
Because right
that
here,
the advice came from Indians. How did you come from that conclusion?
Right, because it says right there, or shall have received certain advice. That's how, right? They receive certain advice from who? Indian nations to invade such a state, right? Or defend themselves from one. But what you're missing is, and what you're not comprehending because you don't read well, is the fact that they are placing importance on the word of the Indian. It's so much important that you can bypass Congress just on what the Indian is saying.
You made that up.
Oh, damn. That's what
Well,
did, man. Let's get
let's
back to the
hold
book, the
on.
article,
No,
man.
okay, yes, let's go back because
Yeah.
let's not fight, you guys, everybody. We don't gotta fight about this. This is
Right.
our
That's what it's saying.
investigation. We're investigating this so we can understand what happens. So, okay, Superman. So we got the point, the first part that a state can bypass the Congress if they're actually being invaded by enemies. And now there's a second part because it says or. So now it says, or shall have received certain advice of a resolution being formed by some nation of Indians to invade such state. So what I'm getting from that is that they receive certain advice from one tribe about a tribe in another region, state, or anywhere as far that they have formed, like this is the way that we're going to get the resolution with this conflict. And then the state can bypass the Congress and move forward with that resolution as the nation of Indians advised or with that nation of Indians.
So when they ask the question, when y'all ask the question, who is letting these people to do what they're doing? It's the Indians. The Indians is giving them the rights to move around and do whatever and all that stuff.
It's the Indians
But
that's
it's
doing the
some
fighting.
Indian tribe or over some Indian tribe over another Indian tribe.
Right.
Because they're saying some form of nation of Indians. So it doesn't mean the whole union of Indians or Indians being
Right.
one. It is the Indians of one state to another or Indians of one nation to another.
Right.
Yeah,
They
nation,
know all the Indians are doing the same thing.
Hold on. Y'all said bypass Congress. How did y'all come to the conclusion that they're bypassing Congress? I heard bypass Congress 100 times.
We're saying that if the one way for war to be declared, which is the most prominent way, is that you have to have consent of the United States Congress while the United States is assembled in Congress. So that once they give you the approval, you'll be able to move forward with that war between states. But you can move past not getting that approval if these other conditions are met.
Right.
One being
That's
you
what
being
I'm saying.
invaded.
That's why I keep saying. That's why I keep saying. Keep it in context. All right, bro. Y'all got it. I'm not
No. Keep it. I want to hear what he's saying. Hold on 1 second. Keep what in context, Superman?
These are just the rules of operation, right? You're not bypassing Congress. This is laid out by Congress.
Right.
We got to meet. If any war is going on, we need to meet and agree. If you invade it, we don't need this meeting. But this is laid out in Congress. This is already understood. Go ahead and fight.
I think we meant we said it wrong because it meant bypassing the meeting.
Right.
Bypassing Congress assembling.
Yeah, bypassing Congress. Y'all don't have to ask Congress.
No. It's bypassing them assembling because this falls under Congress. I get what he's saying. All these rules fall under Congress. You're not bypassing Congress if you follow these rules. But we're saying that Congress doesn't have to give you the okay.
Has war ever been declared without Congress?
Hold up, sis.
You being
Isn't this the
invaded.
beginning of Congress?
Oh.
Right.
The United States Congress didn't form until 1789. What is this is the beginning of it. They're setting up their statutes and their laws right now for themselves, for them to govern themselves.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they're doing. This shit ain't for us.
Right.
This shit ain't for us. It wasn't no fucking Congress till 1789.
That's not true.
That's
on,
real
man.
true. This shit is not
It's
for the
not.
Man, listen.
That's
Listen.
The most I'll
This
give
shit is not real.
The most I'll give is it could be for us. Hold on, OTK. It could be for us when you're a mulatto and you're mixed with Black European. But other than that,
No. This is what.
I see what Smoke was saying. Smoke was trying to tell y'all, like, from his point of view, this shit ain't for us. So this shit can't be by us.
Okay. All right. Let me ask you this, OTK. OTK. Let me ask you this. Were there any Indians in this area before these foreigners showed up?
Oh, definitely, bro. Definitely.
Okay, then. So where did those Indians go while this is going on?
Who said they went somewhere?
This proves they're still in this area. This proves they're in the area.
Who said they went
So if they in the
somewhere?
area, wait. So if they in the area, who's distinguishing who's this for and who this not for?
They are. That's the way they
This shit wasn't written
distinguish it.
for us.
They lay it down how they lay it down.
Yeah, it wasn't written for us, bro. None of their writings.
So I'm saying, if we walking around in these territories and we from the land, if we walking around in these territories and we in the land and we not going along with this, who's gonna do something about it?
Maybe another.
They would have to go to war. They would have to go to war, but since it's not imminent danger, right? That, like it states in this Congress, they would have to get their Congress assembled in a meeting that would say that you can go to war with that group of people that is like not adhering to citizens. But let me make it more what I'm saying, that this would apply to anyone that is saying this document applies to them.
Correct.
So anyone is going to be a citizen is going to apply to them. So now you have these people that are like, this doesn't apply to me. I live in this place, but I ain't following none of those rules. Now the only thing they can do, is either let that person go in peace, or they have to go into Congress meeting and say, hey, we're having a problem with this group of people and we want to go to war with them. And then Congress would have to give them the permission to go to war with them.
Right. Simple.
Yeah.
But unless they invading you, or unless some other Indian niggas told you that something was gonna happen, or they got a resolution, or they got a way to resolve your problem with whatever invading enemy you got.
All right, look, let me ask you this. How did they get the rules?
Wait, hold on 1 second, y'all. OTK people are in the back. They're saying open the door.
So how are they making up rules that came from the great law of peace and friendship, and they foreigners dealing with people that made up the law of peace and friendship?
I think I understood it. Hold on. Let me see if I'm understanding it correctly by my answer. For what I'm thinking it is saying that you can use the word plagiarizing, or the great law of peace inspired them. But what they're saying is this is how we're going to maneuver in this land with each other and with the Indians or indigenous or aboriginals that already are in this land. This is how we're going to maneuver.
Right.
Cool, and I agree with that. But listen, though, I got to go to a repass, man, so I got to leave, man. Peace to the gods, peace to the goddesses, man. Great bill. Y'all want something now? I'm going to be checking it out. I mean, on the phone on the low. But peace to the gods.
Take your medication, Darvis. Don't let
people.
that blood pressure get you up.
Peace.
I'm going to pray for you. Hold on to Jesus' hand.
Nigga, you better try to pray for you. I'm about to leave now. You fuck around cars, I'm about to cut your damn throat. I hope you be here when I get back.
Hold on to sweet black Jesus' hand, bro.
Hey, you see what happened to that dude, right?
He came back to life.
So they say. I ain't never seen
him. So you seen what they did to him, but you ain't see him come back to life.
Hey, did nobody see him? That's the fucking problem.
But he started talking about what they did to him like he was real. So hold on to Jesus' hand, bro.
Man, listen, man, I gotta go to this little repass. I wanted to finish a little bill, man, but I'm later than the motherfucker, man. I gotta try to get around there with people. Peace of the gods, though, man. Darvis.
Peace.
Peace to the host.
No pork today, Darvis. You can't have any pork. It's gonna raise your blood
Nigga,
pressure.
shut up, man. I stopped eating pork before I knew you.
By the time you come back, we're gonna be the found them dirty moors, bro. Just look forward to that.
Listen, they got a device now where you can find a dirty moor. They call it a mirror.
Damn.
Bye, Darvis. See you later.
It's called a lie detector. It's called a lie detector.
Article 7, y'all. When land forces are raised by any state for the common defense, all officers of and under the rank of the colonial shall
Colonel.
be a colonel, okay, shall be appointed by the legislature of each state respectively, by whom such forces shall be raised, and in such manner as such state shall direct, and all vacancies shall be filled by the state which first made appointment. Article 8. All charges of war and other expenses that shall be incurred for a common defense or general welfare and allowed by the United States in Congress assembled shall be distrayed out of the common treasury, which shall be supplied by several states in proportion to the value of all land within each state, granted to or surveyed by any person. As such land and the building and the improvements thereon shall be estimated according to such mode as the United States Congress assembled shall from time to time direct and appoint. The taxes for paying that proportion shall be laid and levied by the authority and direction of the legislatures of several states within the time agreed upon by the United States in Congress assembled.
What they just told you is how they legally steal land. They tax it. And by what? Yes, nigga. And listen, by let's say Michigan is fighting, right? Michigan is, or let's say Massachusetts is fighting, right? And it costs a certain amount. They levy against the land. They levy against
who's the thief?
as a what do you call that?
Who's the thief?
When you got like insurance or something and they give you value for it. What is that called? When you got like a property and they give you like a loan, right? And it includes debt. What they saying is, from what I'm seeing is how they were paying for these wars, right?
You say they were stealing land. Who's the thief?
The Congressional Congress and the 13 colonies.
And who are they stealing this land from?
Engines. But this is why they
don't know where they land at. They don't know where they land at. They just pack the land up and
but it's all land that was surveyed. That don't mean it was theirs. They just got through there, was able to survey the land and get back and tell about it.
He's saying after the war. He's saying after the war is approved. But what I got from it is this is the taxes. This is why they can tax. This is how they can tax citizens.
Yep. And quote unquote own the land.
So how the municipalities supposed to be paid for?
Say it again.
Municipalities. How are they supposed to be funded?
It's saying it's coming out of their common treasury.
Right. And they still had banks up north. In the south, they had still plantation banks. Don't nobody never talk about them.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, so you know what I mean. They was probably this is how the banks end up owning a lot of the land because they were levying it. Same way.
Okay, so it seems like It seems like whoever they are, these black Europeans, it seems like they're such a phenomenal group, right? They can be sent over here as some type of delegate under some type of monarch's orders, right? Into a foreign land where people already inhabited, not already just inhabited, but had a form of government. How did they wiggle their way in, rebel against the monarch, and begin to incorporate the original people's property all at the same time? This is a very phenomenal group. That's what I'm saying. That's why I think that this article of Confederation is basically the Iroquois Constitution. I'm saying this is the Iroquois Constitution. Wasn't no article of Confederation at the time that they saying that it was an article of Confederation.
Smoke, it's almost word for word.
That's what I'm saying.
It's got a little bit of difference, but everything, all the articles and all that stuff, all the same. The idea about it and everything.
Wait. But I'm trying to understand. Are you saying that there's not black Europeans and this is all for Iroquois people?
I'm saying there are black Europeans that had a plan, right? And their plan was to get some shit from these Indians because some type of way they had a fallout. Now, I'm not saying that these black Europeans ain't loosely related to the Indians who they interacting with. I'm pretty sure they were. That's how they developing such intricate relationships. But ultimately, they have their own identities by now, right? They're their own group by now.
But how are the bonds got to be made some type of way? I think those bonds are trade and business.
That's cool, but the only thing that's worth trading for the niggas who already got everything is bodies to put to work. That's all we needed. That's all we needed. We didn't need nothing else. Hey, y'all want this? Y'all want these pineapples and cotton and pig backs and shit?
I need some people to come over here and work.
People over here. Yeah, send some of y'all people over here because our people don't work for free.
Hey,
these
Smoke,
niggas over here ain't gonna work for free.
Hey,
y'all
Smoke,
can send y'all people over here under these contracts to get y'all some of this shit back to y'all, but these niggas over here don't work for free. And we ain't gonna pay them to get y'all shit.
Smoke, what if they call charters?
A charter is nothing but a contract.
You can give them whatever pretty name you want to give them. You can give them whatever pretty name you want to give them. I'm just trying to make sense of it all.
No. That's what I'm saying. That makes sense of it all. Because what you just explained is a charter, except you explained it in the real way of how it would have worked in the get-go.
Well, Dosey, remember the other day we was reading about Philadelphia. All these four groups had their own little section, but they were together because they had freedom of religion. But the town was already there when they showed up, and they just started practicing shit that we've been practicing over here forever.
Which I think we all agree on that. I guess where I'm questioning is where y'all fitting like all these Indian wars that are going on at the time, because I think this is directly talking about some of those wars that are happening at this time.
And Dulcie, that is exactly the point I wanted to raise about making inference to be invaded by either an individual or a collection of Indian nations. Now, again, I think it's very hard to visualize this without a map on screen, but essentially these 13 settlements, these are not even colonies. I hate using these words, and certainly not states, because they don't become states until they ratify the Constitution, not the Articles of Confederation. As I said earlier, people seem to not understand. This is us telling a motherfucker in our house how to function and behave themselves on our shit. And they said, we sick and tired of you criminal motherfuckers. Want to deal with each of you individually. I want you to come to an agreement under the Articles of Confederation. See, this is how we conduct business. Call it great law of peace. You outlaw motherfuckers don't know how to roll. That's kind of obvious. We keep putting on them a behavior they do not exhibit. They are being told how to conduct themselves in our shit.
Facts.
Okay. At the same time, they are encouraging and interacting with squabbles. So, for example, the so-called 7 Years' War, the French and Indian Wars, we've been taught that. Do you know that this illiterate criminal, George Washington, was barely 21 at the time? And according to a new documentary coming out by them, he caused, through chaos and confusion, the start of the French and Indian War because he misinterpreted what the French translator was saying and shot him. So when we're talking about these types, say what?
Peace.
So is that
Shaq.
Oh, Shaq.
Shaq attack. What's on?
What's the word, man? Not to cut you, Alabama. Let me get in right quick just to say peace and blessings to Cosmine, man. I just got the news, dog. I'm just tapping in, man. Sitting back and listening to y'all, but want to send it out to you, Dirty.
But whether you want to take this baton, Shaq, or not, the interactions of Indian behavior at the same time is causing chaos and confusion. Does that not
Shaq
mean
throw
that people
shot
can
put,
come
man?
in?
Don't give him no baton. He throw shot put.
Alabama, you said it, bro.
Alabama, he was
You
trying to
said
give him Alabama. Hold on, he was trying to give him, respect for a second for his daughter, Alabama.
Oh, yeah, that's right,
Cosmine,
Cosmine. Condolences to you, brother.
Yeah, my condolences, dog.
Man, salute to you,
Yeah.
man. Peace, brother. You dig what I'm talking about? And thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Kennedy is blessing you, looking down on you, brother.
Indeed. I know that
So,
probably better than anybody.
So again, whether we use colloquial phrases or not, speaking ebonically, niggas are acting a fool. Okay? All across the territories. Say what?
I say go back to what you said. I believe what you just said, but go back to the spy. These are spies too, spying and starting wars, just like they did with the CIA. What they do, right?
Again, whether you can bring forward a contemporary version for some of these people who seem to be slow on the uptake. The point that we're discussing now, in this moment in time, back then, is our ancestors being tolerant of, if it was our body we were talking about, a fucking virus. Okay? And the white blood cells and the immune system are also not operating and functioning in unison. It's actually attacking itself. If you got an autoimmune disease, right, Cosmo? So you're not identifying the foreign presence above you as the problem. You are acting at each other, which, by the way, this confusion is also exacerbated by the rogue Indians that are on the side of the colonists that are communicating with them, giving them the dope, the secret sauce, the great law peace, whatever. And they are operating out of concert with the rest of the Indian nations, not knowing, as you said, though, as you said earlier, not knowing if they're going to trigger a tripwire. You done fucked around and went in somebody else's territory, right?
And that's
how many of these foreigners came over here? How many we talking about?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
There's a big old group of motherfuckers that's out of control. How many of them that's out of control?
I think when we look at these voyages that they try to make Africans, a lot of these voyages are these foreigners. But I want to say I disagree just a little bit, Alabama, but it's just more so which comes first, the chicken or the egg type of thing. And I think a lot of these conflicts are going against the Indians that are dealing with these foreigners. And that's where the conflict is happening. Or we can call them dealing with these Black Europeans or whatever. It's like, you're dealing with the Spanish. Now both of them.
Yeah, right. But
now
again,
we going at all of y'all.
All right. So they are in agreement. Hold on. They are in agreement that this collection of rogue nigger Indians are doing underhanded deals with these foreign bastards who are still operating here without the agreement of the rest of the Indian nations. So you take it from there.
Correct.
Go
We
ahead,
see
cook
that a
on it,
lot.
Dosey.
Go ahead, Smoke. What you
Stay
about to
right
say?
there.
That's
Stay
where
right
I
there.
see where the wars are happening. Okay.
Right.
Stay right
Go
there.
ahead, Smoke. What you
Because
about to say? Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all.
and let me
Smoke,
tap in
Smoke
right
was about
quick.
to say something.
Oh,
All right,
okay.
Shaq. Hold on real quick. Smoke, you was about to say something real quick?
I said, by George, I think she's got it. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Go ahead, Shaq. That's on you.
Yeah, what up? Yeah, because go back, man. These people came over, right, in the 13 colonies, right? This is for business. So they mean they've been sponsored by who? The Crown, right?
The Crown.
England?
The Crown, the
Okay,
charter.
stay right there. Now,
Correct.
ask
There go
yourself the
that
question.
pesky crown again.
Then ask yourself the question. So how did they manage to free themselves out of the indenture? How did they pay back the crown to
With
free
our
themselves?
help, they didn't ever pay back the crown, dog. They
There
said,
you go.
fuck the crown.
There you go. Stay right
After
there.
they
No.
found out how to live
You
over
close.
here, once we
I don't
taught them
believe
how
they
to
said
live
fuck
over
the
here,
crown. I
once
don't believe
they
they said
found
that.
out that
I
we
believe
had everything, once they found out that we had everything over here that those fuckers needed over there to survive, they said, fuck the crown. Them bitches got to deal with us.
Yeah, but I don't think they completely said that because I believe it was some 007 shit where that's what they told us, but they still had obviously because they still had to be
So
funded.
y'all trying to say,
How would
so
they
y'all
get their
trying to
weapons
say that
from?
these motherfuckers
You
didn't say
feel me?
fuck the crown?
I think when we talking about building a nation, we talking about building. We talking about weapons. We
Y'all
talking about
y'all making
ammo. We talking
everything
about
up.
food.
All that's made up. Everything y'all just said is made up.
No. Listen to what I'm saying, bro. If
That's
somebody
because
is
the
sponsoring you to
Okay,
go
document
somewhere,
make some
right?
more of that shit up.
That's because the document itself is made up. So it's all we having a
There
whole
we
made
go.
up
It's
historical argument
CIA.
because the document
There you
itself
go.
made the fuck up.
It's all
That's what
CIA
I'm
shit.
saying.
Fuck the document. We know that these fucking pilgrims had a fucking charter from King James to get the fuck from over there because they was against King James, the Protestants, and they had indentured servitude. They were supposed to send everything that they made over here. They were supposed to land up in Virginia, but these motherfuckers didn't. They were supposed to land in Virginia with the Anglo. The Anglo.
Well, let me ask you this, OTK. Let me ask you this, OTK.
Can I finish? How can I finish? Folks said.
I know because you said you know something. You know definitely. Your first words was "I know." That's what you said, correct?
Man, listen. I know you need to shut up.
Oh, okay, cool. All right, go ahead.
Off, bro.
Keep making some more shit up.
That's a bad habit by you, bro. Straight up. Whether you agree or not, that is bad, bro. I don't need no nigga named Super to finish my thoughts or my sentences, bro. All right. Thank you. So now, like I said,
finish telling us what you know.
These motherfuckers had a charter from King James, an indentured servitude contract. Once they got over here, a lot of them died on the fucking ship. This is their fucking story. A lot of them died on the fucking ship because they came in the wintertime. Who did they meet? They met some Indians who taught them how to grow crops and shit like this. This is where you got their first Thanksgiving, what they call Thanksgiving. Their first Thanksgiving. This is when they broke off from the fucking crown. Because they say, you know what? Fuck that indentured servitude. Y'all bitch got to come get us. We ain't paying you shit.
May I ask you a question?
Because they was rolling with the Geneva Bible. All of this shit is under religion, regardless.
May I ask you a question, OTK?
Definitely. Come on, man. You can't go against archaeological and fucking
I got a question.
May I ask you a question, OTK? Why didn't the crown just kill him? Why didn't the crown just kill him?
How they gonna kill him if the crown is over there, bro?
No, before they got, you said they made a deal with the crown because they didn't want to deal with the crown no more. Why did the crown just kill him?
I see they had a charter. They got a charter.
They had a charter for what reason?
I think his audio was going in and out.
How convenient.
But you had a great question because I was going to ask that too. If you got a chart, that's going back to a business. If you're being sponsored and funded to go do a job, right? You're supposed to they're supposed to get a certain percentage to bring the certain percentage back or send it back to the person who sponsored or gave you the
My
loan or whatever,
question
right?
is, Shaq, if you get into it with royalty, you
Right.
a criminal, you a peasant. You get into it with
Facts.
royalty. Why don't the royalty just kill you instead of letting you go and making a deal with you? Wouldn't that be more convenient?
I mean, I would think so, but like you said, you're dealing with people that's you know.
That's what.
This what you
Oh,
with
kings
like
are
a lot of
malevolent.
movies.
Kings are good people. They care about other people's
Nah.
lives.
Well,
what I'm saying is if hold on, Cosmo, let me get this one out right quick before you. What I'm saying is if they sent them over here and then they did some alliance with some Indian nations or whatever, they still would be they still owe the crown the money that they sent them over on, and the trips and shit that the crown got to recoup they money, right? And the men that they lost over here. So what I'm saying is they still would be on a warrant from the goddamn crown. They still would be on a warrant. You still owe these people.
What if
right?
what
Correct.
if they lied about
They never
everything? Because
paid
we
them.
see the revolutions and stuff going on over there. What if it is
Uh-huh.
the crowns were removed to
Mhm.
America? And these are the colonists, and this is why the loyalists and the royalists and all these people from these places who end up getting their ass whooped in the Jacobite War, mind you.
And
Maybe this is
the crown that was deposed made a deal with the new crown.
crowns
That's
was
what happened.
niggas. The crowns was already niggas followers of niggas in Europe. Right. You know, the loudest laughs are births in the darkest pits of ignorance. Right. So if you're already saying that they niggas over there, they're over there in the crown in the 13, 12, 14, 15, 1600s, right? That they already niggas. What if some of them were overthrown? And the reason that they're royalists and loyalists over here is because the thrones and their families get removed during what is called a
Now do you see the video that I was suggesting earlier, Cosmon, showing the physical relocation from what sections there were in England, Ireland, Wales, and Scotland? You see, because again, a lot of times, doesn't matter whether they were pale or melanated. I am saying we're continuing to squabble over whether or not the authority, using air quotes, is of British origin, and then sidestepping what's going on with French, Spanish, Portuguese, and the Dutch simultaneously. And at the same time, we're squabbling amongst ourselves with ongoing, whether you call them skirmishes, war, Indian wars, whatever. This is a chaotic time with all kinds of conflicting groups going. And I think this is the point that you were really getting at it, right, Dulcinea? So we're not appropriately keeping in context what's going on and who's fighting who and how the turmoil is causing the land theft to happen. Because I'm still suggesting, when you look back at those old black and white movies and cowboys and Indians, these are settlements. These motherfuckers they got a fucking stranglehold on one thing. If they have a fort, it's at a port. You know that. How much more inland can they go when they're few in number without actual turncoat rogue nigga Indians? Helping them do what?
Right. And that's what I was saying. Yes, exactly. For the context, like y'all are asking who's funding it. And then we're saying the charters. Like if we get back of this, because right now we're talking more from a British standpoint with this document, but we can go back to the Spanish and know that they were setting up governors. Governors were in different places. So the governor of La Florida could be in Florida, could be in Cuba, could be in different places. They're writing to the governor what they need as far as the Spaniards, but they're also working with different groups of Indians. So the conflicts are between Indians, and they're siding on which side of the Indians that they're going to fight with.
And don't forget, we had interpreters on our side dealing with all of these, interacting with all these Negro peons.
Big facts. Motherfuckers, Indians
And-
even done going over there and done learned their fucking language and came over here, came back here and became interpreters. Big facts.
And notice,
we got these people.
And I want y'all to notice the quick response between letters, right? This goes back to denote that most of the kingship was removed to America. This is why the war was fought over here and not Britain. Right? So my thing is notice the quick response to these
more
letters.
speculation, no investigation.
Going over on no boats over the Atlantic back and forth. Not
hey,
like
Superman,
that.
Let me ask you a question, Superman. Do you know what the Dumb Diverses or the Papyrus Bill is? I know you probably done taught it by now. Do you know what those edicts are and who they are from? Actually, straight up.
I have no idea. I have no idea what you're speaking of.
But not only those papal bulls and the edicts, but hold on. Let's say this one point right here and reiterate what Cosmo just said. If the beachheads,
you know anything about the Magna Carta or none? Hold on,
but that's why I'm asking y'all. Should I take this down and go into the Dumb Diverses and the Magna Carta? Should I take this
yes, if
down?
you want to bring those documents up,
50 some years old. He can go look up the Magna
well, but
Carta.
hold on. I want to stay on this one point that you just suggested, Cosmo. If the beachheads from the British are Bermuda, Barbados, Jamaica, and then Hispaniola, we know it's the Spaniards and the Portuguese, whether it's Cristobal Colon or not. The actual representation that you were suggesting, OTK and Cosmo, do you follow what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
They were beachheads from the Caribbean island chain. If you're saying the kingdoms themselves, the kingship, the monarchs, or the nobles, their representative agents,
and then
I would suggest the beachheads were on the Caribbean island chain.
But watch the sleight of hand. This is the 3-card Monty. They talking about they want to get from under the rule of England and all that stuff, but yet
which is a lie.
Don't mess up our deals that we got going on with Spain and France. Come on, man. You think what I'm talking about?
What I'm saying is they never got from under that.
Okay, let's go with that. Okay, so you saying that some criminals on the run? You saying some criminals on the run had a deal with another country with trade?
No, you just made up.
Hey, stop, Super. Cause you
he just making shit up at this point.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop making shit up. I'm gonna stop asking questions about the shit y'all making up.
Making shit up about shit we ain't
listen,
saying.
bro. Why ask questions if you don't believe it? That's dumb.
I have no beliefs, nigga. We doing an investigation, and y'all just making shit up.
How we making?
You can make up all this shit y'all want to make up, but then when I ask one question, it falls apart. So go ahead, make the shit up.
You didn't even make no sense. You just made that shit up.
I swear to God, dog.
No, nigga, y'all saying some criminals that's on the run that want to get away from the crown got deals with other countries. Make it make sense.
Who said it was criminals?
So who came over here?
Criminals.
Well, we can just
What group of people came here?
No, I think where we're confused is it's these people's royals families. They came over here. When we go back to the Dumb Diverses and we look at King Alfonso, we see King Alfonso's descendants came over here.
And we're the
people are
governors.
blood to them. These peoples are blood to them. Like how we were looking at John Latlier, whatever the king, King Henry, King James. These people are related to these people. They are family. They might say the crown. The crown of whoever's on the crown right now, but that doesn't make them any less the King James kin.
Right. So see, that's the whole problem over there. They all was fighting for who was the direct heir of the throne.
But I thought y'all said criminals came over here. Those were criminals and misfits. What? I didn't make that up. Alabama said that these were
criminals with them. They would have to bring their criminals with them as peasants. Don't they got concubines and peasants, bro?
No,
Don't
I
they got
get it.
prisoners? Don't they would bring
I-
workers with them, bro.
They
Initially,
did
that
bring
makes sense.
in indentured service, but I understand where the
Yeah.
confusion is lying. The confusion
Right, because
is
he was
lying.
lying.
No, he didn't lie. Alabama did say criminals, but he's not talking
They're
about
criminals.
their criminals to whatever they were doing before. He's saying the acts that they are to do are what makes them criminals. What they're doing is
No,
what
they was
makes them
criminals over there too, Dosey. They was criminals over there. These are
I know some
masterminds.
of
These people
them,
are mastermind criminals.
but a lot of them actually were
Scammers,
only
street meat scammers,
criminals. But Shaq, remember, a lot of
snake
them were
oil
only
salesmen.
criminals to OTK's point. They were criminals because whoever they were going for lost
Right.
to whoever got the crown. So they
Right.
were criminals because they lost. But they're still they're still
whoever won,
they're
that's who
still
religion Trump.
royalty. Exactly. They're still royalty. They're still kin to the royalty. But whoever they were going for to take over the crown didn't get the crown.
Right.
And now they're being sent away. So yeah, that does happen at some times. But we're talking
So
about
how big are these royal families? How big are these
Yeah,
families?
man.
The
They have
number
all
is
those
not
melanated and they're
large.
You
working
talking
on
about
it.
colonies. You talking about colonies of people.
Hold on. So,
And why would they
okay,
come over here and
Superman.
work if they royal?
Superman.
That don't make sense. They would have to
Dumbass.
bring
Hold
workers
on,
or they would have
y'all.
to steal niggas
Hold
to
on,
work
y'all.
for them,
Hold on,
bro.
y'all. I'm tired of these dumb
They
questions.
ain't gonna. They not gonna get their hands dirty. That don't make
That's a
sense.
dumb question for to ask us how many of them it is. No, that's a fucking what the fuck? That's a dumb question. All we need to know is that it was an ass to them, and all of them related, even the ones who was Muslims.
Well, they're not. They have different families, but like if we're looking at the Huguenots, if we're looking at the Castile family, let's go with the
from their
Castile.
history. Go read
Let's go
their
to
history.
the Castile family. When you see Lucas coming over here, he's the Castile family. When we see Rodrigo in Mexico or South America, that's the Castile family. We're looking at these people that are coming over here and they're giving them false names like Christopher Columbus, but they have a real name and they're connected to some royal family.
Ding, 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 ding,
That's
ding.
why I say they're
Dulcinea.
criminals.
So, okay, all
Alabama,
right.
you said they were criminals, right?
Yeah,
That's
now,
what I'm
okay,
saying.
we
These
can go
people been
into what
changing their names,
category.
Alabama.
Okay, well, hold on, Shaq. So, for example, George Washington was a criminal. He was a turncoat member of the British military. He was still in the British military while supposedly organizing militia, rebel, renegade motherfuckers. I'm supposed to believe these ragtag motherfuckers overthrew. This is this Superman story, pun intended, of how they overthrew the greatest naval power where the sun never sets on the British Empire. We believe these narratives, right? We're gonna believe these narratives.
Right.
Now, at the same time,
working with him
while he was a I wish y'all would see this latest documentary they brought out about George Washington.
Yeah,
He was trying to prove to them back in England that he was still loyal. He was barely 21 years of age. And then in the midst of what triggers the French and Indian War, I'm just using this as just one example of the absolute incompetence of these rogue, renegade, out of control criminal motherfuckers. Now, whether or not there was a governor like, remember what happened with Bacon's Rebellion. What level of person was he? A lord, a noble, an earl, a duke? But when he got over here and started operating on our land, he organized pale and melanated folk. So what was the Bacon's Rebellion turned into? Supposedly what we're told in mythological tales, this was an uprising of the working class, right?
Yeah.
Not drawn into two camps of race. They were opposed to monarchy, oppression of serfdom. Because don't forget, these people still operated feudalism back in these monarchies, right?
Correct.
And what is a feudalistic state? I don't want to mix too much of the dope here, man. Do you know what happened with 1213 with King John and what happened with Pope Innocent III and how he created what was called mortmain and started the criminal theft of land that we're having to deal with now?
innocent.
Go ahead, OTK. You know about that treaty, 1215, and King John, how they hung his ass out. This is how they started this carving up the land and what becomes the feudalism system throughout the monarchies of Europe today. Then they go and transport their disgusting ass philosophy over here to infect the rogue motherfuckers on you can own land. You feel me, brothers, sisters?
There you go.
Yeah, 1 second though, y'all. Peace. Wild Savage, peace. My sister Dots is in the building. Shaq, yeah, I wanted.
Oh, you
Hey.
is here. Okay, Wild Savage.
Man, I was in the mall. I couldn't talk.
Yeah, I was gonna say to let them get in after you, Shaq.
Okay, let me just speak this, and I'll bounce back. Bounce off with Alabama. That's what I was just trying to say. Was not Benjamin Franklin? Did he not learn a lot of languages? Lingua Franca's Alabama.
When you're saying lingua franca, you're basically talking about trade languages, right?
Yeah. Trade language.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the point I just wanted to make. When y'all talking about she was talking about starting these different wars, deliberately misinterpreting, and just like I said, out of CIA, FBI, they send these letters to these different groups, political groups and shit, and get shit started. That's all I want to add. Y'all can keep it rolling.
Wild Savage, peace. And let me get a mic check, Wild Savage and Dots. Let me bring y'all mics up so y'all can make sure y'all
Cosmon. We got Alabama, Shaq.
What up, though?
Is that Mama Dust in the building?
Yeah, Dots down there. What up, Shine? Word, B. What's up, Dots? Word, kid.
Hey.
I see
Hey,
you.
What up?
East Coast partner. What up, though, Dots?
What's going on?
Word, son. Word.
Dots is gonna be really good at this too. When we talk about dumb diverses and we get into it, Dots got that drip for real.
Right. And she understands what she read the first time she read it, which is crazy.
Superman.
You know what I'm saying? Hey, let me give a shout out to Dots right now. My sister Horse going to Beyonce concert.
Okay, you better let them know to get it.
You know, but let me give my prayers to you in advance for Pops of his healing. I pray that he heals and it's not what we think it's gonna be, sis. I'm just giving you an early shout out to you, and my prayers and my blessings go out to you and your family. You being the only child of your daddy.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I love you guys. Thank y'all. I appreciate it.
Peace and blessings.
Yes.
Oh, no. I need to hear the blow by blow from the goddamn Pan-African Slayers. God damn it.
Yeah.
What happened?
God damn it.
Sorry. I just wanted to jump in. Peace to the chat. Everyone, sorry for my voice. And thank you, OTK. I appreciate that. Y'all, just real quickly, Dulcie, when you were talking about bloodlines, I also want to say remembering, right? Because I think somebody mentioned King John Lackland. Excuse me.
Yep.
Yeah, and all descendants of the presidents, right? The descendants, all of descendants of King John Lackland, with the exception of Martin Van Buren, who was Dutch, and I think Eisenhower, who might have been German and Swiss. That's who they descend from, the presidents that have been here. So all of our presidents have been related to King John Lackland, right? So bloodlines, with the exception of only those two, and that's including
and Trump. But do you remember that little 12-year-old girl that did that as a science project? How she revealed that?
Yeah, including Barack Obama, right? So that's a really good point that you mentioned, Dulcie. Just listening to you guys when y'all were talking about the Articles of Confederation, I didn't know did anyone mention maritime law? Did that come up yet?
Yeah, that water shit.
Is that a yes?
Who said
No, we were dealing with just the Articles of Confederation because we were trying to figure out how did it go and transform into the Constitution, and who are the criminals? Because someone keeps asking, well, who are these people? So that the signatories to the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution is not enough evidence to identify who the criminals are. What are we suggesting?
So I had asked that question because I had learned a while ago, and I was like, you know what, that
Man,
makes
some of my people's on that. Some of my people's on that Constitution.
OTK.
Alabama. Yeah, they are.
Oh, hold on.
They descendants of King John. You know, I'm just saying. In South Carolina, every state had to sign that Constitution. A delegate from every state had to sign that Constitution. That's all I'm saying. But I had I had rogue sides. When I started doing my history, I had a rogue side of my bloodline.
Yeah. I had asked that question about
your fucking bloodlines, though. They are your fucking bloodlines, but you don't fuck with them. They're not your kinfolk, but they're your bloodline. So,
I had asked that question about the maritime law because I had learned a while ago that maritime law is the law of the land, literally, right? So we know that every sovereign nation has a charter, right? Like, or an OTK kept on saying charter, or some type of law that governs the international waters. Because when you govern international waters, that's going to absolutely, pretty much determine how you make your money in terms of trade and tariffs and everything like that. So, and that definitely impacted the Articles of, or after the Revolution, that definitely played a big role in how that the Articles of Confederation and then the U.S. Constitution happened, like the foundation of it, right? And when you guys were talking about I think somebody was asking, how is that possible for, why didn't Britain bomb, the colonialists, or why didn't they come and fight and kill and what have you, right? And there's many layers and factors to that contextually. But if you just think about, maritime law and how that plays a role foundationally in any sovereign nation, it sort of all comes together. Because like the narrative of the American Revolution is usually taught like colonies want to break free. You know what I'm saying? They were tired of taxes. They were tired of this. They were tired of that. But it really was just a chance for them to steal, kill, destroy, and culturally appropriate, American culture, land, and the people that were here. So I just wanted to just throw that in. I didn't know if anybody had mentioned that yet, but I think that's important.
But Dots, even staying on
That's
that
what I was
point,
trying to say, but
they
you said
wanted to
you
do
said
it
it
without
better.
having to hand over any money or control back to the crown. So they felt that just like getting rid of the middleman.
Yeah,
you feel me?
For sure.
Yeah, but you really think they got rid of the middleman, bro? Like that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to say that they still was double agent. That's what they told us. You know what I mean? That's what they told us because it's still trade and what's still going on.
Yeah, okay. So to underscore your point, Chad, that's what the Tories are about. The Tories are the loyalists. Okay. So as a party, you probably didn't see the video earlier. What I was trying to get people to understand in the video I shared earlier is how they showed where these groups of particularly English criminals came from in these particular 4 different philosophical approaches, like the Appalachian chain and those hillbillies, where they came from, like the Puritans in the New England quote unquote colonies, and then the ones from Virginia under the Virginia Company down, because people seem to not remember there was the Virginia Company Charter and there was the Massachusetts Bay Colony Charter. Then you have a totally another 4th group that ended up with like the Quakers out of Pennsylvania going into the Ohio Valley. All of these particular 4 conflated philosophical and political perspectives came from certain geographic areas in England, Ireland, Wales, and Scotland. You feel me? But that's not the issue, because we know a lot of the Spaniards, Portuguese, French, Dutch, all at the same time brought different perspectives, political beliefs, religious freedom or not. We just keep being put under only the British English narrative. And we don't have our side of the story or the turncoat motherfuckers that allowed them in. Like in that movie Sinners, when that crazy bitch said, "Come on in, you motherfuckers." Then it's on.
She invited them in. She
Damn.
invited them in.
Invited them in. She invited them in.
Damn, I forgot about that part.
Echo say, so go back.
Remember, they
Go back.
couldn't come
What
in.
was all the
Couldn't come
entry
in
points
until they
though?
got invited. But I don't want to go
Yeah, they
on that.
needed permission. I forgot
Go
you
ahead,
said
Shaq.
come
Go ahead,
in. I
Shaq.
forgot that.
Right. They
Where
couldn't
were
come
all
in
the entry
without
points?
permission. Go ahead, Shaq.
Yeah, I'm just trying to say, where were the entry points? The ports at? Galveston was a port, right? South Carolina was a major port, right?
A major
Correct.
port for what? For what?
Import export. Import export. Galveston, Texas was a major import export, right?
What year
South Carolina
Galveston
was a
came
major
on?
import. That's what I'm asking
Yeah.
the question. Yeah,
All
when did
right.
they come
So
along? Because it was a
right
major
now,
port. I would
what
say the
we was talking
1800s, maybe.
about. Hold on though, Shaq.
Yeah.
Right now, what we talking about though with this 1700 shit, we only talking about the 13 colonies right now at the time. At this time, dog, it ain't no Galveston port. What we would call today Galveston port. You understand what I'm saying? If that makes sense.
Yeah,
It's a
but
Galveston. It's Galveston
I
people
agree
here,
with
and I'm
you.
not saying that from them.
No,
They're
I agree
not
with
saying
you.
it. So what we
But
talking
a lot
about?
of
We
this stuff
talking
I
about
don't believe because
right
they
now.
writing
So
it back into history now.
yeah, we
You know what I'm
There
saying?
you go, Shaq. There you go. There you go.
They
That's
trying to
the
write
issue
this shit
we're
back in
having.
history.
Right. People don't
Smoke,
understand
you
that some
right.
of this shit being superimposed back into the historical narrative when it didn't actually
Yeah.
exist at the time.
Because if we doing
oh no,
business, we would have to have
I'm
all
gonna
those
tell
ports
y'all. I'm gonna
already
tell
set
y'all
up.
something like
That's
this.
what I'm saying.
I'm gonna tell y'all something like this. Over here on the East Coast, bro. Over here on the East Coast, is first fucking contact. We have the most and the richest history of any fucking European coming here. Anybody from anywhere else coming here, it would be the East Coast first. American, North American history.
That's what they told us.
Hold up, no, hold up. I'm talking about from what they're writing. We're talking about his story now.
Yeah.
Listen what I said. North American history. Like Smoke said, writing themselves in history. Making a whole new fucking history. You feel me? So they can get remembered as. That shit started on the East Coast, bro.
Right. So so go back. What route did
You
they
will
take
find
to
the
get
most
there?
documents over here.
You heard what I said? What route did they take to
Say
get
that
there?
again.
What was their route?
It took damn near
What was their route?
damn near 300-400 years, dog. It was war since the 1400s,
No.
1500s, all the way up into the
No, that's fine.
1800s. The last war you can see would be what? The Seminole Wars on the
No,
East
I'm
Coast?
saying what routes. I'm saying what routes they took to get to up to the East Coast. You track their route back.
Straight up the Atlantic, bro. Certain time of the year, the Atlantic will take your ass straight on up to the East Coast. Certain time of the year,
From where?
the motherfucking Atlantic will take you down to the south.
I'm saying
bring
from
you
where
from
though?
up north down south, bro.
No, I'm talking about them. Do you see what I'm saying? I'm coming from.
No, I don't know if you understand. Ocean currents.
Genius.
That's what I'm trying to
I'm
find out.
saying.
If you understand.
I'm saying the
ocean currents.
introduction into international getting here. I get it when intercontinental. Moving intercontinental. I'm talking about coming from international route they took to get up to where you say the northeastern region.
Well, I got a question.
I got you, Shaq. I feel you. I understand
You
what
know
you're
what I'm
saying.
saying?
Go ahead, Wild Savage. Go ahead, Wild Savage. You ain't talk. Go ahead, bro.
If because when y'all talk about international, y'all talking about like the ocean ways, right?
Facts. That's the only thing that's international when you go from one country to the next, more than multiple countries. Yeah.
Okay, so our people use the rivers to travel across these states. Would that be considered international trade as well when they go in these different territories at that time?
Every intercontinental win.
And when we
I don't know.
Hold up, we taking rivers inner country within our country. That's what you're saying. Oh, you saying we taking rivers to go to what now today is South America and shit like that.
Would have been doing a lot of
Go ahead,
trade
bro.
out I was saying at that time we would
Yeah.
be doing a lot of trade off the rivers.
A
You know what
lot
I'm
of
saying?
fucking
Our
trade.
main ways of doing business, and if they was if this was our constitution, then it would be based on them also doing business at these different forts that they would pull up on, because there would be different territories, or it could be considered international in a sense, or foreign land. I don't know.
So,
Go ahead.
but Wild
But see, to
Savage,
us,
technically,
now to
hold
us,
on, hold on,
Wild
hold on.
Savage, they already knew each other from head
But
to the
hold
fucking
on, hold on, hold on,
Tell
OTK.
me
Let me address what he said, whether it's international. If any nation of the tribal origin is interacting with each other, that is international, whether it's on the riverbeds or across the Indian trails. You're going in and out of people's territories, right? Now, we consider that interstate now because we got highways and train tracks. But do you understand what I'm saying, Wild Savage?
I'm walking with you.
So you're interacting with other nations, then technically, yes, that is international trade, is what I'm suggesting. But go ahead, OTK.
Thank you. I'm with
yeah, it's definitely, but I'm just about to tell them yes. We can call that international trade, but I think we already had knew each other, so it wasn't like we was going to foreign.
Well, I don't think a nigga that was from New York was going to necessarily
Man, we got from us.
in motherfucking
You got to
New
understand, they
Mexico
was
or
coming on a fucking L ship. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, because remember these territories when they bigger than what they were before they started to break them up and put
What
these
happened?
little state border lines and city border lines and county lines and shit. They were larger
Now,
territories than what they,
even borderlines to this
like they
day is
spread it.
made up, bro.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like if you're saying Comanche County or something, Comanche, for example, just like Comanche
You're talking about Indian
territory.
territories. How were they
Yeah,
identified as
Indian
different
territories. Yeah,
territories? Yeah.
right. They was larger
From the
territories before
different,
they started coming
from
in.
the different chiefs.
We never
They had to
saw
have.
Yeah,
You talking about who?
they covered a lot of
How
land.
would they understand it, or how we would understand it, bro?
No,
Us
they would
already.
have to learn it from us to understand those different
Oh yeah.
territories and then be able to break them up and then cut. You know what I mean? Keep these
That's what the
individual
Articles of
borderlines and shit.
Confederation was explaining to you, that they
That's a
needed
fact.
our
Right.
information in order not to go
See what
to
I'm saying?
certain places.
There you go. Yeah.
I even got the chains that they used to separate the land down here. Well, I got the pictures. I put it in the trunk, but yeah, I got the chains and stuff.
Hey, Smoke Signal, what was the question that you wanted to ask, bro? That you say people scared of this question or whatever like that. What was this question? Or people get mad at these Indian niggas who you talking to over here?
Water under the bridge by now, my friend. Water under the bridge. I catch y'all with nothing.
Hey, my dog.
If the OTK and Wild Savage on that point, what would be the determining factor of what you would call meets and bounds, or what we understand as surveying today? What was the boundaries agreed upon between tribal nations? Other than, I guess, natural landmarks, rivers, mountain ranges, etc. I think that's the point that Shaq you were getting at, right?
Correct. Absolutely. Yeah.
Oh, I wanted to share this. Can you enhance that, make it a little bit better? Zoom in for me, please. Matter of fact, let me just go to the article. Okay, so like, who asked the question just now about trade? Like, what is international trade or something like that? Who just asked that question?
Wild Savage acts, and it was Shaq and Wild Savage. Yeah, them two was talking about the international trade and the trade and stuff like that.
Yeah. Great question. And so that's why I had led with when I had first came on about, maritime law, right? Or the law of the seas, if you will, being the law of the land universally, right? And how that it was really important in the foundation of this Constitution thing. So, like in Article 3, Section 2, Clause 1, right? The judicial power, which we know are the courts, shall extend to all cases of admiralty and maritime jurisdiction. So in England, a separate system of courts that dated to the reign of Edward III dealt with maritime and admiralty issues. Maritime, quote unquote, originally applied to the high seas, while admiralty, quote unquote, applied to areas such as the harbors and the inlets, though the two terms eventually became synonymous. So they're just, they're showing the distinction, if you will, between the two. The substance of traditional admiralty law lay in the civil law, in opposition to and competition with the common law. It covered activities in the country's territorial sea and beyond, as permitted by international law, right? So they definitely needed to include this in their document, right? Because that is what's going to govern, all the trade and X, Y, and Z. According to Sir William Blackstone in Commentaries on the Laws of England, these courts had jurisdiction, now this is important, quote unquote, to determine all maritime injuries arising upon the seas or in parts out of the reach of the common law. And the reason why I say that's important is because, sorry for my voice, y'all, but the reason why I say that's important, right? Because also in the Constitution, it begins to state like what is a citizen, who is a citizen, X, Y, and Z. And then when we're talking about like the triangular trade or slavery or indentured servitude and people coming over or what have it, is interesting in what they determine as an injury, right? And the courts are the ones who are deciding to deal with that. Let's continue. In the English tradition, then, admiralty jurisdiction did not reach land or inland waters, which were subject to the common law. Thus, when England enforced the Stamp Act in 1765 through the Admiralty Courts, admiralty meaning the waters, the colonists rebelled against losing their inestimable common law right of trial by jury. Okay, last thing, and then I'll stop. During the Revolution, maritime states exercised their own admiralty jurisdiction. Very key. But state prize courts often violated international law by condemning prizes belonging to sister states or nations that were neutral or even allies of the United States. Now, I just have a quick question, y'all. Like, what would be, or who would be the sister states at this time? Or
the argument is, from what I'm hearing you read right there, Dots, is those that did not border the coastline. But again, we're comparing two different things here. These are settlements, and I keep saying this because of the timeline. These are not states as we have in our mind on a map. So these settlements, say the one that's closer to the shoreline has another settlement farther inland. So use that example and keep cooking, sis. Go ahead.
Okay. The Articles of Confederation divided admiralty jurisdiction between the states and the United States. Okay. But the Constitution gave the national government exclusive admiralty and maritime jurisdiction. So they pretty much created their own, fugazi type shit. In Philadelphia, the only debate among the framers of the Constitution was whether to lodge admiralty questions in a separate court, or as they finally decided in the federal judiciary. There was, one second, Cameron. There was, I never know how to pronounce that word, y'all.
Unanimity, sis. That's unanimity. They were all in one accord.
Right. Okay, gotcha. Even among the anti-federalists, that this power should be national. Last thing. Admiralty law covers 1, the damages to ships and cargo, so that's key, on the high seas, as well as torts, injuries, and crimes. And 2, contracts and activities bearing on shipping, transport, and cargoes that are on the sea. Right? It was obvious to the founding generation that the federal courts would be applying a pre-existing body of maritime law that was observed by most maritime nations. Both John Adams and Alexander Hamilton practiced admiralty law. And according to Chief Justice John Marshall, maritime cases before blah, blah, blah. Okay, so I just wanted to throw that in there.
Now, Dots, there's a clause that's really important about this. And this is the problem right now. We've allowed what should not be admiralty, maritime law, whichever they want to argue, You've already said maritime is the high seas. That means the
Yeah.
open international waters. The admiralty, the bays and inlets, which are ports and access to waterways. Now, the problem is common law or nature's law, some might say God's law, is the only thing the Constitution is based on. They are trying to keeping this argument, as you just read in those last two paragraphs, of bringing admiralty maritime law onto land, and they can't. Not just the Stamp Act that you use as one specific example, but this is how their criminal activity has been operating the entire time, because it is now transported under admiralty maritime law onto the only constitutional common law sovereign is the American. All of these United States citizens are foreign alien agents, period. But go ahead, sis. Cook.
No, no.
Hey,
I
sis,
wait, and then the
can
last
you
thing,
hit
I'm
that
sorry,
got it?
okay, one last
Hey,
thing.
that got it? No, can you hit that got it real quick so you can pull that down so we can see the rest of it?
Sure. Sorry.
Yeah, set the cookie. Oh, hey, who muted, man? Got an echo.
Oh, that might be my shit. Hold up, my bad.
Always Copper Draco. Always. My dog.
That's all right. He can't help it. What Big Mama say? Bless his heart.
Sis, what happened?
So Alibamo, that last thing you just said is important because there's no power in the Constitution, right, that gives Congress the right to regulate maritime law, which is interesting. So what they do is they just begin to modify, and update and create, things to sort of fit. But there's no real grant of power in the Constitution that gives Congress any power to regulate it. So they create.
And that statement right there, sister, is why all of this is fraudulent on its face.
Correct.
The legal term is fraud vitiates everything, which means that it's null and void. But we are acting out of ignorance and consent by voluntarily participating, allowing them to be parasitic leeches on us. But go ahead, sis.
No, I'm done. That's it. I'm done.
Oh, you was through reading? Shit, we was trying to see the rest of that, Doc.
I was done.
The rest of that, Doc. That's why I was telling you to hit the accept cookies, so we couldn't see the rest of what it was saying.
But remember the point she made, OTK. Let's reiterate that Stamp Act and how they used it. What did they do? They went blackface and war paint. The Boston Tea Party shit. Go ahead, Cook.
You talking about them white people who dressed up as Indians?
There you go.
Or these
once again, right back to some CIA shit.
these Europeans
Right
dressing
back
up
to
as
it.
motherfuckers.
Can't
Was
get
the
away
white
from
people?
it.
As a matter of fact, I would just want to say European. I didn't meant to say white. I just want to say European. Because European today, the way that we study, does not mean you're white. You could be white or black and be a European. So just like an African, you can be white or black.
But let's underscore the point she read. They were getting deprived of common law protections of sovereignty, as in the case of trial by jury, because they would have a magistrate on the bench putting edict down under admiralty maritime law. You feel me? That's what sis was talking about.
Right. And I gotta understand, boy, it was war in the water at this time. With this admiralty war and this this maritime law shit. That shit crazy as hell to me. For real. We didn't abide by the pirates, the wild ass Indians and the Caribbean. They in the
Oh, you going Johnny Depp on me now with the Pirates of the Caribbean and shit?
My bad.
Go ahead, you wild nigga. Because you know you got the #1 port of the crime scene, goddammit, Charlestown.
Good word. We ain't abide by none of that shit. What? Shit. Shout out to Black Caesar, man. and I'm using black because they use black. But he's from the Caribbean.
I want to ask Dots a question. She mentioned Eisenhower. How do you feel about his mama? Like you seen her? Does she had that look? Like, would you agree that she got that look as a melanated woman? She don't look like a white woman to me.
Dots, he was asking you. You still here with us, sis?
Well, she might have fell back for a minute. Well, shit, that
Yeah, I
goes
know.
for anybody on the panel. How do you? Yeah, y'all seen Eisenhower, mama?
You talking about the passing Negro and what J.A. Rogers referred to as the 5 Negro
Well,
presidents?
hey, look, you already said it. You said passing Negro. I'm gonna leave it at that.
Eisenhower, right?
Sorry,
I
just
got passing Negroes in my family.
I
They
just
not mixed up.
wanted to get a woman's opinion. That's all I was saying. Like, I wanted to see what.
I had stepped away for a minute. I heard my name. I apologize. What were you asking?
I was asking, like, you mentioned Eisenhower. You mentioned his mama earlier. I wanted to see how you feel about her being. Like, what do you think that's a white woman? Like, she don't look like a white woman. She don't look like a white woman to me.
Was a Negro, or you know what I mean? Like, no, mom, but that, and they used that. They tried to weaponize, her ancestry, if you will, against him, when he was as president, because his mom was quote unquote black, as we would say today. But she was definitely she wasn't white.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. That's very
Papa
interesting.
Draco, you know how much of these people what we call today white? These people in America who we call today white. You know how much motherfuckers got Indian ancestry in them? Like they grandmamas? Like full blood Indians and shit?
That they deny? Yeah, I got you.
No, a lot of them don't deny.
Eisenhower didn't deny he didn't deny his mother.
Just the thing, Papa Draco.
No, I'm only saying that because I know.
Say the child. Hold up, chill up. Say the child didn't go back with somebody that looked like him. I mean, look,
who?
Dark skin. All right. So what I'm saying is, a lot of these so-called what we call today white people in America, they have a lot of Indian ancestry.
No, I get what you're saying. But I'm saying, like,
right.
Are you?
Right.
I'm saying, like, did these niggas not deny that shit in order to be in power? Like, who? Edgar Hoover. Not Edgar Hoover. Who was the nigga that ran the FBI? What was his name?
Hoover didn't never had the question.
He didn't have to deny that.
I never questioned, bro. A lot of these people
Because he definitely had nigga in his family, and I feel like they denied that shit in order to gain power. That's all I'm asking. That's all I'm asking.
Never hear no lineage being black in the day when we hear any stories about the FBI. I just started hearing.
You talking about J. Edgar Hoover?
Yeah, J. Edgar Hoover. Like,
Didn't you show that?
That's why I brought him up.
You know their family and how she was saying, like, for the black side, they were like, no one says it that that he's related to us.
But he was definitely suspected of being a nigga. Believe that.
No.
And then someone in the family died for even saying it, or they thought someone in the family died for saying that he was related to them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm just saying, did they deny that shit in order to gain power? Like, would there have been a conflict in their movement towards gaining the power that they gained?
Not gaining power.
He wouldn't have been
think about it, like you said, to hide it. I think it would more be so to hide it because he didn't know that he was getting rid of his ancestry because he was going to be the head of the FBI.
I can see that.
Now you about to make me research that. That's what you about to do, Papa Draco.
Yeah, go back because remember they had some assassination laws, man, and see a lot of people separate.
I think it's hiding these Black Europeans.
You know
I think it's basically, like you were saying, a different face on these Black Europeans, and then to have a different face on these Black Europeans, you can't have all their descendancies being Black.
Yeah. J. Edgar Hoover, he was definitely a gay. He was definitely a gay nigga. He was the first one. He allowed the mob to finance the gay club. the gay the first gay club. He financed that shit. You know what I'm saying? Because he was gay and he was a nigga.
And what about John Hanson? What y'all think about John Hanson?
Supposedly, we're gonna always put a supposedly, Draco, even though we know, put a supposedly at the end. Just for
No, but hold on. It's already known on the record. He had no problem with them whispering about him and his bestie ass assistant. But he scrubbed his personal documents for decades.
I'm trying to protect my sister channel. Listen, I'm trying to protect my sister channel. A lot of shit in the medical field is documented. But when you talk about it, they strike you. So you gotta say allegedly. That's all I'm saying. We know the truth, but just throw a little allegedly at the end, bro, just to protect ourselves.
So we're saying allegedly.
Just go back to the miscegenation laws, not to cut you, bro, because that's what a lot of these people separated too with the miscegenation shit in these states.
It's definitely
Montana.
True, bro, but
you know what I'm saying?
I got you, my nigga. I got you. My bad, not to break your wisdom. Go ahead.
I think Sharice got it on screen. I can't hear it, Sharice. Are you playing that?
No, I'm not playing it. It's paused.
Oh.
They have a conversation. Yeah, I'm trying.
I was saying the separation with the miscegenation laws that they had in these certain states, man. I mean, people were obviously dealing with these Europeans, the pale ones, Negro Europeans. But like you said, once these people come over and they brought some of the pills over, they started to create these different laws in these different states, man. Miscegenation laws to separate people. A lot of people.
But see, you know what, this nigga in the whip house shit, y'all hip to Carol Channing. Hello, Dolly. She's one. And then the Melungeon twist on fucking Elvis, we still don't know.
Yeah, because see, it was called mongrels. They called them back in the time. They called them a mongrel, which is a mixed race person. And like you said, they were trying to treat these pure, so-called, developing this pure white race state.
Hey,
and a lot of people fled into the Indian territories. A lot of people had to that's where you get the runaways from, because they were flood into the Indian territories where they had law. Well, because even time women cannot even be sheriffs in some of these white states, white counties. But in the Indian territory, a female could be a sheriff of the land. It was different laws.
Is one of the best niggas at keeping secrets. He survived 8 presidencies. He's the best nigga at keeping secrets. Not his great, but his grandparents were brother and sister. That's why he's a fucking weirdo the way he is. Allegedly. Let me say that. Allegedly. Incest. There you go. And that's what created this nigga. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to go back to for a second when she brought up John Hanson. It's interesting that you brought that up, because I was watching something on YouTube like a week or two ago about the U.S. having 14 presidents before George Washington. And when they showed John Hanson, they showed him as a white dude. But I'm like, damn, they ain't showing the pictures of him as a black dude. That was real interesting.
Well, they really can't show the. Okay, look. When did the first camera come out? Because the John Hanson that we talking about was in the 1700s. The first camera didn't come out until the 1800s.
We're painting, rather.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
They showed him was of a white person and said that, yeah, this is John Hanson. But we've seen black portraits of this John Hanson person.
But we do agree that the first camera didn't come out till like 1839, right?
Oh no, it was like, I think the first camera was 1806. It went out 1826. It was worldwide.
But if we're talking about the Hanson nigga came out in the 1700s, though, right?
Yeah. But there's multiple. First of all, there's 2 John Hanson.
The heliograph is 1860.
Yeah. I agree with that.
Then there was a brother from the 1860s, 70s. You did what I'm talking about, that I think are different people.
So which one was the first continental president?
He a nigga too.
Okay. I'm not gonna argue with that.
Yeah. I think that the old painting.
No, but hold on. Okay, I think he's conflating things. He was the one prior to just before George Washington. That's the John Hanson you're talking about, Copper Drake.
Wait.
No, not before. They existed at the same time. You dig what I'm talking about? What I'm saying is, before the very first presidency, he would have been president of the Congressional Congress, and I think he was like the fourth one, maybe third.
But wouldn't he also be an
I thought
acting
he was the
governor
first.
of one of the colonies as well?
I thought he was the first.
Yeah, he was. He up in there, and I don't want to tell a fib, Juice. I know for a fact he either from the first to the sixth. But you dig what I'm talking about, because the many of them terms, you know what I mean, wasn't documented till later.
Yeah, they would say 6 months to a year, whatever
Yeah.
the rotation was. But,
Yeah, it's like you get two of them dudes in a year. The war went on for 7 years. You get 14 presidents.
Okay.
And so, how did they get? How did George Washington become to be elected as the president? What was that process?
Are we saying elected or selected?
Selected, yeah. How was that process? Because he was selected to be the general, allegedly, of the war, but the nigga never fought in the war, and he was a young dude. So, somebody tell some lies.
No,
Somebody lying.
I don't think he's lying. I think
he was a young dude.
No, I think it's a better word for it. I think there's a better word for it, and it's called nepotism. Huh?
Okay.
He was in with the right people. Look up a nigga named Lord Fairfax. How do you become a nigga who tell the army what to do, and you never even was in the army or any general? You never had no war experience. You never fought in the war. 19 years old, you get an accommodation. How?
You see what I'm saying?
Lord Fairfax, nigga. It's about who you know, not what you know.
Well, hey, let me read this to you real quick.
He's tied to these royal families.
That's Lord Fairfax homie. That's the little homie.
Hey, Cos, let me get your opinion on this. It said I looked up some shit where I pulled up the the melanated version of John Hanson. It says Senator Hanson has sometimes been misidentified as being John Hanson of Maryland, a white politician who served as a president on the Continental Congress.
Why wouldn't he be white?
I'm not going against what you're saying. I'm just saying that this is what I came across. I wanted to get your opinion on that.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
He would be white. In a sense, that's how the system treats him, irregardless of his skin color.
There you go.
It's a social status.
Yes.
Yeah, irregardless of his skin color, he would have been seen as white. Why? Because he would have been descentable. He was European and Christian.
Damn.
That's all it takes to be white in 1681.
Okay.
And then the sister just read all the shit that that would come with being a free white.
So are you saying he didn't have no ties to this land? No American Indian?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that, especially because he got he brown. You dig what I'm talking about? So it's very possible that he got European and American nigger stock in it.
Well, which side will be giving him his power?
It seemed the European side that's going against the crown.
That's interesting.
Did y'all want to watch a little bit of this J. Edgar Hoover situation? Or y'all good on this?
Roll that beautiful bean footage. We need some scandalous shit. Let's get some scandalous shit.
As far as his heritage?
Yeah, I'm guessing that this is some of the family members confirming his Black heritage.
Oh yeah, they're gonna tell you about his grandparents being brother and sister. Yeah, I got you.
Liberation and equality movements in the U.S. was allegedly mixed race himself. In 1950, at 10 years old, Mildred Millie McGee says after a class discussion about J. Edgar Hoover, She hurried home to ask her grandfather if the notable FBI director was connected to the Hoover plantation in Mississippi, the one her relatives were enslaved on. He responded, "That old goat is my second cousin." Millie told her grandfather she would share the revelation with her friends, but he forbid her. Her grandfather said Hoover would have them murdered if his African ancestry was revealed. This was a deeply terrifying moment for young Millie that sparked nightmares for years.
My grandfather said, "Look, daughter, you cannot tell that. If you do, our whole family will be burned as we slept." It was the most frightening thing for 10 years old to hear.
As an adult, Millie's curiosity outgrew her fear, and she began intently researching to find the truth. Genealogist George Ott of Heritage Consulting in Salt Lake City, Utah, used census records, burial sites, and family documents from the Black and white Hoover side to verify most of Millie's family's oral history. He also conducted the research for Alex Haley's roots, and reportedly said Millie's family's oral history matched even more closely than Haley's. Genealogist and historian Lucius Bowser and Julianne Burke assisted in the genealogical research. Oral history is vital in the African American community, considering records weren't kept of enslaved Africans since they were considered as mere property. There were usually no names listed on plantation owners' property records, no birth certificates or records of marriage, since it was illegal for enslaved people to wed. It was important to pass down the history of their families orally, but for some families, the fear, violence, and shame of the past was so unbearable that they went silent, laying their family history permanently to rest. According to Millie's family's oral history, the story begins in Africa with a 15-year-old girl. She was kidnapped from her home and somehow survived the horrifying voyage to America, just to be introduced to a different kind of horror: slavery. Felix Allen, a plantation owner, bought her, stripped the teenager of her African identity, and named her Sarah Allen. He would eventually rape Sarah, a practice slave owners called bedwarming. This resulted in the birth of a daughter, Elizabeth Allen. Felix would later rape his own daughter, and she also birthed a baby girl, naming her Emily. Forced incest and rape were commonplace during slavery. Felix Allen permitted another plantation owner, William Hoover, to sexually assault Elizabeth, impregnating her with a son that was named John T. Hoover. According to Millie's family's oral history, William Hoover decided to buy her and their son John T., but not Emily. Millie's family says it was because she was not his child. William Hoover's desire was to marry Elizabeth. Enslaved Africans were not only forbidden to marry one another, but those of European descent as well. So William moved them to the D.C. area where no one knew them. They married, and from that day forward, Elizabeth identified as a white woman. Many mixed-race people chose to identify as white only in a phenomenon called passing. They did so to escape the racial violence people of African ancestry faced in this country, allowing them to receive an education, considering it was illegal for enslaved people to even learn how to read. Passing allowed individuals to have a career, civil rights, to be treated as people and not property. During that time, America's one-drop rule stated, any person with even one ancestor of Black ancestry was considered Black. This was white supremacists' attempt to maintain a quote-unquote pure bloodline. This legal principle was a failure, considering hundreds of thousands of people with African ancestry passed for white. Elizabeth, however, did not have a choice. Since she was enslaved, she could not refuse William's proposal and was forced to live this new life. While Elizabeth lived in D.C. as the wife of her enslaver, her daughter Emily remained in Mississippi and was bought by a man named Christian Hoover Sr. He had two sons who were named William Hoover and Christian Kit Hoover. They sexually assaulted Emily at will, resulting in the birth of several children. She would eventually have a son named Ivory, also referred to as Ivy, with Christian Kit Hoover. Ivy is the alleged father of John Edgar Hoover. The family in D.C. will often visit the family on the Mississippi plantation, and vice versa. When Dickerson came of age, he bought an enslaved woman named Annie on the Mississippi plantation. Millie says she was also mixed race and able to pass for white. According to the family story, Annie and Ivy were lovers as they lived on the plantation in Mississippi before Dickerson purchased her and took her to D.C. to marry. When Ivy would visit D.C. with his grandfather, Christian Hoover Sr., they would secretly meet, and during one of their rendezvous, Annie allegedly became pregnant with John Edgar Hoover. For clarity, Elizabeth Hoover, formerly Allen, had children by Felix Allen, her enslaver, and William Hoover, the man who bought and married her. She had Emily Allen by Felix, who gave birth to Ivory Hoover, J. Edgar Hoover's alleged father. She also gave birth to a son by William Hoover, John T., who had a son named Dickerson. Dickerson's mixed-race wife Annie had an affair with Ivy, her nephew of no blood relation, allegedly producing John Edgar.
My mother said, "Are you sitting down?" And I said, "Okay, I'm sitting down. What is it?" She said, "Ken just told me that Uncle Ivy, her grandfather, was J. Edgar Hoover's biological father."
So Millie claims Dickerson, the man who raised John Edgar, his wife Annie, and Ivy, Hoover's alleged biological father, were all mixed race, directly from the bloodline of an African woman. Millie says Hoover was allegedly unaware of his Black ancestry until he was a teenager. Many families who passed chose not to tell their children because they were fearful they would accidentally reveal their secret. Christian Hoover Sr. willed Emily, Elizabeth's daughter, to his son William. Emily and all of her children began to live with William. William's wife would eventually divorce him and move to Texas. Millie and George would later discover census records listing Emily as his new wife.
Found Emily Allen, mother Elizabeth Allen. Emily Allen married, it says married in the census, to William Hoover and had all these babies and one named Ivy.
Emily had a heartbreaking life with no opportunity to choose and make a life of her own, like many enslaved men and women. Although Dickerson despised J. Edgar, according to family legend, he raised him and continued his marriage to Annie after her affair. Dickerson was often away because sometime during the war, doctors sent him to an insane asylum at Laurel. After Hoover reached adulthood, Dickerson's mental illness worsened. He began suffering from anxiety, depression, and delusions, causing him to have a mental breakdown and forcing him to leave his government job. Millie's family's oral history states, Annie began living with Ivy in Mississippi. The research team was able to verify Annie living in the home with Ivy via census records. After Ivy passed, Millie's family says Annie returned home to D.C. Millie's family believes J. Edgar was responsible for Ivy's death. Through their extensive research, they were able to discover that J. Edgar Hoover was not Millie's grandfather's second cousin. He was in fact his first. Ivy was Millie's grandfather's father's brother. Although they had different last names, they were blood brothers. Christy Hoover Sullivan was also told their family was related to John Edgar. Christy says she discovered her great-grandfather, Dr. Clayton Hoover's name, within Millie's research. J. Edgar openly claimed Dr. Clayton's side of the Hoover family. Christy emailed Millie and shared the connection she made. She said the whole idea of our strand of Hoovers with history in Washington, D.C., having anything to do with slaves was a difficult concept to swallow. But after reviewing the countless documents and traveling to the Mississippi graveyards and courthouses alongside Millie, she had no doubt Millie's family was related to John Edgar, just like hers. Christy was able to find birth certificates for all of her family members except for John Edgar, a dilemma Mildred and her research team also encountered.
We found documents that was erased, smeared, changed.
Couple of friends who did this routinely in Washington, D.C. They checked the applicants. I
talked to one time, and he said, just for the fun of it, I tried to find Hoover's birth record, and there's something wrong with it. And I said, oh? I said, yeah, I thought you'd be able to go all the way back to Europe with his record. No. And he was telling me about it. And he found some rather strange things, like there were some things that were erased, dates were changed, and the filings. And I thought, that's weird.
So when I talked to my mother and I asked her, does a man named J. Edgar Hoover ring a bell to you? And she was like, shh, you can't tell that. You can't tell. There's two murders. And I'm trying to follow her. What has the two murders got to do with Big Daddy telling me this old goat was his second cousin? But Big Daddy also told me we could all be killed as we sleep. And I'm thinking, well, I didn't tell it. All these years, I didn't tell it. So why is two murders? Who was murdered?
It was J. Edgar Hoover's half sister, who was 31 years old, had 5 children and a husband. She was murdered. And his father, my Uncle Ivy, was 58 years old, and he was murdered because they decided that at that time in life, he should have owned up to who he was.
Millie's family believes J. Edgar was responsible for the murder of his biological father, Ivy, and his half-sister, Mazzola. They both died under mysterious circumstances, and Millie's research team encountered issues locating their death certificates. When they were finally able to track them down, no cause of death was listed. For decades, as he worked for the FBI, there was chatter concerning his genetic makeup. Hoover was well aware of the gossip circulating. Writer Gore Vidal, who grew up in D.C. in the 1930s, once stated in an interview, "It was always said in my family that Hoover was mulatto and that he came from a family that passed." Author Anthony Summers wrote in his book, Official and Confidential, in some communities in the East, it was generally believed that Hoover had Black roots and was even referred to as a soul brother. Millie McGee made it her mission to shed light on a family secret that caused her years of anguish. The discovery of the truth reportedly freed her. The pain of the past that haunted her had now been released. Throughout Hoover's career, he targeted nonviolent leaders like Martin Luther King Jr. and Fred Hampton for attempting to fight for the equality of Black Americans, even allegedly murdering some. He also created COINTELPRO to disrupt, misdirect, and discredit all Black liberation movements. He even publicly denounced interracial marriage. Additionally, he targeted members of the gay community who could be arrested on a morals charge, despite there being continuous rumors that he had a long-term relationship with Clyde Tolson, who he left most of his estate to after his passing. The Mafia, specifically Meyer Lansky, reportedly blackmailed him with compromising photos of he and Tolson. This is why he reportedly denied the existence of organized crime for decades. After dying from high blood pressure, his obituary mentioned nothing of his family, only his personal accomplishments. Never be ashamed of who you are, for it can lead to a life of destruction, hate of yourself and hate of others. Race is a silly concept, a lie sold through racist propaganda and pseudoscience to justify slavery. People who hate another group simply because their skin color is the darker hue are operating on a low, dark vibration. Remember, we are here to awaken from the illusion of our separateness. Please subscribe if you enjoyed.
All right, y'all. That was a lot to take in.
But we don't have to get triggered of the whole, the narratives. We see the narratives because we know Alan. We know Alan is in just a slave family. Anyone that knows like the true history of the Allens, I side-eyed them and the Drakes, but no, I'm just playing. But I've come across some Allens and Jakes, and people that lead back to the Cromwells while investigating my genealogy. So yeah, we don't have to be triggered by that. We know they're lying on that, but yeah, Allens, Hoovers, they definitely have a prestigious line. We call it.
Yeah, I want to show this again too, man. Because the narratives run deep, boy. They run deep.
I think some came on a boat.
Hold on. Hold on, yeah. Hold on. Boom, you been that's irresponsible shit.
No, I said I think some came on a boat. I'm not going to say hundreds of thousands came on a boat. I'm not going to say that.
You're right. You're right. Millions. You're right.
I'm not going to say that. Because if that was the case, there would be hundreds of thousands of ships.
Show me the ship. Prove it.
I'm just talking facts.
Oh, here we go. Oh shit. I guess we here. I guess we here now.
I'm only speaking facts.
Go ahead and listen. I'm listening.
I think it's both. I think it's both. I think we came over here on the boat and we were already here. Like, I don't think it's like where we already here or did we come on a boat. I think we came from the boat and then some folk were already here.
Right.
And, I mean,
Randy,
that's just fact.
What folk do you identify with?
Well, according to my lineage, I mean, and from what I'm hearing, you know, the conversation and storytelling from my grandmama and my great grandmama and so on and so forth was that we came over on a boat. I don't know what everybody else. At least,
How about you, Floyd? And then Boone, and then
what's your question?
Yourself, speaking
What's
for
your
yourself
question?
based off the research you feel like you did with your own lineage and your own, you know, family tree background. Do you feel like you?
I give you one even
side do you
better.
come from?
I'm a mutt. I got all sorts of different races. Everything from Nigerian to Irish. Guess who was doing the Irish? You know, that's the people that was doing the slave trade that y'all think never happened, right? The European, the English. You know why I got English as black as I am? You know why I got English in my DNA? It's not because my daddy was white. It's because somebody bent my great grandmother over and fucked her, right? This is the truth.
Wait, I'm gonna let him finish. What the hell y'all think about that shit? He's wild.
Right, this is the reality of it. And I've been to Africa, West Africa. I've been to Goree Island. I've been to the places where the actual boats went. So I seen the wreckage from slave ships. When you asking, where are the slave ships? Right? I know about Catil.
He lied about seeing the slave boats, though. He lied. I don't believe he saw.
Yeah, he about to lie and say he seen a record for Catilda.
Yeah.
I can
Yeah,
show you a
yes.
thing where they show that they made up Catilda. I have the book where they said Catilda's made up in the 40s, I think it was.
Yeah.
So stop
what
it.
Zornil, Hurston, and friends, Boaz. I wish
Yeah,
I
they talk about all that. They talk about all that and how there's no real evidence to tie Catilda to a real voyage. But Green Pill, I will say I do here and there show some of the genealogy, but it's really not safe. It's really not safe to go too deep into it in these streets.
I'm sorry, y'all. Because every time I watch this back, he throw me off every time. Because he still didn't really answer Trey's question. The question was clear. Do you feel like your ancestors was already here? Or do you feel like they came here on a boat? Plain and simple.
I've been to Goree Island. I've been to the places where the actual boats went. So I seen the wreckage from slave ships. When you asking, where are the slave ships? Right? I know about Catilda, right? The last known slave ship that they found in Alabama. Right? This is factual shit. Right? And so when we talking about a situation where this thing was an enterprise that happened over the course of hundreds of years, right? We only been free 125 years, something like that, right? In this country, right? And so we seeing upward mobility that no other group of people in civilization have ever had, right? We don't have like our own country of African America, right? It's just we're 12% in the place that we would call our home. We're 12% of the population, if that, right? Right? This is 12%. So I think we're doing much better than most people give us credit for. I think for sure there are things that have been set in place. Yeah, we could have said we wouldn't integrate. Maybe you heard about all these different places where Black people was setting up their own communities and they bombed them and burnt them and killed them and hung them by their nuts and drug them by their neck on the back of cars. Like, I don't know if y'all just thought that, oh man, them Black people doing real good over there. Let's let them be. That wasn't the reality. So a lot of these people was hung to death.
not to cut you off, brother. Those are years after. So before we go to Boom, I want to just make sure the people can understand what side they feel like you identify. You feel like you and your heritage and your family was already here, or you feel like y'all came over on the boat?
But this what I'm trying to tell you. Like when we talking about Mansa Musa and them left West Africa years before we talking about the slave trade, right? So of course, you got Africans that was in America before the slave trade. That's a fact. That ain't no secret. This where you get all the Mexicans and all this. This is where you get all this shit from.
What you got, Boom?
This man.
You muted, Brody.
I think he missed.
I played. He blow. I mean, he cool as a fan, but he blew me with this. I don't know if it's the, I don't know. But I mean, I think when he said somebody bit his great grandmother over and fucked her, it really just took me out. I was like, okay, this is something that we gonna have to deal with. Like a lot of our people really believe this shit. Like our people believe this shit. Now, Boone got an interesting story. I mean, I know some of my followers already seen this shit, but it's just like every time I like to go back to this conversation because I just like to highlight how misled we are about certain types of histories. And then a lot of the things that he was speaking on, especially the Cotilda, don't have no type of factual base to it to even be bringing that up because that's way after the slave trade ended. That's supposedly the Cotilda situation was supposedly going on after the slave trade ended. So way after when they were trying to allege that it was still going on illegally, that they were still illegally importing people. So yeah.
Misinterpreted what I was saying. I was saying that yes, ships did come. I'm talking about by the millions. No, that's what I was saying. But like I say, we were already here. But at the end of the day, like you were saying, what was the question again?
Based off your heritage and your family background and your lineage, do you feel like you was already here, or do you feel like your family came over here on a boat?
Yeah. All I know about my family is
Chad.
I didn't do the history and whatever the history thing is. I haven't done that. But what I do know is I know that my family was a slave in they were on a plantation in Calvert County by the Butlers. And when Master Butler died, he gave all of his slaves pieces of his land. And my grandparents own it still to this day. So I just know how to go back to where the original slave people that owned my family. Outside of that, I'm from right here. That's how I look at it. Because I don't believe in pissing on a stick or some shit and then sending it in the mail and they tell me I'm part Indian, I don't believe in that. I'm from right here.
You feel the same way about the African ancestry DNA? Because I was there as far as the regular, but the African ancestry, I think it does help people a bit more. I don't trust the other ones, but the African ancestry, I feel like it will help us connect back to our roots because we're out here in the limbo. I feel like we are missing a big piece. Every other culture knows exactly where they've come from. We're the only culture that are guessing where we actually come from. And I think that science sometimes use not in a way that's malicious, but in a way that is benefiting or could benefit our community.
And I said that too, Akamak, like not on this particular video, but when I watched it back, I said he don't even realize that his folks, that's all his folks shit in Calvert County, Maryland, period.
Might be advantageous for us to connect back to our lineage.
But
which is important.
Before y'all do your thing, let Sharice cook.
I kind of went off a little bit, y'all. Not too much. Peace love, everybody. Yeah, so you already know where I stand. Black Americans are true to the land. Black Americans did not come from Africa, and that's just plain and simple what it is. What we find is that we have a distortion of our history that is not being told to the people, right? So this idea that we were on the bottom of a ship, chained together, shit and feces everywhere. Fuck no. You cannot survive nothing like that. It's like almost humanly impossible to survive such a treacherous voyage for 3 months at the bottom of the boat. I don't know who's going to survive something in that type of condition. So let's start there. And then secondly, like this idea that we don't have a history, don't have culture, all that is a lie. Our culture is rooted right here in America that we developed, cultivated, and built ourselves. We built this nation from the ground up. That's number two. And number three, I just think that they have had a rough time proving this thing to be true. When I've researched this so much and I still research it now, it's like there was more Africans brought to America in the 1900s, 1990s, 1992 than the entire slave trade era. They cannot truly pinpoint us back to Africa. Spit in the tube is not going to do it. Spit in the tube is not going to do it. Like I tell everyone, find me an authentic African ancestor in your line. Because one thing about it, no matter what you've been through, you're not going to lose African dialect. You're not going to lose African culture just because you were brought over somewhere. That doesn't just go away. They can't just beat that out of you. That is like diabolical. Period. So it's like I think that it's because they told us this, right? They told us this is our history. They told us this for so long that this is something we've adopted, and this is something that we believe to be true about who we are. When I have legitimate ancestors who are Indians, if you will, or just indigenous. I don't even like to say Indian. I just say we are indigenous to the land, because I know when we have this idea about Native Americans, the $5 Indians up there, that's why Trump is on them now, because they are not true to this land, period. The only ones that is true to this land is these people on this stage and our ancestors, period. So, that's why I don't believe the slave trade myth. Now, did people come to America? Absolutely. Did people travel from places to come here to get a better life? Absolutely. The idea that just us, y'all are from there? No, that is cap. They need to prove it, and they have yet to do that. That's why we don't have none of that stuff is happening. And we can even go as far back in slavery as y'all want to say it. A lot of our ancestors owned these folks. White people were the first slaves in America. So it's just a lot of things that we don't know and we don't understand, but they've predicated our history on this to cover up their type of history that they don't want to expose. And that's the truth. So yeah, I think the slave boat thing, that shit's got, they got every last statue you could think of up in this country, but they don't have not one slave boat. The Cotilda they talking about is 2020, but all they shown y'all was like wreckage of wood. Like, come on now, who said that that's a ship down there? They just telling y'all anything because they want to connect this, because they know a lot of us are finding out the truth about our lineage and our heritage, and that it's not 100% this slave trade story that they're predicating on us. So that's just, I could really talk about this all day, because I really go into this. I actually do the research, like from the people who actually built the slave trade voyage website and all of this stuff. They don't even talk about the slave trade that happened within the United States. They don't talk about people being shipped from Virginia to Tennessee, from South Carolina to Virginia. They don't talk about none of that. None of that. But all of that is very true. So y'all, it just takes a lot of discernment to really unpack it and truly understand it. I just think it takes time for people to come into it on their own. And that's just what it is, y'all. Hell no. We are the boat story.
Okay. So, couple things I just want to rebut, right?
Go ahead, Dots.
If I will, if you
Girl,
can.
he couldn't wait to rebut me. Go ahead, Dots.
No, I was saying period. You better let them know. Let them know that part, okay?
No, like stop. I mean, he couldn't wait. He was trying to get in there before. No.
I know he started dancing. He like, I'm just
And you know what's crazy? I was chuckling because obviously, like, anybody in slavery, that's nothing to dismiss and make light of, right? Like, we're clear about what even you just said, the slave trade that was happening in the Americas, like amongst each other. But in the story, they were saying that she was 15 years old, talking about Hoover's, I think, who he descends from. And it's like, so how do they know that she was 15 years old, right? Like, who told them that she's 15 years old? So they said that she came from a village. She was kidnapped from a village in Africa. So what village? What part of Africa? Like what are we saying? What do we, It's like the narratives is crazy. The myths are crazy.
Exactly.
Yeah, and it's like that's the funny part of it that you're mentioning, Dots, because they'll be like, they know this part, but then it's like, okay, if you know this part, you would need to know this, and this. And they're like, yeah, we don't even know the names of the parents. Well, then how the hell do you know where? How do you not know the when, the how, the what, the why, but you know where?
Exactly. That's why I said it go back to David Eltis and the shit he was up here saying about the names and the linguistic this and who's connected to those people that y'all got all these names for? Because I haven't seen anyone connect to anything off of that Slave Voyages website ever, give a testimony about how they found, their African ancestors through that Slave Voyages website. It's just such a big fallacy and it's sickening. And this is the type of shit we gotta deal with when they go and tell our stories. The first thing they do, transatlantic slave trade. If it start there and then everything else follows. And it's real weird, and it's like they don't, like you were saying, they don't really look for the who, the what, the how, the why. They're not looking for that at all.
Where, but to your point too, of like, it's because David Eltis doesn't do that part, but then he partners with people like Henry Louis Gates, and Henry Louis Gates, he gonna put a slave narrative on it. It doesn't matter who you find yourself related to, the slave master, he gonna find a way to flip it, spin it, turn it around.
And you can show pictures of your indigenous ancestors, and he gonna tell you because your DNA said you ain't got no Indian, you ain't no Indian.
Right, he gonna find some African slaves. He gonna be like, wait a minute. We were able to find the Angola family.
Man,
that married into the indigenous.
And I just showed y'all the article where earlier I showed y'all the article that clearly said that we did not match with these people from Mozambique and all these other places. They said that like we didn't match with them people. Like they need to keep it real about they findings and they won't. Yeah. And that's the biggest issue that we be having with this. Like, and he even said at the end of the damn article, don't trust ancestries, though. None of these DNA testing companies. They said it. Don't trust it. Do not give that shit no confidence. You better not. Your ass be fucking around and thinking that you from South Africa, North Africa, West Central Africa. Then they turn around and say you Scottish, German, and French. Like, that's just craziness, okay? It is. It's outrageous.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like this conversation, because like I had popped in right when he was asking that question, because I was running late. So he literally just randomly asked that question because that shit was, he sends us an itinerary and that shit was not on it. So he definitely, I think Trey himself, he got the one to host up top. I think he got a lot of questions about it and he's trying to understand it himself and trying to, like he's realizing, as we talk on the back end and he realizing that we not from no fucking Africa, that we was always here. So, people is beginning to come into that understanding, especially Boone over here, so I didn't expect anybody to be on my page with it. Like, even though he said what he said, but y'all get it. Here he go. Watch this.
You're right. To think that our story starts at slavery would be wrong. Slavery, the Middle Passage in America, right, started somewhere around 1525, right? And so if we're to look at the Africans that left West Africa to come to America with Mansa Musa, that was around 1357, right? So about 200 years before slavery would have started here. So
Mansa Musa.
The Africans that were already in America.
1357. He just grabbed the date out of the sky.
Okay.
He supposedly existed in 1100, 1200. What is he talking about? Supposedly Mansa Musa is way before 1357. Are we saying he's 200 years old? Like, what the hell?
Girl, that's why you see my face over there looking at him like, if you cut this shit out.
Mansa Musa is not even real. It's not even a real man.
We know that, but I'm saying like what date they say, if they give him when he's supposed to be, they always change, whether he's the 9th century, this century. It's like, what is he supposed to be doing? He's supposed to be like 90 years old traveling to America? Like what?
Yep.
Man, I'm telling you, it's wild work.
Wow.
Right, and you're right, Green Pill. It's not even Mansa Musa who they say. It's Abu Bakr, which is supposed to be his brother.
Right.
So what?
Through,
What is
y'all.
he talking about?
I
He just.
would have murdered him worse than
I
what
would have
I
been like,
did.
yeah, because I was like, pause. They like, don't talk over. No, he gonna have to source up this Mansa Musa 1357 shit.
Yeah.
Hell no.
I'm telling you, I bring this up so y'all can just see how our people, a lot of us is really stuck on this, man, and we believe this shit with our whole heart, mind, body, soul, spirit, and it's real. It's very telling. He said, "I'm sick and tired of these niggas."
Hey, that indoctrination is real.
It
You
is.
see how they just regurgitate it without any thought.
Yep.
He ain't put a lick of thought into that. He been taught that since he was a kid, and he just believes.
And you know, I never understood, like, why, how is it that it's like they'll forget or forgive or make excuses for African slavery, because there would have never been a slave trade or the triangular trade had Africans not participated directly in it, right? Let's be very, very, very clear. The foundation of just their culture alone, they did slavery, right? And so it's like, but none of that is talked about. None of that is talked about. Instead, all the blame is placed, right, on these invaders or these European colonists. But that shit wouldn't have happened. That would not have gone down like that if Africans did not play a part in it. They were directly responsible for the slavery.
Fulani, Dahomey, you
Still
know what I
going
mean?
on today.
Yeah, still today. That's right.
Yeah. That's what I was saying. Like, it don't just go away. Like, it don't matter. Like, ain't nobody gonna beat the fuck out you to a point where you ain't gonna remember who you are. That's not how that works. And I think we be missing it. I think we've been told so many times that, you know, oh, they just stripped you of your identity. They took. I'm telling you, that's all the lie. That's the whole lie right there in itself.
Yeah.
And this is they find shit now. And we accept, well, we find this shit, but you get the point. Most of the people,
or when they find it, and somehow they have this tragic story of like the slavery and all this other stuff. And when their ancestor was a slave, they went through so much, the whippings, all this, but somehow the slave master gains heart at the end and gives them the plantation and all the land. What? Or they worked after they got emancipated, worked their ass off and paid their slave master for the land. Make it make sense. Make it make sense.
Y'all are forgetting this is a love story.
Yeah.
This is a love story with a happy ending.
Cuz was tripping on this junk. I mean, he cool. Like I said, I ain't got no problem with him. But I'm like, bruh, come on now. Like every time, I gotta always play this shit because it's just a reminder.
You just gotta tell them to step their information into the 2020s
or something, because this ain't
they
it.
regurgitating them 1995 talking points ain't gonna get it.
Hell no, not no more.
And their Pan-African scholars don't even stand with them. They be pulling up books. That was so funny. The interview I was telling you about, Sharice, that you said you saw after ours with David Eltis, and then they pulled up. They came before Columbus, thinking they were gonna be like, "Oh yeah, yes, Ivan Van Sertima." He's like, "Yeah, I found nothing of this book to be credible."
He'll tell it. I'm telling you, he'll tell it now. He'll tell it. That's why I said,
yeah. He said there's no evidence that Africans came over here before 1492, but then he just double talks, because then it'll be like the out of Africa. How is there no evidence, but then you're giving us everybody out of Africa?
Right.
Exactly. And he even said it in the interview that he did with me that, and that's why I went over it. He said that tracing it with the US is 10 times harder. Yeah. And it's harder because of the small amount of slaves that they are alleging that came here during this Middle Passage transatlantic slave trade narrative. He said it.
I thought you did a great job, Sharice, with David Eltis. It was real. You did a great job, moderating that conversation, and then the follow up with Dulcie Sword, Top, and who else was there? I think Sweet Feather.
Sweet Feather, yeah. Shout out to
Sweet Feather.
Yeah, I did a great job. I really enjoyed that conversation. You know what I mean? And you're right. He was admitting, like, yeah, you're right. And I remember Sword had showed on our last show. I don't know if you remember this, Dulcie, but Sword had pulled up on slavevoyage.org, their website, and he was like, yeah, the actual triangular trade, when we're talking about Africa, and then he showed like that it was like in the shape of a triangle, if you will, because that's in essence, you know, how the slavery was happening on that continent, right? So I just thought, yeah, you guys did a great job with that. Just wanted to say that.
Yeah, and I'm glad you said something about that, Dots, because he literally brought up, I mean, in his book anyway, like, you know, that's why I was asking him about it, because now there's, you know, he's like kind of dismissing the idea of the triangular trade and saying that it was more of a bilateral route. So, I mean, child, I can't with all the new discoveries, new developments. Honey, you be making my head hurt. I ain't gonna lie. So, but yeah, I mean,
The
yeah,
first admission is slavery from North America to wherever.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that they're having to incorporate that in slavevoyages.org, what is that doing to the data set?
Shit, it's probably making it more, well, I ain't gonna say more credible, but will make it more feasible to understand that maybe more of this is going on within the colonial eras and within our colonial America versus this disembarkation or embarkation, whatever the word is,
They
from
want to convince us it's a massive wave dropped on our doorstep. Just
yeah.
that simple. The math ain't mathing, and the numbers keep going down.
Down, you go. Right? Because here in the States used to be like, oh, 10%. You know, it was 10%, then it goes to 6%. You know?
And now we down to like 4. So look,
Yeah.
there's still
Yeah, because how they pass up the middle passage? I mean, and then just do it to transatlantic.
man. I'm telling you.
Huh?
I'm telling you.
Salute everybody. It's good to see each and every one of you. I hope you had a great
Hey,
day.
Straight Smoke. Hey,
What's
Straight
up with it, man?
Day 2. I'm sorry, Straight Smoke. Dag, we were just over here cooking. You could hop in there and cook if you want.
Well, it seems like that I've been listening this whole time, right? Right, and it's being very prevalent to me that consistently we're talking about somebody rewriting history to put themselves as the bigger point in history versus what truly happened. And it's becoming, you know, really sad that we have a lot of people that identify with liars.
All right, now cook on
I'm
me.
sorry. I don't mean to sound like I'm sounding. You know, I rarely get an opportunity to really be this sincere. But I'm not saying that everybody has to agree on everything. But at the same token, if you don't know this, I suggest you stop having an opinion, because you're really making stuff bad for everybody else as far as consumption, data, and just overall knowing what's truly the facts. And I'll land my plane right there. Good to see each and every one of you yet again.
Salute.
Salute on that. Shit. Hold on, let me let his ass finish what the heck he was saying. He was getting a little emotional.
Been here for about roughly 100 years, right, with the so-called Indians, right, in America already before the Europeans left England, right? Like you said, they were slaves and throwaways. You're right. So they came over here, right? So all of that's correct, right? Problem is, to your point, about 2 million people per year died on those boats, right? Estimated, right? And they based that off the logs of the people that was coming on the boats in Africa, right? Because this is cargo, right? You sold drugs before, you know. Well, I don't know if you did. I did. I knew how much dope I had in the bags, right? I might got 15 in this bag, 15 in that bag, right? So if I get to DC and it's 2 bags, got
Damn,
2 in here,
that's
and
bad.
hold on, I know where I got, right?
That's
So the
bad.
numbers is off. The numbers is off. And so it wasn't that they was keeping documentation 400 years ago so they can lie to black people one day when they was free.
Y'all heard what he said?
2 million per year. He is
Thank
just
you. That's
saying
bad.
anything. Yeah, they
That's bad.
estimate 2 million total died. He just said
That's
2
bad.
million per year.
On these boats.
What? Yeah, like how is the boats not stuck in traffic
Okay,
if
let's go.
that many people
Come
die?
on now, Dulcie. Now we
I have
math ain't
another question
mathing.
off
Let's
of that.
reverse engineer. Okay, let's reverse engineer. Let's just leave it at 300 days. We know it's 365 days in a year. What's that number? How many dying per day?
He said 2 million a year.
Per year. Yeah.
So roughly, there was 89.80. It was 89.2% that was dead.
No, give me a hard number per day. 2 million per year divided by 365 days.
Hard number per day. A hard number per day. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, 6,667.
Okay, what's the average actual
666.
cargo hold? No, we're just going to be just round numbers. So 6,000. What's it, between 2 to 400?
Do you want it? Dude, well,
Okay.
they say 300 to 600. Do we want to go with the low end?
So that's
or the high end?
between 10 to 20 ships moving daily.
20.
But who's surviving? Because that's the capacity of the ship. Okay.
They should be crashing.
The whole ship. Think about how
Dulcie,
ridiculous
what was that number
just
you
the
said?
Statement made. No, just go back with the number she just did.
Okay, Dulcie, what was that number you said at first? 6 what?
6,667 would have to die per day for 2 million a year to die.
6,667. Okay, check this out. What is their overall numbers that they always use?
The overall 12.5 million.
666. You just cracked the code right there. That's how you know this is a farce.
You had to throw the 666 in there. No, but the only point I was making for the conversation was this is a diabolical conversation.
No.
But we just hold
right,
on, Trey. So stay with me just for a second. Between 3 to 600, which they really didn't have that many, but 3 to 600 on board puts how many ships at sea every day for that many people to die, bro? This is what we're saying.
1,100 ships. 1,100 ships a day. And niggas gotta die. Impossible.
Your math ain't math.
And we can take it from the other side too. Of if you're saying 2 million are dying a year, then you gotta suppose all the ones that are surviving, and then West Africa should be depopulated. Period.
The whole continent. Okay, so now we don't move back from 12 million
after that in a year.
We don't move back from 12 million up to 100 million.
But
now
we
again,
can't escape the fact that only 300, so they say 388,000 only came to America. Now the new numbers say 278,000.
Oh, it went down from there. Give him the number from Eltis from your interview, Cerise, because that's what we were working on, Cosmo. The math that me and Dulcinea were working on. Where do we go with those numbers, Dulcie?
It's not working.
Yeah, we still stuck with 1%, just going by 1%. But he said it's less than 1%. But if you stick with 1% of the total of the 4 million slaves by 1866 that were African, he's saying 40,000 people came over.
Wow.
No. Hold on. He said in the census of 1870, they could verify 1%, 1/10 of 1% were born in Africa. So we made it conservative and rounded it up. to 40,000 on the 1870 census, when it may
Did you
have
say
been
1/10?
4,000.
What state?
1/10 of
What state
1%.
though?
One tenth of 1%.
Roll that beautiful big footage, Sharice.
Oh my
For
God!
straight smoke.
Stop it and cut it out.
Yeah, that's in his
Hey,
article.
what state you talking about, Alabama? You talking about South Carolina? What state?
No, he's saying
He's talking about the
Overall.
entire
United
To the
States,
mainland.
the whole entire North America. He's
Right.
talking
for the
1/10 of
1870
1%.
hold on, straight smoke. Of the 1870 census, for the enslaved population of 4 million people, they're saying there were 4 million thereabouts enslaved people at the 1870 census. Of that number, less than 1% were proven to have been born in Africa, Shaq.
Oh shit!
Well, how did they know this data though? That's my thing. How was they collecting this data, bro? Because they didn't even have birth certificates back. How would they know this? Somebody, come on, man. I don't know.
All of this shit.
But when y'all laughing, y'all not listening to what Sharice said. Sharice, tell him again what you said to him, what he didn't answer at the time, but he gonna have to come back with this. Where did the data set come from?
There you go.
Of the book. So, firstly, Professor Elphis, one of the first articles that I presented to the people who subscribe to my channel and follow me is your article entitled "The U.S. Transatlantic Slave Trade, 1644 to 1867: An Assessment." In my studies of history and learning about who I am identity-wise, there has been a lot of what I will call pushback on what we know as the transatlantic slave trade. And, I just want to ask you just some brief questions from that particular, just maybe one or two questions from that particular article. In that article, I noticed that you referenced the 9th census of the United States, which indicates that less than 1/10 of 1% of the quote Black population was African born. So how does this statistic inform our understanding of the demographics of enslaved people in the United States?
Yes, the slave trade to the U.S. was much smaller than people realize, I think. And in fact, staggeringly small when you consider that at the point of the Civil War, there were close to 4 million African Americans living in the country. And the question, of course, arises, how come that number was so great if the actual number of arrivals was probably less than 400,000? And the U.S. is indeed...
Shots fired.
So let's stop them right there. Because how are they getting this number when the arrivals were less than 400,000? How is that happening?
And then you got to put it on the timeline for them, Sharice. Remember, this all got to happen in 52 years.
I forgot the one name that they have, but they should have a bunch of names. But they be giving them one Mandingos, saying that he was part of a breeding camp and had over 5,000 children.
That was the first nigga taking Holy
Oh
Ghost.
no, I remember this interview. I remember, Sharice, I remember when you did this right here. I remember when you did this right here. And I was sitting back and I was listening very thoroughly. I took a whole bunch of notes. Me and Michelle took a whole bunch of notes, right? And the one thing that stood out to us is that he still referenced them as being African American, even knowing that he know that they were not.
Yep.
Maybe he was being politically correct. He might in his own house call them niggas.
But no, think about what he just said. He said 4 million African Americans, and then said only 1/10 of 1% were born in Africa. Make that make sense, bro.
And this is by the time. But
1/10 of 1%.
1% is gonna be 4,000. Yeah, 4,000 of the 40,000. But I just was being gracious to give him the 1%.
Yeah, and
but even 40,000.
So we talking about like 3,200, right? know
No,
we
bro,
talking
listen to me.
3,200,
Listen to me.
right?
Listen to me. Of the 4 million, 1% is 40,000 that they can confirm were born in Africa. So how you calling the other 3.5+ million African American?
Right, exactly.
Yeah, and this is
That's what he's
also
saying.
after the after
I
that
remember
that's
this.
that what's that, the ninth census? So the ninth census was what, the
1870.
1870 census. So we're talking about right after the emancipation, the so-called Emancipation Proclamation and all that was taking place. Then we have 4 million so-called African Americans in the country, and this shit is going on. And they still don't have a lot of Africans or can't pinpoint African ancestry within these people because we always was here.
Right.
So
Man,
it's crazy.
what do you call it?
And
Hogwash.
the
It's a
other one
hogwash.
scared in the back though when he switches up the story on the Pan Africans. They weren't ready, but I have it queued up in the back.
All right,
Hey,
cool.
just so I heard it correct. Did he say
Okay, I'll wait.
1/10 of 1%?
Yeah, in his article.
1/10.
This was in the article, bro. 1/10 of 1% were verified as. Now I'm still waiting for the verified. I'm putting the word verified that
Yeah,
they were certain was born on the African continent. But let's round it back up to 1%. That's 40,000, bro. How does that 40,000 wipe out the 3+ million Americans? Which, by the way, I'm getting sick and tired of us presuming that they were all the slaves or enslaved or indentured servants.
Listen,
In addition, remember,
No,
these are the people that are being enumerated. They can't count us, bro.
1/10 of
but
1%.
Percent.
mm-hmm.
Go,
Yeah.
Cosmon. Go.
I'm gonna find that article in a minute, but in the meantime, we could play Dulcie Bean footage.
but that's why I asked the question, bro. What was the route? Them coming in, bro. What's the route? You know what I'm
I
saying?
think they took the
That's what
Well,
northern
y'all
they
should
route.
hugged the
ask that dude.
shoreline.
What was the fucking route that they was coming in, bro? Because that's
Oh,
why I asked earlier.
that's Shaq, right?
Gallatin
That's Shaq.
port. Yeah. What's up, Space Smoke? What's
So
up
Well,
with it,
they
man?
the routes would the routes they always had to hug shorelines. The closest route that you can
Correct.
take is from Africa to South America.
Correct.
exactly.
Stay right there.
And
Thank you.
Brazil, and as
So
far as that, and what they did is they changed it. So at first, they've been teaching the transatlantic slave trade, but that's another thing that he's been saying in all the interviews now is that that was wrong. The thought of the transatlantic is wrong. It's going to be bilateral. So what he uses as an example is that passage coming out of America going into West Africa from like South America or Brazil. So, but we have dates
right,
for that. We have dates for that. That's well into the 1800s. But he like, oh,
there
okay,
you go.
well, the other thing is the intra-American slave trade would move Africans around. Well, no. You have to figure out this other passage to prove that what's happening in the intra is even Africans. But that's
Right.
how they play the game.
Bruh.
Now,
We
Right.
Dulcie,
know,
if I
now we
may,
know.
Dulcie, hold on real quick. Dulcie, if I may, the one people that kept a great record were the British, dealing in the British
There you
Isles as
go.
far as like South America and things like of that nature. Okay,
Right.
what you would call like Colombia. Let's even go to Belize. Let's go to all these other islands prior to coming to actually into America or the Gulf,
Exactly.
if you will. Okay,
Just stay right there.
let's
That's what
let's
I was trying to
let's
ask
let's
earlier.
keep this let's
And
keep
I
this
found
at
the
very
port.
forefront because I need people to understand the only way that you can do that. There were no direct lines across the Atlantic, none.
Right. That's why I brought up the port.
Let's
What
go.
all ports were available, and I looked up and I brought up the Galveston port. That was which was Mexico at the time, but it was 1825. Huh?
Yeah, you would have to be coming from Europe to hit any of those ports, to hit any of them in the Caribbean, to hit
That's
Galveston,
where
any
they
of
was
that.
coming
You have
from.
to be coming from Europe. To come from the West
That's
Africa
right.
where they're saying, you have to be coming to South America and really Brazil, Rio Plata. That's where they're trying to change the narrative from. But we have that didn't start until a certain time. So what they're doing is
Correct.
they're using all these intra-American going from the Gulf to Virginia to the Caribbean, South Carolina to the Caribbean, like Sharice was saying, and they're saying that those are Africans.
Yup.
But
No.
Dulcie, he already stated that there were more Americans going from here to over there, Europe or Africa,
Correct.
than
ACS.
Africans coming here. That was what was in his
18,
interview as well.
Yeah, I think he
you're
mentions
right.
that in this one too. And I want to say too, because you
1819.
said British have good records, they all have decent records. I looked up
They
from
got great
slave
records.
voyages that of the French, and the French even say where they're from. They call them blacks, Noir, but they'll even say Senegal Noir, Congo Noir, and then they'll just say Noir. So if they're already
Yeah,
differentiating, then why are you saying
Dulcie,
that these Noirs are African if they tell you where the other ones are coming from?
Dulcie, is
right,
that
right.
Noir spelled Noir?
Yep.
Yeah,
That's all I
NOIR.
needed to know. Thank
Nor
you. Thank you.
or NOIRE. Yeah. But
Okay.
British, the Parliament, they was taking people, after that so-called American Revolutionary War, they had been taking people, so-called free, newly freed slaves, people that was fighting the war with them. They was taking them, the so-called white Europeans, the so-called blacks, so-called mixed Indians and stuff. They were taking them. They had colonies. They were taking them to Nova Scotia. They were taking some of them up to Senegal, building up colonies in Senegal, bro. This is before the Indian Removal Act. 1819, the ACS, American Colonization, started in 1819 or early 18, like 1805 or 1819. They were taking Americans out of here
1869.
over to Liberia, bro. So they was creating the African nation that they wanted with the Americans, taking them over there to create them colonies, bro.
Yeah,
They
but
got
it
the
wasn't
damn
like they was
documents.
taking them. It wasn't like they was taking them by force and just hitting people
No,
over
then I did say that. They was going to build, right. They was going to build colonies. That's why I said colonies.
Actually,
Yeah,
They
they
was
was
building
hold
they was
on,
colonies,
signing
hold up,
up.
hold
Yeah,
on,
annexes.
hold on, y'all. Actually, it was slick force. So when you actually read up on the American Colonization Society, they say that they gonna
Uh-huh.
make the conditions so horrible around America that niggas gonna want to leave.
now that's what they
No,
say.
we agree with that, but they still was enticing people to leave because of certain
No,
war
no,
issues
no,
they was
no,
fighting
no,
with
no. That's
fighting with different
nuance. That's
sides.
nuance. Shaq, that's
Yeah, that's
nuance.
why I said that's after. That's why I said, yeah, that's a part of it, but that's the end
I
of it.
ain't gonna say
That's
it's
not the beginning
nuance.
part.
I ain't gonna
It
say
is
it's
nuance.
nuance, but we can read it in history.
That's
No,
nuance.
I'm not saying what that would
That's
be definitely
reverberate.
falling that
That's
line of they move.
regurgitated language, rewritten language. That's rewritten language, regurgitated language, and translated into a new form for the next generation to come.
Yeah,
I
because
can hear
Now,
that
what you say?
clearly.
Would
All
that be
this
the
shit
Marcus
sound
Garvey
good, but I
generation?
read all the meetings. I read every meeting. I done read all the meetings from the American Colonization Society and the African Civilization Society. Niggas didn't want to
That's
go.
Sachi, ain't it?
Niggas
That's
did not
Sachi,
care
ain't
to
it?
Finley,
go,
Yeah,
daddy.
and don't put that past them Quakers. Them
Robert
Quakers
Finley,
knew
right?
that sort of stuff.
Hold on. Oh,
All
that's
them
Sachi,
Quakers
right?
knew.
Robert Finley.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
Sachi that's talking.
Okay.
But hey,
So
let's play this. Let's play this, y'all.
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
See what he said.
A strong kind of sense of
How was they
wanting
made
to
that?
be
That is a good point.
identified
How was
themselves.
they
They
making them?
identify themselves. So not wanting to be
Hold up, Cosmine.
minimal
You
or
finna
limited
clown
in
these
how
span
we
goofy
choose to
motherfuckers.
identify themselves.
Yeah. And even with the arguments here, I'm sure you see the book in front of you from Dr. Ivan Van Sertima. One of the arguments that he typically used in this book was the idea of the gold tip spears that apparently had been found. He said it was from Christopher Columbus, but of course we know from further research and understanding that these were actually the words of Bartholomew de las Casas, right? Finding those gold tip spears and finding these people who he said were not unlike the Ethiopians, referring to Africans. How do we interpret that? How do we interpret that based on the time period of when Columbus and Bartholomew de las Casas and the other Spaniards and Portuguese individuals were coming to colonize this side of the world?
Well, yeah, I don't find the arguments in the book persuasive.
Yeah.
We've spent so much time in the archives.
Why they got this
the earliest
planners.
Portuguese archives of the earliest Portuguese voyages, and there's just no evidence. I mean, I'm not sure what else I can say.
Okay. So we want to show you some clips just from some of the prior interviews that you've done with others. You did a really strong interview with Lipton Matthews, which we enjoyed watching. There's been a clip though from Lipton Matthews that we want to show you that we found on YouTube that's been circling around.
That's not something that people have taken on board.
So after hearing this, and again, there's a lot of stuff circling around on social media, particularly TikTok and other platforms that are suggesting that, again, going back to our initial conversation about indigenous peoples, that you were talking about them. I want to make sure that we all get some clarity on this. When you said Native Africans and Native African Americans, who were you referring to?
Well, Native Africans are people born in Africa. That's very simple, clear definition. African Americans clearly were not born in Africa. Well, for the most part, anyway, in the US, right? So I'm not sure I can expand further on that.
Yeah. And so just to
play that again.
I'm about to ask the same thing.
I hope everybody a lot of stuff circling around on social media, particularly TikTok and other platforms that are suggesting that, again, going back to our initial conversation about indigenous peoples, that you were talking about them. I want to make sure that we all get some clarity on this. When you said Native Africans and Native African Americans, who were you referring to?
Well, Native Africans are people born in Africa. That's very simple, clear definition. African Americans clearly were not born in Africa. Well, for the most part, anyway.
Boo.
In the US, right?
Boo.
For the most part, anyway.
We got a problem. Hadouken.
If you press, hey, listen, if you press the little backwards thing on your thing, it'll jump back 5 seconds.
Here's the slip up. Again, he keeps using the phrase African American, which we know has got to be squashed. Got to drop the African. The Americans that they keep implying were amongst the 4 million enslaved people at the end of the Civil War is where this is problematic. We need the breakdown of those other absquatulating foreigners who were in the enslaved population. The ones that he is identified as Africans born in Africa is the 40,000 out of the 4 million.
Motherfuckers act like they don't want to hear that damn man.
I see where you're going.
That man saying it clear as hell.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I get what you're
Well,
saying.
let me
I get
get
what
to
you're
this
saying.
point 1 second, because I think this is the other part. Hold on.
The population in the U.S., right? We're
I don't
allowing
see
U.S.
how
to
this even
become
get
the
even
largest
far.
slave society, right? At the start of the Civil War, by
Yep.
far, right?
Yep.
Larger than Brazil, even though Brazil imported a factor of 10, more people directly from Africa.
Yeah.
The U.S. would become the largest slave society that we've seen.
And And just to add to that, and to anticipate a related question that I think you had in the list, we think about 15% of the Africans that arrived in the Americas actually came via the Caribbean.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that's over a period of probably close to 2 centuries.
Mm-hmm.
And that speaks to the I'm assuming you're talking about the intra-American
Yeah,
slavery.
yeah, which is very important and has been misunderstood for many years, but I think now it's becoming clear how important it was.
2 centuries.
In both directions. It wasn't just to the US, it was from the Caribbean to Spanish America.
Yeah. Hey, we're going to definitely mark that down on our paperwork, so to speak. For sure.
Let me ask a question real quick, teacher, if you don't mind. Is it loud or are we good?
It's a little muffled, a little bit.
Okay, I'll wait. I'm about to walk out. I'll wait. I got a question for you.
We can hear you now if you want to ask that question.
Okay, one of our viewers has a question. My brother Black First, he asked if is a website, do the researchers on the website.
Well, hold on. Let me find this other part.
While you're scrolling for that, Dulcie, again, my brothers, the number 4 million, in the first census in 1790, the population was 3.2 million. In less than 80 years, you have more slaves than the original colonial population. What was the overall count in the 1870 census? 80 years later.
I see where they're coming from now. After hearing that, I see where they're coming from now.
If you listen to what he's saying,
in their
he clearly
depiction,
say
because
after
that's
he
all it
say
is.
this
It's a
statement,
depiction, right?
people are not willing to take that on. After he say the 1%, he say that's not something people are willing to take on.
That's true.
So like it's
I
like
understand
the
where you're coming
whole
from.
people ain't listening to this man's whole statement. They just hearing what they want to hear. He clearly telling you them people not African, and he clearly saying this is not something that people are willing to take on.
Because the fact is
Because that was the consensus
what they
throughout
can prove
everything
is,
else, right?
Yeah, and what they can prove is that 0.1% of 1% was people actually born in Africa.
And
So
can we prove, hold on though, because he said the 1870
They knew the
census.
difference.
Can we prove them people? Can we prove them people right there, even from Africa? Because why did some Africans have to get naturalized if the 14th Amendment gave the African slave citizenship?
That would mean that
Here we go.
even one out of every 4 of the so-called Africans is really African.
Pay attention.
Wait a
now,
minute.
the only
Wait a
reference
minute.
they
I
got
think
for
that
listen
we're
to what I'm
forgetting
saying to
something.
you. Listen
Hold
to
on.
what I'm saying
I
to
think
you.
we
The only
forget. I
reference they
think.
got
Hold
for
on.
some real
Sachi.
Africans. Listen to what I'm
Are we
saying,
forgetting?
bro. Listen.
Sachi. Are we forgetting how these people view who should come in at a certain point? Because
what I'm saying is the only reference they got for some real Africans. The only reference they got for Africans is the 1870 census.
Brother. Come on.
Y'all ain't listening, man. They can't even prove them African slaves is African slaves. The only reference they got for some Africans is the 1870 census. This includes the people that got naturalized in 1870. Y'all get it? Why do they have to naturalize the African to citizenship if the slaves already got citizenship from the 14th Amendment? Who is the African getting naturalized in 1870?
Exactly,
It's very simple. It's very simple. It's very simple because I'm under the impression that 2 things happen. How well did you want to support your family?
No, what I'm trying to tell y'all is they can't prove the African slave trade shit at all. The only reference they got for you was some Africans on the 1870 census. They could have been Africans that was naturalized as citizens that came over here on their own after the Civil War.
Exactly.
No, not even after the Civil War. They came and fought. They came and fought the Civil War.
I don't disagree, Seth.
Prior to the Civil War. I'm serious. This is different,
No,
and
but
I want to be very
what
honest
Sachi
about
is
this.
saying is that they weren't enumerated prior to the Civil War. There is no Africans that are
They wasn't
enumerated prior to the exactly. So when their first enumeration is 1870, that's the first time
Yeah, but
Africans
we
are
already know
enumerated.
that. That's
Yeah,
what
so
I'm
what I'm
saying.
saying, what Sachi is saying to that point is that when we're looking at this, this is the only time they're able to solidify anyone coming from Africa. It's after
Right.
the Civil War.
Right, and now we looking at what we saying is now we looking at a 0.1% of 1%. So that would even cause us to look at the Africans, because by them numbers, only 1 and actually 4 is actually an African.
And then
I
that's
ain't
why
even looking at that. I'm looking at the fact that they can't prove none of them is slaves. That's what I'm saying. They can't prove none of that shit they talking about come from no African slave, because 1870 actual African citizens got naturalized in the United States. So what does he mean? Less than 1% are born in Africa. Is them the people that came over here to get naturalized?
Right, the people that came over here willingly.
Okay. Hey, hold on.
Like I
Real
told
quick,
y'all,
can I jump
before the
in real
war,
quick?
they was already
Okay.
coming over here to fight the war. They signed up and indentured themselves to fight the war. Look at Nicholas Said.
Okay, but they still got naturalized in 1870. They not African slaves.
But
that's my point. He's speaking on African
That's
slaves.
what
He's
he's
saying less than
talking
1%
about. That's
of
what
the
he's talking
population.
about, Cosman. He's not going at what you're saying. He's
I'm not
saying that
going at
this
what
is
he's
proven.
saying.
I know. That's why I was saying, gonna get to your point as far as that you're proving what he's saying by saying, like, yeah, most of those people came in the war. They weren't no African slaves. So where are they getting this African story just because they had to check the foreign box, or that when they denoted that their mom or dad is from Africa, they didn't denote that they were African slaves. They just said their mom was born in Africa or their dad was born in Africa.
So that's your less than 1% in 1870.
Yeah, and that's why I was taking up issue with the shit that YK was showing, because I'm like,
Less
what
than
you showing that these
1%.
people come
1% of 1%. That's crazy.
1/10 of 1%. But
A
when
10th of
he
1%.
I'm saying that because when he
On
was showing
record, 1/10 of 1%. On record.
Yeah.
Let's keep that in
Because
note.
when he was showing his
Let's keep
shit,
that in note.
pull up, y'all, because when
Let's
he was
go.
showing his shit, talking about his ancestors came from Africa, the shit that he was posting up on his community tab, I kept saying, well, you didn't show the actual parent. So what year is the parent on the census as an African? Because if it is 1870, then that means they could have very well been some African immigrants that he descend from, and not no descendants of slaves, but some immigrants who came here willingly that were born in Africa.
Funny part is,
it's actually
at
making
the
a good
same
point.
time, 1860s, you got Southeast Asia being dumped into the Americas. See, from the 1865 to about 1905, they indentured everything over there and shipped them all over here, and they look like niggas too. So, are you really even an African, or are you just brown skinned? And they lumping you in here, you know.
The Africans know exactly who the hell they is. It's not, I mean, I don't know why be act like it's crazy. If you're African, it's gonna be in your family history, in your customs and your ways. If
Your
you're
last
Asian,
name.
it's gonna be in your family history, your customs, and your ways. You're gonna go to the family reunion and somebody gonna bring some fufu if you're African. If you're Asian, you're gonna go to the family reunion and somebody gonna have some chopsticks. It's not hard.
No, Sashi. Sharice, can y'all hear me? Mic check, mic check.
Go ahead.
Dulcie, in the chat, do you see Galusha Agro? Do you see that? Can you each pull up those links and tell me who this white South Afrikaner, who was the Speaker of the House, that authored the Homestead Act of 1862? But go back to that beautiful being footage. But I want y'all to put this in the context, because how was an Afrikaner, the Speaker of the House, passing out these 160-acre allotments to these criminal motherfuckers? It's right there in the back chat.
I see it. Okay. 1 second here. Let's play this. It's this one clip and then we'll go to the next.
we're bringing you as well as Khan to this platform is because they're using your words as a way to justify these particular arguments. So we want to get the record straight for two reasons. Number one, we want to protect our ancestors. We want to protect the history that is grounded in our foundation as African Americans in this country. And furthermore, we want to set the record straight about the transatlantic slave trade because, again, there are people out here denying the fact that it even happened to begin with. And again, using your words to back it up. And so we're just going to cut to the chase here with the first question. And if you could, and I know this might sound very elementary, very strange, I'm even asking this question, but to both of you, who are the Native Americans, Indigenous Americans, American Indians, however you want to coin the term for those individuals? Who are they in the Americas? So in other words, when we say Native Americans, when you all say Native Americans or Indigenous Americans or Aboriginal, who are you talking about? Who are these individuals and how did they migrate to America?
So should I go first, Hafiz?
Sure. Yeah, I think so.
Well, there's a grain of truth to this position in the sense that we're actually all descended from Black people. Mm-hmm. And obviously arrived in the Americas at different times. But there is absolutely no evidence to suggest that Africans arrived before 1492. We've spent many years, obviously, associated not only with the transatlantic slave trade database, but with a lot of scholarship before then. And from my perspective, I don't think it's been established at all that we had clear contacts between Africa and the Americas prior to 1492. That being said, go back to my first point, we're all descended from Black people. It's I think broadly accepted that Homo sapiens left Africa first and spread to the rest of the world. And the point here is that they didn't reach the Americas until, well, there's different arguments about it, but you can say probably 20 or 30,000 years ago. So, yeah, I'm yet to be persuaded that there's been any contact at all prior to 1492. Mm-hmm. Nafis, do you?
Yeah, no, echo.
Yeah, so he was just double talking with the out of Africa, but y'all see, he's saying that there's nothing that he believes that Africa was in contact with the Americas before 1492. But we all descended from Black people. So the Native Americans, American Indians, Indigenous are descendants of Black people.
But he's saying Black people from Africa, though.
Hold. Just put a pin on that, Shaq, because see, they all claim to have a Black abuela, including these Native American imposters on the reservation. And most Hispanics, which are conquistador bastard children, always tell you about their Black abuelita.
And
they
that's why
ignore
I said he's
Paw.
double talking, Shaq, because how you gonna say you can't prove it? But he did put it. He was like, it's broadly accepted. So he kind of didn't say this isn't something I'm proving, but still, he's like, it's broadly accepted. But as far as my research, there is no contact between Africa and America till 1492. So what do you mean it's broadly accepted that Africans came over here 20,000 to 30,000 years ago?
Now, I'm going to give Dane credit for his build on this, but y'all need to go in on Galusha Grow, the House Speaker that authored this criminal act. Y'all got it there? 1862? Cook on it, sis.
1862?
I guess Tainos play no part in that around, so I see how it goes.
Well, see, they push the ideology that, like you said, people with the melanin hue come from this what they call it, below the equator and all that shit, bro. It's so many different elements that equate to people having the different type of skin tone, bro. It ain't just that bullshit, bro. You got the combination of copper, bro. That's the central what's the name element. You know what I'm saying? There's other elements that creates that different environments. But if this whole goddamn earth has all those elements, why would they just be central located in one area and then have to spread out? That's stupid. The animals didn't do it, the insects didn't do it, the plant didn't do it, the fish didn't do it. Stop with the bullshit.
They got to move to Pequot. I mean, it's like people do not understand and see the registration of who participated. These are
But
participants.
do you all see there? Okay, to the left, who was crucial for this Homestead Act? Who was crucial? Abraham Lincoln, Speaker of the House. Who? Y'all need to do your homework on that Afrikaner.
Yeah, Galusa Agro of Pennsylvania.
Good luck.
What about him?
You need to do your homework on that Afrikaner.
Yeah,
somebody keep asking about was there Africans. Those are like Elon motherfucking Muskie. Okay.
Yeah. What about it?
I'm saying there's your African.
Real Africans.
There's your African, bro.
Yeah, they're the real one.
And how is he the Speaker of the House in 1862? Dispersing allotments, 160 acres of our land to other foreigners. And you see that criminal, illiterate bastard Andrew Johnson, who was the Tennessee territorial governor. You know that, Cosmo.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
And how they know he was born in Africa, and he's the Senate Speaker of the House.
Blame it on the Moors, Alabama. Just blame it on the Moors, dog.
It's looking like the only Africans that come from Africa during these times is really pale face. And this is how you get a stock is thick in America as you have in South Africa and Western Africa. And mind you, they still there. They never left. Mm. They lied about everything.
Oh yeah.
White, blacks, the blacks is whites, the niggas is and ain't. Everything. Listen, everything they talk about. You dig what I'm talking about? Got a little slant on it. I wouldn't trust none of it.
We must keep in mind, because I think I'm on the board with another hunky hole and make it drop. But see, the Kansas-Nebraska Act, the Missouri Compromise, 1850, Dred Scott, 1857. What's also happening side by side? Do we even know the actual timeline of Seminole Wars? Andrew Jackson became an Indian killer by nickname from 1812
Yeah, by
till
1812.
he was president at 1832
But
for re-election.
look, what y'all missing is, and what Dane is trying to show with this Homestead Act in 1860 is, first of all, what lands are they giving away, right? And then this is during wartime. So who are they promising land, homesteading rights to, right? The oncoming Africans, Europeans, and Middle Easterners that are coming in, signing up to be on the side of the North and fighting and dying. You dig what I'm talking about? Like Nicholas Said. And many of these so quote unquote Africans and whoever come over here get their national status changed into American Indians.
Is that Arab and African?
Yeah, they Arabs over there too, or they speak Arabic. They, so, but it don't matter. All them niggas, they not like us. But they had a whole thing, and Nicholas Said comes up under the homestead right in 1860. They asked him why did he want to come over here and fight. He said, it's generally what my people are doing today. So him and a bunch of other Congolese, Niger types come over and fight on the side of the North. And then after they win, they give them old militia lands that were took in the 3/5 compromise and all that stuff and gave them boys lands. This is why Nicholas Said lives in the South. His land is in the South. He never writes about the time that he was in the North fighting. Why? Because he lived in the South. And if them good old boys down there, white or black, would have known that he was a Yank, it could have been an issue. He can hide that when you are African and you got a whole different way of talking, acting. You dig what I'm talking about? You ain't a regular American nigga. So you could play it off like, oh, I'm just a slave nigga. I can't get jiggy with this. You know what I mean? And that's what they was doing. Come and get in land because America was promising them, look, you come over here and fight, I can hook you up. That's how all them Africans got here. Little 4,000, 40,000, whatever it was. Don't matter. That's how they got here. And many of them started.
You saying they would got here in the mid 18, late 18?
I would say the mid
19?
From mid 1800s, mid 1840s, they start coming over here to help with the American-Mexican War. Also indenturing themselves in the Mexican War. Not Mexican War, but the gold rush in the 1849, 1850s, and then all Indian removal in the 1850s, and also the Civil War 1859. So they have been signing up, and this is how your quote unquote red native gets land too. They was coming over here signing up to help against niggas.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I like to know what routes, because what entry points were certain groups coming in at. You know what I'm saying? Because I do believe some of the Africans were coming in from the South Carolina area in region, coming up from the Caribbean. That makes sense, right? What the other ones were coming in at? Was they coming in on the same boats, same routes? You know what I'm saying?
No, I mean, it just depends on where you was. Like, they know they have big slave Indian slave trades in Galveston.
That's what I'm saying.
All along the Yucatan coast, all along by the French coast down there in Louisiana, all that stuff. You dig what I'm talking about? These little drop offs, Suriname. You dig what I'm talking about? Little drop offs where, Jamaica and all that, where they could, bounce from one place to another and come right back.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So You know, a lot of niggas got caught up in that stuff. You dig what I'm talking about from right here, and they just calling them Africans because of their condition.
Yeah, like I said, the runaway. Runaway wasn't necessarily a slave. You didn't even have jurisdiction on that person. You kidnapped that person and took them into your jurisdiction, bro. Put them to the Indian boarding schools and stuff like that, man.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's a good show that I've been watching, man, on Paramount. I don't know if y'all tapped in with this series yet. Y'all need to tap in with these two series, bro. 1888 and 1924. Those are two TV series.
Is called 1888.
Yeah, one of them called 1888, one of them was called 1994. And 1888 is preamble to 1994, though. I figured it out. I said, oh, okay.
1994?
1924. 1888 and 1924.
Okay.
Yeah. It just gives you, like you said, quarter examples of like what we talking about, immigrants when they were setting up stuff in New York, coming in, you know, Ellis Island and, you know, certain shit, Indians and shit, how they had Indian territories and they had certain territories with this Irish and, you know, Irish American. Really it's about this Irish family, really.
I mean,
It's
and
really
then
about
y'all
this
got to
Irish
think
family.
about it like this. You had niggas in the North who just wasn't about to fight on the side of the government. Right? They were still looking for people to come fight the war in like 61, 62. You dig what I'm talking about? They were still trying to get people to fight on their side. They tried to impress the niggas in the North to come and fight. You know what they did to New York? When they tried to make you fight on the side, first of all, both of y'all, a lot of niggas was in the North and a lot of niggas was in the South. You dig what I'm talking about? We was Confederates. A lot of our family was. A lot of our families was on both sides. But when they tried to force niggas to fight in the North, nigga, we lit New York on fire. Right? We knew it was some bullshit, and we not about to go down there and fight against grandma and grandpa and them. That's what we not doing. To stop white folks from being enslaved when y'all was enslaving them. The only reason they enslaved because you was enslaving them over there. You got them here.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So now that they didn't pencil whip this story, you dig what I'm talking about? Disenfranchise the niggas in America, which is really what we understand is Reconstruction and Jim Crow. Right? The thing is, I don't think people really know the whooping the world put on niggas and niggas everywhere. Reconstruction was bad.
And to what Sachi had said, that's where Cherise started this stream. You know, it's called the Negroes de Terra. And she was just showing a video about that of basically of the Indians being imported into the Caribbean, what the Portuguese are saying about them and coming in contact with them because they're already here.
Right.
They're the blacks of the land.
I had to beat the young Knack up with that shit. I had to show that nigga his own story don't even make sense. How do a Portuguese ship go to Angola, come all the way across with 365 niggas on it, come all the way across, right, and land in Jamaica, and somehow this Portuguese ship turns into a Spanish ship, and this Spanish ship that only got 20 and some odd Negroes on it, right? And they go to Jamestown or wherever they go up there in 1619 is supposed to be the first.
Yeah, Jamestown.
So first of all, how does the ship turn from Portuguese to Spanish? Secondly, if they got if the Spanish boat came from Jamaica, right, where it's proven to come from, how can you prove those people are African when they come from Jamaica? They're obviously Jamaicans, more than likely.
Yeah,
So
that
or
was a body
Brits,
bag for sure.
yeah, so
or Brits that,
trip.
because my thing is a lot of Africans went into Britain first. I think they took them up that way first, and then working with
I
them
think
had
they
already had a
is.
relation with some of them. Yeah,
I
and then
think
they
they
went. Then they
already
had
was.
to go down to Brazil and South America, Caribbean areas. You know what I'm saying?
I think when we start seeing the new country names like
Uh-huh.
England, Ireland, Scotland, is the overthrow of the old countries of like Celts, Gauls, Welsh, Danish,
Yeah.
España, and it's just it's the overthrow of the old system. Except they didn't trash the old system; they just became the new monarchs. and 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 this is your so-called Moorish, Jewish, Jacobite expulsion, Atlantic slave trade, indenture. This is all that shit. You did what I'm talking about, being wrapped up in a lie and trying to explain how the fuck this shit lasts for hundreds and hundreds of years. While the same time, while the biggest, baddest machine in the world, the Islamic war machine, powered by the Ottomans, is dominating Europe. They go up into the Isles into Europe and just snatch up who the fuck they want to when they want to. All the way into Russia, they come down there just whooping ass. And then they send the Vikings. The Vikings do deals with the Corsairs, right? Down in the port of Gaul, right? And who is the more Muslims? So you got the Vikings running through Europe who work for Muslim niggas, the Corsairs who are a group of these Muslim niggas who work for the Ottomans, and the Ottomans tearing this bitch up to the tune of 2.5 million people between 1500 AD and 1850 AD in Western and Southern Europe, Africa. Huh? Same place they supposedly taking you from. We see nothing but Europeans. So much so that they called the whole place the Guinea Coast. Negro land is in the Guinea Coast. The slave coast is in the Guinea Coast. Why? Because the Ottomans had dominated the Mediterranean for years and had a thriving slave trade that worked all the way from Northern Africa into Western Africa.
Superman must be asleep, but y'all want to go back to these laws? Y'all want to finish the articles?
Oh, the articles? Yeah, articles in the prison, yeah. So y'all saying it was black Europeans, black Negropeans. I mean Negropeans that wrote that,
I'm saying they the
that
original
wrote
king.
these articles.
That's
Negropeans.
Elizabeth.
There you go.
That's Henry.
I call them Negropeans.
Henry would have probably been the overthrow. You know, when the Tudors come in, they change from them Plantagenets to them Tudors and shit like that. I think that's just one of the switches.
Yeah, because they speak different languages. They can speak different tongues, bro. So, and that's why y'all was asking the question: what was the original? What was the original articles or constitution written in? What language was it written in? What script was it written in? If you got motherfuckers that's translating different scripts and shit, speaking different tongues.
I think it was written in the modern American script, just like we see in it, but it would have been in cursive, right? It would have been handwritten and it would have been in cursive, but no different than this. It would have been in the modern Latin script, which is what we today call English.
English. You're right. English, what you said, is just another word for saying dialect. They just call it English. It's a dialect. That's it.
English is built on the 26 base languages of the American Indians. Yeah. Primarily out of the Algonquin, the major macro Algonquin language group. Because it got Muskogee in there, it's got Siouan language, it's got all type of different shit in there. But how the script look, how it look, not how it sound, how it look, is written just like this. The United States in Congress assembled. It's written the exact same. It's Latin
You want
script.
to go ahead and read that paragraph, Cosman?
I'll read, blow it up a little bit. I'm old. It says Article 9, the United States in Congress assembled shall have the sole and exclusive right. Thank you. Shall have the sole and exclusive right and power of determining on peace and war, except in cases mentioned in the 6th article, which is when Indians told them not to, or they was already being invaded, or sending and receiving ambassadors, entering into treaties and alliances, provided that no treaty of commerce shall be made whereby the legislative power of the respective states shall be restrained from imposing such imports and duties on foreigners as their own people are subjected to, or from prohibiting the exportation or importation of any species of goods or commodities whatsoever. That's the ill way to say, you dig what I'm talking about? Talk about something you own, a good, a commodity, a species. You only talk about living things in that way. So that's an odd way of putting it. Importation of any species of goods or commodities whatsoever, of establishing rules for deciding in all cases what captures on land or whatever or water shall be legal, and in what manner prizes taken by land or naval forces in the service of the United States shall be divided or appropriated, the booty, of granting letters of marque and reprisal in times of peace, appointing courts for the trial of piracies and felonies committed on the high seas, and establishing courts for receiving and determining finally for receiving and determining finally appeals in all cases of captures, provided that no member of Congress shall be appointed a judge of any of the said courts. The United States in Congress assembled shall also be the last resort on appeal in all disputes and differences now subsisting, or that hereafter may arise between two or more states concerning boundary, justification, or any other cause whatever, which authority shall be always be exercised in the manner following. Whenever the legislative or executive authority or lawful agent of any state in controversy with another shall present a petition to Congress stating the matter in question and praying for a hearing, notice thereof shall be given by order of the Congress to the legislative or executive authority of the other state in controversy, and a day assigned for the appearance of the parties by their lawful agent. So they saying they're gonna set you a court date if somebody as a plaintiff bring up a charge against you, who shall then be directed to appoint by joint consent commissioners or judges to constitute a court for hearing and determining the matter in question. But if they cannot agree, Congress shall name 3 persons out of each of the United States, and from the list of such persons, each party shall alternately strike out one, the petitioners beginning, until the number shall be reduced to 13, and from that number, not less than 7, nor more than 9 names at Congress shall direct, does that say direct? Shall in the preference of the Congress be drawn out by a lot. And a person whose name shall be to drawn, or any 5 of them, shall be commissioners or judges to hear and finally determine the controversy. So always as a major part of the judges who shall hear the cause shall agree in the determination. So the niggas who didn't get picked for the initial population come down to be the judges and all that stuff in the end. Wow. So they all homeboys. It's all in the clique. And if either party shall neglect to attend at the day appointed without showing reasons which Congress shall judge sufficient, or being present shall refuse to strike, the Congress shall proceed to nominate 3 persons out of each state, and the Secretary of the Congress shall strike in behalf of such party absent or refusing, and the judgment and sentence of the court to be appointed in the matter before prescribed shall be final and conclusive. And if any of the parties shall refute to or refuse to submit to the authority of such court, or to appear or defend their claim or cause, the court shall nevertheless proceed to pronounce sentence or judgment, which shall, what's the difference? What's the difference between the pronounced sentence or judgment? Which shall in like manner be final and decisive. The judgment or sentence and other proceeding being in their case transmitted to Congress and lodged among the acts of Congress for the security of the parties concerned. Interesting. Interesting. So the big dog that you picked, y'all drew numbers out the hat. Y'all drew lots. That's what that is. And the niggas who got to be the big wigs, governors, and all that stuff. You dig what I'm saying? The big wigs, right? Out of the ones that was left, your judges come down from.
Hey, I'm gonna go on a limb, dog, and say that the people of the land never probably agreed with what they call the government of the U.S., which would be the government. The Congress never agreed with them. They, like you said, creating these things on their own terms and creating governing bodies that the people never agreed to. I don't believe the people ever agreed to that. Was always against the government, what we consider the government. You know what I'm saying? Because, like I said, who was elected? What, they don't never talk about no elections. They don't talk about no. Where's the elections at, Cosmo?
Yeah.
Huh? They don't. You don't hear them talking about no elections. George Washington, all this person time just won this many votes. Nobody in Congress.
He got selected. He ain't get elected. That boy got selected.
I'm saying all of them got selected because they were what? They had to be in like I said, the white standard.
And
business
it's not
owners.
even that,
You know what I'm saying? So they govern among themselves.
Yeah, right. They got ideologies behind all this stuff. The Illuminati existed at this time. Freemasonry existed at this time. You dig what I'm talking about? It's some stuff behind some stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
And you know what I mean? We always know the evil is face. You dig what I'm talking about? Always wear a smile. So, it's the guy who looked like he your buddy, really your enemy. And that's the misunderstanding of these blacks from Europe and the niggas of America. You on to something though. I don't think the majority of people at this time, especially 1777, was rocking with the United States government, especially the Congressional Congress, when they was putting this shit together. They just, 1777, we in the middle, we right at the beginning of
Revolutionary War, yeah.
Yeah.
See, you can't call it land of the free, home of the brave, and milk and the honey when you niggas putting together these goddamn. Come on, man. They don't go together.
Come on, man.
They don't go together, bro.
Come on.
Because we know some of these regions had their own, like you said, they had their own, like you said, when they talk about their common law shit. To this day, you got states still got common law shit that they, still go by. You know what I'm saying? Certain areas, certain counties and stuff still go by common law. But obviously, of late, modern, a lot of these counties and stuff been transitioning into this United States, policies and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Shot, can you speak a little bit to how Texas is sort of like its own? I mean, maybe Dulcie can speak to this too, but I mean,
Yeah, I only been here. Yeah, I'm not a native of Texas. I'm Mississippi.
Got you, my fault. But I know Texas is like running its own show down there. They was running their own.
Well, yeah, it's because we're talking about the Southeast, which they would have been grafted in much later into all of this. But when it comes to Texas and them, referring to that as the Wild West, basically, there's a lot of things that they talk about like they weren't going to be able to establish in Texas because Texas do their own thing. So it was like the way that they grafted them in is different. Where people say Texas is its own country, because our governors always say, we're gonna do things for ourselves. So y'all are gonna pull yourselves up by your bootstraps, and then they kind of give a kind of laissez-faire type of energy that it is like real common law here, and everybody can do what they need to do as long as they're not doing anything illegal.
Got you. Okay. That's kind of what I needed to hear. I know Superman still up here too. They thought you left early, Super. Super might be asleep. Shit, who knows?
I said that I was like, I guess Superman is asleep or something, because there's a lot of stuff he would have cut in on now and said, hold up.
Yeah, he probably passed
He's
on
taking an
out.
old man now. He's taking an old man now. Get you back up. Bro.
Superman never sleeps.
Oh, there you
There
go.
you go. There you go.
He is. We say he was
Cracker
being
Jack
quiet.
You thought he never sleep. Well, you a zombie.
He done told me that before. He don't never sleep.
Now they was asking about Texas, man. How Texas roll, man. As far as they lost.
We kick their
really
ass.
How would you describe Texas, Superman?
We kick their ass and take names.
He's really from Idaho.
That's all. He recharging. Yeah, I agree, Nate.
Is Texas considered God's country too? Superman. Superman.
Absolutely. This is God's
There you go.
country. Absolutely.
Amen,
We are in the
brother.
Bible. We are in the Bible Belt. That's why he always says, may the doors of the church now be open.
Yeah, I be trying to save these niggas. I want to save these niggas. What?
You want to know why, Super? Because the stars at night are big and bright, deep in the heart of Texas.
Hey, Superman, you be singing that at nighttime, Nick? Midnight. Midnight
Sing it in the day and the nighttime. Whenever it's
Midnight
He
Marauder.
be singing it to Smoke. He called Smoke up at night like, hey, Smoke, the stars at night. Get to singing that shit. He just hit Smoke up like, hey, Smoke. Mama, don't let your babies grow up to be cowboys. He just started singing to him.
Another state move, Florida move like they move on their own accord too, though, bro. Texas and Florida, they move on their own accord, bro.
Yeah.
Like they kind of just do their own shit for sure.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think them both of them.
That's my other peoples, my Florida people. And yeah, Christopher
Yeah.
saying, Kato, I'm actually getting out there soon because, like I
I
said,
think
there's
them
some
is like,
letters in the archives that are in East Texas that I got to go get. So
I think them
I
like
plan
top
to making
2
a
or the
trip.
3 weirdest people in the Americas. Florida's,
Why
Texas.
weird? Why
Yeah, they weird
weird?
as shit. Weird as
Describe
shit.
weird. Describe weird. As
Like
you're taking your shots.
for instance, like the last time you heard of a man eating a nigga's spleen, live from Florida. You dig what I'm talking about? They got a whole site that say Florida man. You dig what I'm talking about? And then it goes on to say what the shit happening in Florida. Now, Florida, Texas, and I think the state of Washington. Y'all the 3 weirdest niggas in the Americas.
But I'm gonna go Florida, Texas, and New York. That whole New York, bro. Them are 3 motherfuckers that it just be the weirdest shit happen there, bro. Like,
yeah,
nigga burning niggas on the train. Come on, man. What they doing? Breaking women and shit.
I remember back in
Throwing
the
bricks
80s,
at women.
they used to have robbing crews. If you had a Rolex or something, you flossing coming down the street, them boys used to grab your arm. You dig what I'm talking about? While you at the stoplight and stuff, grab your arm, chop your whole hand off of your watch with a machete.
Bro,
For real.
what
This
is
is
it?
in New York. This is
New
in
York?
the 80s,
Yeah,
90s.
the machete boys. Yeah, they was
80s,
doing that in Florida
90s.
too.
I ain't even lying. Shout out to the Decepticons. Shout out to the Young Guns too.
Oh my God, I would be so traumatized if somebody just came and just cut my, oh my God, my hand
Your
off.
whole wrist off your car. You was flossing. You was coming down the street. You flossing. You dig what I'm talking about? Top dropped on the Audi. You dig what I'm talking about? You got a freight. You got some momos on your little Audi, and you fresh to death. You got your dope man Nikes on with the little short socks with the puffs in the back with big bangle
Not the
gold earrings.
Cortezes.
You
Not
got
the
big bangle
Cortezes,
gold
man.
earrings on, and a nigga walk up and hit your whole arm with a machete just to get your wop.
Yeah, I see a nigga with a machete. I'll shoot the shit out of him.
Yeah, that's the point. They wasn't seeing them niggas. They ain't see them, too.
Yeah, Texas
Oh,
got
I
their
was
own laws,
saying
man.
that
They got some shit they
story of
passing too.
my grandma. She was born in Shreveport, but everyone knew her as crazy. Like she would make up songs, all kinds of stuff. So yeah, like when she was 6, I think she said she was getting her hair hot combed and she made up a song, "Damn it the hell, the fun's all over." And when she was younger, she stuck a pole up someone's behind. She lied on her. So anyway,
Whoa.
they had those outside. She had they like some for real outhouses where you would go to the bathroom and they had the trench over, I guess, where the waste would
You
go
know
down
what,
into. So she
Josie?
climbed up in the trench and waited for the girl to go to the bathroom and
at a
stuck a
bucket.
pole up of it.
God damn.
What the hell kind of cockamamie thug shit she on? That's a real thug.
Hey, listen.
Well, she was because she was lying on her, saying that I guess some animal was probably getting in her garden or something. But she had lied and said it was my grandma that was doing it, so she didn't take kindly to that.
Yeah, back in them times, you get your butt whooped for
Yeah.
anything.
Exactly. So she probably like, hell no,
Hey.
you ain't gonna lie on me. But so why I said this story because in New Jersey, like my auntie had got jumped, I think by some girl and her mom or something like that. And she came home, she's like, I got jumped. My mom tells the story. She's like getting off of work. She worked at a nursing home and she just saw my grandma with a trench coat on and walking out the door. So she was just trying to get comfortable. And then she was like, wait, it's 90 degrees outside. So she put her clothes back on, ran after her. And she said she came across the lady and her mom with a machete on one side and a 38 on the other.
38 special.
Hey, listen.
Hey,
Look where it's at
My
on the
grandma
map,
used to
though,
rock that
Shaq.
38 too back in the day.
Florida,
Huh?
Louisiana, Texas. That's right in that little belt
There you,
right there.
yes. Mississippi too. I'm gonna say Mississippi because
We gonna call that BTA. That's built to ass area. You fucking around down
hey, I'm
there,
gonna say Mississippi
you
too,
get
bro.
built to ass.
My grandma used to tow the 38 special. Long barrel back in the day from what I'm hearing when she was young.
Mm-hmm. Shoot the shit out your ass.
Hey, them
Carry
women,
that motherfucker to church too.
yeah, them women was tough, man. I heard they throwing hatchets and stuff. You talking about throwing those axes and stuff?
Mm-hmm.
I heard she was a good axe thrower.
I got some pictures
Grandma.
of my mom doing that in the backyard. Axe throwing in the
Oh yeah,
backyard. Yeah.
bro. If I show you a picture of my grandmama, bro, when she was young, she had the big. I'm talking about the big ass black afro nigga with the widow's peak, bro. Looking like the Jackson 5. That shit crazy.
All our moms did, bro. All our folks had that fro.
Yeah,
Shit,
them women, man,
how
was tough,
old would
man.
your grandma be? Your grandma still alive? Shit?
Nah, she died my junior year of high school. She would be, let me see, she was born in 41, I think. So that would
Oh
be whatever
shit.
41 would be. That's 80 something.
She 84. She'll be 85 on the 10th of June in a couple days.
Y'all
Oh,
got
okay.
some young grandmas. My grandma was born in
Exactly.
1916.
My
Well,
grandma
well,
just
that's the
turned
grandmama on
100.
my
Grandmother 72.
My great grandmama was born in
damn.
1913.
Yeah, my
She
mother's
Yeah,
passed
my
05.
grandma just turned 100. My great grandma was born in
God damn.
1902.
Yeah, my great
Yeah,
grandmother.
yeah.
Wow.
Your grandmama just turned 100.
Yes.
How old is she? She
Damn.
about to be like 70.
Yeah, my dad, if he was still alive, he'll be in his 70s.
Oh.
That's
Oh,
how
word.
my dad is. My dad was born in 1950, so if he was still alive, he'd be 75. And then my mom, she was born in 1950, so if she was still alive, what would that be? Wait, she was born in 1955, so she would have been 70.
Yeah, my mother would have been 58 if she was still living, and my dad is 65. But my great
Yeah,
grandmother,
my grandma on my dad's side is 91. She died in matter of fact in COVID. Matter of fact, 2021, she just had her 91st
Man, y'all
birthday
really
in March.
African. Y'all grandma ain't 100 years old. Y'all African.
yeah, my great
Nah,
grandmother.
she died early. She's smoking cigarettes. On my mama's side, she's smoking them cigarettes, bro. Stress.
No, you gotta stop.
No,
They
hey,
just having them young or whatever. Because my mama, I guess, would be considered old. People wouldn't assume that someone's mom had them at like 34 years old, 33 years old, having kids. That's kind of old, but that's my family. I have family members still having kids in their 40s.
man.
My mama's 67.
Damn. 67?
Yep, my mama is 67. Her mother, my grandmama, 84.
What's crazy is the 20-year difference is between my grandmama. I don't know what her mother was, but my grandmama was 41. My mom was 61. I'm 81.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. But I got an older brother that's a year and a half
Shaq,
older
you
than
were
me.
born in 81?
Yeah.
Oh, you a crack baby.
Hell no, man.
Wait,
That's
are
a
you
damn
saying
lie.
that to all the
Hey,
80s?
look,
Wait, hold up.
nobody in my family, look, the only one in
I'm
my
gonna
family
need you
did
to
crack
put
was
a
my oldest uncle,
timeline
and he's
on that
65.
80s. On that
Shit.
80s is crack babies. What timeline do you got on that?
Don't take somebody else's bullet and go.
No,
Right.
I need to know.
Nah. No, nobody in my family
They
doing crack. The only
said,
one did was my oldest uncle.
they said other than 1980, you out of there. Yeah. You born in any other
Bro, them
year?
motherfuckers doing, bro, stop it. Them niggas was doing, bro, them niggas had been doing crack and all that shit before the 80s, but them niggas be lying,
Right.
bro.
I'm
The funk era,
1988.
the
I ain't
goddamn,
no
man,
damn.
come on, bro,
I
stop
ain't
it.
no
The
crack
jazz
baby.
era, stop it.
Yeah, crack wasn't invented. Crack wasn't invented into the 80s, Nick.
Yeah. They would
Man,
and
stop.
we was doing, we had coke and free love. You dig what I'm talking about? We was like flower children in the 70s.
No, y'all
We was
just old
doing,
niggas
we
and
was
y'all
doing like
hating and stuff
shrooms
like
and
There you
that.
go.
That's how it always be. Them 70s niggas is always hating. I have a
Yeah.
brother that was born in 1975, and he be like that.
Hey,
He be
they
old. I'm like, you gonna go play basketball today? He like, fuck that. Fuck basketball. I'm old.
I'm retired. We see you retired, huh?
He
I'm
from the fuck
retired.
around and find out here. He
And
from the
the
fuck around and
quarterbacking
find
ass
out here.
niggas. Just spitting that
No,
back
for real, cause he
over
be
that
like
nigga.
that. Let him get out there though, and there be some young niggas out there. He be living at the time of his life. He like, yeah, I'm up to all them young niggas.
Yeah. You got to remember, we didn't even come in the house as kids. You dig what they used to have to find us. You dig what I'm saying? Or
Bruh.
maybe somewhere when the street lights come on, or you gonna get your ass whooped.
Yeah,
Hey,
we the
bro,
last of
ladybug,
the
nigga out there to the ladybugs.
purebreds.
Yeah, we the
Every,
last of the thugs.
Hold
I ain't
on, what
say
year y'all
I
talking about? What
said
y'all
the
is? 71?
purebred. Everybody else, I don't know.
The
Y'all
things
What's
that
y'all
my
year?
brothers did in the 70s and everything, I can't, well, like
70?
being born in the 70s, I can't imagine ever doing those things to my parents. Like one time there was like, I think his graduation, and they were going to Island, and my mom had already told him no. And he went anyways. So at first he was gonna get my brother in trouble because my brother, they were like, "Oh, I know where he went," and he was like, "No, you ain't about to whip me. I don't know shit. I don't know what's going on, all this other stuff." So then he comes back, and this is for 3 days. He's in Padre Island for the weekend after my mama
Oh
told
yeah,
him no.
he clowning.
Mom,
Yeah,
yes.
he
So
clowning.
his whooping, my mom had a pull stick in one hand, a belt in the other. She knew he was gonna grab the belt. She was like, "I knew he was gonna do it." Just start hitting him with the pull stick.
Hey, those them 70 niggas was bad as hell when they talking about getting their ass whooped. Nigga, smoking
Exactly.
cigarettes it's 8 years old, lying ass nigga. Smoking cigarettes at 8 years old. Packs of cigarettes, nigga. Lying.
Niggas was bad, man. I ain't gonna lie.
Bad as
Yeah,
hell.
man,
Niggas
my
was bad
father
as
got
hell.
in trouble in the 70s by my great grandmother Ollie because him and his brother was out there pissing on a dog.
Damn.
He said she grabbed me by that cane. He said, I'll never forget that shit. You ain't forgot that 65? He said, hell no. He said she pulled our ass by that. She yanked my ass so fast and she tore their ass up. They ain't play that shit, that ain't not in that 70s period. Hell nah.
No, hell no. We still had Big Mama and Big Daddy around.
Right. My granddaddy was born in 1907. So my brother, he junior. So that's what they called him, junior. So he was saying one time he was like throwing up dirt in the air. And my granddaddy was like, "Junior, you better stop." So he kept going like, "Oh, he's old. He can't run." So then he's like starts coming after him and he's running off. And he's like, okay, thinking he can slow down. He said, I look back, he was right behind me.
Yeah, bro.
Shit,
Those some different people back in them days, bro.
Yeah, they was cut out
Yeah,
of
they'll throw a stick between your legs. You be curled up trying to run. Them
Yeah,
old
they used
people
to
were
make us
smart
go.
back then.
And they used to make us go
Oh
get the
yeah.
switches, man. That shit was diabolical.
Ooh-wee.
That shit was
Hey.
like torture. They used to make us go get
Hell yeah.
Man,
Hey,
my
my
people ain't let
grandma.
me go get shit. They'll
You
just
better
start
not go
hitting
get
you
that
with whatever they
switch.
had in their hand.
You better not
Yeah,
One
hey,
go
pick
time
up
me and my
anything.
cousin got whooped with a lamp before. Whatever they had, it was down.
Anything they picked up, Superman. My grandma, you remember she used to have them clogs, like those wicker like clogs back in the day, slide clogs. Man, she'd take one of them off like a ninja and chuck that motherfucker. Man, I'm talking about, bro. She caught my cousin coming up the
I was
steps,
so
bro.
bad,
And my
they just
uncle,
gave up. They were like,
bang.
fuck it. We ain't gonna whoop this. Just leave them alone. Fuck it.
Hey, one time,
See, Shaq, they the crack babies without crack. Well, what they talking about?
hey,
See what I'm
Shaq.
saying? Just bad as hell. They was bad as hell, baby. Just bad as hell.
Hey, look,
Just bad as hell.
one time, I was my mom was telling me to clean my room right, and I thought I was being slick. I said something up under my breath, right? Now look, the funny part is I don't know how she did this shit. Listen, when you went in my room, you had to kind of curve. You dig what I'm talking about? Like, if you kept going in my room, you would just walk into a little wall. So you had to like turn to go into my room. Nigga, she threw a shoe.
He cut that
She
corner.
threw a
That's what I'm
shoe
saying.
down the
Yeah.
hallway. This bitch boomeranged around the corner, bro. I swear to God.
Hey,
Hit the
that's what I'm
dead in my
talking
shit. Bah!
about.
Hit the
Hey,
dead in
that's
my
what I'm
shit.
saying,
Slick.
Now I done heard some
man.
shit about that race car track. I ain't never
Listen.
got beat by one, but my uncles and them, they know about that race car
What?
track.
Hey, listen, hold on. That bitch leave 2 whaps on you. It got 2 whaps. You dig what I'm talking about? Like you hit get with a stitching cord, it just be that 1 whap.
Woo!
No, this bitch got 2
Man,
whaps.
that's no joke.
What?
Man.
I remember
Y'all, my
I
whoopings came from my dad.
I don't know what you know what it was. My mama was pregnant and she didn't know it, and she was hormonal as fuck. And you know, I got a smart ass mouth, and I was saying something, and I was in the kitchen and stuff. Man, she sneaked up behind me, bro, and kicked me into the refrigerator.
Damn.
Yeah, that sound about right.
Bro, I was bad though. I deserved all that shit. I ain't even gonna lie.
We know you was born in the 70s. We know you was bad. Us
Bad
80s,
as
we
hell.
weren't
That's
bad
what I'm
like
saying.
that. We weren't bad like that. We still got whoopings and stuff, but it wasn't like we were out sneaking
Y'all
out,
did not
cutting
get no
school,
whooping.
all this other stuff.
Niggas
Yes,
gave you-
I
I
did.
get
I was
whoopings,
born in
bro. Stop
1990.
it.
I used to get fucked up.
Yeah, no, I was born in 1988, and my dad used to. His thing was, I don't whoop through clothes, and he's in the military, so
God
he would
damn.
put me in this
We were
hole.
ass.
He
Ooh,
would put it in
Damn.
this hole.
naked ass.
Exactly,
Naked
and
ass.
like
Put
he
the
would
ass.
have his leg around my leg, so I couldn't move. His arm over
Oh
the
yeah.
top half of my body, so it's
Oh,
just
he was
like could not
diabolical.
wiggle out of it. Yeah.
Now that's a
He's
hey look.
Grandmaster. He
Hey,
you know.
hey,
Yes,
Josie,
he's
that's
a
a southern
playmaster.
southern submission move, there, bro. That's one of
Yeah,
them
man,
southern
that's
submission
big
moves.
right
My
there.
grandma used to do that shit. Hey, look, they put you up on the chair and sit up on that motherfucker. Yeah,
Hey,
yeah, that's a
listen.
southern submission move, there, bro.
Get out the
It's
way.
over with. I do it work to grow up.
Can't go nowhere.
Oh, you know what I'm saying? You know, I think she had to stop, you know.
Hey, did they used to talk to you while you used to get a whooping?
Oh yeah.
Like every
Hell
word you
yeah.
got beat?
Yep. Mhm.
Yeah.
I told your ass don't do it no more. They be beating the shit out of
Bruh.
the nigga. Tear the
Hey.
nigga ass up.
You better lay right on
Yeah,
down
they
the
had to catch me. I used to
Hell
hide
yeah.
under the porch all day, climb up in a tree or something.
And
They had
I
to
die on
surprise
you.
me.
I die on you, nigga.
My cousin used to run too, though.
No,
I ain't
my
gonna
mama
lie.
would have said, "You got to come down at some point," and she would have been right there when your ass came down. Then all you know is sleep, sleep. You waking up? I'll
Not
get
that
in my
boy say
bed.
he'd die on him now.
I
Talking about
die
you die on him.
I'll be
I'm
gone
dead.
running.
I'm dead, mama. I'm dead.
Okay.
Damn.
Don't do it no more.
Nigga, I'll be
I'm
sitting
dead,
on
mama.
top of the house watching them look for me.
See what I'm saying? Superman
No,
hot
it'll
wadding
be
cars
worse.
at
Then
7
they
years
had
old and shit.
look for me.
Hot wadding Pontiacs and shit.
Oh
You
shit!
had
You
them
about to
parents
get
who just
this,
love
you
whooping ass.
asking for it. If they gotta look for me too.
No, I tell this story all the time. I really fucked up because they had to look for me. So what happened is that I was supposed to be going to my friend's house and she wasn't home. She was at church or something. So then one of her neighbors was there, I guess, on her garden or anything. And she's like an older lady and she invited me in for cookies. She showed me her house. She had like this old school revolutionary house or anything. So I'm just having fun. My mom didn't know where I was to the point she called the police. So my brother was like, "You about to get it." Mom called the police and everything. Like, I don't know if I'm gonna have a sister after this.
Damn, he said about to vanish off
Hey,
the earth.
hey,
I got
hey, did
caught
y'all
stealing at the little store. They were like, "We gonna call your mom." I was like, "No, call the police." "We gonna call my mom."
No, my
Hey,
brother used to say the same thing because y'all are in the ages where they used to give y'all paddling at school or something. So he
What?
said the school used to
corporate
say,
punishment.
"What do you want? Do you want these paddles or do you want me to call the parents?" So all the white kids would be
Man,
like,
give me the
"Call my
paddle.
parents." But yeah, exactly. That's what he
Give me
was
the
like. Give me
paddle.
the
Corporate punishment.
paddle.
Yeah, black
Don't
kid
call
always
them.
go choose that ladder. I'm telling you.
Those you caught a whooping already naked. My old lady beat my clothes off one time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
It
ain't
is
never got
bad.
ass whooping naked. Hell nah,
Yeah.
not
They're
naked.
like,
Nah.
Hey, listen, I got beat out
damn.
my sleep one time.
Yeah, me too.
My mama grabbed me by my leg, and I had a like a one of them tall little bunk beds, but it was tall on the first one, and she snatched me all the way on the floor, beat me woke. Man,
That, that broom
I
handle.
was
About
terrible
that
though.
broom hammer.
I was extra bad.
Waking up with that broom handle. They got to do them
This
dishes and shit.
I was bad
Middle of the
bad.
night.
Like you couldn't even really keep
Nigga,
whooping
that
me.
was abuse, Shaq. You was abused. My mama used the belt.
I was big, man.
Super
I was
bad.
big, bro. I was big. You got to shit. You got to put some fire there. I was big.
Yeah, it's all good. My dad
Shit,
wasn't all
I've
there.
been big
He
since sixth grade. Shit,
Yeah,
semi
fifth grade.
abusive if
go
I
too
tell the
far.
story.
Fuck all that.
Like I think one time my brother told me the story. He had told my mom like you don't love me, I hate you type of thing. You know, white people shit. So my dad waited till the middle of the night when he was asleep and was like choking him out of his sleep. He was like, "You want to see some people hate you?" Like what exactly? My dad wasn't all there. Exactly.
I never got a whooping from my dad. It was always my old lady.
Yeah, my father vowed to never with me. Yeah, he never. Yeah, never.
I
love in my aunts. Hell yeah. Got two.
I remember I called myself getting mad. I'm gonna run away from home, and I packed me and my little sister up. You dig what I'm talking about? I had like a little one of them tricycles with the real big wheel in the front. You know what I mean? Like I packed her little wagon up. And me and my sister was out of there, nigga. And my auntie tricked us with some White Castles and got us back to the crib. She got us back in the crib.
I remember old school White Castle. Them new White Castles not the same.
I've never had White Castle. I'm mad.
White Castle.
Yeah, the new ones ain't the same as what it used to be. It's nostalgia.
What y'all talking about them White Castles? Yeah, what y'all know about them White Castles?
I'm trying to tell you.
What you know about them White Castles?
Hey,
The double cheeseburger with the bun in the middle, with them onions on it, with that bun in the middle.
Yeah,
Y'all know about that?
This was fire, bro. I ain't gonna front.
Chicken rings, bro. I'm talking about 2 double cheeseburgers with chicken rings. I'm
They
talking
always had slappy fries too.
about right. People used to get them cheesy fries from there too.
Yup. Cheesy fries crazy from there. Niggas be sleeping on them.
And you know, Superman, they don't know about that. I used to live when I got that whooping of my lifetime. I was talking about Chicago. That's where I wasn't in
Okay,
Chicago.
I was like, what you
I
saying,
say
White Castle?
Chicago,
Okay.
but I was in Schaumburg, Illinois. So I was in Illinois at the time. But Superman, they don't know nothing about that Whataburger.
Now that's one place that I've always seen that I never had. Whataburger or Jack in the Crack.
That was my summer job in high school. I used to work at Whataburger.
Yeah, when you come to Texas, you gotta get some.
Shit.
It don't taste like it did back in the day, but it's still better than the rest of that shit.
Yeah.
You talking about Whataburger?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you, and this ain't being racist, just being honest. It's the immigrants. No. they cooking the food.
No, for real. I've
they
just
cooking the
seen
food, bro.
after Trump got
bad.
reelected, Like now I'm
Mhm.
starting to see different people be hired again. I didn't see before because they were
Yeah.
all Venezuelan out here. I swear to you, like you couldn't go to a fast food joint that they spoke English. Like, excuse me, like can I get a translator?
Boy.
See, that's how they took the some of the money out of the household because those were our summer jobs, or those were jobs that niggas got out of jail and needed to get back on their feet. Because there wasn't no Mexicans working in the rest of them. I mean, when I was in high school, I worked at Whataburger. It wasn't no Mexicans working with us. None. It was all niggas and white boy.
Right.
That's
Yeah.
the American. Peace and love, man. Peace and love to you. The family really enjoyed your video today. They did. You know, they had
Oh,
some.
that was his video?
Yeah,
Yes, it was great. Thank
they
you so
loved
much,
it.
The American.
Yeah, they said though, you know, some of that Columbus stuff, you know, but everything else, you know, it was real good, spot on, and we enjoyed the sources and everything, and we
Yeah.
talked through it and stuff. So appreciate your information and keep it coming. All right, y'all, my bad. I just wanted to shout him out since he in the chat real quick.
I think my other job just started, the third shift. I got some trolling to do.
Oh yeah, smoke.
Smoke is
Shit.
live.
Oh, all
Okay.
right,
Must be
then.
smoke.
Shit, you already know. Daggone the smoke pit about to be popping all night long.
Hey, but one thing down in Florida though, when I went down to Florida, man, they didn't have the fried rice like we had back up in Illinois and shit. You know what I'm saying? The dark
No,
fried rice.
they got a
We had to
different.
put them on again. Yeah.
But
And another
they
thing in Florida, they was eating.
work. I ain't
Huh?
gonna lie. They got some beans and rice
Say
down there
who?
that work.
And in Florida?
Yeah,
Man, y'all want to come get some
Yeah.
Southern cooking? Come to Texas.
We get to
y'all got
turkey with
Mexicans
that.
in Texas. They got Puerto Ricans and Cubans.
Puerto Ricans and Cubans
Yeah,
and
stuff like that.
Dominicans and
Got a different type of Latino.
Haitians.
But yeah, it just comes
A lot of
one of
Haitians.
ours. Like, you know, you can still find them where it be like one of us that's cooking and all this other stuff. When I was in college, I went to the University of North Texas, and everybody, there was this dormitory West, and I even went to West, and everybody knew, okay, that's where we cook at. So everybody's coming to West, the cafeteria in there. No one's going to the other cafeterias. We like, what we getting today?
Right.
Yeah, PV, it wasn't nothing but some old niggas back there cooking. Cause they hired the people from the local town, which is Hempstead and Waller, and shit, it was just niggas in there cooking. I mean, it was a whole nigga school. No.
I think that's a lot of these little
Oh,
restaurants.
okay, because I was about to say that you were trash, because in high school.
Man, that's what I wanted to talk about earlier. Like, I can't think about Coach Knight. We were undefeated before D1 started letting niggas go over there. We had like 50 years of never losing.
Where?
At PV.
Prairie View.
Yeah, we were undefeated until integration, or still till D1 started recruiting niggas.
Shit, I probably
who went
Go
to
ahead,
Prairie
Kirk, my bad.
View? It wasn't was it Jerry Rice? I know some real famous guys went to Prairie View.
Jerry Rice?
No, Jerry Rice went to
Jerry Rice.
He was at what school he went
Jerry
to?
Rice from Mississippi.
He went to Mississippi. What? I know he
I
played.
don't know what Mississippi. But my father, he played against him in basketball in high school.
Yeah, I know he went deep though. What college?
Nigga, our football team was like that football team. Do the Right Thing with Spike Lee. What movie was that? Mission College. That's how our football team.
Mississippi Valley. He went to Mississippi Valley.
Mississippi
State.
Valley, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, Mississippi Valley. Yeah.
Hold on. Great football alumni from Prairie View.
Oh, you went to go look something up? You funny.
Yeah. No. I was just checking it out. You dig what I'm talking about? Because I know that they
Yeah, I'm about to say I'm getting ready to shut down in like 5 or 10 more minutes. So because I know Smoke Live
Yeah.
now. I know Fit about to go crazy.
Y'all finna go over there and bang
Come
out over
on
there?
now, Sharice. I mean, you and Dosey. Dosey be kicking so much ass. They scared of her.
Hell yeah. Dawson got about 13 videos out on her.
Yeah, y'all come
Hey, yeah,
on
what's up with
over,
old
man.
Mac
We
dude?
need the ladies, man. I get tired
What
of
a
listening to
primary
them
source
niggas talk.
was.
Hey, Dosey, I gotta ask, what's up with Mac, man? You kicked him in the ass, man? He going around something, get y'all niggas blocked on social media.
mad.
You kicked him in the ass?
He trying to
He
get a
mad.
Damn.
petition.
God damn.
He trying to get a
He
petition
talking
put
about getting,
out.
man, if that ain't no motherfucking goddamn Negro peen shit, bro.
He
That
mad.
Negro peen.
I'm telling the white
That
man on you
Negro
that.
peen.
He said they was talking about how they needed to go to YouTube and make a complaint.
That's
And
crazy.
wrong. The hell? Shit. We can talk about what we want to talk about.
I'm gonna drop a dime on you niggas.
I
I don't like
Right.
that.
Oh, here she comes. She back
Yeah,
now.
that nigga.
She could probably answer to that.
Yeah, they be mad at me. I be sourcing up. They be like, I'm misrepresenting the sources. I'm lying. All this other stuff.
Yeah, Shasabi gets so bad. He be over there.
That nigga was trying to call YouTube on you and shit, man. What YouTube number is? They need to come service number. Damn, nigga.
We call it Trump. She kicked me in my ass so bad. I'm getting
Petition
Trump on
Trump.
you niggas.
She getting beat up on a primary source is crazy. Like the fact that, like that, literally had to be explained for like an hour was ridiculous.
But see, they be disingenuous with that. They know they getting slaughtered. You dig what I'm talking about? Well, it don't say that. It don't say that. Yes, it do. You know what I mean?
Right,
Well, you forget who they learn from, Cosmo. They learn from their daddy. You know what I
They
mean?
dad,
Over there. What's
daddy.
the boy name? What's the dude name? He got his ass whipped last time.
Jabari.
Jabari. They got the same, but they fight the same way they nigga fight, bro. They just deny swords. They just deny.
Yeah.
I'm like, bro, that's
But
corny,
they're
bro.
the
Nah,
rejects. They're the Jabari rejects. Because at least Jabari would come up while with you real quick. He researched where you got it and all this other stuff, and then put it on the screen. Because you know he got that same PowerPoint. That's what he'd be so mad if you point that out. Like we seen this PowerPoint before. It's like Dulcinea Sonnetter.
Netter.
Especially when Top Cat went up there one time. He just Sonnetter. I'm not dealing with it today. I'm not Sonnetter. Top Cat said, man, this bullshit. He just laughed. I said, oh my god, man. I mean, I don't know. It's crazy though because he don't look like no African. The Jabari guy, not to me.
Well,
Dosey, I see a
now,
common theme
say this
going
true.
on.
I'm not gonna say this true, but from I heard that Jabari father is East Indian.
Oh
no, that's true. They come out of Jamaica and he comes from a Irish Scot. So there's a book about like I think one of his grandpas, and he has that Irish Scot line. That's what he is, Black
so
European.
So why American European? Interesting.
Cause I'm black, y'all. And
Yeah,
I'm black, y'all.
And he brought up the guy, and that's why people got the book because he brings up the guy and he's talking about how African he is, and the book is saying he's Irish Scot.
And it don't actually say when they actually run into this nigga, they in like Barbados or somewhere.
Exactly.
I'm telling you, that is.
Oh, and then I think I was I was listening to Topcast once, and someone put in the chat like, "Oh, that nigga's a narc. He was on the no calls list for 911 because he called 911 so many times." I like, oh, you can't be. That's you must be joking. I looked it up. That's a fact. He called them so many times for disturbances.
About noise on.
Exactly.
He look like the type
that won't stop making noise.
They're out there. They're still
Right.
they're still partying. I can't sleep. I can't rest my cute little bald head. You know,
you're bothering my African spirituality, Senator.
Every time I be cracking up, I'm like, he's funny as hell.
That boy.
That's
Hey,
why he was.
I go over there and I punches on Jabari. I punches on him and I show him that old ass stuff that you talking about. That shit is in the 90s, son. You need to come on up here in the 2000s, in the 2020s, where I'm at, lamping. You dig what I'm saying? That most of that stuff has been debunked or shown to be wrong, or you dig what I'm saying? Got a whole nother purvey on it by the time he had already came out of college. So he think just because he walk around in the museum and they regurgitate things to him that he's up on what's actually going on in the sciences. This is why he take your information, whatever your source is, he try to go back behind there, source it up, and then try to pick apart what you're saying because he don't know nothing about what you're talking about at that moment. Like if you was to ask him about it, you dig what I'm talking about? He wouldn't know, and then show the source. This is what I do to Jabari. I make sure I show that he don't know it, and then now let me show you. Let me help you.
Is he like a comedic teacher though?
Yeah, he a Kemite.
I see.
Man.
But, so what? Okay, because we ain't got to get too deep into it. But what is the goddamn comedic connection, and why are they so connected to that? Do you know, or
There is no connection.
American thing, or
Right? There ain't no connection.
It's belief.
Right. Okay, I see.
It's belief, and they get most of their ideology from Rosicrucian ideology. How would you? Who kept ancient Egypt that fell? You dig what I'm talking about? Thousands of years ago. Who kept its traditions up and going over the last, let's just say, 2,000 years? It wasn't obviously Egyptology. They didn't even find Egypt again till 1800. They didn't know that the pyramids.
Man, them made up religions in America.
It was shit brought over here. You dig what I'm talking about? And out of the doctrine that you get, that the Ptah, the Asar Society, the same society that birthed Jabari, nigga, they 100% Rosicrucians. Baba Heru, what's the other dude name? The other guy, Baba Heru and all them is practicing Rosicrucians when they began the Asar Society in the 1970s. Out of that come Jabari and them in the 1990s with their shit.
Okay.
Hey, who was the thing over there with the ponytail? The bald head with
I'm
the
for to
ponytail.
mess up the game. Christianity started in America and it spread around the world. Deal with it.
I don't believe that. Yeah, I don't believe it.
Yeah, you had to prove that.
Yep. Shit.
Right.
Thank you so much, Mike Piskel. Appreciate you. Appreciate the sub too. Really means a lot. You know, we're gonna have more like it. But carry on. Because I'm gonna shut down in a little bit because I already know smoke to commence, child. And I already know it's about to get hot.
Hey, do me a favor though. You do. I'm gonna need two things out you. You dig what I'm talking about? First of all, y'all go to Cosmon Cal TV, sub, like, share. First thing I need about you. Can you play that? Some of these niggas ain't real.
I got you. I think they actually
play that joint for me. You dig what I'm talking about? Hey, Shaq, man, I'm out of this thing. But Sharice,
yeah, man, peace, man. I'm out of here too, man. Salute, man.
Yes.
Peace.
You do something for me, Sharice?
What is it?
Breathe in and let that light in. Hey, I'm Cosmon, y'all, and I'm up out of here. Love, like, balance to y'all, man. Love to you, sis. Peace.
Peace to you. All right, let me see if I can find that joint real quick and play that joint and go ahead and end off the show. Thanks, guys. This is a real great build. You know, shit, 10 hours, man. I mean, it's Saturday, so what the hell? Okay. We was just kicking it, shooting the shit, and getting it done. And I'm gonna actually find that song Cosmo I want to hear real quick. I just need to figure out where they sing it at in this in this. Let me see. Hold up, y'all. Sorry, y'all. Hold up. Hold up, y'all. My bad. All right, they ain't performing on here, so let me see. Cause they got so many songs. All right, hold up. What it said? These niggas ain't real. I know I probably be able to pull. Yeah, they did perform it.
Some of you niggas ain't real.
Okay, so he did it in the beginning before he came out. All right, so he came. He had just came out the house when they performed that one. Hold up.
Has been shot down on the streets and died.
All right, so I
got my shit together, get together, bitch,
whatever. All right, y'all, here
gotta clip them when they tripping, you know bitches extra. Things change, I know shit ain't what it once was. Now you in the club every night, fucked up. I ain't even thinking, I'm just drinking, diddy bopping. She want me see a shorty geeking, got the titties popping. Standing on the table, popping bottles, Billy rocking. I'm a product of the nigga, got the city popping. I'll admit it that a nigga got commitment issues. Hard for me to fuck with women that ain't beneficial. Made a name for myself and everybody cousin. Everybody hate him, everybody love him. Everybody got opinions, don't nobody want him. That nigga gave us 2 cents and acting like he funded. This ain't the place for niggas faking. Yeah, hey, some of you niggas ain't real. 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 For the whole city, that's how we do it.
Shout out to my man.
Once we lost. For the whole Washington, D.C., yeah, the whole DMV. I don't want to die. Hey, Wayne. Mothers hold their head and cry, 'cause their son has been shot down on the streets and died. Mothers hold their head and cry, 'cause their son has been shot down on the streets and died. Talk to you, the mama. wanna die. Hey, choose. I don't wanna die. One way up, like this, hey. To the whole uptown, to the whole south side, to the northeast side, to the whole southwest, to my empty side. VA, they all night. Say we doing it like this. Then where we at? I don't wanna die. Wanna die. Yeah. I don't wanna die. Yeah. I don't wanna die. Hey, heartbreak, hey. This is heartbreak. Come on, hotel. Welcome to heartbreak hotel. I don't wanna die. This is heartbreak hotel. Welcome to heartbreak hotel. This is heartbreak hotel. Welcome to heartbreak hotel. Southside heartbreak hotel. Welcome to heartbreak hotel. Hey, look, you know they riding in that Caprice.
Mess in the face, man's down on the young sucker, give a young a grief. Hey, come, yo, get skrilla in your pocket. Spit baby about a profit. The scene fans is called fans. Let us make it. If they think a nigga song, it ain't shaking. Come out the woods and try way. Give up the game and never, what your man say? Hey, real niggas still ever see their names on walls. If you sell drugs, you won't. Yeah, you the bummer. Some a bummer type. Hard like cement, action figures, loose short. Do a scratch. Hey, longest that is stuck in the game. Holla out your blood, your blood, your blood, your blood. Come on, boom.
I don't wanna die. Right. Yeah. See, I don't wanna die. Hey, yeah.
Shout out to that whole sound. I got one more I want to hear from
this one.
You go, that grass is always green. Hey, baby, what you say?
And that's his.
Yeah.
Yes, that's AR. And we see he sounds like that. He's live. He always sounds good. Like always sing A1. Like just amazing.
Y'all ready, ladies?
Let's go.
What we tell them? Oh, nigga.
Oh, baby.
How you gonna get out of this one like no nigga?
No, baby.
Shoes can't get you out of this one like no nigga.
No, baby.
Why the fuck you just getting in the crib now like no nigga?
No, baby.
I gotta go, nigga. All my ladies say one nigga. How you gonna get out of this one like no nigga? Shoes can't get you out of this one like no nigga. Why the fuck you just getting in the crib now like no nigga? I gotta go, nigga. What the fuck am I so goddamn simple? But everything you do makes me resentful. Cause I am done for good, but that depends though. I somehow always end up wanting to kiss you. Why the fuck am I damn simple? But everything you do makes me resentful. Cause I am done for good, but that depends though. I somehow
LJ, what we doing, man? Aight.
Yeah, it's just me and my fancy cars. I pick up my fancy hoes. Cause you know we in the spot and you know we got the bar. We got the bar. This is backyard money. Yeah. Backyard money. Yeah. Backyard money. Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
It's just me and my fancy cars. I put on my fancy clothes. Cause you know we in the spot and you know we got the bar. We got the bar. This is backyard money. Yeah. Backyard money. Yeah. Backyard money.
It's rock. Well, now I like it. Southside, I like it. Oh, well, now I like it. The Southside, where we at? Look, when I like that old gun. We like that old gun. We like that old gun. Love that old gun. We like that old gun. Boys. We like that old gun. I like that old gun. We like that old gun. Until it is. We like that old gun. Love that old gun. We like that old gun. That's where they at. Sound. Rock a bug. First to get it in. First to get it in. That's why I roll. First to get it in. First to get it in. It's suicide. But you smell it. Well, I smell it too. But you smell it. Well, I smell it too. Cause I smell gas. Or you smell it. Well, I smell it too. I smell gas. Well, now I like it. Let's take a ride. Hey, wait, we on the south side. Take a ride on the south side. Made it out for MLK. What a beautiful day, what a beautiful day. Riding high on the west side. Looking forward at the play. Wanna come out, come and play today. Take a ride on the south side. Made it out for MLK. What a beautiful day, what a beautiful day. Riding high on the west side. Looking forward at the play. Wanna come out, come and play today.
You wanna see my like it when you touch it, squeeze mine. Know you wanna get in between mine. Feel mine, touch mine. Know you wanna see mine like it when you touch it, squeeze mine. Know you wanna get in between mine. Feel mine, touch mine. I fuck up you nigga love like what? Me and my girls tight jeans, fat butts. All the girls is hating on us. Cause they like the way we party. Ex-boyfriend hanging in the block. Who addicted to this ass like crack? Niggas watching when they shake it like that. They staring at my body.
All the time. Your pussy stay on my mind. Gotta get that from the side. Gotta get some of that baby man. Hey, all the time. Your pussy stay on my mind. Gotta get that from the side. Gotta get some of that baby man.
Know you wanna see mine. Like it when you touch and squeeze mine. Know you wanna get in between mine. Feel mine, touch mine. Know you wanna see mine. Like it when you touch and squeeze mine. Know you wanna get in between mine. Feel mine, touch mine.
Touch it, why don't ya? Touch it, why don't you, baby? Touch it, why don't ya? Touch it, why don't you, baby? Touch it, why don't ya? Touch it, why don't you, baby? Touch it, why don't ya? It was you. So, it's you. Oh, baby, you in the club like whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, baby, trying to go back, but the thing is back. Trying to go back, but that ass is back. don't ya? Say no. Touch it, why don't you, baby? Hey, now. Touch it, why don't ya? Come here, girl. Touch it, why don't you, baby? Hey, now. Touch it, why don't ya? Touch it, why don't you, baby? Touch it, why don't ya? And we'll see ya. That girl is trying to roll. Hey, yo. That girl is trying to roll. Hey, yo. That girl is trying to roll. Come here, girl. And what it got? Sweet thing, they give me some sense. Baby fat. Baby fat. Baby fat. Give me that. What you got? Baby fat. Oh, baby fat. Baby fat. Give me that. Okay, ride till you shine. That's how you get it. A dab at a time. That's transaction, that brings satisfaction. And I'm about to act it, so I've been trapping. I gotta get it, don't be reaching, don't be grabbing. Cause I'll be looking and I roll with the crooks and I ain't shook, so I'ma keep on booking. That's how a nigga feel, I'm with it, let's get in it. What? Hey, Bill. Time, man. That's how we do it. True to the movement, we true to the music. We done do our boys. Headlines and turtlenecks, that's how we going. It's throwback, this a moment. Money, we get it, we fold that, and all of y'all know that. How we do it, this is exclusive. Stand on y'all 10, that's how we move it. Whoa. Backyard for life.
Yes, y'all. Shout out to the Backyard Band for always doing a thing, being around since, over 30 something years, just doing a thing, keeping the crank. They looking good, so shout out to them, aging gracefully out here in these streets. Since I was a little girl, they've been out here cranking. So yeah, on that note, y'all, I had a good time today. It's always a good time when we having fun out here and the lives just go on and on and on. So y'all already know how that be. So on that note, y'all can head over to the Smoke Show. I'm gonna head on over there too. And y'all take care. Y'all stay blessed out here and have a great night. American Indians for life.